Primordial Chaos. At the meeting place of the eastern and western realms stood an immortal mountain called Wanshou Mountain. It stretched across eternity, majestic and boundless, its ridges extending for countless billions of li without end, magnificent beyond all measure. Mist and clouds wreathed the mountain slopes laden with boundless innate spiritual energy and the primordial haze of creation. Deep within the mountain's belly lay a secret cave heaven called the Honghuang Temple Grotto. This grotto was not carved by mortal hands, but had evolved alongside Wanshou Mountain since the dawn of creation. Within it lay its own heaven and earth, a self-contained realm equally vast and boundless. Within the grotto, the innate spiritual energy was so dense it was nearly liquid, condensing into wisps and threads of spirit mist. At its core pulsed a mass of innate Wutu, earth origin essence. Streams of earth vein essence and innate spiritual energy surged madly toward it from all sides, merging into it and making it ever more solid and condensed. Suddenly the mass of innate Wutu, earth origin essence, trembled faintly. Though the motion was slight, it shattered the eternal silence that had reigned within the grotto for eons upon eons. Immediately afterward, a wave of consciousness radiated outward from the light mass, carrying with it a sense of bewilderment and confusion. Wasn't I hit and sent flying by a dump truck? How did I transmigrate directly? Zhenyuanzi felt a trace of bewilderment. He was now suspended within a chaotic field of perception, surrounded by warm and dense energy, while countless unfamiliar fragments of information flooded into his mind like a rising tide. Once the flood of information settled within his mind, he realized he had transmigrated into the primordial realm and become Zhenyuanzi, not yet formed, but as the original primordial essence itself. Indeed, this was none other than Zhenyuanzi, the future ancestor of Earth Immortals, hailed as one whose existence rivals the ages themselves. He had originally been a poor college student about to graduate into unemployment. While working part-time delivering food in his spare time, he had a fender bender with a dump truck, only to be sent flying by it, transmigrating into the primordial realm in an unexpected turn. Could a dump truck really be a great Dao spirit overseeing all transmigrations? Moreover, based on the information he had received, because he had transmigrated too early, before the original Zhenyuanzi's consciousness had even begun to gestate, his takeover had proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, Zhenyuanzi reconsidered and felt something seemed off. Who exactly was Zhenyuanzi? He was a famed innate sacred being of the later primordial realm, the ancestor of Earth Immortals. He was born already a Daluo Golden Immortal and later rose to an existence beyond even the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. A Daluo Golden Immortal had transcended the river of fate. To prove once was to prove forever, never weak again. Even before consciousness had gestated, this was equally so. How then could a mere mortal have so easily replaced him? The only possibility Zhenyuanzi could think of was, could there be a cheat ability, a golden finger at work? And not just any cheat. One so heaven-defying it could ignore the rules of the great Dao itself, ignore the future Heavenly Dao rules of the primordial realm, and rewrite even the origin of innate sacred beings and the history of primordial itself. After thinking it over, this seemed to be the only possibility. But regardless, since he had now become Zhenyuanzi from this moment on, he was the true Zhenyuanzi. However, he did not follow the trope of certain web novels he'd once read, crying out declarations like, "O great Dao above, from this day forth, there is no Zhao and only Zhenyuanzi." After all, since he had transmigrated safely and smoothly taken Zhenyuanzi's place, it was already an established fact. Shouting such things aloud might instead invite unwanted complications. As for this outcome, this transformation of identity, Zhenyuanzi harbored no complaint. After all, in his past life, he had been nothing but a struggling college student. Even if he hadn't lost his job after graduation, he could only have ended up a wage slave toiling away. Now he had become Zhenyuanzi. After all, he was an innate sacred being in his own right. The two paths could hardly be compared. Although he hadn't directly transmigrated into Hongjun for a once-and-for-all solution, nor into one of the three pure ones for an effortless victory, transmigrating into Zhenyuanzi was already extraordinarily fortunate. After all, Zhenyuanzi not only possessed a supreme-grade innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, as a companion treasure, but also the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure known as the Earth Book as his accompanying treasure. Moreover, the Earth Book had been formed in conjunction with the membrane of the Great Earth, allowing it to connect with the power of the Earth's veins. Its uses were immense, a great guarantee for his future. Such conditions already surpassed those of the vast majority of innate sacred beings. However, considering that the later era would witness Dao ancestor Hongjun and the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao, even top-tier innate sacred beings enjoyed no real freedom. Especially by the era of Journey to the West, when he, the dignified ancestor of Earth Immortals, had to become sworn brothers with a monkey. One could only say in the primordial realm, without attaining the Dao, there was no true freedom. To change all this, especially to attain the Dao within the primordial realm, the difficulty was extraordinary. Relying on foreknowledge alone, he wondered whether it would even be enough. However, as he had suspected earlier, his ability to transmigrate into the primordial realm and replace Zhenyuanzi must have involved a cheat ability, and one that was likely far from ordinary. But what exactly was it? System, old grandpa, or some innate supreme treasure spirit? Zhenyuanzi tentatively called out within his heart, carrying a mixture of nervousness and hope. To his surprise, his call truly received a response. A crisp and pleasant voice, yet seemingly imbued with the rhythm of primordial creation, echoed deep within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully transmigrating into the primordial realm, awakening consciousness. The system is booting. Ding. Boot successful. The primordial source system is at your service. System. There really is a system. Zhenyuanzi's consciousness was instantly drowned in immense joy. His suspended heart finally settled. Indeed, the standard cheat of every transmigrator had not failed to appear, and it was the straightforward, blunt type of system. Just hearing its name, Primordial Source System, already radiated an aura of grand ambition and heaven-defying power. Suppressing his excitement, he hastened to ask within his heart, "System, quickly introduce your functions." Ding. This system is the Primordial Source System designed to help the host continuously grow stronger and endlessly transcend. Based on the host's actions or performance, it will randomly trigger rewards. There are no restrictions and no tasks to complete. No tasks to complete. Randomly triggered rewards. Zhenyuanzi's eyes lit up at this, and the satisfaction in his heart could not be more clearly expressed. This system was even more perfect than he had imagined. No need to risk life and limb completing tasks. Just receive rewards. This was undeniably excellent. After all, who would choose to work themselves to the bone when effortless victory was available? And this was the primordial realm. Countless powerful primordial gods and experts roamed about. One never knew what bizarre tasks might bring danger. Yet this system had no tasks whatsoever to complete, completely eliminating that concern. So worry-free. Yet before he could fully settle into the thought, the system's chime sounded once more, bringing even greater surprise. Ding. To celebrate the system's initial activation, a special newbie gift pack is being awarded to the host. Would you like to receive it? Oh, there's actually a newbie gift pack. Excellent, excellent. Truly a quality system. Afterward, Zhenyuanzi mentally recited the word to receive. After all, this was a newbie gift pack. Even a fool would know to choose to receive it. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Great Dao Compass. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the Supreme Grade Innate Spiritual Root, the Yellow Plum Tree. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining a Great Dao level cultivation method, the Chaos Great Dao Source Scripture. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining one chance for an early perfect transformation. For consecutive notification chimes like 4 peals of thunder detonating within Zhenyuanzi's consciousness left his awareness momentarily stunned. He forcefully suppressed his near-boiling excitement and carefully examined each reward system description. The Chaos Great Dao Compass. A Chaos Supreme Treasure. Zhenyuanzi's consciousness trembled. He well knew that Chaos Supreme Treasures had nearly vanished after the opening heaven calamity. Even Hongjun Dao Ancestor's Jade Disc of Creation was only a fragment of one. And yet this Chaos Great Dao Compass was not only whole and undamaged, it recorded the 3,000 Great Dao Laws. It could aid in comprehending the Dao and cultivating suppressed fortune, shield heavenly secrets, obscure karma. Its value was beyond estimation. With it, his future speed of comprehending the Dao would multiply 100-fold. Facing powerful enemies, he could also use its might to conceal his tracks, seek fortune and avoid misfortune, or even confront enemies directly and suppress them with overwhelming force. As for the Supreme Grade Innate Spiritual Root, the Yellow Plum, each blossom required 3 megacycles, each fruit required 3 megacycles to form and 3 more to ripen. In total, 9 megacycles were needed to yield just 12 fruits. 1 megacycle in the primordial realm was 1,29600 years. Thus 9 megacycles meant over 1,000,000 years before those 12 yellow plums could be obtained. Such an extended gestation period naturally proved its effects were extraordinarily heaven-defying. And indeed this was so. A single yellow plum could elevate one to leap straight to the heavens, attain the Daluo Dao, and become a Daluo Golden Immortal, thereafter transcending the river of fate, eternally undying. Although a Daluo Golden Immortal attained through the yellow plum would find further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult afterward, it was still a Daluo Golden Immortal, and 12 of them at that. Even for many innate beings, the Daluo Golden Immortal realm was an unreachable peak. Countless years of cultivation might never lead to attaining it. For any faction in the primordial realm, 12 Daluo Golden Immortals would also be a force that could not be ignored. One could not imagine the vast stretches of time and enormous resources required to cultivate 12 such immortals. From this, one could well imagine how precious these yellow plums truly were. The Chaos Great Dao Source Scripture itself is a supreme technique that points directly toward the Great Dao, allowing one to cultivate and prove the Dao through force, aiding the comprehension of the laws of the Great Dao. It contains the ultimate principles of chaos evolution. Cultivating this technique, one need not be bound to a single Great Dao law. Instead, all Daos may be merged into oneself. Combined with the Chaos Great Dao Compass, it is tailor-made for those who prove the Dao through absolute power. Once successful, one shall attain true freedom and transcendence unbound by the Heavenly Dao. And the final reward, achieving perfect transformation ahead of time, is precisely what he needs now. After all, according to the information he has obtained, he should still be in the final stages of the fierce beast calamity. And compared to later eras, the current primordial world has not yet suffered the destruction of the Dragon Han catastrophe or the Dao Devil struggle. Opportunities can be found everywhere. Although the powerful innate supreme treasures are no longer his to obtain, there remain many other valuable innate spiritual objects. This time I've truly struck it rich. Zhenyuanzi's heart grew increasingly excited within. With these trump cards, not to mention establishing himself in the primordial world, even contending with the innate divine demons, and facing Heavenly Dao saints in the future, even Hongjun, he now has the confidence to do so. Moreover, although innate divine demons like Hongjun are currently ahead of him, there remains a long span of time before Hongjun proves the Dao. With the assistance of the system, he may yet have a chance to catch up, perhaps even becoming the very first to prove the Dao. Extract all rewards. Zhenyuanzi silently commanded within his heart. In an instant, he felt an endless space emerge in the depths of his consciousness. It was the system space. Within the space, a compass roughly 3 chi in size hovered quietly. The compass was entirely chaos-colored, its surface covered with densely packed, incomparably profound runes. Each rune resembled a condensation of a great Dao, slowly circulating and emanating an aura that suppressed eternity and encompassed all phenomena. It was the Chaos Great Dao Compass. Not far away, an immortal tree roughly 100 zhang tall stood majestically. Its trunk was golden yellow in color, its leaves resembled jade, and faint great Dao Qi flowed within the leaf veins. 12 fruits hung from its branches, emanating a Dao rhythm capable of granting enlightenment and rebirth to all living things. It was the Yellow Plum Tree. At the same moment, countless profound characters, diagrams, and chains of laws surged into Zhenyuanzi's mind, like floodwaters breaking through a dam. These streams of information were not chaotic, but combined in perfect order, forming an immense scripture vast as an ocean of smoke. The Chaos Great Dao Source Scripture. With but a moment of contemplation, Zhenyuanzi felt his understanding of the heaven and earth Great Dao deepen countless times over. The previous ignorance of the primordial world's Dao laws was swept away, entirely replaced by clarity and enlightenment. Then, under the effect of the final reward, his current consciousness vessel, the cluster of innate Wutu Earth origin essence, suddenly erupted with brilliant earth yellow light, countless times more radiant than before. The innate spiritual energy and earth vein essence within the entire Honghuang temple cave heaven were drawn by an invisible force, transforming into 2 surging dragons that madly rushed into the light cluster. Within the light cluster, a mysterious force originating from the system was guiding the innate Wutu Earth origin essence through an earth-shaking transformation. Every particle was being reshaped and refined, impurities stripped away, leaving only the purest, most essential power of Wutu Earth. Within the light, a vague humanoid silhouette gradually took form. After an unknown span of time, the light slowly faded, revealing the figure within. It was a young Taoist dressed in a plain Honghuang dark yellow robe. His features were handsome, yet not effeminate. Between his brows lay a solemn steadiness akin to the great earth itself. His gaze was as deep as the starry skies of eternity, seemingly capable of reflecting the rise and fall of all things in heaven and earth. He did not deliberately emanate any powerful aura, yet standing there he gave off the sensation of being one with all of Wanshou Mountain and the entire primordial earth itself, as if he were the embodiment of the earth, unbreakable and eternal. The young Taoist slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, stars seemed to be born and perish, and the great earth to rise and sink. The young Taoist was precisely Zhenyuanzi, who had just completed his transformation. Having now achieved perfect transformation, he emerged directly at the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. The Daluo Golden Immortal with a 12-petal flower. At this moment, Daluo Dao rhythms naturally circulated around Zhenyuanzi, resonating subtly with the heaven and earth Great Dao. And upon achieving Daluo Golden Immortal and transcending the river of destiny, he felt the world before his eyes change abruptly. The once hazy and indistinct primordial heaven and earth now appeared before his eyes as something incomparably vast and boundless. Past, present, future, countless possibilities and all manner of changes were gathered within his sight. A river of time spanning the void flowed slowly. Its waters were clear, yet profound, reflecting countless possibilities of the primordial world's past, present, and future. With every passing instant, a ripple would arise within the river. As the ripple fell, a parallel spacetime would quietly open within the void, giving rise to cosmic projections, infinite heavens, and countless branches of change and infinite possibilities. These spacetimes seemed illusory, yet contained a true Dao rhythm, allowing him to genuinely feel the incomparable vastness and might of the primordial world. How magnificent such a world is! Likewise, the beings nurtured within such a world are naturally incomparably terrifying, incomparably powerful, and even incomparably ferocious. Therefore, even as a Daluo Golden Immortal, he cannot afford to slacken. He must seize the time to elevate his cultivation. Gathering his thoughts, Zhenyuanzi turned his gaze toward the Honghuang Temple cave heaven where he resided. This cave heaven secret realm has been the foundation accompanying him since his birth. Now scanned with his Daluo divine sense, it appears even more vast and magnificent. Its scope far surpassed ordinary great thousand worlds. Among the primordial world, it ranked among the very top cave heavens and blessed lands. Within the cave heaven, the celestial dome gathered soft, innate clear light, gentle yet not dim, illuminating the entire cave heaven like a world of glazed crystal. Within the clear light, Dao runes circulated subtly. Each rune emanated pure, innate spiritual energy, nourishing all things within the cave heaven. Upon the earth lay pure, innate spiritual soil, warm and lustrous in color, imbued with rich earth attribute, great Dao Qi. Stepping upon it, one could feel a solemn and steady Dao rhythm surge up from the soles into the body. It further contained vast, innate spiritual veins, ceaselessly emanating surging, innate spiritual energy. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, not piled from ordinary stone, but condensed from innate spiritual jade and spiritual marrow. Between the peaks, clouds and mists swirled. Those clouds were condensed from innate spiritual energy, thick as substance. A single breath would suffice to lift a cultivator's spirits and advance their cultivation. Within the valleys between mountains, exotic flowers and rare herbs could be seen everywhere. All were innate spiritual objects. Some spiritual grasses grew 7 leaves, their color emerald green, their veins moving like spirit snakes. Every 10,000 years, a drop of creation spirit liquid would condense at the leaf tips, capable of refining the physical body. Countless innate spiritual medicines grew in clusters, their medicinal fragrance merging with the cave heaven's spiritual energy, condensing into faint Dao patterns that flickered with subtle light in the void. And the most precious among them all was undoubtedly that supreme grade, innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. This tree stood 1,000 zhang tall. Its trunk was thick and dark green in color, its surface covered with ancient patterns, marks formed by the intertwining of wood attribute, great Dao, and earth attribute, great Dao. Faint innate airflow circulated around it. Upon the tree, 30 ginseng fruits hung quietly, each shaped like an infant with complete eyes, brows, mouths, and noses, tender and adorable, in pink, surrounded by faint spiritual light. According to inherited information, the ginseng fruit tree was originally a chaos spiritual root. After Pangu's creation of the world, it was damaged and reborn into the primordial world as a supreme grade, innate spiritual root. Its growth cycle also differed slightly from what Zhenyuanzi knew in his previous life. The fruits bloom once every 30,000 years, bear fruit once every 30,000 years, and ripen once every 30,000 years. Only after 90,000 years are these 30 fruits obtained. Ordinary beings could extend their lives by 360 years merely by smelling them, and gain a lifespan of 47,000 years by consuming them. However, such life-extending abilities were naturally meaningless to a Daluo Golden Immortal. Its true value lay in the great Dao laws and Dao essence it contained, aiding the comprehension of earth and wood Daos, and additionally, granting a Daluo Golden Immortal the magical power of a single Yuanhui period. Although a Daluo Golden Immortal once proven remains forever, once existent remains forever, with but a thought able to gather boundless magical power such that their mana could be called truly inexhaustible. Yet such boundlessness differed among Daluo Golden Immortals. Like infinities of different bases within the same interval, there would be tremendous gaps in both quality and quantity. Therefore, Daluo likewise needed to cultivate magical power. Innate spiritual fruits like the ginseng fruit capable of enhancing mana could serve an auxiliary role in this regard. Then Zhenyuanzi's mind stirred from the system space. He retrieved the supreme grade, innate spiritual root, Yellow Plum, intending to plant it on the other side of the ginseng fruit tree. Innate spiritual roots carried the fortune of heaven and earth, capable of nurturing innate spiritual energy. Wherever they grew, it was a great creation. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the Honghuang Temple cave heaven could not bear the growth of 2 supreme grade, innate spiritual roots. Rather, the presence of the Yellow Plum would improve the cultivation environment of the Honghuang Temple cave heaven. Zhenyuanzi waved his right hand lightly. The innate spiritual soil beside the ginseng fruit tree parted on its own, revealing a deep ravine. At the bottom of the ravine, an innate spirit spring surged forth, its waters clear, shimmering with the luster of spiritual energy. He planted the Yellow Plum within, The moment the spiritual root touched the ground, its roots rapidly extended, burrowing into the spiritual soil and connecting with the spirit spring. In an instant, the Hongjun plum's branches swayed lightly, dewdrops from its leaves fell, merging into the spirit spring, causing the spiritual energy of the spring to surge, becoming several times denser than before. Almost simultaneously, the auras of the ginseng fruit tree and the Hongjun plum began to intertwine. The earth and wood Dao's chi of the ginseng fruit and the innate spiritual rhythm of the Hongjun plum echoed one another, forming rings of spiritual ripples in the void that ceaselessly drew pure, innate spiritual energy from the void. The innate spiritual herbs and medicines originally surrounding the ginseng fruit tree seemingly nourished, grew, and revitalized at a speed visible to the naked eye. The distant jade-like mountains, owing to the increasingly dense spiritual energy, also began to shimmer with more resplendent light upon their surfaces. Zhenyuanzi felt the increasingly dense spiritual energy within the cave heaven, as well as the benefits brought by the mutual nourishment of the two spiritual roots, and was deeply satisfied in his heart. With these two supreme-grade, innate spiritual roots, the cave heaven's spiritual fortune grew ever deeper, and the cultivation environment ascended another level. Whether in comprehending the great Dao or accumulating magical power, all would yield twice the result with half the effort. At that time, the outer primordial chaos was a realm of turbulent, untamed wilderness. Countless ferocious beasts roamed and slaughtered one another. This was because after Pangu's creation, the resentful thoughts, baleful auras, and scattered flesh and blood essence of the 3,000 chaos demons and 129,600 chaos life forms fell into the primordial land, nurturing countless ferocious beasts and giving birth to the beast clan. These beasts possessed formidable physiques, with the exception of a few. Most had low intelligence, yet were brutal and bloodthirsty. Moreover, they were extremely numerous, sweeping across the primordial lands like a tide, leaving devastation in their wake. Many primordial beings and clans were mercilessly slaughtered by the beasts. Thus a beast tribulation was brewing, causing a pervasive aura of calamity to spread throughout heaven and earth. Now thousands of epochs had passed since the beasts began their rampage across the primordial realm, yet the great tribulation showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew increasingly fierce. As a result, fewer and fewer primordial beings and clans dared to traverse the wilds. At the same time, however, some powerful primordial deities began to emerge from their caves, walking the earth and slaying the beasts. Beyond this cataclysm that threatened to overturn heaven and earth, the grotto realm of Honghuang Temple remained peaceful. Zhenyuanzi stood beneath two spiritual roots, his gaze resting on the ginseng fruit tree and the newly planted yellow plum tree. Both the ginseng fruits and the yellow plums rewarded by the system had now ripened. Moreover, as the first-generation fruits, they had gestated for countless epochs, their medicinal potency at its peak. They had reached their limit. Of further growth would be wasteful, so it was time to harvest them. Zhenyuanzi raised his hand with a gesture. On the ginseng fruit tree, 30 infant-shaped fruits seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. The spiritual light surrounding them rippled faintly, then they detached from the branches and floated gently toward Zhenyuanzi, as if cradled by an unseen hand. Each ginseng fruit was tender and crystal clear, with vivid features exuding a rich life aura and the law fluctuations of the earth and wood Daos. They felt warm and moist to the touch, as if pulsating with the life force of a living being. Then the 12 fruits on the yellow plum tree also moved. These goose-yellow fruits, each the size of a fist, bore primordial Dao patterns on their skins that seemed alive, flowing slowly as the fruits moved, carrying an implicit sense of the passage of ages. As they left the branches, they produced a faint Dao sound, clear and melodious like jade pendants striking together. The pure chi they released invigorated the spiritual energy within the grotto realm. With a light wave of his other hand, Zhenyuanzi summoned 42 primordial jade boxes. These boxes were refined from primordial jade, smooth and translucent, with dense spirit gathering and seal-preserving runes carved on the surface. He had just crafted them casually, specifically for storing the spiritual fruits. As soon as the jade boxes appeared, they opened automatically. The 30 ginseng fruits and 12 yellow plums fell into them separately. Then the lids closed gently, the runes lit up firmly, locking the fruits' aura and Dao resonance, leaving only a faint jade radiance from the boxes themselves. After completing this, Zhenyuanzi stored the jade boxes away and stirred his mind. In an instant, two distinct auras surged from within his body and hovered before him. On the left was an object resembling an ancient scroll, earth yellow in color, its pages seemingly condensed from the most primordial spiritual soil of the earth, covered with vast heavy patterns. This was the supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. The Earth Book emanated an aura of the same origin as Zhenyuanzi, the ultimate manifestation of the Earth, Dao, containing the authority of the primordial land. As its pages turned, it seemed capable of mobilizing the power of all Earth in the wilds, heavy, steady, with an irresistible might of suppression. As his companion's spiritual treasure, it was deeply connected to his own origin, like a part of his body. On the right hovered an even more astonishing treasure, the Chaos Dao Compass. This object was of a chaotic color with complex scales and pointers on the rim. At its center was a slowly rotating chaos core, within which countless Dao runes seemed to be born and extinguished, now forming star rivers, now condensing into chains of laws. Its aura far surpassed that of a spiritual treasure carrying a chaotic pressure that transcended the primordial Dao. As a chaos supreme treasure rewarded by the system, it had already fully recognized its master. Zhenyuanzi could control it directly without refining. Its power depended solely on the user's strength. The stronger the user, the more chaos Dao force could be invoked. However, its Dao understanding function was unaffected by this. On the other hand, the supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure Earth Book still required refining its primordial restrictions to unleash its maximum potential. But as a companion spiritual treasure, its compatibility with his origin was extremely high, making the refinement process far easier than with other treasures. More importantly, the process of refinement itself was a profound insight into the treasure's primordial restrictions, equivalent to a cultivation session. He extended his hand, his fingertip gently touching the Earth Book. Instantly, the Earth Book seemed to sense its master's intent, its pages rustling softly and emitting a gentle glow. A stream of pure Earth Dao origin flowed through his fingertip into Zhenyuanzi's body. He closed his eyes, sinking his divine sense into the Earth Book, beginning to decipher its primordial restrictions. Those restrictions were like complex Dao arrays holding the secrets of the Earth Dao's operation. His divine sense, like the most precise probe, gradually sorted, comprehended, and integrated them. With each restriction, he unlocked his understanding of the Earth Dao, deepened, and his spiritual power increased correspondingly. The entire process was smooth and natural, far from the obscurity and difficulty of refining other treasures. Soon over 10,000 years passed, and Zhenyuanzi had refined most of the primordial restrictions. At this point, his control over the Earth Book was already quite strong. Although not fully refined, he could still invoke most of its power sufficient to handle ordinary situations. Then Zhenyuanzi turned his attention to the Chaos Dao Compass. He did not rush to contemplate it. Instead, he sat cross-legged between the two spiritual roots and took out a ginseng fruit. The jade box opened, and the rich aroma of the ginseng fruit instantly filled the air, invigorating him as he inhaled. He placed the fruit in his mouth. It melted instantly, turning into a mellow, warm current that surged into his body, transforming into vast spiritual power, while the laws of earth and wood scattered, merging into his limbs, bones, and soul. With the aid of the spiritual fruit, Zhenyuanzi began to circulate the chaotic origin scripture of the Great Dao. This technique was profound and cryptic. As it circulated, it seemed to connect with the chaos origin, drawing upon the myriad great Daos. His divine sense slowly probed toward the Chaos Dao Compass. The chaos core at its center suddenly accelerated, and countless Dao runes surged out like a tide, flooding into his divine sense. These runes encompassed all phenomena, the chaos Dao laws of the primordial opening, the yin-yang and 5 elements of heaven and earth, the stellar Daos of endless cycles, the causal laws of birth and death. Each rune contained infinite mysteries complex enough to daunt an ordinary Daluo Golden Immortal. But now, with the Chaos Dao Compass aiding him, the chaotic origin scripture of the Great Dao guiding him, and the ginseng fruit's power and Dao resonance empowering him, his divine sense was like a blade cutting through thorns, shuttling through the myriad Dao runes, parsing and comprehending. At times his brow furrowed slightly, as if grappling with an obscure law node. At other times a faint smile touched his lips, showing he had grasped some Dao truth. The Daluo resonance around him fluctuated and grew stronger with his insights. Earth yellow Dao patterns swirled on his skin, intertwining with the chaotic aura from the Chaos Dao Compass, forming a strange halo. Time passed swiftly, and another 100,000 years went by. Outside the grotto realm, the beast tribulation intensified, and the land was filled with sorrow and desolation. Kunlun Yujing Mountain. At the summit, an old Taoist clad in a purple robe sat cross-legged, his countenance ancient and plain, his brows imbued with the vicissitudes of eons. Before him, a broken jade disc hovered in the void, myriad Dao laws coiling like swimming dragons upon its surface, now forming the movement of star rivers, now condensing into the rising aura of the Great Dao. Boundless, transformative, immortal light spilled from the disk, enveloping the surroundings, illuminating Yujing Mountain as if it were the origin of the Dao itself. Every strand of immortal light contained infinite principles of the laws, enough to induce enlightenment in any cultivator who gazed upon it. The old Taoist's aura was unfathomable, deep as an abyss and vast as the sea. In stillness, he seemed to merge with heaven and earth. In motion, he could resonate with the primordial Dao. His eyes were half closed, as if contemplating the profound mysteries of the Dao within the jade disk, or quietly observing the changing winds and clouds of the primordial world. His expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if the rise and fall of all things were but a speck of dust in the evolution of the Great Dao. Suddenly the old Taoist opened his eyes. His eyes were deep as the primordial chaos vast enough to encompass all heavens. Where his gaze passed, the void seemed pierced, and the essence of all things, the trajectories of past and future, were laid bare without concealment. He looked toward the direction of the primordial land, sensing the overwhelming calamitous aura that permeated heaven and earth. Slowly he spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable Dao resonance spreading across Yujing Mountain, and even subtly shaking the surrounding Dao laws. The calamitous aura of the primordial world has reached its peak. Fierce beasts run rampant, living beings are plunged into misery, and the Dao falls out of balance. I, a humble priest, must follow the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, descend the mountain, slay the fierce beasts, and cleanse the universe. As his words fell, the purple-robed, old Taoist figure flickered and vanished from the summit of Yujing Mountain. In the eastern sea of the primordial world, the vast waves were already turbulent, and now they churned even more violently, overturning the seas. The endless waters parted from the center to both sides with a thunderous roar, forming a deep abyssal trench, as if heaven and earth had been split by a colossal axe, revealing the dark seabed beneath. Where the waters parted, an invisible force supported them, preventing the raging waves on either side from closing. The sheer grandeur of the spectacle was enough to make any ordinary being's soul scatter. Deep beneath the sea, at the lair of the Dragon Clan, a terrifying might that dominated the primordial world erupted abruptly. It was the pressure of the progenitor of scaled creatures, imbued with the ultimate water Dao and the draconic tyranny. The might shot up into the sky, instantly breaking through the surface, stirring fierce winds over the eastern sea, gathering dark clouds, and unleashing lightning and thunder. Roar! A series of sky-shaking dragon roars echoed through the clouds. Countless dragon silhouettes soared from the seabed, five-clawed golden dragons with scales forged like gold, golden dragons wreathed in gung metal aura, dark black dragons summoning tidal forces. Myriad dragons blotted out the sun, circling above the eastern sea, their draconic might sweeping across the land, making heaven and earth tremble. Then an even more piercing and majestic dragon roar rent the air, as if it could tear the primordial firmament asunder. A colossal dragon billions of miles in length leaped forth from the seabed, its horns towering, its whiskers like a waterfall, its scales shimmering with chaotic hues. Each scale bore the supreme draconic secrets and Dao runes of the Dragon Clan. It coiled above the eastern sea, head held high, its golden vertical pupils scanning the entire primordial world. Wherever its gaze fell, there was only disdain and majesty. Ancestral Dragon. This progenitor of the Dragon Clan, beholding the rampant beasts ravaging the primordial land, and sensing the waning calamitous aura, bellowed a deafening dragon roar, his voice carrying an unyielding dominance. The fierce beasts wreak havoc in the primordial world, defying heaven. Today shall be the day of their extinction. Our Dragon Clan, born in response to destiny, shall ride this calamity, purge the fierce beasts, and establish an eternal foundation. The Dragon Clan shall rise. As the roar faded, Ancestral Dragon moved first. His body of billions of miles swayed, leading billions of dragons in a sweeping charge toward the primordial land. Where they passed, the seas recoiled and baleful auras fled. In the south, the archipelago of the undying volcanoes erupted ceaselessly, magma flowing like rivers, flames soaring to the sky, exuding the Dao of fire that could burn heaven and earth. Deep within the volcanoes, the cries of phoenixes rang unceasingly, clear and sacred, imbued with the supreme mystery of rebirth through nirvana. At the summit of a volcano, a figure bathed in endless flames, spreading its wings across billions of miles. Its feathers displayed 7 colors, each feather seemingly condensed from innate leaf fire, shimmering with immortal radiance. This was the progenitor of the Phoenix Clan, Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng sensed the changes in the celestial mechanism. Her eyes, imbued with flame and vitality, flickered slightly. She could clearly perceive that the fate of the fierce beasts was rapidly declining, and the opportunity for the innate deities and various clans had arrived. The fierce beast clan is at the end of its rope. Yuanfeng said, her voice crisp as jade striking stone, yet carrying an unyielding resolve. Our Phoenix Clan shall lead the tribe to annihilate the fierce beasts, seize merit, and strengthen our fortune. With that, Yuanfeng flapped her wings, the 7-colored feathers stirring up a sky full of flames, transforming into a streak of light that led the elite phoenixes toward the gathering places of the fierce beasts. Where the flames passed, evil auras melted away. In the western ancestral vein, Mount Shumi. At the summit, a 12-petaled lotus bloomed, its petals black as ink, exuding a demonic nature that devoured everything. Upon the lotus sat a Daoist in black robes, his handsome face tinged with a hint of sinister, surrounded by chains of black laws that radiated overwhelming demonic might, enough to make the heavens tremble and the Dao retreat. This was the demon ancestor Luoho. Luoho had been meditating with closed eyes, as if nurturing the power of destruction in silence. Suddenly he opened his eyes, pitch black orbs devoid of any light, filled only with endless coldness and the will to kill. His gaze fell upon the rampaging fierce beasts on the western continent, watching them slaughter each other and massacre living beings. A bone-chilling cold flickered in his eyes. A group of ants that only know slaughter. How dare they run rampant on the primordial land? Luaho's voice was filled with contempt and arrogance. The fierce beast clan born of resentment and baleful aura are nothing but a cancer of the primordial world. They must be destroyed. In this primordial heaven and earth, only we innate deities can rule the universe and establish the eternal order. You fierce beasts all deserve death. As the words fell, Luaho's demonic aura surged. The 12-petaled lotus spun, emitting a devouring force that could swallow heaven and earth. He took a step and vanished from Mount Shumi, heading toward the densest concentration of fierce beasts. Where his demonic passed, all fell silent. At the same time, storms were brewing across the primordial world. East of Buzhou Mountain in the Qilin ancestral land, the Qilin roared their auspicious aura, mingling with baleful energy. The primordial Qilin led the Qilin clan, crossing mountains and rivers, charging toward the fierce beasts. At the confluence of Yin and Yang Qi, the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor appeared with Yin and Yang flowing around him, evolving into the Taiji. Where he passed, fierce beasts were either born or died. From the Qianquan secret realm, the Qianquan Old Ancestor emerged, bearing the innate treasure Qianquan cauldron on his head, draped in the Qianquan diagram, with the Qianquan ruler at his waist and the Qianquan fan in his hand. With every gesture, he could suppress a region of fierce beasts. In the Five Elements mountain range, the Five Elements Old Ancestor channeled the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming a boundless killing formation that annihilated countless fierce beasts. In the realm of inverted heaven and earth, the Dian Dao Old Ancestor's figure was eerie, capable of distorting time and space, causing the fierce beasts to kill each other in confusion. In the primordial starry domain, the solar true fire blazed, and Taiyang Zhuzhao manifested its true form. A blazing sun hanging in the sky, incinerating myriad fierce beasts. The lunar clear light scattered, and Taiyin Yuying appeared silently. Wherever the moon's shadow reached, the life force of the fierce beasts was severed. Ziwei Old Ancestor summoned the power of the stars, billions of constellations turning into blades that cleaved the fierce beasts on the primordial land. In the northern sea, Hun Kuan Patriarch sat cross-legged on the dark ice, opened his mouth, and inhaled countless fierce beasts into his belly, refining their origin. In the netherworld of the underworld, the Ghost Mother appeared, channeling the power of the nether, causing countless ghostly figures to surge and drag the fierce beasts into the netherworld, never to be reborn. Countless innate deities and innate races, all sensing the changes in the celestial mechanism and knowing that the calamity of the fierce beasts was drawing to a close, emerged one after another. Some for merit, some for fortune, some for survival, launching the final siege against the fierce beast clan. However, most of the innate sacred beings nurtured by the primordial land itself, aside from Zhenyuanzi, who had already transformed, were still in the process of gestation. Some were still nurturing their intelligence deep within the caves, others had not yet even awakened their consciousness. This splendid yet brutal calamity sweeping the primordial world was still too distant for them. The current storms of the primordial world had nothing to do with them. And within the cave of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi, who had taken form early, was still immersed in cultivation. His heart was as still as water, as if he were oblivious to the bloody storms outside. In the primordial world, strength is supreme. This is an immutable iron law. Although he had transformed as a Daluo Golden Immortal, far surpassing ordinary innate beings in starting point, there was still a great gap in realm compared to those innate deities who had transformed and cultivated for countless ages. Only by devoting himself to cultivation and solidifying his foundation could he establish a foothold in the future primordial world. In the boundless chaos of the primordial era, time was immeasurable, and cultivation knew no seasons. In the blink of an eye, countless eons silently slipped away. On this day, within the cavern heaven of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes. The Dao runes flickered briefly in his gaze before returning to tranquility. After 4 eons of arduous cultivation, comprehending the 3,000 Chaos Daos upon the Chaos Dao compass, his aura had undergone earth-shaking transformations. The Daluo Dao resonance around him grew more condensed and profound. Every gesture seemed to resonate with the primordial land itself. The mana within him surged like an endless ocean, its purity far surpassing those of the same rank. His primordial spirit sat serenely in the center of the sea of consciousness, radiating an immortal divine light, as stable as the Heavenly Dao's bedrock. His physical body brimmed with boundless might, every inch of skin flowing with the essence of the Dao, indestructible. His cultivation base had now soared from the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal to the late stage. And this was not merely a one-sided advancement in Dao comprehension or mana accumulation. Rather, every aspect, Dao law comprehension, mana depth, primordial spirit strength, and physical power, had all reached the peak of the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage, perfectly integrated, without any flaw. Such a cultivation speed was nothing short of heaven-defying. To think that other primordial deities would often go into seclusion for tens or hundreds of eons, and even a small breakthrough in a single realm was considered rare, let alone leaping 2 minor realms and achieving a comprehensive upgrade in just 4 eons. Unless one forcefully advanced through merit power or obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, such a feat was utterly impossible. The foundation of Zhenyuanzi's incredible speed lay in the Chaos Dao Compass and the Chaos Dao Origin Scripture. The Chaos Dao Compass floated before him, rotating slowly. The chaotic currents within its core continuously evolved into various Dao laws, presenting them clearly to his divine sense, aiding his comprehension with an efficiency thousands of times greater than that of ordinary primordial deities. The Chaos Dao Origin Scripture was profound and all-encompassing, covering everything from mana circulation to law comprehension, from nurturing the primordial spirit to tempering the physical body. It provided detailed guidance in every aspect, leaving no obstacles in his cultivation path. Combined with the vast energy and Dao resonance provided by innate spiritual treasures like the ginseng fruit, the 3 elements together created such an astonishing cultivation speed. Zhenyuanzi, feeling the surging power within him, remained calm. He simply restrained his aura and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, on the vast primordial land, after the joint efforts of the primordial deities, the 3 primordial tribes, and other races, the number of ferocious beasts had been reduced by over 90%. The once sky-darkening hordes of ferocious beasts had become sparse. The calamity aura permeating the heavens and earth had greatly diminished. Though killing still occurred, it was no longer as brutal as before. In the northern region of the primordial land, at Beast Emperor Mountain, this peak formed from the bones of countless ferocious beasts was now shrouded in an extremely heavy atmosphere. At the summit stood a ferocious beast whose body towered for billions of miles. It bore a single horn, was covered in bone spikes, and exuded dense killing intent and resentment. It was the emperor of the ferocious beasts, Zhenyuanzi. Behind him gathered the few remaining kings of the ferocious beast race, each radiating a terrifying aura comparable to the mightiest primordial deities. They sensed the pressure closing in from all directions, knowing that the final battle was approaching. Zhenyuanzi looked up at the sky, his eyes flickering with madness and unwillingness. Primordial deities. Primordial races. We were born in the primordial land. Why can't we coexist with you? Since you seek to exterminate my ferocious beast race, let me show you the final fury of our kind. His killing aura surged wildly. The beast kings behind him roared in unison, summoning the scattered ferocious beasts across the land to converge on Beast Emperor Mountain, ready to make their last stand against the besieging primordial deities. The great calamity of the ferocious beasts in the primordial era was about to reach its final conclusion. Within the cavern heaven of Honghuang Temple, spiritual energy surged like tides, and Dao resonance flowed. Zhenyuanzi slowly rose from his meditation. The aura of the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage flickered faintly around him, both as heavy as the earth and as ethereal as the Dao itself. After several eons of hard cultivation, his strength and cultivation had greatly improved. He temporarily ended his practice. It is time to go out and explore, he murmured to himself, intending to travel across the primordial land. Now that his power had reached the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage, he was neither the strongest nor the weakest in this era. Moreover, he possessed the Chaos Dao Compass, a supreme treasure, and the Earth Scripture, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure for protection. Even if danger truly arose, he could handle it, or at least evade, defend, or flee. Before leaving, he had one more thing to do. Zhenyuanzi walked slowly to a patch of primordial spiritual soil within the cavern heaven, where 2 highly spiritual, innate spiritual herbs grew. One was emerald green, having absorbed the wind energy of countless ages. The other was pure white, like jade, nurtured by endless lunar essence. He flicked his fingers, and 2 earth yellow Dao runes sank into the 2 herbs. With a hum, the herbs trembled violently. Green light and lunar radiance intertwined, and after the light dissipated, a boy and a girl appeared. The boy wore green robes with a clear and lively expression. The girl was dressed in white, her skin like snow, her eyes as pure as moonlight. As soon as they took form, they sensed the profound connection of origin with Zhenyuanzi. They immediately knelt and bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Though they had just transformed, they possessed the cultivation of golden immortals. Such was the benefit of being enlightened by Zhenyuanzi, a starting point far beyond that of ordinary primordial beings. Zhenyuanzi looked at the 2 children and said calmly, "You were born with the clear wind, so you shall be named Qingfeng. You grew with the moonlight, so you shall be named Mingyue." "Thank you, master, for the names." Qingfeng and Mingyue replied in unison, their voices filled with reverence. "I will go on a journey. The cavern heaven of Honghuang Temple will be left in your care." Zhenyuanzi's gaze swept over the central spiritual trees, the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum tree. Especially these 2 spiritual roots, they must be tended carefully. Let no external force disturb them. "We shall obey your decree," Qingfeng and Mingyue said solemnly, their expressions serious. Though newly enlightened, they possessed some innate knowledge of the importance of these two spiritual roots and understood the weight of their master's command. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly, said no more, and turned toward the exit of the cavern heaven. The entrance was shrouded by an innate formation, but Zhenyuanzi had long refined the core of the cavern heaven and fully mastered the formation, allowing him to come and go freely. His figure passed through an invisible spatial barrier and silently appeared atop Wanshou Mountain. The moment he emerged from the cavern heaven, the vastness and boundlessness of the primordial land rushed toward him. The Wanshou mountain range stretched endlessly, its peaks either towering into the clouds or winding into the mist. The sheer size of the Wanshou mountain range dwarfed the entire universe of Zhenyuanzi's previous life. The so-called grand worlds here were but a drop in the ocean. The air was thick with primal spiritual energy, though not as rich as within the cavern heaven, still extraordinary. Indeed, this is the primordial land. Zhenyuanzi sighed with emotion. The primordial land at this time had not yet endured the fires of the Dragonhan calamity, the tearing of the Dao Demon War, or the shattering of the Wu Yao Tribulation. The heavens and earth remained intact, overflowing with an astonishing abundance of spiritual energy. As far as the eye could see, valleys, cliffs, and streams were dotted with innate spiritual herbs glowing with a soft luster. Some leaves bore thunder runes, some petals contained the Dao resonance of fire, and some roots were entwined with strands of spatial power. Exposed rock faces occasionally revealed the dazzling gleam of immortal gold or the mysterious light of divine ore, all treasures that would be priceless in later ages. This was one of the purposes of Zhenyuanzi's journey. The primordial land, untouched by countless calamities, still held a wealth of innate spiritual objects and heavenly treasures. Since he had transformed early and could ensure his safety, he naturally wanted to fully exploit his advantage of foresight and gather as many resources as possible. Even if he did not need them himself, they could serve other purposes in the future. Zhenyuanzi's eyes flickered without a moment's hesitation. His figure blurred, transforming into a streak of earthy yellow light that wove through the Wanshou Mountains. He directly became a bulldozer of the primordial world. Wherever he passed, every valuable primordial spiritual treasure, whether rare celestial flora or divine herbs, was swept into his spiritual treasure space. The scattered celestial gold and divine ore strewn across the ground were also drawn to him by his great magical power, classified and stored. Such behavior, like a primordial bulldozer, seemed somewhat at odds with his identity as a sacred being, yet Zhenyuanzi's heart remained utterly undisturbed. In the primordial world, opportunities flicker and vanish in an instant. If these primordial spiritual treasures were left in place, they would only benefit later comers in vain or be destroyed in the cataclysms of the ages, ground to dust in the battles of the mighty. Rather than that, it was better for him to gather them all, enhancing the foundation of his 5 villages temple. Perhaps in the future, they might even contribute to the primordial world once more. Besides collecting spiritual treasures, Zhenyuanzi did not forget to clear the ferocious beasts from the Wanshou Mountains. Though it was already the end of the beast calamity and most of the ferocious beasts in heaven and earth had either been annihilated or were converging toward the Beast Emperor Mountain, there were still some stragglers that had escaped the purge for reasons unknown and had not journeyed to the Beast Emperor Mountain. The vast expanse of the Wanshou Mountains harbored many such remnant ferocious beasts lurking in caves or coiled around spirit veins. Most were at the Mystic Immortal or Golden Immortal level, with the strongest reaching the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. With their strength, these beasts naturally posed no threat to Zhenyuanzi. Thus he showed them no mercy. With a flick of his fingers, streams of Dao principle energy flew forth, manifesting as divine abilities or crushing directly with overwhelming magical power. Those ferocious beasts, which struck terror into many primordial beings, were utterly fragile before him. Often a single encounter left them with their souls destroyed, only their baleful remains left behind. Whenever a ferocious beast was slain, a faint stream of golden energy descended from heaven and earth, merging into Zhenyuanzi's body. This was the power of merit. The ferocious beasts had ravaged the primordial world for endless ages, and now they were no longer tolerated by heaven and earth. Thus, slaying them granted merit and fortune. This was one of the reasons why many primordial deities and ancient clans were now hunting down the beasts across the primordial world. It was not merely the destruction the beasts had wrought upon the primordial world, nor the threat they posed, that drove the hunt. The primary motive was to obtain merit and fortune. As a supreme primordial sacred being born of the primordial world, Zhenyuanzi was naturally endowed with great fortune, yet he would not turn down such easily acquired merit. Though he would not use merit to directly elevate his cultivation, merit had many other uses beyond enhancing power. In the primordial world, one who possessed great merit and fortune was blessed by heaven and earth. Anyone who wished to act against such a person would have to tread with great caution. Thus, for the time being, Zhenyuanzi was quite attentive to merit. Time slipped away silently. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Because the Wanshou Mountains were vast beyond measure, and Zhenyuanzi was not traveling in a rush, but leisurely wandering. collecting primordial treasures, slaying ferocious beasts. It took him 1,000 years to traverse the entire Wanshou Mountains. He gathered most of the valuable primordial spiritual treasures and eradicated every ferocious beast upon the mountains. In the end, he was richly rewarded. Within his spiritual treasure space, he had not only amassed a vast hoard of divine herbs, celestial minerals, and immortal ores, but also obtained 2 inferior-grade primordial spiritual roots. One was the mystic ice jade lotus, which could gather water essence. The other was the town-suppressing pine, which could stabilize earth and condense chi. Though both were only inferior grade, they were still at the level of primordial spiritual roots, far surpassing ordinary celestial herbs. Many powerful figures in later ages, even Daluo experts, could not possess a single inferior-grade primordial spiritual root. As the last ferocious beast of the Wanshou Mountains was slain, a torrent of golden merit far more dense than before descended from the heavens, coalescing behind him into a golden wheel of merit several zhang in diameter. It shone with golden light, radiating a serene and sacred aura. The Wanshou Mountains are done. Time to see other places. Zhenyuanzi restrained his aura, merged the golden wheel of merit into his body, and with a flicker of his figure flew toward the eastern continent. Along the way, he continued to gather all the celestial herbs and immortal materials he saw. 100 years later, he arrived before another equally vast mountain range. This mountain range stretched endlessly, its peaks not as majestic as those of the Wanshou Mountains, but they exuded an air of agility and ethereality. Mist and clouds coiled around the mountains like silk ribbons, never dispersing, adorning the peaks like a fairyland. More remarkably, patches of red clouds often drifted through the sky, the crimson glow painting the landscape in a warm hue. The primordial spiritual energy in the air was also dense, laced with a faint trace of fire-attuned Dao resonance. This place. Zhenyuanzi swept his divine sense and suddenly felt a spark of enlightenment. It is the Red Cloud Mountain Range. The name Red Cloud Mountains came not only from the red clouds in the sky, but also from a fire cloud cavern deep within the range, which nurtured the first wisp of red cloud chi in the world. It would eventually transform into a primordial sacred being, the one known as the primordial world's Good Samaritan, Red Cloud. In the original fate trajectory of the primordial world, Red Cloud and Zhenyuanzi were close friends, but that was in the original fate, which had nothing to do with the current Zhenyuanzi. In fact, in the depths of the current Zhenyuanzi's heart, he looked down upon Red Cloud, a dignified primordial sacred being reduced to a Good Samaritan. In the primordial world, that is hardly a compliment. Zhenyuanzi mused inwardly. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Being called a Good Samaritan was nothing to boast about. Moreover, that fellow had even sat on the meditation mat in the Purple Cloud Palace, but gave it up for nothing. Later he obtained the Honghuang purple chi, yet instead of staying in the 5 villages temple's cave to comprehend it in peace, he wandered around and ultimately met his end. Regardless of whether there were special reasons, judging solely by his actions, one could only say he was a series of blunders, a veritable ado of the primordial world, incapable of being helped. However, it seemed that Red Cloud was still in gestation, perhaps not even born with intelligence yet, so he had little to do with him and was not worth his attention. It would be better to explore the Red Cloud Mountains and see what valuable primordial spiritual treasures there were, then take them all. Let's reap first. Zhenyuanzi's gaze fell on the depths of the mountains. His figure flickered, and he began to roam the Red Cloud Mountains in the same manner. Another 1,000 years passed in a flash. Although the primordial spiritual treasures in the Red Cloud Mountains were not as dense as in the Wanshou Mountains, they had their own unique characteristics, with many rare treasures imbued with fire and cloud attributes. Zhenyuanzi accepted all without exception, gathering them into his storage, and the remaining ferocious beasts he encountered became nourishment for his golden wheel of merit. One day he ventured deep into the heart of the Red Cloud Mountains and suddenly raised an eyebrow. The fluctuation of a primordial restriction. Could this be the location of the Fire Cloud Cavern? With a subtle movement of his divine sense, he instantly locked onto the source of the fluctuation, a valley shrouded in thick mist ahead. His figure flickered, and Zhenyuanzi silently landed outside the valley. Here clear springs babbled, streams meandered, and the riverbed was paved with multicolored jade. Sunlight filtered through the clouds and mist, casting a riot of iridescent halos. The valley was carpeted with spiritual herbs, all rare treasures imbued with the essence of cloud fire. The primordial spiritual energy was so dense it seemed ready to condense into droplets. Truly a blessed valley of supreme spiritual land. And the fluctuation of the primordial restriction emanated from behind an unremarkable cliff face at the valley's center. Zhenyuanzi examined it carefully and found that this was a natural primordial formation, its ruins hidden among the rocks and vegetation flowing with faint space and fire laws. Then Zhenyuanzi tested the primordial formation and found it to be of moderate strength, strong enough to block an ordinary Daluo Golden Immortal. But such a level of primordial formation cannot be the one guarding the Fire Cloud Cavern. The formation of the Fire Cloud Cavern must be far beyond this. Zhenyuanzi understood in his heart. A top-tier cave heaven like the Fire Cloud Cavern would possess a primordial formation far stronger than the one before him. Just like the formation of his own 5 villages temple cave heaven, which was far superior to this one, and also far more concealed. But since this place was guarded by a primordial formation that could repel a Daluo Golden Immortal, what lay behind it must be no ordinary thing. Perhaps a primordial spiritual treasure or a primordial spiritual root. A flicker of interest crossed Zhenyuanzi's eyes. But to obtain it, he first had to break the formation. There were 2 ways to break the formation. One was to use overwhelming power to force it open. The other was to comprehend the formation thoroughly, and then control it to open or enter directly. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. Never mind, why waste time? With his current cultivation, late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal, and having reached that level in Law's magical power, physical body, and primordial spirit, he was unafraid even of a peak Daluo Golden Immortal, and he was confident in being invincible within the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. This formation, which could only hold back an ordinary Daluo Golden Immortal, was nothing before him. Zhenyuanzi raised his hand slightly, his internal magical power surging, and endless Dao principle energy boiled on his body's surface. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers and gently pointed at the cliff face. Break. The single word seemed to carry the power of creation. A beam of condensed, profound, earthy yellow light shot out the pillar, entwined with countless Dao runes, causing the void to tremble slightly wherever it passed. Boom. The pillar slammed violently into the formation's light screen on the cliff face. The light screen rippled violently, the array patterns flickering madly as they erupted with dazzling brightness, clearly exerting all their might to resist. Yet this strike from Zhenyuanzi not only contained terrifying Great Luo magical power, but also the boundless force of the Great Dao laws. Even a true Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it hard to withstand head-on, let alone this mere array formation. With a crisp sound, the light screen shattered, the array patterns fractured inch by inch, dissolving into shimmering specks of spiritual radiance that dissipated into the world. Once the formation was broken, a deep, dark cave mouth was revealed behind the cliff wall, from which emanated a dense spatial fluctuation. Zhenyuanzi stepped inside, and the scene before him transformed abruptly. What greeted his eyes was a small grotto heaven realm, roughly 100 million li in size. Though far inferior to the Honghuang temple grotto, it was still considered quite decent. Within the grotto, earth energy surged upward, and the primordial spiritual energy was over 100 times denser than outside the valley. Faintly visible liquid spiritual essence gathered by the energy flowed across the ground. At the heart of the grotto stood a miraculous tree towering 1,000 zhang in height. The tree was entirely crimson, its trunk as crystalline as agate. Its branches stretched out, and the leaves were shaped like flames, their edges burning with a faint red fire that was not scorching, but instead radiated a gentle life aura. Hanging from the branches were hundreds of fruits resembling red jade. Cloud patterns swirled across their surfaces, and faint wisps of red chi could be seen flowing within, exuding pure traces of fire and cloud Dao principles. A mid-grade innate spiritual root, the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree. A flicker of delight flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. This Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripens once every 3,000 years, producing 360 fruits each time. The fruits not only contain vast life energy nourishing the physical body and warming the primordial spirit, but they also aid cultivators in comprehending the laws of fire and cloud. For those practicing fire or cloud techniques, they are nothing short of a supreme treasure. What is even more rare is that this tree is extremely ancient. The 360 Fire Cloud Immortal peaches on it are the first-generation fruits, already fully ripe, having gestated for countless eons. Their medicinal efficacy is at its peak, comparable to high-grade innate spiritual fruits. Thereafter, every 9,000 years, a batch of mid-grade innate spiritual fruits can be harvested. Although Zhenyuanzi already possessed 2 top-grade innate spiritual roots, he was never one to disdain such a treasure. An innate spiritual root is the foundation of a grotto heaven. One more root thickens the spiritual fortune of the grotto, making it an excellent spiritual object for personal use or for forging bonds with fellow Taoists in the future. Without any hesitation, he summoned the Earth Book. The ancient pages unfurled, emanating a heavy aura of the Earth Dao. He gently drew upon the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree. The Immortal Peach Tree, along with the vast expanse of spiritual soil beneath it, was enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force, slowly rising and vanishing into the treasure space within the Earth Book. There he had already carved out a small realm suitable for the growth of spiritual roots. After returning to the Honghuang Temple Grotto, he would transplant the root into the grotto. Having done all this, Zhenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the small grotto heaven. After harvesting the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree, Zhenyuanzi felt quite pleased. At the same time, he sensed that the Red Cloud Mountain Range held deeper secrets. This mountain range, which would one day nurture the future Hongjun, possessed a foundation far richer than he had originally known. He decided to slow his journey, sweeping his divine sense across every inch of the mountain range, not even sparing the deep earth veins or hidden ravines, determined to thoroughly explore the depths of the mountain's heritage. 100 years of time was but a fleeting moment in the primordial world. One day Zhenyuanzi was traversing a canyon shrouded in red clouds when his divine sense suddenly touched upon a faint, yet pure fluctuation of forbidden restrictions. It was entirely different from the formation outside the fire cloud immortal peach tree. This fluctuation contained a subtle sharpness and spatial Dao resonance. Oh, another innate formation. A hint of surprise flickered in Zhenyuanzi's eyes, then he shifted his form and followed the fluctuation to a precipice. The cliff was covered in red rock, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Without that trace of forbidden fluctuation, even a great Daluo Golden Immortal would find it hard to detect any anomaly. He pressed his hand against the rock face, extending his divine sense into it, instantly deciphering the formation's framework. This was an innate killing array woven from the laws of space and gunmetal. Its array patterns were more exquisite than the formation outside the previous grotto, and a faint aura of slaughter flowed within, clearly meant to guard something important. Break! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhenyuanzi struck out directly, forcibly shattering the formation. This time, he even mobilized a trace of the might of his Chaos Supreme Treasure. The great Dao laws within his body resonated with a wisp of the original essence of the Chaos Great Dao Compass. A chaotic colored beam of light condensed at his fingertips, seemingly effortless as it pressed against the rock face. The beam of light pierced through the rock wall like a knife through tofu, precisely striking the formation's core. With a crisp crack, the array patterns fractured inch by inch, and the rock wall slowly parted to both sides, revealing an entrance to an unknown grotto heaven. Stepping inside, a dense aura of sharp metal energy rushed toward him. This grotto heaven was far larger than the previous one, spanning billions upon billions of miles. The space was filled with countless tiny golden specks of light, the manifestation of the original gunmetal essence. At the center of the grotto hovered an ancient, unadorned longsword. The blade was 3 feet 7 inches in length, entirely dark gold, as if forged from the quintessence of billions of stars. Dense gunmetal runes were carved into the sword body, and as they flowed, countless sharp metal energies surged within, exuding a sharpness that seemed capable of cutting through all things. The pressure of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure spread like a tangible force. Then a surge of cosmic information flowed into his mind. High-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the sky-rending sword. The light sparkled in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. This sword embodied the purest and most intense law of gunmetal and the ever-changing law of space. When the sword is drawn, it is like a falling star from the 9 heavens, swift beyond the divine sense reaction of ordinary experts. It can sever the laws of the myriad realms with the sharpness of gunmetal, and it can also instantly traverse the cracks of space using spatial power. Wherever the sword's momentum reaches, even the sky itself seems to be torn apart. Truly a rare weapon of slaughter in the primordial world. If a great Daluo Golden Immortal could wield this sword, his combat power would see a tremendous boost. He reached out his hand, and the sky-rending sword, as if endowed with spirit, let out a clear, resonant hum and flew actively into his grasp. It was cool to the touch. The runic shadows on the blade gently swam across his palm, and an intimate connection arose effortlessly. In the primordial world, any innate spiritual treasure is extremely rare. A high-grade treasure is enough to make great Daluo Golden Immortals battle to the death for it. Zhenyuanzi mused as he lightly stroked the sword. To obtain a high-grade innate spiritual treasure here was both a pleasant surprise and somewhat unexpected for Zhenyuanzi. He had merely intended to try his luck again, never expecting that he would actually gain something, and that it would be a high-grade innate spiritual treasure at that. One should not think that just because he was born with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, a high-grade one is insignificant. In the primordial world, any innate spiritual treasure is extremely precious. Each contains the immortal light of innate non-destruction, innate restrictions, and original innate essence. Every innate spiritual treasure serves a different purpose for great Daluo experts and is extremely valuable. In later ages, many innate holy beings or great Daluo experts did not even possess a single low-grade innate spiritual treasure, let alone a high-grade one. Thus, although Zhenyuanzi already possessed a Chaos Supreme Treasure and a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, obtaining a high-grade one at this time filled him with great joy. Even if he did not use it himself, it could be used for comprehension or in the future to reward disciples and the like. However, in the original trajectory of the primordial world's fate, Hongjun was not only known as a good-natured fellow, but also as the most impoverished among the heavenly saints. He had neither a companion spiritual root nor a companion spiritual treasure. Even after emerging into the world and roaming the primordial for endless eons, he failed to obtain a single decent innate spiritual treasure. It was only after the first lecture at the Purple Sky Palace and the emergence of the gourd vine at Mount Bujo that he acquired the 99 soul-scattering gourd. Yet now in this Red Cloud Mountain range a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure was found. Had this treasure remained undiscovered in the original destiny, or perhaps it had been snatched away by someone else first. Regardless of the reason, since this innate spiritual treasure had appeared before him, and he had encountered it, he naturally had no intention of letting it go. Since it has come into my possession, it is fate. Zhenyuanzi ceased his musings, stored the sky-rending sword into the space of the Earth Book, and turned to leave the grotto heaven. By now he had thoroughly searched the Red Cloud Mountain range, and there was no need to linger any longer. With a thought, he transformed into a streak of light and flew eastward. Over the next 10,000 years, Zhenyuanzi continued to journey through the immortal mountains and blessed lands of the primordial world. From the mist-shrouded Immortal Cloud Ridge to the spiritually gushing Jade Spring Valley, wherever he passed, he collected all valuable, innate spiritual objects. Countless exotic flowers and rare herbs piled high like mountains of spiritual medicines and divine materials emitted a refreshing fragrance. Star iron, chaos stone, phoenix wood, various immortal metals, and divine ore sparkled with brilliant luster. Along the way, he made two major gains. First, in a place of extreme cold, he found a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the profound ice mirror. This mirror could release ultimate cold, freezing time and space, and was especially effective against fire-based abilities. Second, deep within a swamp, he discovered a mid-grade, innate spiritual root, the innate grapevine. The vine was laden with purplish-black grapes, each containing rich spiritual energy of wood and water. Consuming them could nourish the primordial spirit, and they could also be used to brew spiritual wine infused with Dao resonance. One day Zhenyuanzi stood atop a nameless mountain peak. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and looked up toward the northern continent. Even across an unimaginably vast expanse of time and space, he could clearly sense that the calamitous energy of the world was surging and twisting at a terrifying pace. It was as if two peerless demon gods were about to collide, their momentum fierce enough to sweep through the entire primordial world and affect the four extremities. The final battle of the beast calamity is about to begin, isn't it? Zhenyuanzi understood. The last struggle between the beast Emperor Shini and the host of primordial celestial immortals would be brutally fierce, and the primordial world itself might be shaken. This place is no longer safe. Return to Honghuang Temple. He made an immediate decision, ceasing his travels. An intense yellow light radiated from his body, and by leveraging the Earth Book's connection with the land, his form instantly merged into the void, returning to mountain longevity at the fastest speed. The journey here had taken countless millennia, yet the return took only a brief moment. When Zhenyuanzi's figure appeared at the entrance to the Honghuang Temple Grotto, Qingfeng and Mingyue, having already sensed his aura, hurried over. "Greetings, Master." Seeing Zhenyuanzi appear, the two child attendants quickly bowed, joy in their eyes. "Master, you have returned." Qingfeng, the more lively one, couldn't help but speak. "In these 10,000 years, everything in the grotto has been well. The ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plums are growing splendidly, but what?" Zhenyuanzi asked. Mingyue added softly, "Only occasionally powerful experts have drawn near the outer edge of the grotto, but thanks to the formation barrier, they seem not to have detected it." Zhenyuanzi nodded, slightly indicating that he understood. Then he stepped into the grotto with the two attendants following closely behind. Arriving beside the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum tree, Zhenyuanzi moved his mind, and the Earth Book unfurled. Countless innate spiritual herbs and medicines flowed out like a river, categorized in midair, and then fell into the prepared spiritual soil. Next, 4 spiritual roots: the profound ice jade lotus, the mountain-suppressing pine, the fire cloud immortal peach tree, and the innate grapevine, also appeared and were transplanted around the 2 top-grade roots, forming a vast spiritual herb garden. The roots shone in harmony, and the spiritual energy grew even denser. Subsequently, he set up formation restrictions over this area. Qingfeng, Mingyue, Zhenyuanzi turned and said, "This spiritual herb garden will be entrusted to you two from now on. Tend to it with care and diligence, and make no mistakes." "We shall obey Master's instructions." The two attendants looked at the garden full of spiritual treasures, awe in their eyes, and quickly responded. Though they did not know the specific value of these objects, they could sense the immense vitality and Dao resonance within. After handling the spirit garden, Zhenyuanzi took out the immortal metals and divine ores he had collected over the years. He formed hand seals, and the chaos great Dao compass hovered in the air, emitting chaotic streams that merged into the metals and ores. Those extremely hard divine ores, under the influence of the chaotic streams and his magical power, rapidly melted and took shape, becoming magnificent immortal halls. The main hall, Honghuang Hall, was majestic and grand, paved with immortal gold and supported by jade pillars. The roof was covered with star gems, shining brilliantly. On both sides, Qingfeng Hall and Mingyue Hall were exquisite and delicate, yet not lacking in Dao resonance. Additionally, pavilions, towers, winding corridors, and waterside pavilions dotted the area, all forged from immortal gold and inscribed with Dao runes for gathering spiritual energy and defense. In just a short, while a majestic complex of palaces rose from the ground complementing the surrounding spiritual roots, and the herb garden, making the Honghuang temple grotto even more sacred and magnificent. Xingfeng and Mingyue watched in stunned amazement. It took them a moment to recover, then they stepped forward to congratulate. Congratulations, master. Honghuang temple grows ever more prosperous. Zhenyuanzi smiled slightly. He took 2 Fire Cloud Immortal Peaches from the Earth Book space and handed them to the 2 attendants. These are the fruits of the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree. Eating them will aid your cultivation. Go and practice diligently. The peaches were entirely crimson, radiating a gentle spiritual light and Dao resonance. The 2 attendants took them, feeling a warm current surge into their bodies, instantly invigorating them. They quickly bowed in thanks. Thank you for your gift, master. With that, they respectfully retreated, holding the peaches. Zhenyuanzi gazed at everything before him, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. The foundation of Honghuang Temple was now even more solid. Next, he would await the conclusion of the great battle in the north, and welcome the new changes in the primordial world. Meanwhile, in the northern continent of the primordial wilderness, the Beast Emperor Mountain stood between heaven and earth, its vastness boundless, as if it were a slumbering ancient beast exhaling the most primal baleful chi of the primordial wilderness. Atop the mountain peak, a battle of world-shattering proportions was unfolding, enough to tear the very heavens of the primordial wilderness asunder. The Beast Emperor Zhenyuanzi stood proudly in the void, his body spanning 999 million li like a chaotic demonic wall that blotted out the sky. Every inch of his skin was branded with the primal runes of the beast race, flowing with a baleful aura that could freeze time and space. Above his head floated a pitch-black millstone, its edges covered with fang-like protrusions, emitting a grating sound as it turned. It exuded the terrifying power of devouring laws and crushing Dao rhymes. The baleful supreme treasure, the destroying millstone, the ultimate embodiment of destruction. In his hand, he gripped the Godslayer spear, its shaft blood red, and its tip shrouded in an indestructible origin of slaughter. This spear, a supreme treasure of carnage, stirred the murderous aura of the primordial wilderness with every tremor, and even the great Dao would retreat 3 parts before its point. Roar! Zhenyuanzi let out a roar, the sound wave transforming into a tangible torrent of baleful energy, instantly sweeping across hundreds of billions of trillions of li of void. Wherever it passed, endless time and space shattered like broken glass, countless projections of great worlds annihilated in the torrent, and even the river of time was stirred into surging waves by this roar, with countless shadows of past and future crumbling in the waves. He was already at the peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, only a step away from the supreme Dao fruit. His aura was so formidable that it pressed the entire northern continent into lamentation, making him the undisputed mightiest being in the primordial wilderness at that moment. A swarm of ants dares to block my path. Zhenyuanzi's gaze was like 2 burning flames of baleful fire sweeping over the densely packed army of innate deities and primordial races before him, his tone filled with disdain. Nor was it unreasonable for him to be so confident. With his current strength and the supreme treasures in his hands, even ancestral dragon Yuanfeng Hongjun or Luoho were not worth mentioning before him. Unfortunately, there were too many powerful innate deities present. Even though the Beast Emperor Zhenyuanzi's might was overwhelming, he could only be besieged here. Ancestor Hongjun stood amidst billions of purple thunderbolts, his purple robe billowing with countless Dao runes flowing around him. He did not use the creation jade disc. Instead, he held the supreme treasure, the Pangu banner, before him. As the banner unfurled, billions of chaotic heaven-opening sword chi roared out, each containing the supreme power to split chaos and create heaven and earth. Where the sword chi passed, hundreds of billions of trillions of li of void were directly cut into chaotic currents, and even the indestructible baleful barrier around Zhenyuanzi was torn into cracks billions of trillions of li long. At the same time, he gently tapped the ground with a dragon-headed staff. The golden dragon on the staff roared, spouting a beam of golden light containing numerous Dao laws, instantly stabilizing the order of heaven and earth that had been disrupted by the sword chi. This was the supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the dragon-head staff, which, though not as domineering as the Pangu banner, could anchor the cosmos and stabilize time and space. The beast race ravages the primordial wilderness. They deserve annihilation. Hongjun's voice was calm, but carried an unyielding will. Demon ancestor Luoho's demonic aura surged, transforming into a boundless sea of demons. The 12-grade extinction black lotus slowly rotated beneath his feet, its petals opening and closing, constantly devouring the surrounding baleful chi and fragments of laws, converting them into his own demonic essence. He held a pitch-black demonic banner, and as he waved it, billions of extinguished demonic thoughts surged like a tide toward Zhenyuanzi, distorting time and space, causing primordial spirits to tremble and even corrupting the Dao heart of a Daluo Golden Immortal. In the primordial wilderness, only we innate deities are worthy of wielding authority. You, an aggregation of baleful energy, dare to call yourself emperor. Ancestral dragon coiled in the void, his body spanning hundreds of millions of li, his dragon scales gleaming with chaotic golden light, each scale seemingly forged from the core of a great world. He opened his mouth and spat out endless waters of the eastern sea, forming a water dragon that pierced through heaven and earth. The dragon's body was inscribed with billions of water Dao runes, and it charged towards Shun and I with the force of shattering galaxies and drowning the myriad worlds. Wherever it passed, hundreds of billions of trillions of li of land were ground into unfathomable oceanic trenches. At the same time, he offered the supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl. The pearl hovered above his head, emitting a dazzling dragon aura divine light, forming an indestructible defensive barrier that blocked Shen Ni's sweeping spear. The resulting shockwave directly turned the surrounding infinite void into nothingness. Ancestral Phoenix spread her wings and soared, her feathers covering half the sky. The 7 colored feathers flowed with the origin of southern bright Lihua, each feather capable of burning an entire realm. She offered the supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the Phoenix Bell. As the bell rang, its clear tones transformed into billions of flame divine patterns, instantly turning hundreds of billions of trillions of li of void into a sea of fire that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. The flames contained the dual Dao rhymes of nirvana and destruction, attempting to refine Shun Ni's baleful body. The beasts wreak havoc in the primordial wilderness. Today is your end. Ancestral Qilin also manifested his colossal body with auspicious qi and baleful energy interweaving within him to form a Taiji symbol. He stepped on the earth, drawing upon the boundless power of the land. At the same time, he offered the supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the Qilin seal. The seal smashed through the air, emitting a mountain-like pressure, directly shattering a torrent of baleful energy that Shun Ni had swept toward him. Where the seal passed, the void was compressed into a solid state. Ancestor Yin Yang circulated yin and yang qi around him endlessly. The supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, slowly rotated above his head. Within the diagram, the black and white fish breathed in chaotic yuan qi, constantly evolving the power of yin and yang poles. He gently pushed the Taiji diagram, which flew out and transformed into a yin-yang barrier spanning hundreds of billions of trillions of li, engulfing part of Shun Ni's baleful power. Instantly, it reversed its properties and turned it into nourishing origin for himself. With every rotation, countless timespaces were born and destroyed within the yin and yang qi, as if reenacting the cycle of the universe. The sun candle transformed into a blazing sun, hundreds of millions of li in diameter, hanging high above. Billions of solar true fires fell like meteor showers, each flame capable of igniting a realm and burning through the chains of Dao laws. Wherever they passed, endless timespace was directly burned into nothingness. The moon Ying transformed into a bright pure moon, casting a clear light that froze hundreds of billions of trillions of li of timespace, causing even Shun Ni's movements to momentarily falter and his lightning-fast spear shadows to slow down. Ancestor Yang Mei was ethereal, merging with the endless void. He would occasionally extend willow branches which appeared soft but could entangle time and space. Several times he diverted Shun Ni's sure-hit Godslayer spear, each deflection causing the spear tip to carve cracks hundreds of millions of li long in the void, with countless parallel worlds annihilating in those cracks. Ancestor Honghuang sat cross-legged on the North Sea mystic ice, opened his mouth, and inhaled, drawing Shun Ni's emitted baleful qi into his belly, converting it into his own origin. At the same time, he spat out countless mystic ice and cold air, instantly freezing infinite time-space, even slowing the operation of laws. The ghost mother of Yudu invoked the origin of the netherworld, and countless shadowy figures emerged from the ground, forming a boundless army of the underworld that pulled at Shun Ni's primordial spirit, attempting to drag him into eternal darkness. Ancestor Qiongtian evolved a sky that covered hundreds of billions of trillions of li, constantly contracting, exerting a pressure that could crush tens of thousands of great worlds, causing Shun Ni's body to slightly bend. This great battle had long surpassed the limits of imagination for ordinary innate beings. Shun Ni, holding the Slaughter Supreme Treasure Godslayer spear with the baleful Supreme Treasure destroying millstone above his head, charged and rammed through the siege of the innate deities. Wherever his spear struck, hundreds of billions of trillions of li of void shattered. Wherever the millstone turned, countless timespaces turned into chaos. The innate deities either clashed head-on with supreme treasures or assisted with supreme-grade spirit treasures. Their divine powers interweaved, shattering countless realms and grinding billions of timespaces with every blow. Each collision caused the Dao laws of the primordial wilderness to wail, as if they were on the verge of total collapse. As the battle continued, the situation on the battlefield gradually changed. Although Shun Ni was powerful, he could not withstand the multitude of opponents, each of whom possessed supreme treasures or supreme-grade spirit treasures and wielded heaven-reaching abilities. His wounds grew more numerous and his baleful qi gradually weakened, but the madness in his eyes burned even brighter. "You weaklings think you can kill me. You are far from enough. As his words fell, an unprecedented surge of baleful chi erupted from within him. The destroying millstone and the Godslayer spear both expanded rapidly, clearly indicating that he had activated some kind of heaven-defying divine power, even a forbidden secret art. For a moment, the innate great powers felt an immense increase in pressure, but they too unleashed even more terrifying strength. Instantly, the entire battlefield became even more chaotic. Within the Wanshou Mountain, the Grotto Heaven of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi opened his system panel. Name Zhenyuanzi. Cultivation late, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Root Talent Supreme, Primordial Sacred. Technique, Chaos Dao Origin Scripture. Treasures, Chaos Supreme Treasure, Chaos Dao Compass Top Grade, Primordial Spirit Treasure, Earth Book High Grade, Primordial Spirit Treasure, Sky Splitting Sword Low Grade, Primordial Spirit Treasure, Profound Ice Mirror. Spiritual Roots Top Grade, Primordial Spirit Root, Ginseng Fruit, Tree Top Grade, Primordial Spirit Root, Yellow Plum, in the middle Mid Grade, Primordial Spirit Root, Fire Cloud Peach Tree Mid Grade, Primordial Spirit Root, Primordial Grapevine Low Grade, Primordial Spirit Root, Profound Ice, Jade Lotus Town Suppressing Pine. Merit 600000 Dao. Innate Fortune 93. Zhenyuanzi's gaze swept across his own attribute panel finally, pausing to observe the column of merit which recorded the merits he possessed. The system had converted them into a specific numerical value for better record keeping. According to the system's value, he currently possessed 600 units of merit, and what was more important was that these were Dao merits. Apart from the merits he was born with, most of these Dao merits were obtained over the years as he traversed the primordial world, slaying ferocious beasts. Though the number 600 might seem modest, these were Dao merits, not Heavenly Dao merits, a fact that truly mattered to Zhenyuanzi. The reason slaying ferocious beasts yielded Dao merits was that the Heavenly Dao had not yet awakened and taken over the governance of the primordial world. At this time, the primordial heaven and earth were still governed by the great Dao, so the rewards granted were Dao merits. Subsequently, Zhenyuanzi closed his attribute panel once more and redirected his gaze toward the northern continent. Even though Zhenyuanzi was within the Grotto Heaven of Honghuang Temple, separated by an infinite distance of time and space, he could still sense the terrifying great battle erupting on the northern continent. At that moment on the northern continent, amid the battlefield, the sound of the great Dao fracturing rang incessantly, while temporal rifts surged like raging tides. The Beast Emperor Zhenyuanzi swept his slaughter supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear, and wherever the spear's shadow passed, space was ground into billions of fragments, each fragment reflecting the phantom of countless universes being born and dying. The apocalyptic millstone of calamity above his head spun madly, crushing 7/10 of the chaotic sword energy, slashed from Hongjun Patriarch's Pangu banner, yet 3/10 still pierced through his defenses. On his body of 990 million li wounds that cut deep to the bone appeared, and black fiendish blood gushed out, turning upon landing into poisonous swamps that corroded all things. Roar! I am the Beast Emperor. How could I be defeated by the likes of you? Zhenyuanzi roared, his inner ferocious aura surging violently, forcibly shaking back Ancestral Dragon's Qilong Pearl and Primordial Phoenix's Phoenix Bell. Ancestral Dragon was shaken until his dragon scales shattered and streaks of blood appeared on his colossal body. He bellowed, Zhenyuanzi, you are already at the end of your rope. Stubborn resistance will only hasten your death. Primordial Phoenix flapped her wings, and the southern bright Lihua fire transformed into a fire phoenix, tearing through Zhenyuanzi's fiendish aura. She shrieked, the ferocious beast clan has slaughtered billions of living beings. This is a blood debt, and today it must be repaid. Amid the fierce battle, a ferocious beast king with 3 heads and 6 arms was drawn into the Taiji diagram of Yin-Yang Patriarch. As the Yin and Yang energies reversed, his body disintegrated on the spot, and his primordial spirit was crushed into fiendish light. Simultaneously, across countless timelines and infinite time and space, the endless incarnations of this ferocious beast king also perished together. On the other side, the Qilin seal of the primordial Qilin smashed down, crushing a ferocious beast king that spewed wind and thunder into a bloody pulp. The auspicious energy on the seal collided with the fiendish aura, and the resulting shockwave annihilated the phantoms of several great thousand worlds nearby. But the primordial divine demon side also paid a heavy price. A primordial divine demon wielding a giant axe was pierced through the chest by Zhenyuanzi's spear, and his primordial spirit, along with his physical body, was annihilated by the killing essence of the god-slaying spear. He did not even have time to scream before turning to ashes. Moreover, this strike also pierced through infinite timelines, delivering the most fundamental blow. Across the past, present, and future, in endless time and space and infinite timelines, every incarnation of that primordial divine demon suffered a devastating strike. All incarnations fell completely, and all timelines were permanently sealed, making it impossible to revive. Only a single primordial undying spirit light, the primordial undying true spirit, plunged into the eternal tribulation land, meaning he was directly slain on the spot. To revive and return against the heavens, he would have to wait for endless ages before there was the faintest possibility of returning from the eternal tribulation land. Furthermore, the army of netherworld phantoms summoned by the netherworld Ghost Mother was mostly ground to pieces by the Apocalypse Millstone, and she herself was shaken by the fiendish force emitted by the millstone, causing her primordial spirit to waver and blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Die. You all must die. Zhenyuanzi was like a madman, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. As he watched the ferocious beast kings under his command fall one by one, the unwillingness and hatred within him erupted like a volcano. He looked around at the surrounding primordial divine demons, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Why? We were born from the primordial world's fiendish energy, also produced by the heavens and earth. Why does the great Dao favor you all? This unfair great Dao, this blind heaven and earth, they all deserve to be destroyed. As he roared, a terrifying aura of destruction suddenly burst from his body, and deep within the earth veins of the northern continent rumbles of unbearable strain echoed. Hongjun Patriarch's expression changed drastically. He swung the Pangu banner urgently, splitting a sweeping beam of fiendish light, and said solemnly, "Not good. He has planted a contingency in the earth veins of the northern continent. He wants to detonate the veins and perish together with us." Yin-Yang Patriarch's Taiji diagram spun at a furious speed, forming a protective shield of yin and yang energy around himself. He said urgently, "The earth veins of the northern continent are vast and boundless, gathering the endless primordial essence of heaven and earth. If they detonate, the entire primordial world will suffer calamity." Ancestral Dragon's dragon pupils contracted sharply, and the Qilong Pearl erupted with its strongest divine light. "Retreat, quickly." Before the words faded, Zhenyuanzi suddenly raised his head, grinning savagely, trying to leave. "Too late. Today let this northern continent become your grave." Boom. A thunderous roar shook the entire primordial world, as if the lingering echoes of the creation of heaven and earth had returned. The surface of the northern continent instantly split apart. The boundless earth fractured like a spider's web, and countless earth vein energies mixed with the world's fiendish aura surged skyward, transforming into pillars of light that pierced through the heavens. Wherever the pillars of light passed, infinite time and space collapsed completely. Countless parallel universes and myriad worlds were annihilated in the intense radiance, and even the laws of the great Dao were torn into disordered fragments. On the northern continent, the formations of countless grotto heavens and blessed lands were like paper before this force, shattering instantly. The primordial beings, primordial races, spiritual roots, and spiritual medicines within were ground into dust along with the grotto heavens. Those primordial divine sages still in gestation, their intelligence not yet awakened, had their origins crushed by the fiendish aura and were obliterated on the spot. Only a very few grotto heavens protected by top-grade primordial formations and existences hiding in peculiar places barely survived this catastrophe. Zhenyuanzi bathed in the light of destruction, his body constantly disintegrating, yet his laughter grew increasingly wild. "The great Dao is unjust. The great Dao is heartless. I will rebel against this Dao and shatter this primordial world." He faced the collapsing heavens and earth, issuing a deafening oath to the great Dao. "I, Zhenyuanzi, take my remnant body as a guide, gather the lingering thoughts of the 3,000 chaos demons, and transform into the path of calamity and tribulation. From now on, when the great tribulations of the primordial world arise, the celestial mechanism will be obscured, living beings will lose their minds, and the slaughter will never cease. I will not rest until this unjust primordial world is shattered." Amid the wild laughter, Zhenyuanzi's body completely turned into a wisp of green smoke, dispersing into the vast fiendish aura. Only the curse-filled oath echoed through the heavens and earth of the primordial world, becoming the root of countless future culpas. After the catastrophe, the northern continent had become a scorched wasteland. Time and space were shattered, mountains and rivers were broken, and rivers ran dry. The air was thick with the dense aura of blood, fiendishness, and resentment, turning this continent into a forbidden realm, reverting to the primordial wilderness of the beginning of creation. The surviving primordial divine demons floated in the void, gazing at the tragic scene before them, each with a grave expression. Many great primordial powers, such as Honghuang Patriarch, Sun, Candlelight, Moon, Netherlight, Purple Star Patriarch, and Xiongtian Patriarch, all fell in this great calamity. Their primordial souls were utterly destroyed, leaving not even a remnant soul behind, only the primordial undying spirit lights falling into the eternal tribulation land. Even within the cave heaven of Honghuang Temple atop the distant Wanshou Mountain, Zhenyuanzi stood beneath the ginseng fruit tree and clearly felt that terrifying fluctuation sweeping across Honghuang. The tremors from the detonation of earth veins rippled even through the formation arrays of his cave heaven. He gazed toward the northern continent, his eyes fathomless. The fierce beast tribulation has finally drawn to a close. This battle was surely extraordinarily fierce. He could well imagine that Honghuang itself must have suffered grievous wounds in this conflict. Countless primordial clans had perished, untold lives had been laid waste, and the earth veins of the northern continent had been directly destroyed. The cultivation environment had become harsher than ever before, transforming into perilous lands scattered across the land. Even among the primordial gods and demons, many must have perished in this great war. This was precisely one reason he had chosen not to participate in this great battle. In such a calamity, even Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortals faced the danger of death. Even if one could obtain a share of merit, there was no guarantee of surviving to claim it. It was truly not worth the risk for him. In truth, during this great tribulation, the number of Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortals who fell was indeed more than one. The danger was utterly extreme. Even with the opportunity to obtain merit through prayer, Zhenyuanzi had no intention of taking such risks. His strength in a war of such magnitude was far from sufficient to serve as a main force. Indeed, he would face enormous danger. The ratio of gain to risk was clearly unfavorable, making it plainly unwise for him to gamble. After all, he did not rely on merit alone to strengthen himself, and there would be many opportunities in the days ahead to plan for merit. There was no need to rush into danger. Soon after, Zhenyuanzi emerged from his cave heaven and stood upon the peak of Wanshou Mountain. He saw the blood-soaked aura between heaven and earth gradually dissipate, and the once turbid firmament gradually clearing. A brand new order force spread, quietly replacing the dominant position of the Great Dao. The Heavenly Dao was beginning to revive, gradually taking over Honghuang, while the Great Dao simultaneously began to recede. Immediately afterward, billions of mu of golden clouds of merit gathered above the northern continent. Auspicious clouds rolled, casting billions of rays of merit golden light, sacred and boundless. According to the system's numerical calculations, the area totaled 1 billion mu. This was the Heavenly Dao's reward for the destruction of the fierce beast clan. 10 billion mu of merit was comparable to 10% of the primordial opening merit, so radiant that even from the distant Wanshou Mountain beyond endless spacetime, it could be clearly seen. The Heavenly Dao has already begun taking over Honghuang. Zhenyuanzi was slightly surprised. Then those primordial gods and demons have somehow suffered another loss. The revival of the Heavenly Dao came earlier than Zhenyuanzi had anticipated. Moreover, if the Great Dao still led at this time, the merit bestowed would likely have been Great Dao merit rather than the Heavenly Dao merit of the present moment. The latter was undoubtedly far inferior. Nevertheless, these 10 billion mu of Heavenly Dao merit were sufficient to allow a Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal to directly achieve the status of a merit saint. Regrettably, this Heavenly Dao merit was not claimed solely by any single primordial god or demon. The golden cloud of merit slowly fragmented, with 30% transforming into streams of golden light and falling upon the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans. Their auras surged, and their fortune reached its zenith. Another 30% flew toward the surviving primordial powerhouses such as Hongjun Luoho and Yangmei. Hongjun's body blazed with purple light, while Luoho's demonic aura gained a trace of merit golden light. Another 30% scattered into the northern continent, transforming into purifying force to slowly dispel the lingering baleful remnants. The final 10% drifted separately toward the birthplaces of fallen primordial gods and demons: the northern dark sea, the sun star, the moon star, and the Ziwei star domain. As the golden light dispersed, the tribulation aura between heaven and earth completely vanished. The fierce beast tribulation had thus drawn to its close. Across the ruins of Honghuang, life slowly began to recover, and a new era, the age of the three primordial clans, quietly pulled back its curtain. Zhenyuanzi gazed toward the north, then slowly turned and returned to his cave heaven. Zhenyuanzi stepped slowly into the newly completed Wuzhuang Hall. The interior floor was paved with immortal gold. Jade pillars rose to support the heavens, and star gems embedded in the ceiling emitted a soft spiritual glow, rendering the entire grand hall solemn and dignified. He walked to the meditation cushion at the center of the hall, sat cross-legged, and was about to sink into cultivation when a mechanical voice, silent for countless eons, suddenly echoed from the depths of his mind, crisp and melodious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the fierce beast tribulation. System reward activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primordial supreme treasure Taishu sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-tier primordial divine water Sanguang Shinshui, 1 full lake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primordial supreme treasure Yuan Jin, 1 strand. For consecutive chimes exploded through Zhenyuanzi's sea of consciousness like peals of thunder. His originally tranquil gaze sharply condensed, then a hint of delight and surprise surfaced. Since the system had first activated, it had remained entirely silent. Now, after countless eons had passed, he never expected it to trigger another reward upon surviving the fierce beast tribulation. So surviving a tribulation can trigger a reward. Zhenyuanzi's heart stirred. In that case, I wonder whether the forthcoming Dragonhan catastrophe, the Dao Demon War, and the Witch Demon Tribulation will also be able to trigger system rewards. The reason behind this reward activation invigorated him, planting several hypotheses in his mind. Whether they were correct, however, would require the passage of time to verify. Moreover, even if his speculation proved accurate, the tribulations still lay a long time ahead. In that case, it might be wiser to look forward to other possible trigger methods. Thereafter, Zhenyuanzi's gaze fell upon the system rewards. As he digested the information about each reward, the delight within his heart grew ever deeper. All 3 rewards were heaven-defying treasures, each exceedingly precious. The first was the Taishu Sword, a killing type primordial supreme treasure possessing peerless destructive power. As a primordial supreme treasure, there were very few such artifacts throughout all of Honghuang, and its value was self-evident. The second reward was the Sanguang Shun Shui, one of the most renowned top-tier primordial divine waters in all of Honghuang. It was formed from the convergence of the primal sources of the sun, moon, and stars, specifically golden sunlight water, silver moonlight water, and violet starlight water. Sunlight water dissolves blood, essence, flesh, and bone. Moonlight water corrodes the primordial spirit and soul. Starlight water devours and unravels true spirit and consciousness. These 3 divine waters, if one's defenses were inadequate, could cause immense trouble even if a Daluo Golden Immortal carelessly splashed upon a single drop. They were absolutely the most poisonous waters in all of Honghuang. Yet when all 3 merged, they transformed into the most sacred healing water in Honghuang. They could neutralize all poisons in the world, heal catastrophic injuries to both flesh and spirit, and even pull back a flickering true spirit from the brink of obliteration. They could also nourish spiritual roots, allowing withered primordial roots to regain vitality and accelerate the rapid growth of immortal herbs. Such was the incomparable value of the Sanguang Shun Shui. And yet the system had awarded an entire lake. Yes, a whole lake, not merely a flask. The Sanguang Shun Shui granted by the system was a lake entirely composed of this divine water with length, width, and height, each reaching hundreds of millions upon millions of li. The quantity of Sanguang Shun Shui contained within was beyond imagination, and its value was similarly inconceivable. The final reward was a strand of Yuanjin, a primordial supreme treasure whose value was hardly inferior to that of any ordinary primordial supreme treasure. For its function was to elevate a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure by 1 rank, upgrading it to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. Fortuitously, he already possessed a companion spiritual treasure, the top-grade primordial spiritual treasure Dishu, which he could now upgrade to the rank of primordial supreme treasure. If Dishu could be upgraded to primordial supreme treasure rank, its combat prowess and defensive power would become nearly unimaginable, undergoing a revolution that would utterly transform it. It would be sufficient to achieve primordial invincibility. Soon after, he extracted these rewards from the system space one by one. With a mere thought, Zhenyuanzi summoned a pristine white longsword that materialized in his palm out of thin air. The blade gleamed as clear as autumn water, yet faint chaotic currents swirled around it. Inscribed on the spine were the characters Taishu, exuding an unparalleled aura of slaughter and the fluctuations of spatial loss. As a primordial treasure bestowed by the system, it required no refinement to bind with Zhenyuanzi's primordial spirit. A formidable power surged within the sword, as if it could sever time and space, shatter the void, its edge rivaling even the Pangu banner in Hongjun's hands. Truly the pinnacle of lethal instruments. What a fine sword, Taishu! Zhenyuanzi gently stroked the blade, sensing the terrifying energy within, and nodded in satisfaction. With this sword in hand, his combat prowess would surge manifold. Even against a mighty Yellow Golden Immortal, he would be able to hold his ground. Then before him, a vast and boundless lake suddenly materialized. This lake stretched billions of trillions of li in length, width, and depth, with waters displaying a mesmerizing fusion of gold, silver, and purple. It was an entire lake of 3 light divine water. Such a quantity. Even Zhenyuanzi was astonished to witness such an immense reservoir of 3 light divine water. After all, this supreme primordial divine water was often measured in droplets for many primordial deities and sacred beings. Such a vast lake of 3 light divine water could only be the work of the system. Truly a grand gesture. Finally, a radiant golden light flew out from the system space and hovered before him. It was a root segment about an inch long, entirely golden, covered with the unique Dao runes of a primordial treasure, exuding a dense and fundamental aura. This was the primordial source root. Its function was simple yet extraordinary. It could forcibly elevate the quality of a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure to the level of a primordial treasure. Earth Scripture. Zhenyuanzi's gaze fell upon his innate companion treasure within him, eyes shimmering with anticipation. The Earth Scripture was already a pinnacle among top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, wielding authority over the vast land of the primordial world with formidable defensive power. If it could ascend to a primordial treasure, its might would undergo a transformative change. Suppressing the turmoil within, Zhenyuanzi began to process these rewards. With a thought, the Taishu sword turned into a stream of light, merging into the depths of his primordial spirit where it resonated with the Chaos Dao compass, emitting a faint sharpness. He then stored the lake of 3 light divine water into the treasure space of the Chaos Dao compass. Afterward, he flickered and arrived at the spiritual herb garden. In the garden, several spiritual roots now stood tall, surrounded by myriad spiritual herbs and plants, with dense primordial spiritual energy pervading the air. With a thought, Zhenyuanzi activated the Earth Dao, causing the open ground in the garden to sink, forming a colossal lake basin spanning billions of trillions of li. He then connected with the Chaos Dao compass, channeling a portion of the 3 light divine water. A cascade of gold, silver, and purple streams poured down like a waterfall, surging into the lake. The water level rose rapidly as the 3-colored divine water intermingled and flowed, emitting an aura both fierce and gentle. The billion-trillion li lake was soon filled, its surface shimmering, reflecting the primordial clear light from the sky, harmonizing with the surrounding spiritual roots and herbs. Having done this, Zhenyuanzi looked at the 3 light divine water lake within the Chaos Dao compass, noticing that the vast billions trillions of li lake had only diminished by a minuscule, almost negligible amount. He smiled faintly. Even the external lake alone would sustain the Honghuang Guan for countless eons. Returning to the Honghuang Hall, Zhenyuanzi retrieved the primordial source root and held it in his palm. The source root emanated an enticing aura of origin. He took a deep breath and summoned the Earth Scripture. In an instant, the Earth Yellow Scripture flew out from his body, hovering beneath the source root. Zhenyuanzi flicked his finger, and the source root transformed into a golden light, merging into the Earth Scripture. The Earth Scripture trembled violently, its surface earth yellow patterns instantly glowing, intertwining, and fusing with the golden runes of the source root. A far more vast and profound aura erupted from the Earth Scripture, shaking the entire Honghuang Guan grotto heaven. The earth seemed to rejoice as countless vain energies surged from all directions, merging into the scripture. The pages of the Earth Scripture thickened and grew more ancient, its surface patterns extending from the Earth Dao to the broader laws of heaven and earth, with a faint miniature of the primordial land flowing within the pages. The original aura of a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure rapidly faded, replaced by the overbearing pressure of a primordial treasure, heavy, stable, as if it could bear the weight of the entire primordial world. After an unknown duration, the Earth Scripture's tremors gradually subsided, hovering before Zhenyuanzi, exuding a gentle yet majestic aura. Zhenyuanzi reached out and touched it, feeling a profound connection to the primordial land. He could clearly sense that the Earth Scripture could now mobilize even more vast earth energies, evolve veins, solidify space, and its defensive power could withstand attacks from primordial treasures, truly achieving, as long as the land endures, the Earth Scripture shall not be destroyed. Primordial treasure, Earth Scripture. Zhenyuanzi felt the might within and found peace in his heart. With this treasure in hand, along with the Taishu sword and the Chaos Dao compass, his foundation had far surpassed that of most primordial deities. As for the yet-to-be-born sacred beings, they could not compare to him. He withdrew the Earth Scripture into his body, then sat cross-legged, once more closing his eyes. The Chaos Dao compass slowly rotated within his sea of consciousness, evolving countless Dao laws. The passage of time, the folding of space, the interweaving of space-time, the birth and destruction of creation, the fury of annihilation. Zhenyuanzi submerged his divine sense into it, beginning to comprehend and cultivate the Dao laws. As a great Daluo Golden Immortal, he could not merely cultivate a single law. Apart from the Earth Dao, Zhenyuanzi also delved into the laws of time, space, creation, destruction, and many others. With the existence of the Chaos Dao compass, his comprehension and cultivation of these laws were vastly simplified. His aura, nourished by countless laws, grew steadily, advancing toward a higher realm. Time passed swiftly, stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye another Yuanhui had silently slipped away. Within the Honghuang Guan grotto heaven, Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged on a cushion, surrounded by the increasingly condensed Dao rhythms of numerous laws, with faint chaotic currents interweaving. A full Yuanhui of arduous cultivation, aided by the Chaos Dao compass, saw his insights into the myriad Dao advance by leaps and bounds. Nourished continuously by innate spiritual fruits like ginseng fruit, yellow middle plum, and fire cloud immortal peach, his dharma power surged like a snowball. His primordial spirit grew more stable, and his physical body was tempered to rival an innate spiritual treasure. One day, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Zhenyuanzi's body. The pressure of a peak great Daluo Golden Immortal swept through the entire grotto heaven, halting the clear springs and bending the spiritual herbs. He slowly opened his eyes, a chaotic color swirling in his pupils before settling into calm. At this moment, his comprehension of Dao laws, the depth of his dharma power, the strength of his primordial spirit, and the toughness of his physical body had all reached the peak of great Daluo Golden Immortal. Only one final step remained to reach the legendary realm of Daluo Golden Immortal. Yet for many primordial beings, this step was an insurmountable chasm. The leap from Great Luo to Honghuang represented an essential transformation of Dao rules whose difficulty far exceeded the sum of all previous realms. Besides his cultivation progress, Zhenyuanzi had also achieved considerable mastery in divine abilities. With a flick of his finger, the patterns of Dao marks flowed and evolved into a seemingly narrow sleeve space, yet within it contained everything. The birth and death of stars, the operation of laws. It was the great divine ability. He had comprehended sleeve universe. This divine ability appeared ordinary, yet it contained the essence of many great Dao laws such as the Dao of space and the Dao of time. Once unleashed, it could encompass endless lands, endless time, and space into the sleeve completely under his control. Moreover, he had comprehended and cultivated many other great Dao divine abilities, including killing techniques, defensive methods, speed arts, and so on, spanning a wide variety. With my current strength, I can handle most dangers in the primordial world, Zhenyuanzi murmured to himself, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Compared to before, even without relying on treasures, his combat power had greatly increased. Among the Daluo Golden Immortals, he believed himself unmatched. And if he used treasures, as long as the opponent was not a top-tier innate primordial deity, like Hongjun, even an ordinary Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal would not intimidate him. Who would win or lose would only be known after a battle. Having cultivated painstakingly for an entire kalpa and now ending his training, the desire to travel the primordial world once again ignited in Zhenyuanzi's heart. Although he had previously traveled the primordial world for over 10,000 years relative to him, as a Daluo Golden Immortal, and relative to the vast primordial world, it was merely wandering around the vicinity of Mount Wanshou, and its surroundings hardly straying far from Mount Wanshou. Compared to the entire boundless primordial world, it was nothing. Yet even so, he had gained a great deal, and traveling the primordial world was itself a form of cultivation. For instance, although he still cultivated by comprehending the chaotic Dao compass during this kalpa, Zhenyuanzi clearly felt that his cultivation speed was faster than before he had traveled the primordial world. Thus he was able to achieve a comprehensive breakthrough to the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal within a single kalpa and comprehend numerous great Dao divine abilities. It could be said that traveling itself is a form of cultivation. Seeing different heavens and earths of the primordial world, encountering various beings and opportunities often touches the Dao heart more than secluding oneself. The cultivation speed of this kalpa far exceeding the past was the best proof. Moreover, the Beast Tribulation has just passed. The three clans have not yet truly risen, and many innate great powers have suffered heavy losses. Now either healing or digesting post-tribulation gains. This is the perfect time to travel. Zhenyuanzi calculated in his mind. Take this opportunity to collect more spiritual roots and treasures, enhance my foundation, lest when the three-clan war begins many spiritual objects are destroyed in the flames of war, leaving regrets. Many innate spiritual objects and herbs of the present day would be peerless treasures in later ages, not to mention the innate spiritual treasures and roots. Wouldn't it be a pity to let them go to waste? Having made up his mind, he rose and went to the spiritual herb garden. Qingfeng and Mingwei were diligently tending to the ginseng fruit tree, yellow plum fire cloud, immortal peach tree, and other innate spiritual roots and herbs. Seeing Zhenyuanzi arrive, the two lads quickly bowed. Greetings, master. I will travel again. The 5 villages temple remains under your care. Zhenyuanzi's gaze swept over the garden of spiritual objects, especially the 3 light divine water lake. The spiritual roots and herbs must be watered on time. Do not slack and do not waste. Qingfeng cupped his hands. Master, rest assured. Mingwei and I will guard the cave heaven and tend to these spiritual herbs and roots well. Mingwei also nodded in agreement, her cute little face full of solemnity. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly, said no more, turned, and left the 5 villages temple cave heaven, his figure appearing atop Mount Wanshou. As soon as he steadied himself, the system prompt rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for choosing to travel the primordial world at an opportune moment, triggering a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the map of Yingzhou Island. Zhenyuanzi was stunned, then chuckled wryly. He hadn't expected that merely deciding to travel would trigger a system reward. The system's trigger mechanism was somewhat surprising. Moreover, it seemed the system also approved of his traveling the primordial world, though it hadn't stated it explicitly or made any demands. It was entirely his choice. If he hadn't chosen to travel, would he have missed this reward? He then extracted the reward, and an ancient map unfolded in his sea of consciousness. The map was not physical, but composed of countless great Dao runes with the words Yingzhou Island marked in the center, surrounded by complex spatial coordinates. The most peculiar thing was that a clear connection on the map linked to a distant location. With a mere thought, he could clearly sense the specific direction of Yingzhou Island. Even if it were hidden in a crack in time and space, it could not escape. One of the 3 immortal islands, Yingzhou Island. Zhenyuanzi's heart stirred. Legend had it that the 3 immortal islands were formed from fragments of the primordial chaos, the top cave heavens, and blessed lands of the primordial world, with spiritual objects everywhere, and even a supreme innate spiritual root. This island was usually hidden and invisible, only seen by those with great fortune. He hadn't expected the system to directly provide a map and connection. It saves a lot of trouble. Zhenyuanzi's lips curled slightly. Let's seek Ingzhou Island first, then travel the primordial world later. Following the map's connection, he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the East Sea. Since Ingzhou Island had not yet reached its time to emerge, no one else, not even other innate great powers, could find it. Therefore, he was in no hurry, stopping and going along the way, collecting valuable innate spiritual objects as he encountered them. After a kalpa of recovery, the primordial world had become increasingly vibrant. In forests and river valleys, spiritual herbs and plants emitting spiritual light could be seen everywhere. Although Zhenyuanzi no longer scraped the land like a bulldozer, as before, he still gained a great deal. Within 1,000 years, he had collected a vast number of innate exotic flowers, spiritual herbs, immortal trees, and divine ores. One day, he finally arrived at the shore of the East Sea. Before him, the East Sea was a water firmament spreading to the end of all heavens. The seawater displayed a deep azure hue. As the waves shimmered, countless great Dao runes could be seen sinking and floating within, as if the essence of water from the entire universe manifested here. Suddenly, a wave surged from the horizon where sea met sky. Not a wave in the mundane sense, but a firmament materialized by the laws of the water Dao. The wave rose to the 9 heavens, broad enough to cover 10,000 ages. As it rolled, hundreds of thousands of water world illusory images were born, then swept in like dust. World membranes shattered inch by inch, stars, beings, and laws dissolved. Even the timeline was ground to powder by this force. Where the wave passed, the void collapsed into endless abysses, yet was instantly filled by the ensuing seawater, as if that mighty power that had buried countless worlds was merely one ordinary breath of the East Sea. Occasionally, an innate water deity rose from the deep sea. Its body was not physical, but a condensation of pure water element laws, a shimmering silhouette that could cover billions upon billions of miles of water when it stretched. It needed no breathing. With a mere thought, it could stir up a furious wave that overturned the cosmos, seawater turning into a pillar that pierced the sky, smashing the void and everything in its path to pieces. Or it could transform into billions of water arrows, piercing countless space-time barriers, making the tides of all worlds tremble with its will. At the seafloor, there was no dragon palace, only an endless sea, formed by the condensation of the water Dao's origin. Within the sea, the water dragon vein coiled like a giant dragon, its body penetrating all dimensions of the heavens. Each swish of its tail reversed the law tides of the East Sea. The past seawater surged toward the future, and the future waves crashed into the present, turning this sea area into a vortex of time and space. Any attempt to measure its depth would be instantly rebounded, the soul swept into the water reincarnation and drifting for eternity. The air was thick with the oppressive pressure of the water Dao, overwhelming everything. An ordinary innate being taking one breath would feel their primordial spirit on the verge of being dismantled and reorganized, becoming part of the East Sea, dancing, with every wave witnessing the birth and death of worlds, with every tide. Here seawater was law, waves were Dao rhythm. A single ripple could level myriad realms, a single roar could recast the cosmos. Even the stars of the heavens seemed insignificant as dust before it, only the ceaseless rhythm of water telling what true vastness and majesty meant. Truly, the East Sea of the primordial world lives up to its extraordinary reputation. Zhenyuanzi sighed in admiration. Then with a single step, he entered the sky above the East Sea. Following the sensation, he journeyed deep into the East Sea, where no wave could sway him, even the slightest. Along the way, he discovered numerous scattered immortal islands whose spiritual treasures, though not as remarkable as those of the Red Cloud Mountains or Longevity Mountain, each possessed unique characteristics, granting him a wealth of primordial spiritual items. On this particular day, he made an unexpected discovery on a peculiar immortal island. He had been gathering primordial spiritual items as usual when he stumbled upon the existence of a primordial formation. After breaking through the formation, he found a tea tree towering 1,000 zhang, its leaves emerald green and veins like carved jade, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Inhaling this scent could instantly calm the mind and clarify chaotic Dao thoughts. It was a medium-grade primordial spirit root, the heart-calming immortal tea tree. The tea made from its leaves had the effect of soothing the mind, focusing the spirit, and aiding in Dao comprehension. Though not as legendary as the supreme-grade primordial Dao comprehension tea tree, it was still exceedingly rare. Quite a fine harvest. Just as Zhenyuanzi was about to transplant it, a majestic voice rang out from beyond the island. Stop! How dare a nobody like you lay claim to such a spiritual root? Hand it over at once, and I might spare your life. A streak of golden light landed on the island, materializing into a man clad in a dragon robe with dragon horns on his head, radiating the aura of a late-stage great Daluo Golden Immortal, his dragon might imposing. He was the patrol elder of the dragon clan for this sea region. While on his usual patrol, he had sensed a primordial spiritual light indicating a treasure's appearance, and rushed over. Upon seeing Zhenyuanzi about to take the heart-calming immortal tea tree, rage overtook him. Zhenyuanzi frowned slightly, and said calmly, "This island has no master. The spiritual root belongs to those fated to obtain it. And you dare to block me?" The Dragon Clan elder laughed scornfully, his tone arrogant. "The 4 seas of the primordial world are all Dragon Clan territory. This island lies within the East Sea, so all spiritual roots on it belong to the Dragon Clan. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spiritual root and kowtow 3 times. I might let you leave. Otherwise I'll annihilate your very soul." Enough. Zhenyuanzi wasted no words. With a thought, the Chaos Dao compass turned within his sea of consciousness, instantly enveloping the space-time of countless eons. Ripples spread across the surrounding space, the flow of time slowed, and all causal threads and heavenly secrets were thoroughly obscured, forming an independent sealed domain. "You dare attack?" The Dragon Clan elder roared in fury, his dragon aura surging as he transformed into a golden dragon spanning 1,000,000 li, its claws gleaming with golden divine light, tearing toward Zhenyuanzi with the force to shatter mountains and seas. Courting death. Zhenyuanzi didn't move. The primordial supreme treasure Earth book flew out on its own, transforming into an earth yellow barrier before him. The golden dragon's claw struck the shield with a deafening roar, the golden light on the claw instantly dissipating. The recoil sent the dragon reeling with a pained cry, its 1,000,000 li body flung back billions of li, countless dragon scales shattered. A primordial supreme treasure. The Dragon Clan elder was both shocked and enraged. He never expected this seemingly ordinary Taoist to possess such a treasure. A cold gleam flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. He clenched his right hand, and the primordial supreme treasure Taishu sword appeared, its jade-white blade exuding a sharp edge. He took a step, covering 1,000 li, in an instant appearing before the golden dragon. With the sword moving in sync with his body, he unleashed a sword aura infused with the laws of Taishu and the essence of slaughter. The sword aura appeared ordinary, yet it sliced through space, froze time, and left countless fragments of space-time annihilated and Dao laws severed in its wake. Not good. The Dragon Clan elder was horrified. He hadn't expected this enemy he'd casually provoked to produce yet another primordial supreme treasure, an unimaginable occurrence. Even the Dragon Clan possessed no such treasure, yet this Taoist had revealed 2 in succession. Clearly this was no ordinary being. But danger was already upon him. With no time to think, he hastily summoned a golden dragon shield, a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, his personal defensive artifact boasting formidable protection. Crack. The Taishu sword's aura struck the dragon shield, leaving a crack in its surface. The shield was sent flying, and the sword aura, undiminished, slashed directly into the golden dragon's body. Roar. The golden dragon let out a piercing shriek. Its 1,000,000 li body was split in 2, golden dragon blood gushing out, staining the sea red. But this was not the end. The Taishu law within the sword aura seeped into the wound, locking onto the dragon's origin Dao fruit. The golden dragon's body began to turn ethereal. Countless versions of itself from the past, present, and future appeared simultaneously, only to be shredded by the sword aura. Under the erosion of the Taishu law, his primordial spirit rapidly disintegrated, even the primordial indestructible light tinged with a grayish pallor. "No! Ancestral dragon, save me!" The Dragon Clan elder screamed in despair. But the space-time heavenly secrets and causality here were utterly sealed. His cry for help was useless. Expressionless, Zhenyuanzi pressed the sword further. With the last shred of primordial spirit annihilated, the primordial indestructible light, bereft of protection, plunged into an endless dark abyss of eternal doom before the Taishu sword aura could lock onto it. The Dragon Clan elder had fallen completely. The great battle ended in an instant. A late-stage great Daluo Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan was almost instantly slain by Zhenyuanzi, offering no resistance. Not even the chance to reform through an incarnation or revive directly. Countless incarnations were obliterated, the origin Dao fruit and primordial indestructible light were anchored, and all traces of life were utterly nullified, making it impossible to resurrect through the concept of immortality. Only after endless ages might the primordial indestructible light allow a reverse return, but that would be starting from scratch. Zhenyuanzi was not surprised by this outcome. With his current cultivation and 2 primordial supreme treasures, he had long surpassed the limits of a great Daluo Golden Immortal. This Dragon Clan elder was merely a late-stage great Daluo Golden Immortal lacking formidable spiritual treasures, so he was easily slain. He was equally unconcerned about killing a Dragon Clan great Daluo. The Dragon Clan had yet to dominate the primordial world, yet one of its elders dared to provoke him so arrogantly. Death was the only result. Moreover, he had thoroughly obscured the heavenly secrets and causality here. The Dragon Clan could not trace what happened. His own heavenly secrets and causality were also hidden by the Chaos Dao compass. Even if the Dragon Clan eventually discovered this elder's fall, they could not deduce it to him. The elder's death was merely a pointless demise. Zhenyuanzi waved his hand, collecting the heart-calming immortal tea tree, the millionly golden dragon corpse, and the slightly cracked high-grade primordial spiritual treasure shield into the space of the Chaos Dao compass. The dragon corpse contained pure dragon chi and origin, excellent materials for refining treasures and nurturing spiritual roots. Though the high-grade shield had a crack from his sword, it was still a valuable high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Even if he had no use for it, he could not let it go. Moreover, primordial spiritual treasures contained primordial indestructible light and could self-repair. Then he activated the Chaos Dao compass, once more thoroughly erasing all traces of battle and his own aura from the island. With a flicker, he was already far beyond the space-time of this immortal island, heading toward the direction where he sensed Yingzhou Island. Soon after Zhenyuanzi left, the power sealing the space-time of the island began to dissipate. The fate of the Dragon Clan's great Luo elders' fall began to manifest. Deep within the East Sea, inside the dragon nest, Ancestral Dragon was meditating with closed eyes when he suddenly opened them, a flicker of fury in his dragon pupils. One of our great Luo elders has fallen. The surrounding Dragon Clan elites all changed color. A Dragon Clan Daluo stepped forward and said, "Clan leader, should we deduce the celestial secrets to investigate the true culprit?" Ancestral Dragon nodded, and the dragon aura around him gathered as he began to deduce. However, no matter how he channeled his divine power, the celestial secrets before him remained a blur, as if shrouded by a layer of chaotic mist revealing nothing. Damn it! Ancestral Dragon slammed his hand on the dragon throne, causing the entire dragon nest to tremble. Who dares to kill one of my clan and still manages to obscure the celestial secrets? All the Dragon Clan powerhouses were seething with rage, yet helpless. The vastness of the primordial world was immeasurable, and even the East Sea alone stretched endlessly. Unable to deduce the celestial secrets, to trace the murderer, or even to locate the final place of the fallen one seeking revenge for this lost Dragon Clan Daluo, was impossible even with their strength. As for randomly capturing foreign experts within the East Sea and killing them all, preferring to kill the innocent rather than let the guilty escape, no Dragon Clan powerhouse proposed such a measure. This was not yet the era of Dragon Clan dominance over the primordial world, and though the current Dragon Clan was still quite domineering, they would not resort to such foolish actions. In the end, the Dragon Clan powerhouses could only let out unwilling roars that echoed across the East Sea. Meanwhile, Zhenyuanzi had long since left that immortal island, following the map of Yingzhou Island, continuing to fly deeper into the East Sea. He cared little about slaying the Dragon Clan elder. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Those who stood in his way deserved death. With the chaotic Dao compass obscuring the celestial secrets, no matter how furious the Dragon Clan grew, they could not trace him. Before long, in the depths of the East Sea, within a certain sea region, Zhenyuanzi's figure hovered in midair, his divine sense spreading like a tide, enveloping a sea region spanning billions of trillions of miles, meticulously examining every anomaly down to the intricate patterns on each grain of sea sand. Yet the feedback from his senses revealed only endless seawater, along with some marine creatures and spiritual objects, with no trace of a blessed cave or any fluctuation of a chaotic formation. Truly extraordinary, Zhenyuanzi sighed inwardly. Even with his divine soul power, nearly comparable to a Honghuang Golden Immortal, ordinary, innate formations could hardly escape his detection, yet he found nothing unusual about this sea region. If not for the map rewarded by the system indicating that the immortal island of Yingzhou lay in this sea region, this area would not have drawn his attention at all. Anyone passing by would merely regard it as an ordinary sea zone. According to the system map, the immortal island of Yingzhou was within this sea region, yet his divine sense search yielded no trace, no hint of its existence, not even a wisp of aura. No wonder that before the three immortal islands emerged, even Honghuang Golden Immortals and top innate powers could not detect the slightest trace of them. However, with the system map showing the location, Zhenyuanzi could rely on its guidance to lock onto the chaotic formation concealing the immortal island of Yingzhou and pinpoint its position. Without further hesitation, the chaotic Dao compass in his sea of consciousness slowly rotated, and chaotic chi spread out instantly, sealing the space-time of the entire sea region. Within countless trillions of miles, the flow of time was frozen, space solidified into substance, and all causal threads were entangled and obscured by chaotic aura, forming an independent domain completely isolated from the outside. This was to prevent the immortal island of Yingzhou from sensing his presence and fleeing. After all, the three chaotic immortal islands were not fixed in one place, they drifted in the spatial rifts above the East Sea. It also aimed to avoid the commotion that might arise when the island opened, drawing the attention of other powerful beings. Having done all this, he followed the guidance and took a step forward, his figure directly penetrating an invisible spatial barrier, entering a peculiar dimensional realm. Before his eyes, the azure seawater was replaced by a gray chaotic zone where countless fragments of space-time drifted. Straight ahead stood a majestic formation woven from chaotic runes, its patterns flowing endlessly, sometimes condensing into cosmic principles, exuding a might that could suppress the ages. This was the chaotic grand array concealing Yingzhou Island, far surpassing ordinary innate formations in profundity. Even a Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal would need countless eons to forcibly break it. Of course, that was assuming they could even discover the existence of this chaotic immortal island. Under normal circumstances, even with Zhenyuanzi's current strength and his many treasures, forcibly breaking through this chaotic formation to enter the unmanifested immortal island of Yingzhou would be no simple feat. But that was only under normal circumstances. Now Zhenyuanzi had no need to do so. The map of Yingzhou Island rewarded by the system was not merely a guide, it was also a key to entering the island, allowing him to bypass the chaotic formation and step directly inside. With a thought, the map in his sea of consciousness transformed into a brilliant runic light, flying out from the depths of his primordial spirit and merging into the chaotic formation. Buzz! The chaotic formation trembled violently, and the once impenetrable array patterns receded like a tide, revealing a void passage leading to the immortal island. Zhenyuanzi stepped into the passage, and the scene before him transformed dramatically. Thick, almost liquefied innate spiritual energy surged forth, turning into tangible spiritual mist that roiled in the air, manifesting a myriad of wonders. On the ground, rivers formed from innate spiritual liquid flowed ceaselessly, their surfaces shimmering with multicolored radiance, and as they coursed they emitted the harmonious resonance of the Dao. Looking up, the entire cave heaven was enveloped by an endless chaotic primordial light. In the sky, a sea of primordial clouds roiled, dropping threads of primordial aura that fell upon the mountains, rivers, and plants, endowing them with an immortal vitality. The internal space of the immortal island was also immense, far vaster than a major cosmos. Within the island, layered green peaks rose like jade, each mountain imbued with pure innate Dao resonance. Amid the mountains, auspicious mists and rosy clouds coiled, gilded clouds filled the sky, casting a divine glow over the heavens. Immortal cranes sang in the clouds, their voices clear and pure, capable of cleansing the soul. Rue Luan spread their seven-colored wings, soaring in the radiance, scattering sparks of spiritual light with each beat. Wherever the eye fell, immortal clouds drifted, a scene of ethereal beauty like a flowing painting of a celestial realm. Forests of innate spiritual trees clustered together, their trunks thick like coiled dragons, leaves shimmering with spiritual light, bearing fruits filled with Dao resonance. All kinds of innate exotic flowers and rare herbs grew everywhere, some blooming with nine-colored petals, others emitting strange fragrances. All were precious innate spiritual medicines. Countless innate spiritual pools dotted the groves, their waters rippling with emerald waves, possessing the miraculous effect of cleansing the marrow, refining the veins, and enhancing cultivation. Although they were effective only for innate beings, postnatal creatures, and those below the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, it was still quite remarkable. Various rare beasts and exotic birds occasionally emerged from the forest, some pure white, with 9 tails, others resembling qilin, but with wings, all brimming with intelligence. They showed no fear upon seeing Zhenyuanzi, instead curiously observing him. Spiritual birds sang on the branches, fish frolicked in the spiritual pools, a scene of vibrant life and serene peace, bearing even more primordial Dao charm than the 5 villages' cave heaven. What a magnificent immortal island of Yingzhou! Zhenyuanzi exclaimed in genuine admiration. Such grandeur far exceeded his expectations. Truly, this was a chaotic immortal island formed from fragments of the primordial chaos, one of the finest blessed caves in the primordial world. With scenery and environment like this, it even surpassed the 5 villages' cave heaven, making it the finest blessed cave he had ever seen. Then, following the river of spiritual liquid, he made his way toward the center of the immortal island, continuously collecting the innate spiritual herbs scattered along the path. Suddenly, a verdant bamboo forest came into view, spanning billions of miles. Each bamboo stalk soared thousands of feet high, its jade-green body resembling emerald with faint wood attribute runes inscribed at the nodes. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zhenyuanzi's eyes lit up. At the heart of this bamboo forest stood a single stalk that emitted a faint treasure light, a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the Qingyu Immortal Bamboo. Its bamboo stem contained a peculiar innate origin. Harvesting the bamboo heart to refine a treasure could amplify wood attribute divine abilities, or it could be crafted into enlightenment bamboo slips, assisting cultivators in calming their minds and comprehending the great Dao. The bamboo shoots and leaves each possessed unique effects. Beyond these, among the bamboo's 12 were the low-grade innate spiritual root Lingyun bamboo. Although the Lingyun bamboo was inferior to the Qingyu Immortal Bamboo, it still contained spiritual charm. Eating its shoots could enhance physical strength, while its leaves could be brewed into tea, offering the benefits of clearing the mind and sharpening the eyesight. The remaining countless bamboos were also innate spiritual bamboos. This was yet another gain for Zhenyuanzi. Beyond the bamboos, he made an unexpected discovery within the forest. A rustling sound suddenly came from the depths of the bamboo forest. Dozens of black and white, round, chubby, strange beasts emerged from the bamboo grove. They resembled bears, but were even more endearingly naive, gnawing on the shoots of Lingyun bamboo, their mouths stained green. Sure, Taisho. Zhenyuanzi was astonished, and this was precisely the unexpected discovery he had sensed earlier. These Sure Taisho were innate strange beasts possessing the ability to devour gold and iron. But the gold and iron they consumed were not ordinary mortal metals. They were immortal gold and divine iron. Moreover, these Sure Taisho were skilled in the great Dao of Yin and Yang, exhibiting considerable potential. However, perhaps due to the isolation of Yellow Immortal Island from the primordial land, or for other reasons, these Sure Taisho, generally, had low cultivation merely at the mystic immortal realm. Nevertheless, Zhenyuanzi could still discern their considerable potential. With a little nurturing, they could rapidly improve their cultivation. Moreover, their gentle nature made them ideal to bring back and cultivate, perhaps serving as guardian beasts for the mountain. He stepped forward and casually scooped up a Sure Taisho. The little creature was round and soft-furred, and when Zhenyuanzi grabbed it, it did not struggle, but instead rubbed its head against his palm, adorably charming. However, the leading adult Sure Taisho appeared somewhat wary. Yet as Zhenyuanzi moved his mind, they instantly relaxed and returned to their endearing, naive demeanor. Zhenyuanzi chuckled at this, put down the little ball, and then waved his hand. The innate supreme treasure, the Earth book, materialized, absorbing the entire bamboo forest along with the dozens of Sure Taisho into its space. The space within the supreme treasure was a world of its own, perfect for settling these spiritual roots and strange beasts to be rearranged later upon returning to the Five Villages Temple. Continuing deeper into the Immortal Island, soon a fruit orchard appeared before him. At the center of the orchard, a fruit tree soaring tens of thousands of feet was particularly striking. Its leaves were fiery red, and its fruits were as translucent as agate, radiating a blazing fire tribute Dao rhythm. It was the mid-grade, innate spiritual root, the red flame fruit. The fruit contained violent fire essence. Eating it could temper the physique, enhance magical power, and also be used in alchemy and artifact refinement, amplifying the power of flame divine abilities. Surrounding it were 9 slightly shorter fruit trees bearing fruits of 9 colors: green, yellow, blue, purple, and so on. These were the low-grade, innate spiritual root, the 9-colored spirit fruit. Each color had different effects. Eating them could enhance comprehension of the corresponding law or increase magical power, among other benefits. Beyond them, countless innate spiritual trees were laden with all kinds of spirit fruits, innumerable in number. Without hesitation, Zhenyuanzi waved his hand, harvesting all the spirit fruits and storing them in innate jade boxes. He also uprooted the red flame fruit and the 9-colored spirit fruit trees, placing them into the Earth book space. As he journeyed onward, he continued to harvest, nearly stripping the Immortal Island of its innate spiritual treasures. Finally, he arrived at the central region of Yingzhou Island. A colossal Honghuang tree stood majestically, its trunk immensely thick, its branches and leaves lush and verdant. Each leaf shimmered with Honghuang divine light, cascading strands of Honghuang mother chi, exuding an aura that nourished all things. Endless golden auspicious clouds swirled around the giant tree, upon which great Dao runes formed and dissipated, emitting mysterious celestial sounds. On the branches of the giant tree hung 12 Honghuang-colored immortal fruits, shaped like pearl stamens and the size of plums. On the surface of each fruit, the characters yellow middle were condensed in innate Dao script, radiating a rich Dao rhythm. Top-grade, innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li. Zhenyuanzi's gaze sharpened, but he felt no surprise. According to the original destined trajectory of the primordial world, Hongjun Li seemed to reside within Yellow Immortal Island. Thus, when he obtained the map of Yellow Immortal Island, Zhenyuanzi had already suspected this. And now he had indeed discovered this top-grade, innate spiritual root here. The Hongjun Li before him was almost identical to the one the system had rewarded him. The only difference was that his was a system reward, while this one was clearly the top-grade, innate spiritual root of the primordial world, transformed from a chaotic spiritual root. In both appearance and effect, there was virtually no difference between them. If other great powers were to see both at the same time, they would not even be able to tell which one was born of the primordial world, and might doubt how the primordial world could produce 2 identical top-grade, innate spiritual roots. However, Zhenyuanzi had no such concerns. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. After all, this was a top-grade, innate spiritual root capable of creating Daluo Golden Immortals, possessing immeasurable value. Even though he already owned an identical one, he would never complain about having too many. Besides creating Daluo Golden Immortals, Hongjun Li also offered immense benefits for cultivators above that realm. However, using Hongjun Li for cultivation was somewhat extravagant. But now that he could own another one, it was naturally excellent. Zhenyuanzi stepped forward, plucked the 12 first-generation Hongjun Li, and placed them one by one into innate jade boxes for preservation. These fruits had been gestating for countless tens of thousands of years, their medicinal potency having reached its peak, and their origin and Dao connotation the most intense. With the 12 Hongjun Li from the system reward minus the 2 consumed earlier for cultivation, he now had 22 first-generation Hongjun Li in his possession. 22 first-generation Hongjun Li meant he could easily create 22 Daluo Golden Immortals. Such a foundation was enough to make any primordial force or great power green with envy. However, the surprises did not end there. After storing the Hongjun Li in the jade box, Zhenyuanzi was about to study the tree when the Chaos Dao compass in his sea of consciousness trembled faintly, and an inexplicable sensation emanated from the roots of the Hongjun Li tree. He focused his divine sense penetrating through layers of soil and roots, finally landing on the deepest part of the Hongjun Li tree. There a ruler of profound yellow hue engraved with merit runes lay quietly. Its surface shimmered with a soft golden radiance, exuding an aura both sacred and majestic. The primordial heaven-measuring ruler. A surge of information flooded his mind, and Zhenyuanzi involuntarily exclaimed, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The primordial heaven-measuring ruler was a supreme treasure of primordial merit born from a sliver of creation merit fused with a wisp of primordial purple chi. Not only could it suppress the fortune of a great sect, but its offensive power was unmatched. Most miraculously, wielding it to kill incurred no karmic retribution, and it contained the origin of space-time, allowing it to ignore all primordial forbidden arrays and traverse distances of billions of miles in an instant. Throughout the entire primordial world, even primordial supreme treasures were rare, let alone a primordial merit supreme treasure. Zhenyuanzi never imagined that beneath this Hongjun Li tree lay such a treasure. According to the original course of primordial history, this primordial merit supreme treasure had seemingly never emerged. No one was known to have obtained it, or perhaps it had been concealed by some great power. However, following the original trajectory, Earth Immortal Island was said to have been taken by Yuanshi Tianzuan along with the Hongjun Li tree, but he was never known to possess the primordial heaven-measuring ruler. Could it be that Yuanshi had overlooked the treasure hidden at the roots? What a pleasant surprise. Suppressing his excitement, Zhenyuanzi reached out and beckoned. The primordial heaven-measuring ruler seemed to sense his presence, transforming into a stream of light and landing in his palm. The ruler felt warm and smooth in his hand, with merit runes flowing across its surface, conveying a sensation deeply connected to the merit of heaven and earth. Zhenyuanzi immediately bonded with it, establishing a connection between his primordial spirit and the ruler. A vast force of merit and the origin of space-time surged into his body, deepening his comprehension of the space-time law. After a simple refinement, he absorbed the primordial heaven-measuring ruler into his body, where it resonated with the Taishu sword and the Earth Book. The 3 items, one for offense, one for defense, and one for support, complementing each other perfectly. Next, gazing at the supreme grade primordial spiritual root, the Hongjun Li tree, Zhenyuanzi did not immediately harvest it. Instead, he decided to explore the entire immortal island first. He continued onward, eventually discovering a pitch-black stele at a certain location on the island. The stele was covered in chaos array patterns. It was the core formation stele of Yingzhou Island. Refining this stele would grant him complete control over the entire island, including its external chaos formations, enabling it to conceal itself within the torrent of space-time or to teleport into the island at any time through the formation core. Zhenyuanzi extended his primordial spirit into the stele, spending some time to fully refine it. From then on, this supreme cave heaven and blessed land of the primordial world became his exclusive secret realm. Since it has become my secret realm, I shall leave these spiritual roots on the island. Zhenyuanzi looked at the Hongjun Li tree, lost in thought. Within his Wuzhuang temple, there was already a Hongjun Li tree rewarded by the system. Transplanting this one back might cause unforeseen changes if 2 supreme-grade spiritual roots coexisted in the same place. Moreover, if other great powers were to see them, explanations would be difficult. Leaving it on Yingzhou Island was the best choice. As for whether these 2 primordial spiritual roots could merge into a chaos spiritual root, Zhenyuanzi had no intention of conducting that experiment for now. After all, a chaos spiritual root would not be tolerated by the primordial world, and that issue must be resolved first. Furthermore, even if fusion were possible, any accident during the process would cause him immense regret. Apart from that, he also transplanted some of the other spiritual roots he had previously collected, further perfecting the island. Having done all this, Zhenyuanzi turned and left Yingzhou Island, appearing above the eastern sea. With a thought, he sensed the island's condition through the formation core. Then, with a flicker of his mind, Yingzhou Island completely vanished, diving into the endless torrent of space-time, visible only to him and summonable at will. Now it's time to continue my travels across the primordial continent. Zhenyuanzi smiled faintly, his figure moving as he transformed into a stream of light, flying toward the inland of the primordial world. After flying for a while, Zhenyuanzi noticed numerous figures emanating auras of varying strengths traversing the sky above the eastern sea. The mingling auras revealed that they were experts from the Dragon Clan and the Water Tribe patrolling nearby. Their divine sense spread out like a net, meticulously examining every stretch of sea, clearly searching for something. Could it be about the fall of that Daluo dragon clan member? Zhenyuanzi speculated in his heart. Judging by the situation, although the dragon clan could not deduce the identity of the culprit, they were unwilling to let the matter rest. They had mobilized so many experts to scour the Eastern Sea, hoping to find any suspicious strong figure or the location of the fallen Daluo dragon. Seeing this, Zhenyuanzi had no desire to tangle with the dragon clan. Let them search well, he would not accompany them for now, and would settle the karmic debt another day. Then with a subtle thought, the primordial heaven-measuring ruler within his body emitted a faint Honghuang radiance, and space-time runes began to flow over its surface. Go! Zhenyuanzi uttered softly, and the primordial heaven-measuring ruler transformed into a Honghuang stream of light wrapping around him. In the next instant, the surrounding space-time twisted violently like a scroll being folded. The vast expanse of the Eastern Sea blurred and receded behind him, reduced to indistinct streaks of light. This was no mere flight. It was a direct traversal through the crevices of space-time, ignoring the constraints of spatial distance. In but a moment, the blue sea and sky were replaced by the vast continent. Landscapes of earth, mountains, and rivers unfolded before his eyes. Such speed! Zhenyuanzi marveled, inwardly feeling the lingering fluctuations of space-time around him. Covering infinite space-time in an instant was far beyond the reach of Daluo Golden Immortals. Even ordinary Honghuang Golden Immortals, unless wielding a primordial supreme treasure or mastering the space-time great Dao, would find it exceedingly difficult. The origin of space-time contained within the primordial heaven-measuring ruler lived up to its reputation. Steadying himself, he found his feet on the fertile soil of the primordial inland. He oriented himself and headed toward the Buzhou mountain, the celestial pillar of the primordial world, which he sensed faintly. As the heavenly pillar of the primordial world, even without knowing its exact direction, one could sense its location through a mere thought. Thus there was no fear of getting lost amid the vastness of the primordial world. This time he did not use the primordial heaven-measuring ruler again. Instead, he chose to travel slowly, savoring the veins of mountains and rivers and the aura of the great Dao across the primordial continent. Of course, he also collected some primordial spiritual objects along the way. Time flew by. Tens of thousands of years passed like a fleeting steed crossing a crevice. Zhenyuanzi's footprints spanned countless famous mountains and great rivers across the primordial continent. During these tens of thousands of years of travel, not only did his knowledge expand abundantly, but he also reaped numerous harvests. Countless primordial spiritual objects and rare heavenly treasures, too many to enumerate. His gains of immortal gold and divine ores were equally astonishing. There was a mountain billions of miles in size, entirely composed of star divine iron, its color like a starry sky imbued with the star law. There was chaos copper, faintly entwined with chaotic currents, incredibly hard, and an excellent material for forging defensive spiritual treasures. Moreover, he obtained more than a dozen mid- and low-grade primordial spirit treasures. For example, the low-grade primordial spirit treasure, Soul Calming Bell, whose chime could stabilize the primordial spirit and specialize in countering illusions. The mid-grade primordial spirit treasure, Water Controlling Banner, which when unfurled could command the power of water in a region. Unfortunately, it was not that supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Northern Profound Yuan Water Controlling Flag. The mid-grade primordial spirit treasure, Sky-Splitting Spear, its tip bearing the law of tearing sharp beyond compare. In total, he obtained more than a dozen mid- and low-grade primordial spirit treasures. Though they were not of superior or supreme grade, each had its unique uses. Even if he could not use them himself, he could study them for insights, and in the future they could serve as rewards. In addition, he also gathered a considerable number of primordial spiritual roots. The most precious among them was a superior grade primordial spiritual root, the Primordial Fire Jujube tree. This tree stood 1,000 feet tall, its trunk like red iron, with faint primordial divine fire burning amid its branches and leaves. Clusters of bright red fire jujubes hung from the tree, resembling agate radiating a fiery Dao rhyme. It bloomed once in 10,000 years, fruited once in 10,000 years, and ripened once in 10,000 years. 30,000 years for a single harvest, yielding 999 fire jujubes each time. Consuming them aided in comprehending the fire great Dao, tempered the body and physique, increased magical power, and prolonged life. Apart from this, along the way many primordial beings, and even primordial tribes of Zhenyuanzi were engaged in mutual conflicts for various reasons. Zhenyuanzi merely observed, silently paying little heed. As time passed, he drew closer and closer to Buzhou Mountain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air grew increasingly vast and pure, faintly carrying a heavy pressure that seemed to support the heavens. The majestic aura of the celestial pillar emanating from Buzhou Mountain. Looking into the distance at the edge of the horizon, a towering black silhouette could be faintly seen, piercing straight into the clouds, as if connected to the sky. Even across the boundless void, its overwhelming grandeur stirred the soul. Almost there. Zhenyuanzi gazed at the black silhouette, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. When he finally stood at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, he understood the might of the primordial celestial pillar. The sacred mountain before him had long surpassed the definition of a mountain. It was as if it were the backbone of heaven and earth, towering into the clouds with an imposing momentum so vast that even time and space seemed to freeze, exuding an unparalleled pressure that suppressed the ages and supported the heavens. Even with his peak, great Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation straining his eyes and exhausting his divine sense, he could barely glimpse its entirety. It was as if it connected heaven and earth, soaring into the void, its height and breadth beyond measure. And this was the Buzhou Mountain, the primordial celestial pillar, transformed from the spine of the great god Pangu. Zhenyuanzi's heart surged with emotion, overwhelmed by the sight. As he set foot on Buzhou Mountain, a surge of information from the primordial source flooded his consciousness, revealing the true scale of the mountain. Its base stretched across 36,000 great kiliocosms, and its height rivaled 12,960,000,000 great kiliocosms. Such magnitude, such vastness defied all description. Zhenyuanzi stood for a long time, his shock gradually subsiding, replaced by profound reverence. Though the primordial heaven and earth were even more boundless, standing before Buzhou Mountain brought a shock far greater than anything else he had experienced. After calming his emotions, Zhenyuanzi suddenly recalled the legends of later ages, the primordial, which Honghuang in a rage rammed Buzhou Mountain, causing the celestial pillar to collapse, the sky to tilt northwest, and the earth to sink southeast. This inevitably raised a question in his mind. How could such a vast and majestic mountain with unimaginable power, not only its own strength, but also the fact that its mere presence stabilized the surrounding spacetime to an incredible degree, ever be toppled? He could sense that even with his current power, wielding a primordial supreme treasure with all his might, he would struggle to truly shake this terrifying sacred mountain. How then in later ages did the primordial, which Honghuang, bring down Buzhou Mountain with a single headbutt? Was his head that hard? Or were there hidden circumstances? Or had Buzhou Mountain weakened for some reason by then? The thought flickered through his mind, but he did not dwell on it, merely filing it away. For now, the most important thing was to personally climb this spine of Pangu to experience the baptism of the primordial will. Zhenyuanzi did not use any magical powers or divine abilities. Relying solely on his physical strength, he began to ascend Buzhou Mountain. At this time, the will of Pangu and the might of heaven and earth on Buzhou Mountain had not yet dissipated. Though not as terrifying as at the dawn of creation, they were far beyond what they would be in later ages. Thus, as Zhenyuanzi began his ascent, a torrent of immense pressure surged toward him like a tidal wave. This pressure targeted not only his physical body, but also his primordial spirit and Dao heart, containing the unyielding will of Pangu, as he cleaved heaven and earth from chaos, as if questioning every climber, "Are you worthy to set foot on this celestial pillar?" At the same time, the terrifying might of heaven and earth pressed down upon his frame. Zhenyuanzi took each step with firm determination, bearing infinite pressure with every move forward. His physical body was tempered and his Dao heart was purified. Both body and soul began to ascend continuously. During the climb, he occasionally glimpsed primordial spiritual treasures, emitting enticing auras, some rooted in rock crevices, others growing on cliff edges. All extremely precious. In ordinary times, Zhenyuanzi would not have let them go, but now he paid them no heed. He did not even pause to gather these primordial treasures, his eyes fixed straight ahead. His Dao heart grew ever clearer with each step. He seemed to feel the fearless and unyielding Dao heart of the great god Pangu as he wielded the creation axe, splitting heaven and earth from chaos and sweeping away the 3,000 chaos demon gods. He witnessed the selflessness of Pangu as he transformed his body into all things, nourishing the primordial wilderness with his own flesh and blood. Whatever reasons Pangu had for creating the heavens and earth, and for transforming into all things, it represented his great spirit and his selflessness toward the primordial beings. All the primordial sacred beings and primordial creatures enjoyed the legacy of Pangu and should be grateful for his sacrifice and selflessness. Time passed during the climb, and 10,000 years slipped by in an instant. Zhenyuanzi finally reached the waist of Buzhou Mountain. His physical body had undergone a noticeable transformation, showing signs of imminent evolution. At this point, the will of Pangu and the might of heaven and earth were even more terrifying, each step feeling as if he carried billions of colossal, sacred mountains on his back. Yet his steps grew firmer and steadier, each footfall subtly resonating with the pulse of Buzhou Mountain. His Dao heart had become as unshakable as a primordial rock, his will as eternal as a star. Time passed swiftly, and another 30,000 years went by. The moment Zhenyuanzi's foot touched the summit, a thunderous roar erupted. In that instant, his physical body blazed with dazzling divine light, countless Dao runes surfacing and swirling across his skin. His bones emitted sounds like the celestial music of the great Dao. His flesh seemed to harbor the birth and death of billions of stars, and the breath streaming from his pores twisted the extremely stable spacetime around him. Under tens of thousands of years of tempering, his physical body finally shattered the last bottleneck, and broke through, ascending from the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal to the level of Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal. At the same time, celestial phenomena manifested. Atop Buzhou Mountain, purple mist surged with hundreds of millions of purple vapors spanning the sky. On the earth, billions of golden lotuses bloomed spontaneously, their petals inscribed with Dao runes. This seemed to be the resonance of heaven and earth triggered by Zhenyuanzi's physical breakthrough to Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal. Feeling the surging power within, Zhenyuanzi's heart swelled with pride. His physical body was now far harder than ordinary primordial spiritual treasures. Even a full-force strike from a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure could barely wound him. The power contained in his flesh could easily shatter countless great kiliocosms. Even among the 12 primordial witches of later ages, the peak physical forms of some were barely stronger than his current body. More importantly, his Dao heart, after tens of thousands of years of climbing and baptism by the will of Pangu and the might of heaven and earth, had been completely sublimated, elevating his understanding of the great Dao to a new level. He could clearly sense that once he returned to the Five Villages Temple to meditate for a time, consolidating the insights gained from his physical breakthrough, his laws, primordial spirit, and magical power would inevitably follow suit and break through to Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal. Zhenyuanzi stood atop the summit, gazing down at the vast primordial land, feeling the power of his Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal physical body and the deeper connection with heaven and earth. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Climbing Buzhou Mountain had brought more than just a physical breakthrough, it was a new understanding of the Dao. The great Dao was not only about closed-door cultivation. Only through personal practice and hardship could one touch the most fundamental truth. He took a deep breath and turned to look down the mountain. It was time to return to the Five Villages Temple and charge toward the Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal realm. As the last wisp of purple mist from the celestial phenomena dissipated atop Buzhou Mountain, Zhenyuanzi was about to descend when the surrounding spacetime suddenly rippled. The originally clear mountain peak scene became hazy as a profoundly mysterious force enveloped him, dragging him into an indescribable, wondrous state. My! Zhenyuanzi's heart stirred slightly, yet he did not resist. This force was pure and gentle, carrying the unique aura of the primordial origin of Buzhou Mountain, clearly not malicious. At the same time, as if inspired, he flicked his finger, and several plump, round ginseng fruits flew out from the earth book space, transforming into streaks of light that fell into his mouth. The flesh dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. The pure and vast medicinal power surged through his limbs and bones in an instant, nourishing his body that had just broken through to the Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal level, and also making his mind even clearer. Almost simultaneously, the dense, liquefied primordial spiritual energy around him surged toward his body like 100 rivers returning to the sea, entering through his pores and racing through his meridians without pause. Zhenyuanzi stood quietly on the mountain peak, his eyes slightly closed, his figure gradually merging with the Buzhou Mountain behind him. His breath synchronized with the mountain's respiration, his heartbeat aligned with the pulse of the primordial wilderness, as if he had become part of this pillar of heaven and earth. A clear, resonant celestial sound of the great Dao rang in his ears, initially as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but soon transformed into a thunderous roar like a great bell resounding deep within his primordial spirit. It was like a symphony woven from countless laws of the great Dao. There was the weight and steadiness of the earth Dao, the unpredictability of the space Dao, the fleeting impermanence of the time Dao, the vibrant vitality of the creation Dao, the domineering sharpness of the destruction Dao, and the piercing edge of the slaughter Dao. Then waves of sacred and solemn chanting joined in, as if billions of ancient gods were reciting scriptures, as if countless primordial deities were comprehending the Dao. The sound was mysterious, abstruse, vast, and profound. Every syllable contained the truth of the great Dao's laws, and every melody engraved the trajectory of the primordial wilderness's evolution. The great Dao is formless, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. The great Dao is emotionless, yet it governs the sun and moon. The celestial sound and chanting intertwined, exploding like thunder in Zhenyuanzi's sea of consciousness, shaking his mind with tumultuous clarity, yet making it utterly transparent. His past insights into various Daos seemed to be ignited like sparks, instantly turning into a blazing prairie fire. His primordial spirit trembled violently amidst the formless celestial sound, with countless tiny cracks appearing on its surface. Yet within those cracks, new Dao patterns were born. The originally crystal-clear primordial spirit gradually took on a layer of chaotic color, becoming more condensed, more profound, with a faint hint of Zhenyuanzi oneness. The chaotic Dao compass in his sea of consciousness also began to turn, emitting endless Dao auras, analyzing and reflecting the truths in the celestial sound one by one, transforming them into the most intuitive insights and transmitting them into his primordial spirit. Time seemed to lose meaning in the process of enlightenment. For Zhenyuanzi, it was as if he had experienced billions of years witnessing the entire evolution of the great Dao from the creation of the primordial wilderness to the present, and yet it was also just a single moment, merely the interval between closing and opening his eyes. When he emerged from that wondrous state, the ripples of space-time around him had already subsided, and the scene on the mountain peak became clear again. But within his body, earth-shattering changes were taking place. The comprehension of laws surged like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly shattering the shackles of the Daluo Golden Immortal peak, and firmly stepping onto the threshold of the early Honghuang Golden Immortal stage. The primordial spirit had also been fully sublimated, completing the most essential transformation, radiating a pressure that resonated with heaven and earth. Under the nourishment of the ginseng fruits and primordial spiritual energy, his mana became even purer and more vast, stirring the surrounding Dao laws as it circulated. Now his four foundations, physical body laws, primordial spirit, and mana, had all broken through simultaneously to the early Honghuang Golden Immortal stage. Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting chaotic airflow flashed in his gaze, reflecting the endless starry sky. Feeling the surging power within him and the deeper connection with the great Dao of heaven and earth, a smile involuntarily curved at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect to break through like this, he marveled inwardly. Sensing his own changes, Zhenyuanzi still found it somewhat unbelievable. He hadn't anticipated such a transformation at this final moment. He had merely climbed Buzhou Mountain once, and not only had his physical body broken through to the early Honghuang Golden Immortal stage, but now his mana laws, primordial spirit, and all other aspects had also broken through to the early Honghuang Golden Immortal stage together. He had originally thought that he would need to return to Wuzhuang Temple and go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, to elevate the realms of laws and primordial spirit. But unexpectedly, at the final moment on the summit of Buzhou Mountain, he encountered such an opportunity, breaking through effortlessly and saving countless efforts. The gains from this climb up Buzhou Mountain truly exceeded his expectations. After reaching the summit, first came the breakthrough of the physical body, followed by the comprehensive advancement of laws, primordial spirit, and mana, stepping into the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm in one go. Although after reaching the summit of Buzhou Mountain, there were none of the cultivation techniques or inheritances he had speculated about, this opportunity and fortune were for him more precious than any technique or inheritance. After all, he possessed the chaotic origin scripture of the great Dao, so he was never lacking in techniques. What he lacked was precisely this kind of opportunity to break through shackles and elevate his realm. Zhenyuanzi bowed deeply to the towering Buzhou Mountain. After all, this did not come from nowhere. Perhaps it was the recognition of Pangu's will carried by Buzhou Mountain for his single-minded, heart-centered enlightenment over the past tens of thousands of years. Then Zhenyuanzi took one last deep look at this sacred mountain that had witnessed his breakthrough and turned to descend. Unlike the arduous ascent, now he had no need to temper himself, so it was quite relaxed. On the way down, he no longer focused solely on climbing as he had on the way up, but casually collected the primordial spiritual treasures along the path. It could only be said that Buzhou Mountain indeed lived up to its name. The primordial spiritual treasures it nurtured were not only greater in number, but also more precious. Passing by the mountainside, he even deliberately detoured to a hidden valley where he uprooted a middle-grade primordial spiritual root, the Nine Heavens Thunder Bamboo, which emanated a rich, thunderous aura. This bamboo contained the essence of the Nine Heavens divine thunder, perfectly complementing the green jade immortal bamboo he had collected earlier. Traveling with stops along the way while collecting treasures, he also carefully sensed the variations in Dao resonance across different areas of Buzhou Mountain. From the powerful might of heaven and earth at the summit to the interweaving of laws on the mountainside, and to the vibrant vitality at the foot, each region of this sacred Buzhou Mountain had its own distinctive characteristics. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the misty spiritual energy lingered like a gossamer veil. Zhenyuanzi gazed at the still towering sacred mountain, and the thought of leaving and returning home had already arisen in his heart. Therefore he planned to travel briefly, and then return to the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven. He had been out for nearly a kalpa. Now that he had just broken through, it was a good time to go into seclusion, to consolidate his realm, and then cultivate for a while. After all, although he had now reached the early Honghuang Golden Immortal stage, compared to the top-tier primordial deities, there was still a considerable gap in realm, so he still had to cultivate diligently. As for thoroughly plundering Buzhou Mountain, that would take far too long. There was no need for it at the moment. Collecting these primordial spiritual treasures was actually more of a hobby. At this point he lacked nothing. Neither spiritual roots, magical treasures, cultivation techniques, nor divine abilities. For him, the cultivation realm was the most important. Even if he expended great effort to collect some supreme primordial treasures, it would not have much impact on his strength. Therefore, a simple search now was enough. He could try a thorough plundering when he came again next time. However, during the brief journey that followed, he would still casually collect any primordial spiritual treasures he encountered. Then time passed swiftly, and 1,000 years went by in the blink of an eye. Within that 1,000 years, he only wandered around the Buzhou Mountain region, yet he still gained considerable harvests, but he now planned to leave Buzhou Mountain for the time being. However, just as Zhenyuanzi was setting up his escape light planning to leave Buzhou Mountain, he suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation in space-time not far away, and at the same time a spiritual light appeared which instantly surprised him. Judging by the situation, it was clearly a sign of a treasure appearing. He immediately chose to change direction and head toward the source of the fluctuation and spiritual light. Although he had already planned to leave since the treasure was now appearing before him, it would be a waste not to take it. Zhenyuanzi's form transformed into a streak of light crossing billions of trillions of miles of void, in an instant arriving at a peculiar valley, the very source of the fluctuation. Before him a formation interwoven with primordial runes hovered above the valley. The formation lines flowed exuding an ancient and majestic aura. At its center a golden radiance blazed ever brighter, signaling that a treasure was about to manifest, stirring such a commotion. However, it seemed that allowing the formation to dissolve naturally would require hundreds, or even thousands of years, perhaps longer. Zhenyuanzi, of course, had no intention of waiting idly. He chose to break the formation directly. In truth, the primordial measure ruler he possessed could carry him straight through the primordial formation into the secret realm with no need for waiting or breaking through. Yet having just broken through recently, Zhenyuanzi decided to test his newfound strength against this formation. And since the formation was on the verge of opening far from its peak potency, forcing it open would cost him little effort. Zhenyuanzi pointed a finger, and the pressure of the early Honghuang Golden Immortal realm erupted. Numerous Dao principles interwove and vast divine power surged forth, coalescing into a hand that blotted out the sky, striking down at the formation. Boom! The hand descended. The primordial formation's runes trembled violently, countless symbols shattered into fragments, and the seemingly indestructible barrier of light collapsed like glass, offering not the slightest resistance. The moment the formation broke, the chaos Dao compass in Zhenyuanzi's primordial spirit spun, releasing chaotic mist that completely obscured the celestial secrets and karmic threads, as if no treasure had ever been revealed. Unless one had witnessed the earlier spiritual light here, or since the fluctuation, no one would learn that a treasure had emerged. Meanwhile, at Zhong Kunlun on Mount Yujing, Hongjun sat cross-legged in meditation, his body radiating Dao rhythms. Suddenly his heart stirred. The faint thread of opportunity he had just sensed had vanished abruptly. He frowned slightly, extending his primordial spirit to deduce, but only found chaos with no clue. Oh well, opportunities have their own fate. Hongjun withdrew his divine sense and resumed his cultivation, unaware that the opportunity meant for him had already been claimed by another. Zhenyuanzi stepped into the core of the formation. The dense primordial spiritual energy had almost become tangible. What met his eyes was a celestial golden bucket suspended in midair. The bucket gleamed with golden light, containing 46 layers of primordial restrictions, within radiating a terrifying power capable of absorbing all things. The primordial golden bucket. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhenyuanzi's eyes. He had not expected to encounter such a treasure. The primordial golden bucket, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, was infinitely mysterious. It could capture immortals and objects, swallow all treasures under heaven. Once its golden light shone, even a Daluo Golden Immortal could hardly escape. As far as he knew, this treasure should have been obtained by Hongjun, then placed on the dividing treasure cliff after the third lecture at Zixiao Palace, later acquired by Tongtian, who bestowed it upon Yunxiao. Was it not so? Yet now it appeared before him, soon to be his. If this was the case, could it be that Hongjun had not yet acquired this treasure, and thus he had snatched it away? If he had not concealed the celestial secrets and karmic threads here, it was likely that Hongjun would have arrived shortly. But since the celestial secrets here had been thoroughly obscured, even Hongjun would be unable to sense this opportunity and would not come specifically. Beyond that, what surprised him even more was that when his divine sense probed the golden bucket, he sensed a complete formation inheritance within, the 9-bend Yellow River Formation. This formation contained infinite profundity, capable of stripping immortal bones and extinguishing immortal roots. It was one of the top formations in the primordial world, second only to the 12 Demon Gods Formation, the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, and a few others. Paired with the primordial golden bucket, its power was overwhelming. In the later tribulation of the investiture of the gods, the three Shao used this very formation to inflict great suffering on the Chan sect immortals, eventually forcing the saints to intervene personally. An unexpected bonus. Zhenyuanzi smiled, faintly waving his hand to take the primordial golden bucket. The bucket felt warm and smooth in his hand, its restrictions operating smoothly, able to unleash tremendous power with ease. He then stored it into his treasure space. Just then Zhenyuanzi sensed 3 streaks of light, flying rapidly from the horizon, carrying a sharp aura and landing instantly outside the valley. Hey Taoist, this is the territory of our Qilin clan. Put down the treasure at once. A harsh shout came, filled with unquestionable arrogance. Zhenyuanzi frowned slightly and looked up. Three figures stood before him, all transformed members of the Qilin clan. The leader, clad in red armor with a single horn on his head and a stern countenance, exuded the aura of a mid-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. The two behind him, one in green and one in black, had weaker auras, yet they were at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, their presence blending the unique auspiciousness and ferocity of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan. Zhenyuanzi understood. No wonder they were so overbearing. Although the three clans had not yet dominated the primordial world, the innate three clans were still powerful, with many experts among them, making ordinary, innate beings wary of provoking them. Indeed, as one of the three innate clans, it was not surprising that they casually encountered three Qilins with Tai and Daluo cultivations. However, such cultivation levels were nothing in his eyes. Clearly they had seen the spiritual light earlier, and were drawn here, but being weaker, slower, and farther away, they had only just arrived. The red-armored Qilin leader fixed his gaze on Zhenyuanzi. Seeing no treasure in his hand, yet sensing the lingering aura of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, he roared angrily, "The treasure must be on you. Hand it over at once, and we might spare your life. Otherwise your soul shall be obliterated, and you shall fall here." The green-armored Qilin echoed, "Indeed. This is our clan's territory. How dare you, an outsider, covet the treasure? Hand it over." The black-armored Qilin directly summoned a cyan-long spear, its tip pointing at Zhenyuanzi. "Those who refuse a toast must drink a forfeit. You're asking for death." These three Qilin clan experts, unable to discern Zhenyuanzi's cultivation and unfamiliar with him, assumed he was no notable great power, merely someone concealing his aura with a treasure. Thus they showed no regard for him, spewing arrogant words. Zhenyuanzi's eyes turned cold. In a calm but commanding tone, he uttered a single word: "Begone." That single word fell like a thunderclap. Though he used no divine power or technique, it pressed down on the three Qilin experts, halting their movements and making their faces turn pale. "You dare insult us?" The red-armored Qilin was both shocked and enraged. Though he could not gauge Zhenyuanzi's cultivation, he had not expected such a firm response. "Attack! Take him down, and the treasure will be ours." As the words fell, the azure-armored Qilin and the black-armored Qilin each urged their treasures forward, unleashing the full force of a peak Tai Golden Immortal strike upon Zhenyuanzi. Seeing this, Zhenyuanzi shook his head inwardly, a vague melancholy stirring in his heart. Could it be that he was fated to clash with the three primordial races? Last time in the East Sea, a Dragon Clan expert had sought to seize his treasure. Now here at Buzhou Mountain, a Qilin Clan expert was doing the same. Yet since they dared to lay hands on his belongings, death was their only reward. When he was merely a Daluo Golden Immortal, he had already slain a Dragon Clan Daluo expert. Now that he had broken through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm, how could he allow a Qilin Clan expert to offend him with impunity? Otherwise, what meaning would his breakthrough to Honghuang Golden Immortal have? Zhenyuanzi did not move. He merely flicked his finger, releasing a seemingly ordinary surge of Dao power. That power appeared faint, yet it bore the supreme control over the Dao possessed by a Honghuang Golden Immortal, instantly transforming into three earthen yellow barriers that met the attacks of the three. Crack! Boom! The azure-armored Qilin's spear and the black-armored Qilin's shield shattered instantly, and both suffered catastrophic destruction, their bodies exploding into blood mist under the crushing force of the Dao power. The vast world within them, nurtured over eons, collapsed in a roar. Countless avatars across all realms were annihilated, not even a fragment of their primordial spirit remaining. They were utterly destroyed. The crimson-armored Qilin, witnessing his kin fall, in an instant glared with eyes nearly splitting, his heart blazing with fury. Had his two tribesmen at the peak of Tai just been obliterated in body and soul by a single finger? The opponent was at least a Daluo Golden Immortal, and with such strength even among Daluos he was no ordinary being. But as an elder under the primordial Qilin's command, the pride of a Daluo Golden Immortal and his covetous desire for the treasure overrode all other thoughts, including fear. If the opponent could easily slay Tai experts, perhaps it was due to the newly acquired spirit treasure. If he could seize it before it was fully refined, what a heavenly fortune that would be. "Arrogant brute! You dare kill my Qilin kin. Today I will make you perish utterly." The crimson-armored Qilin roared, trampling the void, his crimson divine light blazing as billions of Qilin phantom shadows emerged behind him. Those were his avatars scattered across infinite time, past, present, and future, all summoned now. The pressure of a Daluo Golden Immortal swept across heaven and earth like a tsunami, and even the surrounding Dao laws trembled at his roar. He reached into the void and drew out a long halberd wreathed in blood-red flames, its shaft inscribed with the characters, "Burn Heaven Fentian." This was his strongest companion spirit treasure, a superior grade primordial spirit treasure granted by the primordial Qilin, the Fentian halberd. The halberd contained the powerful laws of destruction and fire. As he swung it, infinite time and space shattered like paper, and a blood-red beam shot from the tip, piercing past and future. Where the beam passed, all things turned to ash, laws disintegrated, and even the endless void ignited, becoming a sea of fire that consumed all heavens. Die! The crimson-armored Qilin poured all the primal power of his Daluo Golden Immortal into the Fun Tian halberd. His billions of avatars swung the halberd simultaneously, weaving countless blood-red beams into a net in the void, seeking to crush Zhenyuanzi and the time-space he occupied. Zhenyuanzi's eyes were calm as a placid lake. He simply pressed out a palm, unleashing a terrifying wave of Dao power. The Dao power collided with the beams, but like a pebble dropped into a lake, it sent out ripples of intangible Dao resonance. Where the ripples passed, the blood-red beams froze instantly, then dissolved into nothingness like snow melting. The blood-red flames on the Fun Tian halberd were extinguished abruptly, and the halberd was sent flying. The billions of avatar phantoms summoned by the crimson-armored Qilin screamed in agony, shattering inch by inch within the ripples. The crimson-armored Qilin, as if struck by the backlash of the Dao, had his body crushed by the terrifying Dao power into a mist of blood. The phantom images of the 3,000 great worlds within him collapsed simultaneously, and his primordial spirit was utterly extinguished. But was the immortality of a Daluo Golden Immortal mere empty talk? Within the blood mist, a dazzling crimson spirit light flared, his innate, indestructible spirit light. It instantly connected to the power of countless avatars across past and future infinity, and billions of streams of light surged from temporal rifts, reassembling the crimson-armored Qilins formed billions of miles away. His aura had not diminished in the slightest. Upon resurrection, he returned to his peak state. Yet the restored crimson-armored Qilin was chilled to the bone. In that instant, he had clearly sensed his own fundamental Dao fruit trembling, as if it could be utterly erased by that palm at any moment. This was no Daluo. It was clearly a terrifying supreme being at the Honghuang Golden Immortal level. Spare me, Senior. The crimson-armored Qilin's arrogance vanished. He turned and tried to tear through time and space to escape. He frantically channeled his laws, attempting to shuttle through time and space to flee his death, but found that the surrounding time-space had been welded shut by an invisible force. No matter how he drove the laws, he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to stir even a single ripple in space. For one who dared to attack him, and given that he had already slain 2 Qilin clan experts, he naturally would not let a Qilin Daluo expert leave. Since the karma had been forged, it must be settled completely. Letting the opponent go would inevitably bring much trouble. Though he feared not, the Qilin clan being entangled by them would still cause no small inconvenience. However, a Daluo Golden Immortal was immortal and indestructible, possessing an innate indestructible spirit light. Even if his body and primordial spirit were shattered, he could be reborn through infinite avatars. To completely obliterate the opponent with mere magical power and divine abilities would require several more moves, but Zhenyuanzi had no intention of wasting time. He had a simpler method. Zhenyuanzi's eyes turned icy. He clenched his right hand, and the primordial supreme treasure, the Tai Su sword, was already in his grip. The gleaming white blade flowed with a killing light. Before the sword moved, its edge had already locked onto the crimson-armored Qilin's fundamental Dao fruit, as well as every trace of his aura scattered across infinite time, past, present, and future. A primordial supreme treasure. The crimson-armored Qilin's pupils contracted, his terror reaching its peak. He had not expected the opponent to possess such a treasure. How could such a being be ordinary? After all, even their Qilin clan did not possess a primordial supreme treasure. Yet why had he never heard of such a terrifyingly powerful being? Senior, please stop. The leader of our Qilin clan is a supreme expert of heaven and earth. If you kill me, the leader will surely not let you go. As he spoke, he even threatened Zhenyuanzi, hoping to make him hesitate, while simultaneously trying his utmost to defend and seek a sliver of life. For the immortality of a Daluo Golden Immortal was only relative. Before a Honghuang Golden Immortal wielding a primordial supreme treasure, so-called temporal avatars past and future could all be destroyed, leaving almost no chance of survival. Even the primordial Qilin cannot protect you. The Tai Su sword trembled slightly, and a seemingly slender gleaming white sword beam shot forth, instantly piercing infinite time and space. The sword beam transformed into countless billions of strands. Wherever they passed, the crimson-armored Qilin's countless avatars hidden in the past, his myriad possible forms in the future, and his present body and phantoms all let out a piercing scream at the same moment, turning to ash. His fundamental Dao fruit shattered inch by inch under the sword beam, and the innate indestructible spirit light symbol of his Daluo foundation fell into the realm of eternal tribulation, unlikely to revive for countless eons. As the last wisp of his primordial spirit dissipated, the crimson-armored Qilin's massive body fell from the void, reverting to its original form of a million-li crimson Qilin, crashing into a valley and raising 1,000 layers of dust. Zhenyuanzi waved his hand, storing the corpse and the Fun Tian halberd into the space of the Chaos Dao compass. With a slight motion of his body, he vanished as if no one had ever fought here. Having dealt with the Qilin clan experts, Zhenyuanzi lingered no longer. He turned and transformed into a streak of light shooting out of the Buzhou mountain range, flying toward Wanshou Mountain. With the mixed Yuan Golden Dipper in hand, and having tested his own strength, this journey was complete. Next he would return to Honghuang Temple Inter-Seclusion to stabilize his realm and await the next upheaval in the primordial world. After departing from Buzhou Mountain, Zhenyuanzi did not hasten to return to Wanshou Mountain. Thus he refrained from using the Hongming Measure Ruler to traverse the infinite void directly. Instead he chose to journey back leisurely, though his speed was considerably faster than when he had come. The escape light of a Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal streaked across the sky, leaving faint traces of Dao rhythm. Occasionally, upon encountering rare innate spiritual treasures, he would casually collect them into his treasure space. Along the way the primordial land grew ever more vibrant. Amid the mountains and rivers creatures of all races thrived and multiplied. Birds with resplendent wings built nests among the clouds, beasts with gleaming scales roamed through the forests, and awakened innate beings built huts to dwell in, attempting to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The primordial world is indeed becoming more lively, Zhenyuanzi mused. With the beast calamity concluded, and the 3 primordial clans yet to fully rise, this was a golden age for the growth of all things. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye, and his figure appeared above the Hongjun mountains. Compared to when he had left, this mountain range had grown even more lush. Countless new spiritual herbs and plants had burst forth from the soil, emitting alluring spiritual light, and the number of innate beings dwelling there had increased significantly. Yet Hongjun was still far from the time of his emergence. Thus Zhenyuanzi meticulously scoured the Hongjun mountains for all kinds of innate spiritual treasures, and only then satisfied did he head toward Wanshou Mountain. Before long the silhouette of Wanshou Mountain came into view. Compared to when he had left, this immortal mountain's spiritual energy had grown even denser. From the foothills to the mid-slope, many more innate beings had appeared, most of them still low in cultivation, yet they added a touch of vitality to the once silent sacred peak. However, Zhenyuanzi paid them no heed. He passed straight through the layered arrays and stepped into the Honghuang Temple Paradise. Within the paradise, spiritual energy lingered in a dense mist. The ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum tree stood like grand canopies, while the lake of 3 light divine water shimmered with rippling light. All was orderly and serene. He returned to the Honghuang Hall, took his seat at the main position, and called out, "Qingfeng Mingwei. Disciple is here." 2 crisp voices answered, and 2 figures, one in blue, one in white, hurried in from outside the hall. They were none other than Qingfeng and Mingwei. Upon seeing Zhenyuanzi, joy lit up their faces. They promptly bowed and said, "We welcome the master back to the mountain." Zhenyuanzi looked at them and nodded slightly. "During my absence, have there been any anomalies in the cave dwelling?" Qingfeng stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Reporting to the master, everything in the cave dwelling is fine. The spiritual roots and herbs in the spirit herb garden have been tended according to your instructions, and the 3 light divine water has been applied at regular intervals. They are growing splendidly. However, in recent years more and more innate beings have been born on Wanshou Mountain. Some of them have heard of your renown from slaying the beast in the past, and many have sought to find the Honghuang Temple. Yet shielded by the formation of the paradise, they have never been able to locate the entrance." Mingwei added, "Indeed, master. During these years the spiritual herbs and roots have flourished remarkably. With regular watering of the 3 light divine water, some of them have undergone noticeable changes, and even their growth cycles have shortened considerably." She waved her small hand, and over a dozen translucent jade boxes materialized out of thin air, floating before Zhenyuanzi. "Master, please take a look. These are the spiritual fruits harvested over the years." Zhenyuanzi swept his divine sense over the jade boxes. Inside they were piled high with all kinds of spiritual fruits. In 2 of the boxes were the ginseng fruits, which had already ripened for who knows how many cycles, and the yellow plums, which had ripened for the 2nd time. The other boxes contained a vast assortment of spiritual fruits, treasures, herbs, and medicines, stacked like mountains. He nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. You have worked hard." Praise brought smiles of joy to Qingfeng and Mingyue's faces. Then Zhenyuanzi led the 2 of them to the spirit herb garden. With a wave of his hand, the harvest from the Chaos Dao compass space poured forth. The superior grade innate spiritual root, the primordial fire jujube tree, took root in the spiritual soil, its branches stretched out laden with fiery red jujubes. The medium grade innate spiritual roots, the tranquil mind immortal tea tree, the 9 heavens thunder bamboo, the crimson flame fruit, and others, landed one after another, instantly blending into the environment of the spirit herb garden. There were also numerous lower grade innate spiritual roots, along with an immense quantity of spiritual herbs, plants, and medicinal materials. Under his control they were planted in an orderly manner according to their attributes. Splash! Zhenyuanzi drew water from the lake of 3 light divine water, transforming it into countless streams that irrigated the newly transplanted spiritual roots and herbs. As the divine water fell, the spiritual roots and the vast sea of herbs, plants, and medicines immediately stretched their leaves and branches, radiating an even more vigorous vitality and the surrounding spiritual energy became more active. From now on, these spiritual roots shall be under your care. Do not be negligent, Zhenyuanzi instructed. Qingfeng and Mingwei gazed at the garden full of spiritual roots, especially the primordial fire jujube tree, radiating a scorching aura, their eyes filled with awe. They promptly replied, "As you command, master." When they returned to the Honghuang hall, Zhenyuanzi's gaze fell upon them. With a sweep of his divine, since he perceived their cultivation levels. "You have reached the peak of the Golden Immortal realm." "Yes, thanks to the spiritual fruits bestowed by the master, we have been able to attain such progress," Qingfeng replied, with a bow, his tone full of gratitude. Mingyue beside him nodded her little head vigorously. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly. Although Qingfeng and Mingwei were innate beings with superior talent among their kind, they were ultimately a step behind the innate sacred beings. To have reached the peak of the Golden Immortal realm within a single kalpa was already made possible by the environment of Honghuang Temple and the power of spiritual fruits. Thus it was evident that during the years he had been away traveling the primordial world, Qingfeng and Mingyue, besides tending to the cave dwelling, had not been lax in their cultivation. However, although such cultivation speed was already extremely fast by the standards of innate beings, Zhenyuanzi was still not entirely satisfied. After all, Qingfeng and Mingyue as his boy and girl attendants represented his prestige, their cultivation should naturally be higher. Moreover, with higher cultivation, they would be better able to manage his cave dwelling in the future. In Zhenyuanzi's view, his attendants should at least be at the Daluo Golden Immortal level. Nevertheless, considering that they had not been cultivating for long, they could not leap to become Daluo Golden Immortals overnight. They would have to cultivate slowly. However, he could give them lectures on the Dao, guide their cultivation, and accelerate their progress. As for whether he could raise them to the Daluo Golden Immortal level, Zhenyuanzi had never worried about this. He believed that with his guidance and the cultivation of various resources, reaching the Daluo Golden Immortal realm would not be a problem. Even if they truly struggled to break through, he could simply feed them a yellow plum, and they would immediately advance to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Indeed, with 2 yellow plum trees in his possession, Zhenyuanzi was that extravagant. The Golden Immortal cultivation is still somewhat lacking. You too must advance further. Zhenyuanzi declared solemnly, "Today I shall deliver a lecture on the Dao for you to help you break through your bottlenecks." Hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyue were overjoyed. They quickly knelt on meditation mats, their expressions solemn, and waited in silence for the lecture. Zhenyuanzi sat upright and began to speak. His voice was not loud, but it contained the true essence of the great Dao. He expounded from the fundamental laws of the 5 elements to the profound Dao of space and time, all narrated in a leisurely manner. In addition to these profound principles of the great Dao, he also drew upon his experiences traveling through the primordial world, using mountains, rivers, plants, and the myriad forms of life as metaphors to explain abstruse truths in a simple and accessible way. The Dao is in ants and insects, the Dao is in weeds and rice, the Dao is in tiles and bricks, the Dao. All things in heaven and earth can lead to enlightenment. Cultivation is not about shutting oneself away. One must observe the workings of heaven and earth, contemplate the cycles of all beings, so as to draw inferences from one instance. The celestial sound of the great Dao echoed in the hall, transforming into countless runes that merged into the primordial spirits of Qingfeng and Mingyue. At times they frowned in contemplation, and at other times they experienced sudden enlightenment. Their primordial spirits, nourished by the Dao resonance, grew stronger, charging toward the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Time flowed like a river, and 10,000 years slipped away unnoticed. On this day, Qingfeng and Mingyue simultaneously burst forth with radiant spiritual light, as the oppressive aura of the early Tai Golden Immortal stage swept through the hall. They had finally succeeded in their breakthrough. "We thank the master for imparting the Dao." Overwhelmed with emotion, they knelt deeply before Zhenyuanzi, their voices brimming with gratitude. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he produced several crimson Xiantian fire jujubes and dozens of mid and low-grade Xiantian spiritual fruits. He smiled, "These are rewards for your breakthrough." Then he took out 2 low-grade Xiantian spiritual treasures, a blue-edged sword and a white jade shield. "Take these 2 treasures to protect yourselves." It was not that Zhenyuanzi was reluctant to bestow more precious Xiantian spiritual treasures. Rather, given their current cultivation level, using low-grade Xiantian spiritual treasures was more suitable. Moreover, low-grade Xiantian spiritual treasures were already extremely precious. Even some Daluo experts might not possess a single one. After all, these treasures contained the indestructible Xiantian spiritual light and the essence of primordial chaos, which could be used for enlightenment and cultivation, and their power was by no means negligible. A low-grade Xiantian spiritual treasure. Even Qingfeng and Mingyue, with their limited experience, understood the rarity of such treasures. As they received them, their hands trembled, and they bowed once more. "We thank the master for his grace. Go and retreat to stabilize your cultivation base," Zhenyuanzi said with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Holding the fruits and treasures, the two respectfully withdrew from the Wuzhuang Hall. Silence returned to the hall. Zhenyuanzi closed his eyes in meditation. The 10,000 years he had spent teaching Qingfeng and Mingyue were also a process of organizing his own insights. His experiences traveling through the primordial world, the physical and spiritual purification of climbing Mount Buzhou, the sensations of collecting various spiritual treasures and roots. All these memories swirled in his mind, ultimately transforming into a profound understanding of the great Dao. Cultivation, in the end, is about cultivating the mind, comprehending the Dao, and understanding the universe, Zhenyuanzi realized. Though the Chaos Dao compass could aid enlightenment, it could never replace personal experience. Countless spiritual roots and treasures could enhance cultivation, but they were not as stable as the understanding of the Dao. The essence of cultivation was to comprehend the Dao. And the laws of the great Dao are the Dao. The principles of the Heavenly Dao are the Dao. All things in heaven and earth are the Dao. The myriad forms of sentient beings are also the Dao. Cultivation is never about relentless ascetic practice. This was why, despite possessing the Chaos Dao compass, he still chose to travel through the primordial world. He was not merely collecting Xiantian spiritual treasures, Xiantian spiritual roots, or Xiantian spiritual objects. He also sought to broaden his horizons, deepen his cognition, enhance his understanding of the great Dao and the myriad things of heaven and earth, and elevate his mind and Dao heart. His previous breakthrough in cultivation level was largely due to this aspect as well. In fact, he was not alone in this. Many other great powers in the primordial world, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, would also choose to travel rather than remain in seclusion. Now that he had returned from his travels, he naturally needed to digest what he had learned and continue his cultivation. Although he had already reached the early Yellow Golden Immortal stage, the primordial world was filled with powerful figures such as Hongjun, Luoho, and Zulong, top-tier innate greats who had cultivated for countless millions of years and had long reached the Yellow Golden Immortal stage. Thus, he still had to press forward. It is time to go into seclusion. Zhenyuanzi rose and walked to the meditation chamber at the rear of the hall, setting up layer upon layer of formations. Inside the chamber, the Chaos Dao compass floated in midair, slowly rotating, reflecting the phantom images of 3,000 great Daos. He sat cross-legged, sinking into cultivation, digesting the gains from his travels, and striving for a higher realm. The Wuzhuang cave heaven once again fell into tranquility, with only the faint sounds of spiritual roots growing and the wondrous celestial notes of the Dao flowing gently in the river of time. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 epochs had gone by. Inside the Wuzhuang Hongjun, Yuanzi slowly withdrew his practice, the currents of Dao energy around his body gradually receding and returning to calm. He opened his eyes, and Dao runes flashed briefly in his pupils. After this 3 epoch seclusion, his cultivation had advanced, his aura becoming more condensed and profound, like an abyssal mountain peak, unfathomably deep. However, there was still a considerable gap to reaching the Yellow Golden Immortal stage. Every step in the cultivation of a Yellow Golden Immortal required a deeper enlightenment of the laws of the great Dao, making it far more difficult than the Daluo Golden Immortal stage. Naturally, breakthroughs were not easy. Even with the assistance of the Chaos Dao compass and the nourishment of spiritual treasures such as the 3 light divine water ginseng fruit and yellow peach plum, the 3 epochs of arduous cultivation had only allowed him to make some progress in the early Yellow Golden Immortal stage and enhance his strength. But to break through to the Yellow Golden Immortal stage, he would need at least several more epochs of seclusion, or even longer. However, cultivation was not solely about raising one's realm. During this seclusion, he had also comprehended and developed many Dao techniques, such as earth-spanning golden light and cosmic manipulation. More importantly, he had completely refined the 49 Xiantian restrictions of the Honghuang measuring ruler, achieving unity between man and treasure. With a single thought, he could activate the power of time and space within the supreme treasure. Whether it was suppressing fortune, traversing time and space, or engaging in combat, he could now maximize its power. Having finished his cultivation, Zhenyuanzi looked toward the hall entrance. Over the years, the Wuzhuang cave heaven had become increasingly stable, and the spiritual roots flourished. Beyond the cave heaven, on Wanshou Mountain, the number of innate beings had greatly increased compared to before, sparking an idea in his mind. He called out, "Qingfeng Mingyue, we are here." 2 figures rapidly arrived. Under Zhenyuanzi's guidance and resource allocation, Qingfeng and Mingyue had now cultivated to the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage, their auras steady and their brows bearing the charm of the Dao. "You 2 go out and inform all beings on Wanshou Mountain," Zhenyuanzi said slowly. "1,000 years from now, I will preach the Dao atop the mountain. All who are fated may come and listen." Hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyue's eyes flashed with ecstasy. They had personally experienced the wonder of Zhenyuanzi's lectures, an opportunity that could open their minds and advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. They had never expected their master to lecture again, although this time it was for all beings of Wanshou Mountain. They could still sit in and gain tremendous benefits. "We obey," Qingfeng bowed hastily, barely containing his excitement. May I ask, Master, is there any restriction on the lecture? For example, cultivation level. Zhenyuanzi shook his head. No restrictions. All beings may come as long as they hold reverence and listen attentively. Yes, we will inform them immediately. Mingwei could not suppress her excitement either. Exchanging a glance with Qingfeng, the two quickly withdrew from the hall, leaving the Wuzhuangguan cave. Heaven, Qingfeng and Mingwei transformed into two streaks of light darting across Wanshou Mountain. Attention, all fellow beings of Wanshou Mountain. Qingfeng's voice, infused with the power of a Daluo Golden Immortal, spread across mountains and rivers. Our master, the venerable Zhenyuan, a Daluo Golden Immortal great power, will preach the Dao atop Wanshou Mountain for 3,000 years, 1,000 years from now. Regardless of cultivation level, all who are fated may come and listen. Mingwei added, our master is immensely powerful and deeply versed in the Dao. This lecture will cover laws, cultivation, and divine abilities. A rare opportunity, do not miss it. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Wanshou Mountain, and then radiating to the surrounding immortal mountains and blessed lands. In an instant, the entire Wanshou Mountain erupted in excitement. What? The primordial being of Wuzhuangguan, venerable Zhenyuan, is going to preach the Dao. A stone spirit who was absorbing spiritual energy jolted its head up, eyes filled with disbelief. He had once heard of the mighty being's fame for slaying ferocious beasts, but never imagined that such a being would openly preach the Dao. Is that the master of Wuzhuangguan? This is a legendary primordial being with unfathomable power. A transformed white deer trembled with excitement, yet also felt a hint of confusion. But what realm is Zhenyuan Golden Immortal? Still, to listen to such a primordial being preach the Dao, even if just a few words, would be enough to benefit us for a lifetime. 1,000 years later. I must return to consolidate my cultivation and then secure a good spot. Quickly inform the companions of our clan. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Countless primordial beings spread the news, their excitement overflowing. The news spread far and wide, reaching the beings of Hongjun Mountains, Xianin Mountain, Luoxiao Ridge, and other immortal mountains separated by endless distances. They all began to converge on Wanshou Mountain. 1,000 years passed quietly amidst the anticipation of countless beings. On this day atop Wanshou Mountain, countless primordial beings had already gathered. Suddenly, a chaotic twilight glow appeared on the horizon, and Zhenyuanzi's figure materialized on the mountain peak. With a light wave of his right hand, a cloud platform carved from primordial dark jade slowly emerged. Upon the platform, primordial divine light swirled, and Dao runes flickered in and out of sight. Zhenyuanzi stepped onto the cloud platform, sat cross-legged, and calmly surveyed the countless primordial beings below. Among them were not only the primordial beings of Wanshou Mountain, but also those from nearby regions and other immortal mountains who had rushed over upon hearing that a mighty being was preaching the Dao, eager to listen. We pay homage to venerable Zhenyuan. Someone shouted first, and the countless primordial beings bowed in unison, their voices gathering into a torrent that resounded through the heavens. Zhenyuanzi raised his hand slightly, and his indifferent voice rang out clearly, reaching the ears of every being. No need for formalities. After they rose, he continued, I am Zhenyuanzi. Today I shall preach the Dao for 3,000 years. Since you have all come, you are blessed with a destined connection. Be at ease, just listen with peace of mind. Thank you, venerable. The countless beings bowed again, their eyes full of anticipation. Zhenyuanzi said no more and slowly began to speak. The Dao is formless, yet gives birth to all phenomena. When it operates within, it hides in a mustard seed. When it spreads outward, it fills heaven and earth. Everything has its own nature, and each nature has its own Dao. Do not force the same path. Guard your own nature, and you will attain the true essence. His voice, though not loud, was imbued with boundless Dao rhythm, transforming into countless runes that merged into the primordial spirits of every listener. In the first millennium, Zhenyuanzi expounded the principles of the laws. Laws are the trajectories of heaven and earth's movements, the foundation of all things evolution. They can be followed or reversed, born or extinguished. The key lies in comprehension and application. Countless beings listened in rapt fascination. Many cultivators stuck at bottlenecks felt a flash of insight, their years of confusion suddenly clearing, and their cultivation began to slowly increase. In the middle millennium, he explained the methods of cultivation. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. It requires consolidating the foundation, understanding the mind and nature, and knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He infused his own cultivation experience into the teaching, including both specific methods he had distilled and insights from his travels through the primordial era. He explained profound principles in simple terms, allowing beings of different origins and realms to gain something. In the final millennium, he expounded on divine abilities and techniques. Divine abilities are manifestations of laws, the use of spiritual power. They are not tools for showing off, but the foundation for protecting the Dao. He did not impart specific great Dao techniques, but only their essence and nature, allowing beings to comprehend their own divine abilities. He made them understand that divine abilities reside within oneself, not in external methods. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye during the sermon. When Zhenyuanzi's voice ceased, the mountain peak remained utterly silent. Countless beings were still immersed in the mysteries of the great Dao, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. After a long while, some beings slowly awakened, their faces showing expressions of sudden enlightenment. Their gazes at Zhenyuanzi were filled with gratitude and awe. "Do any of you have questions?" Zhenyuanzi spoke, breaking the silence. After a moment of silence below, a golden immortal clad in azure armor, with a single horn on his head, stepped forward and bowed. "This junior is Xianqing of Xianin Mountain. I possess both water and earth elemental powers, but I always feel they clash and struggle to merge. May I ask the Dao Lord how to resolve this?" Zhenyuanzi said calmly. "Water can moisten earth, and earth can contain water. This is a mutually nurturing path. Earth bears water without drowning, and floodwaters nourish the earth without eroding. Find the balance point, and they will naturally merge." Xianqing, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. He stood dumbfounded for a long time, then suddenly prostrated himself. "Thank you for the guidance, Dao Lord. This junior's mind is now enlightened." Afterward, another transformed ancient tree came forward and asked, "This junior takes root at Luoxiao Ridge, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Zhenyuanzi said, "Plants and trees." Over the next 100 years, Zhenyuanzi answered many questions one by one. When no one else asked, Zhenyuanzi rose and said, "This sermon ends here. Farewell to Lord Zhenyuan." The billions of primordial beings bowed once more, their voices filled with gratitude. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly. His figure transformed into a chaotic stream of light, vanishing into the void as he returned to the 5 villages manor cave heaven. At the mountain peak, the beings did not leave immediately. Many sat cross-legged, digesting the content of the sermon. This sermon not only advanced their cultivation, but also, more importantly, opened new paths of cultivation. This gain would accompany them for the rest of their lives. And Mount Wanshou, due to this sermon, became a sacred cultivation land longed for by countless beings who knew of its existence. The names of 5 villages manor and Lord Zhenyuan spread throughout Mount Wanshou and its surrounding regions, revered by countless beings. Meanwhile, just as Zhenyuanzi's figure landed in the 5 villages manor cave heaven, the sky of the cave heaven suddenly became unusual. Countless Honghuang light points emerged from the depths of the void, gathering like fireflies and gradually coalescing into a brilliant ball of Honghuang golden light, hovering above the 5 villages hall. Heavenly Dao merit. Zhenyuanzi looked up, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. This was clearly because he had just preached to the beings of Mount Wanshou and the surrounding areas, imparting cultivation methods, which had stirred the Heavenly Dao's response, thus bestowing merit as a reward. The golden light grew increasingly intense, with faint Dao sounds of heaven emanating. A warm and profound power radiated from it, enveloping the entire 5 villages manor cave heaven. Then the golden light transformed into a Honghuang torrent, cascading down like a waterfall and merging into Zhenyuanzi's body. According to the system panel this time, he obtained 30 million Heavenly Dao merit points. Although the Heavenly Dao merit was not as much as the great Dao merit he had gained earlier when slaying ferocious beasts, and 30 million might seem modest, it was actually quite substantial enough for him to condense 3 rounds of merit golden wheels. After all, in later ages, it would be an extraordinary fortune for an ordinary mighty cultivator to possess even a few rounds of merit golden wheels for protection. At that time, scheming to obtain 30 million Heavenly Dao merit would not be an easy task. Only because he had caught the right opportunity and seized the advantage did acquiring Heavenly Dao merit seem relatively easy. However, such merit gained from preaching was mostly for enlightenment. Only when one guides the beings of the primordial era in the direction of cultivation for the first time would the Heavenly Dao possibly bestow Heavenly Dao merit. And such fortune would not recur. Even if he were to preach again, it would be difficult to obtain Heavenly Dao merits once more. Unless his next sermon were far more vast and profound than the previous, and among the listeners there were those blessed with immense fortune and extraordinary talent, such as the innate deities. Only then might he gain Heavenly Dao merits again. Then Zhenyuanzi cast aside further thoughts. With a flicker of his mind, the 30 million units of Heavenly Dao merits within him began to circulate and coalesce. The xanthic power of merit swirled around his primordial spirit, gradually forming 3 phantom wheels. After a moment, the 3 merit golden wheels fully materialized, hovering silently behind his primordial spirit, completely concealed. Unless he deliberately revealed them, no outsider could perceive them. Once the merit golden wheels took shape, Zhenyuanzi felt an even closer bond with heaven and earth. Even his comprehension of the Dao's laws seemed to come more easily. Though the change was exceedingly subtle, it was nonetheless a distinct difference. More importantly, these 3 golden wheels contained the power of heaven and earth's blessing. Henceforth, even in battle, they could weaken the backlash of karma or redirect it onto opponents. A truly wondrous and inexhaustible utility. This journey of preaching has yielded remarkable gains. Zhenyuanzi's lips curled into a faint smile. Apart from the Heavenly Dao merits he had just obtained, he also sensed that the fortune of Wanshou Mountain and his Honghuang temple had subtly risen, clearly an effect of his earlier sermon. The path of cultivation is after all a blend of accumulation and serendipity. This sermon had both elevated Wanshou Mountain's fortune and secured the merit golden wheels, a truly complete achievement. Next it is time to resume seclusion. Zhenyuanzi withdrew his gaze, and his figure once again vanished into the quiet chamber. The threshold of the mid-stage mixed element golden immortal loomed ahead. He must redouble his efforts to secure his footing in the ever-turbulent primordial world. The cave realm of Honghuang Temple returned to tranquility. In the ensuing ages, Zhenyuanzi once again plunged into a long seclusion. For him, cultivation realm was now paramount. He lacked nothing else, neither divine artifacts, supernatural powers, nor innate treasures. Acquiring more spiritual treasures at this point would merely be icing on the cake, bringing no significant impact. After all, in this primordial world, cultivation realm was the foundation of survival. No matter how powerful a treasure, it required sufficient strength to unleash its true might. Thus he focused his entire mind on cultivation, unmoved by the tumultuous changes in the outer world. And so Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged deep within Honghuang Hall, surrounded by dense innate spiritual energy, with Dao runes faintly flickering. With each breath, boundless innate spiritual energy surged into his body, refining his flesh, condensing his mana, strengthening his primordial spirit, and enlightening him to the laws. Time flew like a white steed glimpsed through a crack. The sun and moon shuttled swiftly. Again, countless ages slipped away in Zhenyuanzi's seclusion. After eons, the primordial land grew ever more prosperous. Mountains and rivers were veiled in spiritual mist, creatures multiplied in the waters, and countless new innate clans emerged. The three innate clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, swelled in power. The dragons dominated the four seas, the phoenixes soared through the 9 heavens, and the Qilins roamed the earth. Tensions arose, hinting at a struggle for supremacy over the primordial world with an air of impending storm. On this day, from within the long-silent Honghuang Hall, an overwhelmingly vast aura suddenly erupted. At first the aura was like a trickling stream, but in an instant it transformed into a surging tidal wave sweeping through the entire cave realm, with Honghuang Hall at its center. Where it passed, innate spiritual energy churned into tides, celestial laws rumbled, and even the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow center plum tree trembled violently, their countless branches drooping, as if celebrating their master's breakthrough. In the herbal garden, Qingfeng and Mingyue were carefully watering the innate fire jujube tree with 3 light divine water. When they felt this terrifying aura, they froze in place, their faces filled with shock. This is our master's aura. Qingfeng gazed toward Honghuang Hall, his voice trembling. So powerful, far stronger than during his last sermon. Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. The master must have broken through. Such a terrifying aura. I wonder what fearsome realm he has now attained. The two exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes an irrepressible thrill and reverence. To serve such a mighty being, such a powerful master, was the greatest fortune of their lives. Inside Honghuang Hall, Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes. A flash of chaotic light flickered in his pupils, and his soaring aura receded like a tide, returning to a calm as placid as an ancient well. He felt the surging power within him, and a smile unconsciously curved his lips. At last, the mid-stage of mixed element golden immortal. This step had been far more arduous than he had imagined. Each breakthrough in the mixed element golden immortal realm required a revolutionary comprehension of the Dao's laws, and he had pursued the simultaneous advancement of all 4 foundations: physical body, primordial spirit, mana, and laws, which multiplied the difficulty. Without the Chaos Dao compass to aid his enlightenment and the nourishment of countless innate spiritual objects, the time required would have been even longer. He flicked his finger, and a beam of spiritual light flew out, revealing the span of his seclusion. Fully 137 kalpas. So long has passed. Zhenyuanzi sighed softly. This period was longer than the entire time from his birth and transformation to this seclusion. Time flies like an arrow, the years are merciless. Indeed, the saying holds true. And this vast time was far longer than his earlier prediction for the breakthrough. However, the reason his breakthrough took so long was that he had simultaneously advanced in physical body, primordial spirit, mana, and laws. Had he focused on only one aspect, he would have succeeded long ago. Moreover, he had not spent all those years solely on cultivation. He had also delved into the paths of alchemy and artifact refinement recorded on the Chaos Dao compass, studying techniques for forging artifacts and concocting pills. He had even devoted himself to the study of formations, drawing inspiration from the many innate formations he had encountered and the 9-bend Yellow River formation he had obtained. Thus, during these 100 and more kalpas, besides achieving the mid-stage mixed element Golden Immortal realm, he had made tremendous progress and gained profound mastery in alchemy, artifact refinement, and formations. In alchemy, for instance, he could now refine 9th turn immortal pills. With the aid of 3 light divine water and innate spiritual roots, these pills could not only help one break through realms, but also purify the primordial spirit and stabilize the Dao foundation. In artifact refinement, with the mountains of immortal gold and divine ores at his disposal, he could easily forge postnatal spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, he lacked spare innate indestructible light, and even more, he did not possess the innate supreme treasure Chinquan Cauldron. Otherwise, he could have forged innate spiritual treasures. In formations, he integrated the mysteries of the 9-bin Yellow River formation with his own insights into space and many other Dao laws, enabling him to set up great arrays that could trap and kill Daluo Golden Immortals and resist mixed element Golden Immortals. Furthermore, he could combine with the Earth Book to arrange an innate Earth element grand formation capable of channeling the boundless power of earthly veins. With my current strength, I can be considered among the top in the primordial world, Zhenyuanzi murmured to himself. Having broken through to the mid-stage mixed element Golden Immortal, he had finally caught up in cultivation with many of the top innate deities. Although he might still be inferior to the likes of Hongjun and Yang, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle level in the current primordial world. Moreover, given the supreme treasures he wielded, his true combat power was far beyond what his cultivation realm alone suggested. Master! The voices of Qing Feng and Mingyue came from outside the hall, brimming with irrepressible joy. The two strode swiftly into the hall, and upon seeing Zhenyuanzi, they quickly bowed and said, "Congratulations, Master, on breaking through your cultivation. Your divine abilities are greater than ever." Zhenyuanzi's gaze fell upon them, and with a sweep of his divine sense he instantly discerned their cultivation levels, the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Not bad. Zhenyuanzi not only perceived that they had broken through to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, but also sensed that they had been stuck at this level for a long time. Given their current state, however, they still had a long way to go before they could break through to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Without a powerful stroke of fortune or opportunity, relying solely on their own efforts, even if they were granted hundreds of kalpas, it would still be exceedingly difficult for them to reach the Daluo Golden Immortal stage. After all, aside from the innate divinities and primordial demons who were born as Daluo Golden Immortals, it is far from simple for other primordial beings to transcend the river of destiny and attain the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Most must endure countless tribulations and undergo eons of arduous cultivation before they even have a glimmer of hope to transcend the river of destiny and achieve the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Qing Feng bowed and said, "It is all thanks to your previous guidance and the spirit fruits you bestowed that we were able to reach this level." Mingyue also quickly took out dozens of primordial jade boxes and respectfully presented them. "During your seclusion, Master, all the spirit fruits from the medicinal garden have been harvested. Please examine them." Zhenyuanzi waved his hand, drawing the jade boxes before him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that they were filled with mountains of various spirit fruits, including both primordial and ordinary ones. Among them were several thousand ginseng fruits, and even the yellow plum, which could only be harvested once every 9 kalpas, had accumulated over 100 fruits, clearly having ripened for more than a dozen cycles. The quantities of primordial fire jujubes, 9-colored spirit fruits, heart-calming immortal tea fire, cloud immortal peaches, primordial grapes, and so on were even more enormous. Excellent. This was not only Zhenyuanzi's satisfaction with the harvest of these spirit fruits. What pleased him even more was that, faced with the temptation of the yellow plum, a supreme fruit that could grant one immediate attainment of Daluo, Qing Feng and Mingyue had remained dutiful and never stolen a single fruit over these 100+ kalpas. Such integrity was truly commendable. He took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to the pair. Inside each box are 3 ginseng fruits, 100 primordial spirit fruits of high, middle, and low grades, and some heart-calming immortal tea. Use them for cultivation and ponder deeply the Dao of Daluo. Thank you, Master. The two accepted the jade boxes, their faces full of gratitude. After kowtowing once more, they bowed and withdrew. The hall regained its tranquility, and Zhenyuanzi's gaze gradually grew profound. A seclusion of 137 kalpas was enough to cause earth-shattering changes in the landscape of the primordial world. Now the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were gaining power, gradually expanding their influence across the primordial continent. Demon Ancestor Lu was stirring restlessly in the west, and beneath the calm surface of the primordial world, undercurrents had long been surging. It is time to go out and take a look. Zhenyuanzi rose, walked to the hall's entrance, and gazed at the 10,000 longevity mountain beyond the cave realm. Although 10,000 longevity mountain was temporarily outside the influence of the 3 clans, it bordered the western demon domain, and the threat of Lu was ever present. With the 3 clans on the verge of war, if he did not make plans early, he might be caught in the crossfire. He needed to personally investigate the situation in the primordial world, understand the specific strength of the three clans, discern Lu's movements, and make thorough preparations for the coming upheavals. With a flicker of his figure, Zhenyuanzi vanished from the Honghuang hall, leaving only a faint remark echoing in the air, the primordial world. It has been a while. The moment Zhenyuanzi's figure stepped out of the array light curtain of the Honghuang temple cave realm and stood atop the void of 10,000 longevity mountain, he seemed to sense something and involuntarily cast his gaze toward the eastern part of the primordial world. There an overwhelming and majestic dragon might was piercing through the clouds. Even across the vast and boundless distance, one could clearly feel the tyranny and majesty contained within. And almost at the instant he looked toward the eastern sea, the celestial phenomena on the shores of the eastern sea erupted suddenly. A colossal dragon spanning billions of miles stretched across the sky, and see its body covered in 10,000 rays of golden light. Each scale blazed as fiercely as the sun, turning the entire eastern sea into a golden ocean. It coiled by the shore of the eastern sea, its head held high. With each breath it stirred the tides of the four seas, and let out a dragon roar that resounded through the primordial world. I am Zulong, incarnate from the essence of water element. Today I proclaim to the primordial world the dragon clan shall be the lords of all scaled creatures, commanding all scaled races. May the Heavenly Dao bear witness. As his words fell, the countless dragons in the eastern sea behind him roared in unison. Golden dragons, black dragons, ink dragons. Countless dragon silhouettes soared into the sky, their might converging into a torrent that surged straight to the 9 heavens, as if to overturn heaven and earth. Boom. With the declaration of Zulong's oath to the Heavenly Dao, the Dao responded. Endless Honghuang merit descended from the infinite firmament, pouring into Zulong's body like a waterfall. Zulong's golden radiance grew even more resplendent, and his aura soared, faintly touching the threshold of the late-stage Yellow Golden Immortal. All aquatic creatures of the four seas, fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, prostrated themselves under Zulong's might, acknowledging the dragon clan as their master. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhenyuanzi's eyes. He had not expected to witness such a scene right after emerging from seclusion. Then as he shifted his gaze away from the eastern sea, the earth at the foot of Mount Buzhou to the east resounded with the thunderous galloping of myriad beasts. There the mountains trembled and beasts roared. Countless primordial beasts gathered on a vast plain, prostrating themselves in worship before the auspicious colossal beast in the center. It was a qilin spanning billions of miles, its body covered in 5 colored scales, a single horn on its head, and auspicious clouds beneath its feet. This was the progenitor of the Qilin clan, Qilin. At this moment Qilin, as if also responding to a mysterious summons, declared to the primordial world, I am Qilin, incarnate from the essence of earth element. Today I proclaim to the primordial world the Qilin clan shall be the lords of all beasts, commanding all primordial beasts. May the Heavenly Dao bear witness. Qilin's voice was as heavy as the pulse of the earth, spreading across the primordial world under the influence of some unknown rule. With his declaration, the billions of beasts on this land roared in unison, their sound waves surging to the heavens, shaking the cosmos. The Heavenly Dao once again descended boundless merit. Streams of Honghuang qi flowed into Qilin's body, causing his aura to surge, and the auspicious energy radiating from him to grow denser, faintly exuding the power to suppress the earth. Across the vast primordial continent, all beast races felt the call within their bloodlines and submitted to the Qilin clan. Almost simultaneously, the southern immortal volcano islands erupted with blazing flames. A boundless colossal volcano burst forth, yet it carried no aura of destruction. Instead, billions of rainbow-colored rays of light shot into the sky. Within the radiance, a figure slowly emerged, a phoenix whose wings blotted out the sky and sun. Its body burned with nirvana divine fire, and its tail feathers trailed endless streams of flame. This was the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, Yuanfeng. My name is Yuanfeng, incarnate from the essence of fire element, the progenitor of the phoenixes. Today I proclaim to the primordial world the race of flying birds shall honor the Phoenix clan as their sovereign. May the Heavenly Dao bear witness. Yuanfeng's voice was as clear as a celestial melody, yet it contained the might to burn heaven and earth, resounding throughout the primordial world. Behind her, countless flying birds gathered, colorful phoenixes azure luan. Billions of wings flapped, stirring up a sky full of fiery clouds and rosy mists. The Heavenly Dao, likewise responsive, descended merit. Honghuang golden light merged into Yuanfeng's body, making her already formidable aura even more unfathomable. Under the dual summons of fire and merit, all flying creatures in the sky of the primordial world bowed to Yuanfeng, acknowledging the Phoenix clan as their sovereign. 3 proclamations, 3 torrents of merit resounded almost simultaneously across the primordial wasteland, heralding the official arrival of the era of the 3 primordial clans. Standing in the void above 10,000 longevity mountain, Zhenyuanzi took in the entire scene, a touch of emotion stirring within his heart. Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin. These primordial great beings who governed colossal clans each possessed unique advantages in acquiring resources and merit. Not only did they amass greater resources, but they also enjoyed the blessing of their clan's fortune. By anchoring themselves to their clans and swearing heavenly vows, they could obtain vast quantities of heavenly merit. Yet Zhenyuanzi understood that the heavenly merit Ancestral Dragon and the others had just attained through their vows was largely due to Heaven's attempt to establish order in the primordial wasteland. The three primordial clans, masters of scales, beasts, and birds respectively, commanded their vast groups. This was meant to stabilize the order of the primordial wasteland and the human realm, bringing benefit to all. Since scales, beasts, and birds encompassed most of the primordial wasteland's life, having each clan govern its own kind could indeed reduce chaotic conflicts and stabilize the realm structure. But the Great Dao has 50, heaven derives 49, and humanity escapes 1. This, humanity, does not refer solely to later humans, nor to any single being, but to all sentient beings with thought and agency. With thought and agency comes infinite potential and endless change. It is precisely this change that drives the world's boundless forward development. Yet such change often means unpredictability, uncontrollability, and inscrutability. For the desires of sentient beings are boundless and their thoughts are untethered. To fully regulate them is far from simple. Heaven intended the three primordial clans to govern their respective groups and stabilize the primordial wasteland. But as their power grew, their desires could never remain satisfied with the status quo, especially when they learned that unifying the primordial wasteland and gathering the fortune of its infinite beings could lead to enlightenment. War among the three clans became inevitable. By then the conflict would not cease until the primordial wasteland was shattered, countless beings annihilated, and the clans declined. At that point, Heaven's attempt to establish order would fail, and witnessing the dangers of sentient beings, Heaven would shift from building order to restraining them. Thus, though Ancestral Dragon and the others easily obtained great heavenly merit, they also bore corresponding responsibilities in the unseen. That is to establish and maintain the order of the primordial wasteland. But in the end they failed to fulfill this duty and would pay the price for their actions. Zhenyuanzi felt some emotion, but no envy toward their easy acquisition of merit. The path of the three clans could yield great gains in the short term, but would grow increasingly difficult, and failure to fulfill their duties would bring bitter consequences. Therefore he inclined toward personal cultivation rather than mere competition for fortune and merit. Fortune and merit could only serve as aids, not as the foundation for strength. Yet witnessing the true bloodshed of the three primordial clans and their tragic end would require a vast span of time. Nonetheless, the primordial wasteland would now enter the era of the three clans' struggle, a process of accumulating conflicts and expanding power. The era of the three clans' struggle has begun. Zhenyuanzi gazed at the fluctuations of fortune sweeping across the primordial wasteland due to the proclamations, a deep glint in his eyes. This struggle would last for eons. The three clans would grow amidst conflict and descend into madness as their contradictions accumulated. As the proclamations of Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin concluded, Zhenyuanzi transformed into a stream of light and flew eastward. He planned to first tour the eastern continent, then visit Mount Buzhou, and finally journey to the western continent. After the Dragonhan calamity would come the conflict between Dao and Demon, when Demon Ancestor Laho, emulating Beast Emperor Sheni, would detonate the entire western land pulse, turning everything except the ancestral vein Mount Sumeru into a desolate wasteland. This would force Hongjun to owe a great karma to the western beings, ultimately repaying it with 2 sage seats. Zhuanti and Jane could obtain the violet chi of primordial chaos, and even borrow it to become sages, mainly because their tireless restoration of the western land pulse aligned with Heaven's interests, and after becoming sages restoration would be easier. Thus Heaven allowed them to borrow merits to become sages. Now Zhenyuanzi possessed the primordial treasure Earth book and was not weak in cultivation. He could certainly scheme. Hence touring the western continent later was necessary. But since the final war of the three primordial clans was still immensely distant, there was no rush. He would first revisit the eastern continent and Mount Buzhou before heading west. As he traveled east, the vitality of the primordial wasteland surged toward him. Spiritual energy steamed like canopies over mountains, river vapors coalesced into rosy clouds, countless primordial beings played in forests or meditated on cliffs, and new clan settlements dotted the landscape, a scene of thriving prosperity. Everywhere primordial spiritual herbs and millennial immortal fungi emitted alluring light, all testament to this being one of the most glorious eras of the primordial wasteland. What a pity that such splendor cannot escape the great calamity. Zhenyuanzi sighed inwardly, but his hands moved without hesitation. With a thought, he collected the aged, high-quality spiritual items into the Earth book space. Rather than letting them perish in future flames, it was better to take them for his own use, either cultivating them in the 5 villages temple or refining them into pills, making the best use of them. When he passed by the Red Cloud Mountain range again, Zhenyuanzi could not help but smile. After 137 kalpas, this mountain range had regained its vitality, not only covered with spiritual herbs, but also hiding a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the soul-locking chain, in an ancient cave. The chain, jet black and wrapped in netherworld chill, could lock primordial spirits and suppress souls. Not a top-tier treasure, but still quite useful. He casually collected it, then stripped the mountain range of all worthwhile spiritual items before departing in satisfaction. After 10,000 years, Zhenyuanzi's figure finally appeared outside the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun, known as the ancestor of all mountains, the primal vein of the world, though not counting Mount Buzhou. Even so, the fortune carried by Kunlun far exceeded that of his own 10,000 longevity mountain. The same was true for the primordial creations within. Apart from the possible primordial spiritual roots and treasures, there were also many primordial great beings and sacred spirits. The most famous were Hongjun Daoren of Kunlun Jade Capital Mountain and Old Ancestor Qianquan of Qianquan Cave, both top-tier primordial great beings of the era. Others included Daoist Luwu of West Kunlun, the future Queen Mother of the West, Yinyang Daoren of East Kunlun's Yinyang Valley, and the unborn Pangus, 3 pure ones of Qingwei Cavern, any of whom were renowned great beings of this or later ages. But Zhenyuanzi was also a top-tier primordial great being possessing numerous supreme treasures, and the chaotic supreme treasure, chaotic great Dao compass, to obscure heavenly secrets and his own karma, so he had no concerns. Entering the Kunlun Mountains, he found immortal herbs, rare treasures, divine metals, and spiritual materials far more common than outside, and he collected them without restraint. Time flowed swiftly, 10,000 years passing in the blink of an eye. Truly a treasure land of Kunlun, Zhenyuanzi murmured in admiration, his hands moving ceaselessly as he gathered rare spiritual materials and divine metals into his possession. In the passage of over 10,000 years, his footsteps had covered most of Kunlun, reaping bountiful rewards. One day he arrived at a place called Lifeng Valley, where fierce winds howled with the power to tear through all things. Within a chaotic stone at the valley's heart, he sensed a faint fluctuation of innate formation power. With a single finger extended, Zhenyuanzi summoned the power of Dao's laws to begin breaking through the formation. The innate formation's power was not formidable, so Zhenyuanzi broke it without difficulty. There at the stone's core lay a small bronze shield adorned with 24 layers of innate prohibitions, radiating profound defensive aura. A mid-grade innate treasure, the Lifeng shield. He examined the wind defensive laws within as he gave a slight nod of approval. Though merely a mid-grade innate treasure, this shield possessed formidable defensive power capable of protecting one's divine sense during wind tribulations, a truly practical artifact. With the Lifeng shield secured, Zhenyuanzi pressed deeper into Kunlun until he reached Kanyushan. Gazing upon the rolling mountains studded with jade, Zhenyuanzi recalled an ancient legend. Queen Mother of the West resided at Kanyushan in West Kunlun, where Yichuan Lake, known as Kunlun's Yaoqi, held Taiyin waters in the hidden realm of Yaodai. He entered Kanyushan and extended his divine sense across the entire mountain range. As expected, nestled among the encircling peaks, he discovered a heavenly lake. The lake's waters lay crystal clear as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in tranquil depth, imbued with the pure yin energy of creation. With a single step transcending countless distances, Zhenyuanzi arrived at the shores of Yaoqi. As his fingertips brushed the lake's surface, threads of pure yin energy flowed through him, reinforcing his certainty that this was the birthplace of the Queen Mother of the West. Since I've come this far, I'll take a look below. His form shimmered as he plunged into the lake. The moment he entered, polar yin cold energy assailed him, but dissolved before reaching his body. At his cultivation level as a mid-stage Yellow Golden Immortal, this mere yin cold energy was nowhere near sufficient to warrant any defensive effort on his part. As he descended ever deeper, hundreds of millions of li, billions of li, the Yaoqi's fathomless depth surpassed all expectations, its surrounding pure yin energy growing increasingly concentrated until it crystallized into solid ice. Zhenyuanzi remained unfazed, continuing his descent. He pressed onward for innumerable billions of li, yet failed to detect the hidden realm of Yaodai. Clearly powerful innate formations veiled the area, guarded even by the very forces of Heavenly Dao protecting these unborn innate deities. Though he found no trace of the Yaodai realm, 2 spring eyes awaited him, each yielding distinct innate divine waters. The left spring bore inky black currents radiating supreme yin softness, the superior grade innate ninefold weak water. This water's supreme yin soft essence dissolves inner malevolence, preserves clarity of Dao heart, and shields one from tribulation's corrupting influence. The right spring gushed pristine waters whiter than jade, its pure yin power surpassing even the weak water. A supreme grade innate divine water known as pure yin true water. This water nourishes pure yin constitutions and refines the divine soul, accelerating a cultivator's comprehension of yin-type Dao paths by tens of millions of li daily. its worth far exceeding ordinary innate divine waters. Quite the unexpected boon. Zhenyuanzi's eyes gleamed with faint amusement. Though he possessed boundless three lights divine water, the unique properties of these innate divine waters made their acquisition all the more valuable. Even if he had no use for them himself, they could serve as treasures to display or bestow upon disciples, the innate ninefold weak water being a supreme artifact for averting disasters and evading tribulations. With such treasures, one could largely shield their mind from tribulation's corrupting influence during great culpas, avoiding the fate of becoming ash consumed by cosmic destruction. Having encountered these precious innate divine waters, it would be folly to leave them untouched. Though by rights these waters belonged to the Queen Mother of the West, Zhenyuanzi simply claimed them all without hesitation. Zhenyuanzi stilled his thoughts and drew forth the Earth Book, unfolding its sacred spatial domain. The divine waters erupted from both springs like rivers, cascading skyward, transforming into twin dragons as they surged into the spatial domain, expanding into vast shimmering lakes of extraordinary mystique, resembling endless oceans. Having gathered the divine waters, Zhenyuanzi left the springs intact. These springs drew vitality from Kunlun's ley lines, ensuring the divine waters would flow endlessly so long as the Earth's veins remained unbroken. A gesture of foresight for the future Queen Mother of the West, whose reign would see these wells flourish anew. One must be discerning in one's ambition, yet restraint never hurts. He then gathered some endowed spiritual materials near Yaoqi before preparing to depart. Before leaving, he contemplated and retrieved an innate jade vial containing a modest portion of three lights divine water, roughly 10 million droplets. Today I take your divine waters. In return I bestow this three lights divine water as a token of goodwill. After all, he might yet return, or even welcome the Queen Mother of the West as his disciple. Such a quantity of three lights divine water was but a single drop in his endless ocean. With that, Zhenyuanzi vanished into the depths of Yaoqi. Departing from Ichuan Lake, Zhenyuanzi's form swept past Kunyushan without lingering further in the Kunlun range. Though his power, coupled with the Chaos Dao compass's concealment, might evade detection, it was wise to avoid the jade capital mountains of Zonkenlin, the sanctum of supreme beings like Hongjun. Though unafraid of them, Zhenyuanzi preferred to avoid confrontation. Crossing Kunlun's borders, he journeyed eastward, each seemingly leisurely step spanning tens of billions of li. Unlike his carefree travels through the primordial world on his first journey, his mind now rested in deep contemplation. As he traversed legendary peaks and rivers, the world's boundless grandeur and creative marvels became ever more apparent. Pangu cracked the heavens and sacrificed himself to forge this primordial world, merging the essence of 3,000 demon gods to create such boundless wonder. He mused, gazing upon the surging rivers and rolling mountains beneath his feet. For Pangu's founding act wove the flesh bodies, divine souls, treasure artifacts, and Dao origins of 3,000 chaos demon gods, transforming their entirety into the lifeblood of this primordial expanse. Even Pangu himself ultimately merged into this primordial realm, giving rise to the supreme and boundless great primordial world that reigns above all heavens. Every inch of this primordial world teems with inexhaustible creative potential. Each spiritual root and divine metal stands as testament to the Dao's eternal evolution. The primordial world he once knew was but a fraction of its true essence. Its vastness and profundity could only be fully grasped through personal experience. Throughout this journey, he did not travel alone. He encountered many formidable cultivators, though none were renowned in his past life. Their cultivation realms were nonetheless impressive, at least reaching the Daluo level, and some even attaining the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal stage. Zhenyuanzi would sit with them to discuss the Dao or engage in conflict and decisively slay his opponents. Over time, the title of Dao Lord Zhenyuan gradually spread through the primordial world. Some claimed he held dominion over the earth, making his defense invincible. Others said his treasures were boundless and his power overwhelming, able to suppress a Daluo with a mere gesture. Still more spoke of his profound Dao resonance, capable of inducing enlightenment through discourse. These rumors, true or false, added an aura of mystery and intimidation to his name. In truth, Zhenyuanzi had already heard his title circulating among certain innate beings earlier. This was undoubtedly the result of the innate beings who had attended his lectures on Mount Longevity, spreading the word. Millennia passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhenyuanzi's figure came to a halt before a majestic mountain range. The mountains stretched for countless billions of miles, peaks like crouching tigers and coiled dragons, exuding immense grandeur. On the shady side, a mighty river of unknown name roared and surged, its vast torrents rolling eastward, rivaling the very East Sea in splendor. The peaks soared over 10,000 zhang high, their summits hidden in the clouds. Mist and clouds wreathed the mountains, now taking the shape of dragons, now of tigers, presenting a scene of ever-changing majesty. With a subtle movement of his divine sense, the Chaos Dao compass silently deduced and in an instant from the celestial information flow, he learned the mountain's name, Kontong Mountain. Zhenyuanzi gazed for a moment, and softly intoned, towering over the eastern wasteland, touching the 9 heavens, the vast river winds around the mountain in a ring. Peaks harbor the spirit of dragon and tiger. The earth contains the mist of creation and fortune. 10,000 zhang sheer cliffs hold ancient meaning. 1,000 layers of emerald ridges lock true mystery. Do not say this realm lacks a name. One day Kontong shall be famed for eternity. Kontong Mountain. Gazing at the mountain before him, a flicker of understanding crossed Zhenyuanzi's eyes. He recalled a famous treasure of later ages. The Kontong Seal, a human path artifact, and supreme treasure of human race's destiny. The Kontong Seal was a human path treasure capable of bearing the racial destiny of humanity. It later became the supreme treasure of human race's fortune, possessing myriad mysterious functions, even able to depose or install a human sovereign wielding unfathomable power. Unfortunately, in the original trajectory of the primordial world, this supreme treasure of human destiny ultimately never fell into the hands of the human race. Since he had come here, he naturally wished to explore. Zhenyuanzi stepped forward into the depths of Kontong Mountain, his divine sense spreading like a vast net, carefully searching every inch of the mountain. Alas, after spending 1,000 years, he still could not find the location of this destiny treasure. It seems this treasure has not yet emerged, or perhaps the time is not ripe, or it may not have finished gestating. A millennium later, Zhenyuanzi ceased his search. Though a trace of regret lingered in his heart, he was not surprised. Treasures of the primordial world all have their own destiny. Sometimes, when the time is not right, it is indeed difficult to force. Moreover, this journey was not without gain. Though he failed to obtain the Kontong Seal, he harvested many innate spiritual substances, such as the Kontong Jade Marrow that could strengthen the soul, and the mysterious Yellowstone Milk that could stabilize the Dao Foundation, making the trip well worthwhile. Leaving Kontong Mountain, he headed straight east. He continued his journey through the primordial world, appreciating famous mountains and great rivers, occasionally slaying creatures that offended him, especially some reckless scaled and bestial beings. With such insufficient strength, yet so arrogant. After casually slaying an ink-black jade, Zhenyuanzi shook his head and paid it no further heed. To him now, these insignificant clowns were no different from ants. Another tens of thousands of years passed, and Zhenyuanzi's figure appeared before Mount Shouyang. Mount Shouyang was not the most majestic, yet it exuded an ancient and vigorous aura. Zhenyuanzi gazed at the mountain, a flicker of strangeness in his eyes. In later ages, this Mount Shouyang would become extremely famous, first, because Taiching Laozi once preached the Tao to humanity, here leaving behind the golden elixir Great Way. Second, because of the Shouyang copper nurtured within the mountain, a rare material imbued with innate yang energy and the law of metal, an excellent choice for refining spiritual treasures. Since I am here, it is only fitting to take some Shouyang copper back. He stepped into Mount Shouyang, his divine sense sweeping through, easily locating the mineral veins of Shouyang copper hidden within the mountain. These veins lay deep within the mountain body. Ordinary cultivators, even if they knew the location, would find them difficult to extract, but for him, it was as easy as turning his hand. He pressed his fingers together and flicked, sending streams of earth element power into the mountain. Without brute force, he merely guided the flow of earth veins, and the ore containing Shouyang copper flew out of the rock walls on its own into his earth book space. In a short time, he had collected a vast amount of Shouyang copper, including much refined Shouyang copper essence, golden in color and faintly radiating yang energy, an excellent material for refining mid to high-grade spiritual treasures. Even more to his delight, at the core of a vein where earthly fire and yang energy converged, he discovered 3 cubes of Shouyang copper mother. Shouyang copper mother, the supreme innate material formed by countless millennia of earthly fire refinement and yang energy nourishment, not only contained pure metal and yang laws, but also carried a trace of the primordial yang energy from the creation of the world. Using this as material supplemented by other divine ingredients, it would be sufficient to refine a top-grade spiritual treasure. If it could be reverted to an innate state, it could even become a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. An unexpected gain. Zhenyuanzi stored the 3 pieces of Shouyang copper mother in jade boxes, feeling quite satisfied. With these materials, he would have many more options if he wished to refine new spiritual treasures in the future. A millennium later, Zhenyuanzi left Mount Shouyang. As for the Shouyang copper on the mountain, he did not exhaust it completely. Though his strength could easily overturn the entire mountain and take all the Shouyang copper, he chose not to do so. Not to mention whether such a gluttonous appearance would be acceptable. Under Heaven's Dao, all things are left a thread of life. There is no need to go to extremes. Otherwise, it might harm his image in the future, and such an act would cause great damage to this region of the primordial world, potentially leading to greater losses than gains. Leaving Mount Shouyang, Zhenyuanzi continued his journey eastward. At this time in the primordial world, the 3 clans had grown increasingly powerful. Dragon Clan strongmen patrolled the 4 seas, Phoenix divine birds soared through the 9 heavens, and Qilin, herds galloped across the earth. Countless beings attached to the three clans for the sake of clan interests waged war across the primordial world, expanding territories, seizing spirit veins, and fighting for treasures. Struggle had become the main theme of the primordial world. Zhenyuanzi gazed at the bloody light rising from distant battles in the sky, his eyes calm and undisturbed. He knew this was merely the beginning. The true Dragonhan catastrophe was yet to come, and it was still far from that time. The conflicts before him could not even be considered appetizers. And with his strength he had no need to care about these matters. If these beings disturbed or provoked him, he would simply annihilate them. Time passed swiftly, stars shifted and constellations moved, and in the blink of an eye several eons had passed. Zhenyuanzi traveled across famous mountains and great rivers, immortal peaks, and blessed lands, observing the myriad forms of the primordial wilderness, comprehending the grand Dao of heaven and earth, and collecting celestial treasures, until he finally set foot on the realm of Buzhou Mountain once more. Yet the moment Zhenyuanzi ascended Buzhou Mountain, his expression suddenly shifted. Deep within his primordial spirit, the chaos Dao compass trembled faintly, and an indistinct call of opportunity emerged within him. Moi. Zhenyuanzi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and thought to himself, is this my destined opportunity? Or is it a fortune drawn by this chaos supreme treasure? But regardless, since an opportunity had appeared, it could not be let go. Moreover, an opportunity that could cause the chaos Dao compass to tremble was surely not simple, so it was even more unmissable. He hesitated no longer. He summoned the Honghuang measurement ruler. With a flick of the ruler, it tore through the endless void, transforming into a streak of light. Following that faint resonance, it instantly traversed boundless time and space and vast distant territories, landing in a deep secluded valley. Within the valley, a formation woven from innate runes stood quietly. Its fluctuations were faint yet profound, and the call of opportunity originated from within the formation. Let me first comprehend this formation. Zhenyuanzi did not directly use the Honghuang measurement ruler to cross the formation and enter. Instead, he began to comprehend this innate formation. After all, he himself was also involved in the Dao of formations, and every innate formation had its unique aspects. Comprehending these innate formations could deepen his foundation in the path of formations. His divine sense probed into the formation, countless runes flowed and were analyzed within his sea of consciousness. As Zhenyuanzi calmly deduced, it did not take long before he not only grasped the veins of the formation's operation, but also thoroughly parsed it completely. Break. He pointed with 2 fingers, and myriad Dao laws intertwined, forming an invisible giant axe that struck the formation's core. With a crisp crack, the formation patterns shattered, the light screen dissipated, revealing the secret realm behind the formation. Then Zhenyuanzi stepped into the secret realm. Inside, the innate spiritual energy was so dense it had nearly turned into liquid. The first thing that caught his eye was a towering tea tree. The tea tree was lush and verdant, its branches stretching out. On it grew 3,000 Dao leaves, each with a unique shape. Some like swords, some like shields, some like stars, some like rivers, faintly emitting the aura of 3,000 different Dao laws. Just approaching, it brought a sense of peace to the mind, clarity to the Dao heart, and countless puzzles in cultivation seemed to reveal their answers. A supreme innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Zhenyuanzi's heart trembled, and he instantly understood. According to the information he knew, this supreme innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, was originally a chaos spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree in the chaos. However, it was damaged during the creation of the world, causing its rank to fall. After being reborn in the primordial wilderness, it became a supreme innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Even so, this enlightenment tea tree could still produce 3,000 Dao leaves every eon. Each leaf could help one comprehend a Tai Dao. If brewed into tea, the leaves could temporarily enhance enlightenment, assist in Dao comprehension, and even work wonders for Daluo, or even a Daluo Golden Immortal like him. Faced with such a supreme innate spiritual root, Zhenyuanzi was naturally overjoyed. Such a treasure of enlightenment that could enhance understanding, aid Dao comprehension, and even induce a state of sudden enlightenment was extremely precious and of immense benefit to cultivation. Moreover, Zhenyuanzi already possessed the chaos Dao compass, a treasure that aided in Dao comprehension and the understanding of Dao laws, which greatly accelerated his speed of perceiving Dao laws. Now, with the additional aid of the enlightenment tea leaves, the combined effect would be even more extraordinary. How could Zhenyuanzi not be delighted? He immediately took out the innate supreme treasure, the Earth Book. The Earth Book floated in the air, emitting boundless profound light, transforming into a heavy shadow of the earth that enveloped the enlightenment tea tree, intending to store it within the treasure space. At that moment, Zhenyuanzi sensed a powerful aura shooting over from afar, accompanied by a loud and overbearing voice. What a fine, supreme, innate spiritual root. I never thought that on Buzhou Mountain there would be such a fortune. This root belongs to me, Laozu. Before the words faded, a pitch-black heavy cauldron tore through the sky, its body radiating boundless profound light, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura crashing down toward Zhenyuanzi's head. At the same time, a terrifying suction force burst from the cauldron's mouth, aimed directly at the Enlightenment Tea Tree, clearly intending to snatch it. The innate supreme treasure Zhenyuan Cauldron. Zhenyuanzi recognized the origin of the cauldron at a glance, and the identity of the newcomer was thus obvious. It should be the innate great power Zhenyuan Laozu. You recognize my Zhenyuan Cauldron. Zhenyuan Laozu saw that Zhenyuanzi had recognized his supreme treasure, but was not too surprised. Instead, a hint of smugness appeared on his face, and his tone was arrogant. You have some insight. This spiritual root is fated for me. If you know what's good for you, retreat quickly, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I will annihilate both your body and soul. Although Zhenyuan Laozu said this, he had actually sensed Zhenyuanzi's unusual strength. However, faced with the temptation of the supreme innate spiritual root, and the pride of being a top-tier innate divine demon, he naturally could not back down. Thus, despite his words, his hands did not stop. He channeled his mana to the extreme. The suction of the Zhenyuan Cauldron surged, and the force crashing toward Zhenyuanzi became even more terrifying, as if it would shatter the entire space-time. Naturally, Zhenyuanzi would not allow Zhenyuan Laozu to take the Enlightenment Tea Tree from his hands. Even if the opponent was a top-tier innate divine demon reincarnated from a chaos demon god, he would not permit it. Zhenyuanzi snorted coldly. To want the Enlightenment Tea Tree, you are not worthy. Then with a thought, the Earth Book instantly expanded, transforming into a boundless expanse of earth shielding him. On the Earth Book, countless illusory mountains and rivers appeared, emitting an indestructible defensive aura. Dong! The Zhenyuan Cauldron struck heavily against the defensive light screen of the Earth Book, producing a deafening thunderous boom. Shockwaves spread outward. The secret realm space trembled violently. Countless peaks collapsed, rivers reversed, and space-time shattered. Yet the defensive light screen of the Earth Book remained motionless without even a ripple. At the same time, the profound light from the Earth Book completely blocked the suction of the Zhenyuan Cauldron, steadily storing the Enlightenment Tea Tree into the treasure space. Your treasure is indeed formidable, but why have I Laozu never heard of it? Could it be a newly emerged innate supreme treasure? But none of that matters. Once I kill you, not only will that supreme innate spiritual root be mine, but even the treasure in your hand will belong to me. Seeing that he had failed to seize the supreme innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree, the distant Zhenyuan Laozu's smug expression froze, replaced by a hint of surprise. At the same time, his tone turned hostile, even filled with murderous intent, as if he was intent on killing for treasure. And all of this, though it seemed to take a long time to describe, actually happened in the blink of an eye. Only then did Zhenyuan Laozu's figure arrive in an instant landing opposite Zhenyuanzi, and he retrieved the Zhenyuan Cauldron. Zhenyuan Laozu, clad in a black Taoist robe, bore a resolute countenance with an innate pride in his brows. Around him radiated the terrifying aura of a mid-stage Honghuang Golden Immortal. Above his head, the Zhenyuan Cauldron hovered, its mysterious light flowing, exuding an overwhelming presence. At this moment, although his strength had not yet reached the late-stage Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation he would possess during the later Dao Demon War in the current Honghuang world, he was undoubtedly among the most supreme innate great powers. Zhenyuanzi's eyes were indifferent as he gazed at the opposing Zhenyuan Laozu, chaotic flows surging around him. Zhenyuan Laozu, do you think you can do anything to me? Arrogant. Zhenyuan Laozu roared. I was already roaming the primordial world when you were not yet born. Today I shall let you witness my power. Before his words faded, he raised his left hand, and a scroll suffused with clear and turbid forces shot into the sky. It was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Zhenyuan diagram. The moment the diagram unfurled, it transformed into a vast world. Within it, the clear rose to form the heavens, the turbid sank to become the earth. In the interplay of heaven and earth, billions of law chains evolved, covering the cosmos like a spiderweb. Wherever it passed, even time and space were forcibly incorporated into the diagram's order, intending to seal Zhenyuanzi along with the very dimension of time and space he occupied. At the same time, his right hand drew forth a precious fan whose ribs were like chaotic jade marrow, and whose surface depicted the birth and death of sun and moon. It was the Zhenyuan fan. The Zhenyuan fan gently swayed, tearing apart the faults of billions of spatial dimensions, transforming them into chaotic wind blades that pierced through past and future. Where the wind blades passed, the laws of the great Dao shattered like glass, and even the tributaries of the river of time were severed as they came with a murderous might that could destroy everything. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Zhenyuan ruler, was held in reserve, not yet unleashed. Well struck. Zhenyuanzi, instead of retreating, advanced, his body blazing with Honghuang golden light. The pressure of his mid-stage Honghuang Golden Immortal surged like a tsunami. Countless great Dao laws manifested. Time, space, creation, destruction, slaughter, and thousands more, interweaving into a chaotic torrent. Facing the seal of the Zhenyuan diagram, he traced his finger through the void, and the law of time suddenly reversed, causing the area enveloped by the diagram to instantly revert to an unsealed state. Simultaneously, the law of space rage, shattering the heaven-earth order evolved by the Zhenyuanzi diagram into fragments. Those law chains broke inch by inch in the temporal vortex, issuing mournful cries of unbearable strain. When countering the chaotic wind blades of the Zhenyuanzi fan, he formed a sword with his fingers, condensing the law of slaughter into a pitch-black sword chi. Before the chi touched the wind blades, it had already severed the source of fragmentation contained within them. Then the law of creation flowed, and the severed temporal fractures were restored to completeness in an instant. The deadly might of the wind blades dissipated into nothingness. Bang! 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 The attacks of both sides collided. The great Dao laws exploded like fireworks, and then reborn. The river of time formed a whirlpool at this point where attacks from the past, present, and future manifested simultaneously. Countless myriad worlds were born in the collision and perished in an instant, a scene of extreme horror. Zhenyuanzi Laozu controlled the Zhenyuanzi cauldron, Zhenyuanzi diagram, and Zhenyuanzi fan, one supreme treasure and two supreme innate spiritual treasures. His attacks came like a tide, each strike imbued with the power of the great Dao laws that reinforced his own, clearly aiming for a swift victory. However, the supreme innate treasure in Zhenyuanzi's hands, the Earth Book, possessed terrifying defensive power and could even mobilize the Earth vein power of the Honghuang land to assist him. Zhenyuanzi Laozu was utterly unable to break through his defense. Moreover, his four foundations, physical body, primordial spirit, magical power, and laws, operated in unison, every movement carrying the supreme might of a Daluo Golden Immortal. Even when faced with the siege of multiple treasures from Zhenyuanzi Laozu, he was not at a disadvantage. What a thrill! A surge of heroic spirit rose in Zhenyuanzi's heart. Since his transformation, this was the first time he had encountered such an evenly matched opponent. Zhenyuanzi Laozu was indeed a top-tier innate primordial god reincarnated from a chaos demon god, and now a supreme innate great power of the Honghuang world. His wealth was even more abundant, with numerous treasures, and his strength probably far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. But Zhenyuanzi Laozu's heart was filled with shock and doubt. He had thought that with his two supreme innate spiritual treasures and the supreme innate treasure Zhenyuanzi cauldron, he could easily crush his opponent. Yet he never expected his opponent's defense to be so monstrous and his attacks so powerful, actually fighting him to a standstill. Who exactly are you? Zhenyuanzi Laozu demanded in a deep voice, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Zhenyuanzi. Zhenyuanzi, he replied indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. You dare to claim roaming the Honghuang world without even hearing my name. No matter who you are today, I will surely suppress you. Before his words faded, a flash of light came from his waist, and the last supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Zhenyuanzi ruler's, soared into the sky. The ruler's body flowed with a mysterious light that measured the heavens and earth. As soon as it appeared, it resonated with the Zhenyuanzi Great Dao, forming a four-directional killing array with the Zhenyuanzi cauldron, Zhenyuanzi diagram, and Zhenyuanzi fan. The Zhenyuanzi ruler measured the world, the diagram unfurled to seal time and space, the fan sway shattered myriad laws, and the Zhenyuanzi cauldron suppressed the center. At the array's eye, billions of Zhenyuanzi law threads interwove, slowing down the time flow around Zhenyuanzi by millions of times, compressing spatial dimensions layer by layer, indeed, gaining a momentum of suppression. Seeing this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Zhenyuanzi's mouth. It seems that unless I show you my true strength, you will not give up. He raised his right hand, and the innate merit supreme treasure, the Honghuang measuring ruler, appeared in his grasp. On the ruler's body, the golden light of creation merit flowed, reflecting countless phantoms of time and space, birth and death. The primordial waves of the river of time and the chaotic barriers of the space great Dao intertwined on the ruler, emitting a killing aura far surpassing that of the Zhenyuanzi cauldron. It was a terrifying pressure that could sever the past and future, tearing apart all laws and order. An innate merit supreme treasure. Zhenyuanzi Laozu's pupils contracted, his face showing disbelief. You actually possess two supreme treasures. Before he could react, Zhenyuanzi swung the Honghuang measuring ruler. The ruler's body sliced through the void, carrying the crushing force of infinite time and space, striking at the Zhenyuanzi cauldron. Clang! The sound of the clash did not enter the ears, but directly shook the soul and the primordial time and space of heaven and earth. The Zhenyuanzi dual forces on the Zhenyuanzi cauldron were struck as if by a heavy hammer, its dark light instantly dimming. It was sent flying backward by this blow, shattering endless time and space along the way, causing the laws of heaven and earth to collapse. Then Zhenyuanzi controlled the Honghuang measuring ruler. With a point of its tip, the power of the time and space great Dao burst forth, instantly crossing the spatial distance, ignoring the defense of the Zhenyuanzi diagram, and directly striking the Zhenyuanzi fan. The Zhenyuanzi fan was sent flying, and Zhenyuanzi Laozu himself suffered considerable injury. Impossible! Zhenyuanzi Laozu exclaimed in shock. His Qianquan cauldron was a supreme innate treasure with astonishing defensive power, yet it was shaken back by a single strike from the opponent's treasure, and it could even ignore the defense of his Qianquan diagram and injure him. For the first time, a thought of retreat arose in his heart. Not only was the opponent's defense invincible, but his offensive power was also terrifying. With two supreme innate treasures in hand, he was clearly far stronger than even his Qianquan cauldron in combat. Fellow Taoist Zhenyuanzi, I was presumptuous this time. The Wu Dao Tea tree shall be yours. Shall we call it quits here? Patriarch Qianquan's tone softened as he attempted to reconcile. However, Zhenyuanzi merely shook his head, a cold sneer curling his lips. Call it quits. When you sought my life and coveted my treasures just now, did you not consider laying down your arms? This Qianquan cultivator had previously relied on his status as a top-tier innate divine demon, his formidable power, making him regard Zhenyuanzi with contempt, seeking to kill him at will and seize his destined treasures. At that time, the other party harbored no intention of letting go so easily. Now that they wished to simply walk away, it was only because they had witnessed his strength and deemed him too dangerous to provoke. Now that he held the advantage and the situation had reversed, there was no way he would lightly allow his opponent to leave. For them to depart without paying any price was simply impossible. After all, he would not tolerate someone provoking him at will and then retreating without consequence. Had he not transmigrated, or if he had not awakened his golden finger, perhaps he would have endured these top-tier innate divine demons further. But now that he had transmigrated and awakened such an immensely powerful golden finger, if he continued to yield to these innate divine demons, wouldn't his transmigration have been in vain? Wouldn't his golden finger have been wasted? Wouldn't his cultivation have been for nothing? Even if the opponent were Patriarch Qianquan, the same principle applied. He would not grant any special treatment or leniency based on impressions from his past life. Holding the Honghuang heaven-sizing ruler, he spoke calmly. If you wish to leave, that is acceptable. But this seat feels that your Qianquan cauldron above your head shares a karmic connection with me. Patriarch Qianquan, old man, simply leave behind the Qianquan cauldron, and all karma between us shall be erased. For the Qianquan cauldron, one of the innate supreme treasures, Zhenyuanzi naturally harbored great desire. Not only because it was an innate supreme treasure, but more importantly, because the Qianquan cauldron possessed the power to reverse the post-heavenly into the pre-heavenly, refining post-heavenly spirit treasures into innate supreme treasures. This capability was what he valued most. However, the Qianquan cauldron was Patriarch Qianquan's companion supreme treasure, making it impossible to obtain in the short term. Only during the Dao demon conflict might he gradually devise a plan. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Qianquan appeared before him and provoked him, attempting to kill him and seize his treasures, yet proved inferior in strength. Given this outcome, Zhenyuanzi naturally had no intention of letting the matter pass. Since Patriarch Qianquan had previously sought to murder and plunder Zhenyuanzi, reasoned that reciprocity was only natural. This thought arose within him. As Patriarch Qianquan himself had said, killing him would mean all his possessions would become Zhenyuanzi's. Thus, in Zhenyuanzi's mind, if Patriarch Qianquan were slain, everything, including the Qianquan cauldron, would rightfully belong to him. Following their fierce battle, Zhenyuanzi now fully understood his opponent's capabilities, and the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. After all, he still had trump cards concealed. Of course, if Patriarch Qianquan genuinely surrendered the Qianquan cauldron and allowed him to depart, it might be acceptable. After all, if he could not defeat Patriarch Qianquan now, the future would hold even less hope. For someone blessed with a golden finger, yet devoted to arduous cultivation, any opponent he surpassed would forever only witness his departing figure until it vanished from sight. Yet the prospect of Patriarch Qianquan voluntarily yielding the Qianquan cauldron was virtually non-existent. As expected, you seek death. Patriarch Qianquan, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. The Qianquan cauldron was his companion supreme treasure, the foundation of his Dao attainment. How could he possibly surrender it? Zhenyuanzi, do not push your luck. Even if I suffer injuries, this ancestral lord will make you pay dearly. He fiercely channeled his magical power as the Qianquan cauldron, Qianquan map, Qianquan fan, and Qianquan ruler, all four spirit treasures, simultaneously erupted with radiant energy, transforming into four streams of light that surged towards Zhenyuanzi. The Qianquan cauldron hung above endless space-time, its opening pouring forth immeasurable dark yellow qi like a heavenly river, cascading downward, intending to crush all the surrounding space-time into powder. As the Qianquan map unfurled, 3,000 great worlds materialized within it, each containing phantom figures wielding swords that charged forward, their blade light weaving into an interlocking net that fractured the very river of time itself. Beneath Zhenyuanzi's feet, the Earth book churned, drawing upon the boundless primordial essence of the Earth. Centered upon himself, the space-time, stretching billions upon billions of miles, suddenly transformed into an absolute domain. The dark yellow qi wave crashed into the domain like a single drop of water, merging into the ocean, raising not even the faintest ripple. The phantom figures from the 3,000 great worlds charged forth, yet upon merely touching the domain's edge they disintegrated as though they had never existed at all. This was the terrifying defensive power of the Earth Book after ascending to an innate supreme treasure. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your turtle shell. Seeing his attacks prove futile, Patriarch Zhenyuanzi fiercely drew upon his primordial essence, causing all 4 spirit treasures to erupt with brilliant divine radiance. The Zhenyuanzi cauldron imposed overwhelming gravitational pressure, distorting the very fabric of space-time within the domain. The Zhenyuanzi map contracted the 3,000 great worlds into a single point of concentrated pressure piercing toward the domain's core like a needle. The Zhenyuanzi fan gathered chaotic gale winds into a column, each strand capable of tearing through dimensional barriers. The Zhenyuanzi ruler summoned spatial cutting power, carving dense fissures across the domain itself. Zhenyuanzi's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right hand. The Honghuang heaven-sizing ruler once again activated. The ruler's body swirled with black and white energy currents, the ultimate manifestation of spacetime's primordial essence, where black represented the past and white the future, their interweaving radiating an indestructible killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, the heaven-sizing ruler did not meet the attack head-on, but instead carved an arc through the void. Where the arc passed, Patriarch Zhenyuanzi's assault suddenly hesitated, a mere fraction of a moment's delay. This was not because his speed had slowed, but because the temporal lines of the attack were forcibly stretched. The 4 powers meant to strike simultaneously were now staggered, arriving in sequence rather than all at once. In that crucial instant, Zhenyuanzi shifted his stance and appeared directly behind Patriarch Zhenyuanzi. The Earth Book domain moved with him, continuously shielding him at its center. By the time Patriarch Zhenyuanzi realized what had occurred, it was already too late. As he turned to face his adversary, an invisible force surged from the depths of the void itself. It was the Chaos Great Dao Compass secretly activated by Zhenyuanzi. Though the treasure never manifested, a trail of exponentially terrifying Great Dao power erupted instantly, immobilizing Patriarch Zhenyuanzi's form. Even the Zhenyuanzi cauldron and other treasures hovering around him were locked in place, their spiritual light flickering violently, yet unable to shift even an inch. What a... Patriarch Zhenyuanzi's heart pounded as he attempted to unleash his primordial spirit and channel his full cultivation to break free. However, it was already too late. The heaven-sizing ruler descended with a shriek that tore through space and time itself, not aimed at his flesh, but directly severing the karmic bonds connecting him to his treasures. In an instant, Patriarch Zhenyuanzi's artifacts lost their grip, entirely swept away by the heaven-sizing ruler's overwhelming power, tumbling helplessly through the boundless void. Before he could even process what had occurred, the void itself split open. The Tai Su sword, an innate supreme treasure, materialized as a radiant white streak bearing the annihilating edge of a blade that consumed all things, piercing straight through his brow without warning. The physical body and primordial spirit crumbled inch by inch amidst the sword light. However, a great Daluo Golden Immortal is immortal and indestructible, and a Honghuang Golden Immortal is even harder to kill completely. From the ashes, a beam of primordial indestructible spiritual light ignited instantly, connecting the infinite time and space of past, present, and future, with no refuge for his incarnations. The figure of Zhenyuanzi Ancestor coalesced once more and returned to his peak. However, the resurrected Zhenyuanzi Ancestor now wore a look of lingering fear and disbelief. He never imagined that Zhenyuanzi, whom he had casually provoked, harbored so many hidden tricks, especially that invisible terrifying power just now. He had no idea what kind of technique it was, that it could completely immobilize him, a Honghuang Golden Immortal Grandmaster along with a Primordial Supreme Treasure and several top-grade Primordial Spiritual Treasures. This was simply unimaginable. Such power was utterly terrifying in battle. Moreover, the killing sword that suddenly emerged and destroyed him turned out to be yet another supreme treasure. This also shocked him. However, before he could fully regain his composure and recall the Zhenyuanzi cauldron, that terrifying force imbued with the power of the 3,000 great Daos immobilized him once more, completely locking onto his fundamental Dao fruit and his incarnations across the infinite time and space of past, present, and future. Then the Tai Su sword fell again, utterly annihilating him once more. Moreover, this time before Zhenyuanzi Ancestor could rely on the nature of the primordial indestructible spiritual light to revive himself. The Tai Su sword had already struck at his fundamental Dao fruit. In an instant, the scene of his fall played out simultaneously across the endless time and space of past, present, and future on infinite timelines. All incarnations of Zhenyuanzi Ancestor across infinite time and space were utterly obliterated, leaving only a single primordial indestructible spiritual light. Moreover, this primordial indestructible spiritual light failed to sink into the eternal calamity realm. Instead, it was pinned down by that invisible power of the 3,000 great Daos, and in the end was trapped and fell into Zhenyuanzi's hands. Thus, Zhenyuanzi Ancestor, a top-tier primordial divine demon, prematurely fell to such a fate. Moreover, even his primordial indestructible spiritual light could not escape and ended up in Zhenyuanzi's hands. If Zhenyuanzi wished, he could completely format this primordial indestructible spiritual light, turning it into a fully ownerless and unconscious one to be refined into a primordial spiritual treasure. Though still indestructible, it would have completely lost its self-awareness. From then on, Zhenyuan Ancestor would not even have the possibility of re-emerging from the eternal calamity realm after endless ages. Instead, he would be transformed into a spiritual treasure and be driven by others. This was an even more tragic end than falling on the spot, and Zhenyuanzi was quite satisfied with the outcome of this battle. Zhenyuan Ancestor, a top-tier primordial divine demon reincarnated from a chaos divine demon, had directly fallen at his hands, a testament to his cheat-like abilities and the pains he had taken over the years. However, achieving such a result in this battle was not only due to his strength, but also thanks to the numerous supreme treasures he possessed, especially with the Chaos Great Dao Compass, a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Even if he only used a trace of its original power, it could unleash terrifyingly mighty effects. Only thus could he achieve such a result, not only easily shaking and killing Zhenyuan Ancestor, but also capturing his primordial indestructible spiritual light. Then Zhenyuanzi waved his hand and collected the primordial indestructible spiritual light. As for how to deal with this primordial indestructible spiritual light, or how to use it, he had not yet decided, so he sealed it away. Next his gaze fell upon the churning void in the distance. The Zhenyuan Cauldron, Zhenyuan Diagram, and the other two treasures were being swept along by the torrent of time and space. Though their spiritual light was slightly dimmed, they still exuded the powerful aura of primordial treasures. And with Zhenyuan Ancestor's fall, these treasures naturally became ownerless. He reached out and beckoned. This primordial supreme treasure and the three top-grade primordial spiritual treasures offered no resistance, like birds returning to their nest, breaking free from the shackles of the time-space torrent and landing in his palm. His fingertips brushed over the body of the Zhenyuan Cauldron. The Honghuang waves were still gently undulating, but the presence of Zhenyuan Ancestor was gone. With a thought, he directly probed into the treasure space within the cauldron, and the scene before him made a flicker of surprise pass through his eyes. Inside the cauldron was not empty space, but a self-contained universe of heaven and earth, which contained the treasures accumulated by Zhenyuan Ancestor over countless millennia. He saw vast rivers formed by the condensation of primordial spiritual energy, surging endlessly. Countless primordial spiritual items scattered like stars. 9 purple gold lotus, soul-nurturing, jade marrow, purple thunder, immortal fruit, 9 heavens, mystic jade, primordial thunder pearl. Their numbers were beyond counting, some even piled up into vast mountain ranges. The sheer quantity was enough to make any great power of the primordial world envious. Countless immortal metals and divine ores gleamed with brilliant light. Star iron, phoenix, wood, chaos stone. Everything imaginable was there, and in enormous amounts. There were also numerous primordial spiritual veins coiled like crouching dragons and mountains of primordial spiritual herbs, including some primordial spiritual fruits, whose medicinal fragrance was so rich it almost condensed into substance. The most eye-catching was the floating platform at the center, on which were neatly arranged several hundred primordial spiritual treasures, each radiating the Dao resonance of the primordial and containing primordial indestructible spiritual light. Although among these treasures low-grade primordial spiritual treasures made up the majority, there were also dozens of mid-grade ones, and even a few high-grade primordial spiritual treasures. Though they could not compare with the Zhenyuan Cauldron, Zhenyuan Fan, and Zhenyuan Ruler, the accompanying treasures of Zhenyuan Ancestor, they were still treasures of considerable power. However, it was unclear whether these primordial spiritual treasures were obtained by Zhenyuan Ancestor through his searches over the years, or refined by himself using the Zhenyuan Cauldron. However, the most likely possibility was that it was a combination of both. As a top-tier primordial divine demon, it was only natural for Zhenyuan Ancestor to have roamed the primordial world for countless millennia and gathered treasures. Moreover, with the Zhenyuan Cauldron, a supreme treasure capable of reversing the post-heavenly into the pre-heavenly, in his possession, it was also reasonable for him to refine a few himself. It was not surprising that he owned so many primordial spiritual treasures. And such accumulated wealth now fully revealed the impressive assets of a top-tier primordial divine demon. But now all of this belonged to him, truly a massive gain. After slaying Zhenyuan Ancestor, his wealth had instantly skyrocketed. Truly worthy of a top-tier primordial divine demon, his possessions were indeed abundant. Unfortunately, among these treasures, no primordial spiritual root was found. Presumably, if Zhenyuan Ancestor had any primordial spiritual roots, they would have been planted in his cave abode. After all, primordial spiritual roots are not as convenient to carry around as primordial spiritual treasures. Primordial spiritual roots are best planted in a cave abode to maximize their effects, and they can also improve the cultivation environment of the cave. I might go and explore his cave abode another day. He stored all the treasures into the Earth Book world. After this battle, not only had he slain Zhenyuan Ancestor, but he had also gained countless foundations. This reminded him of a famous saying from his past life: kill and burn, gain a golden belt. This expedition to Mount Buzhou yielded immense rewards. Not only did he acquire the supreme grade innate spiritual root, the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, but also vanquished Patriarch Zhenyuanzi, seizing his ultimate treasures and countless millennia of accumulated wealth. As for whether the demise of Patriarch Zhenyuanzi would alter the future balance of the Dao-demon conflict, or whom Hongjun might invite to confront the demon ancestor Luoho, that was no longer Zhenyuanzi's concern. The grand currents of the primordial world flowed like a surging river. Given Hongjun's meticulous calculations, even without Patriarch Zhenyuanzi, the odds of Luoho turning the tide remained slim. Should Hongjun truly require assistance, other mighty powers would be readily available. He need not trouble himself over such matters. Time swept by without warning, tens of thousands of years, dissolving in an instant. Throughout those tens of thousands of years, Zhenyuanzi had been wandering across Mount Buzhou. That lengthy period of exploration had proven highly fruitful. Beyond amassing a wealth of innate spiritual treasures, he had acquired several mid to low grade innate magical artifacts and numerous mid to low grade innate spiritual roots. Yet compared to the supreme grade Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree obtained at the outset and Patriarch Zhenyuanzi's vast collection, these gains were merely a fraction in comparison. Still, Zhenyuanzi was well aware that while the primordial world teemed with spiritual roots and magical treasures, supreme grade innate spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, and those capable of directly illuminating the great Dao and facilitating sudden enlightenment were even more scarce. Securing the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree during this Mount Buzhou expedition was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. As for Patriarch Zhenyuanzi's collection, it represented the accumulation of a top-tier innate divine spirit over countless millennia. That was what allowed such magnificent gains. Yet as a top-tier innate divine spirit, how could any lack formidable power and profound reserves? His seemingly effortless slaying of Patriarch Zhenyuanzi proved misleading. The Patriarch had initially underestimated him, failing to anticipate the very real threat of death, and never sought to flee when the situation turned against him. Struck by his unexpected assault wielding multiple ultimate treasures, Patriarch Zhenyuanzi only realized the danger upon revival. By the time he attempted to escape, the boundless space-time around him had already been completely sealed and isolated by his adversary. There was no further opportunity to flee. He was locked in place, all vitality severed, and ultimately destroyed. During these years roaming the primordial world, Zhenyuanzi, while gathering these treasures, had also attempted to locate Pangu's divine temple, where the 12 ancestral witches would one day be nurtured, but found no trace whatsoever. This was not merely because Mount Buzhou was too vast, but also because it was protected by an innate formation array. Even Pangu's divine temple itself possessed the ability to conceal causal threads. Beyond these factors, the workings of Heavenly Dao likely played a significant role as well. Therefore, Zhenyuanzi felt no disappointment at his failure to locate it. After all, this had merely been a casual attempt, a desire to witness how Pangu's divine temple nurtured the 12 ancestral witches. Since it could not be found, so be it. Alas, I never anticipated that even one such as myself, a true cultivator of the Dao, a man of such generosity, would be guarded against. Zhenyuanzi sighed inwardly. In the primordial world, all who knew his name regarded him as an elder powerhouse of noble character and deep care for the young. Would he really strike against the 12 ancestral witches still in gestation? Absolutely not. That was an impossibility. Yet despite this conviction, he had ultimately failed to locate Pangu's divine temple, and some of his inner aspirations remained unfulfilled. A millennium passed, and Zhenyuanzi stood at the edge of a cliff on Mount Buzhou, gazing down at the rivers thundering below. His mind was already set on departure. After wandering Mount Buzhou for tens of thousands of years, though he had not explored every corner, Zhenyuanzi decided it was time to leave. Next, he intended to journey to the Western continent. Since taking human form, he had traveled throughout the primordial world many times, yet almost always remained in the eastern regions. He had never yet ventured to the Western continent. The Western continent remained untouched by the devastation of the Dao Demon War. Its cultivation environment was no inferior to that of the East, and myriad innate spiritual treasures must surely abound. It was the perfect opportunity to gather them. Rather than let these treasures perish in the great calamity, he would collect them himself. However, before departing, he needed to return to the Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven. On his return journey, Zhenyuanzi did not employ the primordial measuring ruler, yet he accelerated his flight. The laws of the great Dao surrounded his body. Each step covered trillions of miles, with mountains and rivers rushing past behind him. A century later, he passed through Red Cloud Mountain Range once more. Scanning with his divine sense, he discovered the range had birthed numerous spiritual treasures, many now fully mature, radiating alluring auras. I will return another time. Unlike previous visits, Zhenyuanzi did not descend. He did not stop this time either. Red Cloud Mountain Range shared destiny with him. There would be ample opportunity in the days ahead. There was no need to rush. He would gather everything on his next visit. Soon after, the silhouette of Wanshou Mountain appeared on the horizon. Zhenyuanzi passed through the cave heavens formation and stepped into Wuzhuang Temple. Qingfeng and Mingyue, having sensed his approaching aura, hastened to greet him. "Welcome back, my lord." "Rise," Zhenyuanzi replied with a slight nod, proceeding directly toward the spiritual herb garden. He summoned forth the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. Lush and verdant, its 3,000 new leaves steadily growing. Though not yet mature, they already radiated a faint Dao resonance. Zhenyuanzi planted it between the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum tree, then drew upon the three lights divine water to nourish it. As the divine water fell, the tea tree's roots quickly took hold in the spiritual soil, its branches and leaves unfurling as the Dao resonance grew ever richer. "This tree is called the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. Tend to it well from now on," Zhenyuanzi instructed. Qingfeng and Mingyue gazed at the tea tree emanating its peculiar Dao resonance, their eyes alight with curiosity. They quickly bowed. "We shall obey your command." Returning to the Wuzhuang Hall, Zhenyuanzi dismissed the two attendants and retrieved a prepared leaf of Dao Enlightenment tea. The leaf resembled a jade tablet inscribed with faint Dao patterns, the most refined among the original 3,000 leaves. Shortly after his battle with Patriarch Qianquan concluded, and he had inventoried his treasures, he had harvested all 3,000 generations of leaves from the Dao Enlightenment tea tree, leaves that had cultivated over countless eras. Now, after tens of thousands of years had passed, the tree had already produced new leaves. However, thousands more years remained before they reached full maturity. Zhenyuanzi took out a congenital jade cup, poured in a small amount of three lights divine water, and dropped the Dao Enlightenment tea leaf inside. Time flowed swiftly, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, the Dao runes swirling in his gaze before fading away. He exhaled a long breath of turbid qi and sighed. The Enlightenment tea leaves truly live up to their reputation. In just 100 years, they have rivaled 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. Such miraculous efficacy is nothing short of heaven-defying. However, he also noticed a subtle change. The clarity brought by the tea was diminishing, and the speed of his comprehension of the Dao was gradually returning to normal. It seems that although the Enlightenment tea leaves are extremely potent and marvelous, one must combine them with personal arduous cultivation to achieve their maximum effect. Zhenyuanzi understood in his heart. If one relies solely on them and uses them consecutively, the effect will likely be greatly diminished. One must accumulate enough doubts and insights in daily practice, and then use these leaves as an aid to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He rose and walked out of the hall, summoning Qingfeng and Mingyue. At this moment, the two were still at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from Daluo Golden Immortal, yet they had never been able to break through. After all, their innate talent was somewhat lacking. Without the uniquely favorable environment of the Wuzhuang Temple Cave Heaven and his guidance, reaching Tai Golden Immortal would have already been considered a great achievement. But their current peak cultivation in his eyes was naturally insufficient. They needed at least Daluo. However, he did not intend to use the yellow middle plum to forcibly elevate them to Daluo. Such Daluo powerhouses would find it difficult to improve their cultivation thereafter, so that was only a last resort. Zhenyuanzi took out 6 Enlightenment tea leaves and bestowed them upon Qingfeng and Mingyue respectively. On the leaves, Dao patterns swirled, and the pure spiritual energy they emitted instantly invigorated Qingfeng and Mingyue. These leaves are called Enlightenment tea leaves. They can aid in comprehending the Dao. Make good use of them. He added, "In the next 1,000 years I will preach the Dao for you. I hope you can take this opportunity to step into the Daluo realm as soon as possible." Qingfeng and Mingyue held the Enlightenment tea leaves, feeling a warm current flowing from the leaves into their bodies, their primordial spirits trembling. They exchanged glances, seeing excitement in each other's eyes, and quickly knelt down to bow. "Thank you for your gracious gift, Master." Over the next millennium, the sound of Zhenyuanzi's Dao preaching once again echoed within the Wuzhuang Hall. This time, the Dao he expounded was not too profound and esoteric. Instead, it was tailored to Qingfeng and Mingyue's foundations and cultivation bottlenecks, explaining the essence of the Daluo Golden Immortal's Dao resonance in simple terms, analyzing the method of merging laws and the primordial spirit. As Qingfeng and Mingyue listened and consumed the Enlightenment tea leaves, they felt their path of cultivation suddenly become clear, and the originally indestructible bottleneck began to loosen. After the millennium of preaching, Zhenyuanzi looked at the two, sensing the faint aura of breakthrough, and nodded with satisfaction. "The rest depends on yourselves. Seclude yourselves well, and strive to succeed as soon as possible. Your disciples will remember your teachings, Master." The two bowed again, then withdrew to seclusion. After handling the affairs of the cave heaven, Zhenyuanzi looked toward the west, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "The Western Continent Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, I am coming." With a flicker of his figure, he transformed into a chaotic stream of light, rushing out of the Wuzhuang Temple Cave Heaven and speeding toward the western wilderness of the primordial world. Zhenyuanzi's figure stepped into the western territory, the divine radiance around him quietly dissipating, revealing his figure in a simple Taoist robe. His gaze swept around, revealing continuous mountains and steaming spiritual mist. Though not as exquisitely beautiful as the East, it possessed a vast and profound atmosphere of its own. Along the way, immortal mountains and blessed lands were scattered like stars, and there were also many kinds of innate miraculous flowers, herbs, and spiritual objects. The western lands indeed harbor many fortunes. Zhenyuanzi thought to himself. In his past life, he had always heard that the West was barren, but now it seemed that was merely the result of later calamities. At this time, the West was clearly a vibrant and fertile land, not much inferior to the Eastern continent. Transformed innate creatures were everywhere to be seen. In the mountains, a green goat with 2 horns was breathing spiritual energy. By the river, a spirit turtle with wings on its back was sunbathing and comprehending the Tao. In the forest, an emerald green snake woman was cultivating breathing techniques. Most of these creatures were of ordinary innate foundations, with cultivation levels mostly at the true immortal, mystic immortal, and golden immortal realms, while the number of Tai golden immortals was much smaller. Although the innate sacred beings were far from the time of their emergence, the presence of so many innate creatures made the western continent appear extremely prosperous. Zhenyuanzi looked at these creatures, cultivating in ignorance a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Their peaceful and joyful life at this moment would eventually be shattered. Now, besides him, how many great supernatural beings could foresee that these innate creatures would be almost completely annihilated in the subsequent great catastrophe? Demon ancestor Luo Ho detonated the western earth veins, turning all regions, except the Sumer Mountain ancestral vein, into desolate wastelands. Trillions upon trillions of beings died unnatural deaths, and even their souls could hardly be preserved. Those creatures that are still playing and cultivating today will become ashes of the calamity, buried alongside the struggles of these top-tier innate great beings. Innocent beings, how unjust, but this is the primordial world. He sighed softly. This calamity not only caused the complete decline of the West, but also made Hongjun owe boundless karma to the West, eventually forcing him to repay with the position of a saint. And the root of all this lay in the detonation of the earth veins. If this could be stopped, a sharp light gleamed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. If he could prevent demon ancestor Luo Ho from detonating the western earth veins, it would surely be an immense merit. Even if he did not use the power of merit to enhance his strength, obtaining such a vast amount of boundless merit would still be a great boon. These Heavenly Dao merits could not only be used for protection, but also applied to the innate supreme treasure, the Qinquan Cauldron. Since obtaining the innate supreme treasure Qinquan Cauldron, he had only simply refined it, not yet fully refining it to gain complete control. But he had understood its purpose, learning the operation of reversing the innate and refining acquired spiritual treasures into innate spiritual treasures. Although the Qinquan Cauldron could reverse the innate, turning the acquired into the innate and refining acquired spiritual treasures into innate ones, this was not without limitations. This process required consuming the supreme treasure's origin accumulated by the Qinquan Cauldron to condense the innate origin and innate indestructible spiritual light needed to nurture innate spiritual treasures. Only then could an acquired spiritual treasure be refined into an innate one. The higher the grade of the spiritual treasure, the greater the consumption. And after these supreme treasure origins were consumed, they required time to recover. This was also why the accumulated savings of Ancestor Qinquan over countless millennia, along with his gains and the spiritual treasures he refined, amounted to only a few hundred innate spiritual treasures. Otherwise, if he could refine innate spiritual treasures without limit, the number of innate spiritual treasures owned by Ancestor Qinquan would long ago have been incalculable, and the number of spiritual treasures in the primordial world would have been overflowing. In the original trajectory of the primordial world's fate, the great beings who wished to sever the 3 corpses would not have found it so difficult to obtain the necessary spiritual treasures. As for the supreme treasure's origin of the Qinquan Cauldron, besides slowly accumulating over time, and without the ability to use time acceleration, it could also be accelerated by using source powers such as Heavenly Dao merit. Therefore, with a massive amount of merit power, in theory, one could use the Qinquan Cauldron to refine a large number of innate spiritual treasures. However, an existence like Qinquan Laozu would not be willing to use Heavenly Dao merits or even Great Dao merits to refine some primordial spirit treasures. After all, he possessed even more powerful treasures. Besides the Qinquan Ding, he also had the Qinquan Tu, Qinquan Shan, Qinquan Qi, and other supreme companion spirit treasures. He was truly wealthy in possessions enough for his use, completely unnecessary to do so. For them, improving their own strength was the most important thing. However, no matter how much one said, it was far from the time to obtain this boundless merit, and it was not easy either. Stopping Luo Ho would not only gain boundless merit, but also protect the vitality of the West and incidentally accumulate origin for the Qinquan Ding. Zhenyuanzi had already made up his mind. This matter is worth a try. After all, although this matter was not easy, it was only difficult for other primordial great powers. Zhenyuanzi still had great confidence in obtaining it. His companion spirit treasure, the Earth Book, was originally a profound treasure of the Earth governing the Earth veins of the primordial world. Now it had been elevated to a primordial supreme treasure, and his control over the mountains and rivers had reached an inconceivable level. As long as he could figure out the veins of the Western Earth in advance, find the key nodes, and set up corresponding measures ahead of time, there might be a way to prevent Luo Ho from detonating the Western Earth veins. Even if he could not completely prevent it, he should be able to preserve part of the vitality of the West, or even most of it. And this would also be a blessing to the primordial world, and he would surely obtain a great amount of merit. However, there was still a long time before the conflict between Dao and Demon, so there was no urgency. For now, traveling through the Western continent was the primary goal, and it was also a good opportunity to examine the Western Earth veins in advance. Moreover, although he had this plan while traveling through the primordial world, he would still not let go of any primordial spiritual objects he should collect. If he had been somewhat restrained during his travels in the East, then in the West, he completely revealed his true nature as the primordial bulldozer. Whenever he encountered valuable primordial spiritual objects, he would not spare any. A blind primordial creature attempted to stop him. A primordial beast that had cultivated to the late stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. Seeing him collect the spiritual fruits from its territory, it roared and charged at him. But Zhenyuanzi casually waved his hand, and the beast flew backward like a broken kite, falling to the ground, unable to move, only able to watch helplessly as the opponent took the fruits away. This is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. It belongs to the one who is destined. Your cultivation is insufficient. You cannot keep such a treasure. Forcibly possessing it will only bring disaster. Zhenyuanzi left behind these words faintly, and his figure had already disappeared into the sky. The primordial beast lay on the ground staring at the empty fruit forest, its eyes full of fear and unwillingness, yet it dared not even utter a harsh word. The opponent's ability to suppress him with such ease made him realize that they were not on the same level at all. It was only because the other party had no killing intent, otherwise he felt he would have perished instantly. Traveling westward, Zhenyuanzi's harvest became increasingly abundant. Within the Earth Book space, spiritual herbs piled up like mountains, divine metals glittered, and there were even many primordial spiritual veins, all of which he had collected intact. While plundering, he also divided his divine sense to probe the Western Earth veins. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye another tens of thousands of years had gone by. One day he arrived at a canyon called Demon Burial Abyss. Within the valley, demonic chi coiled, incompatible with the surrounding spiritual energy, and faint sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves could be heard. Zhenyuanzi raised an eyebrow slightly. The demonic chi here has already taken shape. It seems that Luo Ho's influence has developed earlier than imagined. He did not go deep, he merely recorded the anomalies of the earth veins here, and then turned away. Now was not the time to confront Luo Ho, he needed more time to prepare and accumulate more power. Another 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhenyuanzi's figure still traversed the mountains, rivers, and valleys of the western continent, collecting various primordial spiritual objects. Over these years his harvest grew even more abundant. Within the Earth Book space, the newly added primordial spiritual roots had reached more than 20, including the Western Gungjin bamboo, a type of spiritual root with Western regional characteristics. Although most of these spiritual roots were only lower-grade primordial spiritual roots, and a few were middle-grade, it was still considered a good harvest. In addition, the number of primordial spirit treasures he obtained was actually greater than that of the primordial spiritual roots. Some of them he found and acquired, while others were confiscated from some blind demonic cultivators. Those cultivators acting under Luo Ho's orders were forcibly gathering living beings in the western continent. Seeing him alone, they tried to forcefully seize the spiritual objects he had collected, but naturally, they were casually suppressed by him, and he took both the cultivators and their treasures. Although the strongest among them were only at the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, some of them possessed primordial spirit treasures, albeit only lower-grade ones, but it could still be seen that these demonic cultivators were wealthy. During these years, besides collecting various primordial spiritual objects, he also focused on examining the Western Earth veins. However, he had not found much yet. Perhaps at this time Demon Ancestor Luo Ho had not yet set up any contingency measures on the Western Earth veins. During this process, he often saw cultivators wreathed in demonic chi along the way. These people, through coercion or bribery, forced the wandering primordial beings to join the demonic clan. Obviously, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho was now continuously expanding his own influence on the Western continent. However, unlike the high-profile expansion of the three primordial clans, the demonic clan acted more secretly and low-key, with their sphere of influence basically confined to the western continent. It was clear that they were accumulating strength rather than eager to reveal their edge. At this time, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, favored by the Western fortune, was the master of Western fortune. There was indeed no existence in the West that could contend with him, and it was almost inevitable that he would unify the West in the future. Zhenyuanzi merely watched coldly from the sidelines with no intention of intervening. These gathered beings were mostly of ordinary origins and low strength, limited in their ability to enhance the overall power of the demonic clan. However, many smalls make a mickle. Over countless millennia, the scale of the demonic clan had become quite large, faintly showing a posture of unifying the West. But as long as demon ancestor Luo Ho ultimately fell, all of this would turn into bubbles and illusions, ceasing to exist. One day Zhenyuanzi was standing atop a peak called Dust-Breaking Cliff, looking down at a settlement built by demonic cultivators below, when his divine sense suddenly stirred slightly, and he then looked toward a certain direction. At the same time, at the western ancestral vein Mount Samaru. This giant mountain, as if piercing through heaven and earth, was now shrouded in a faint layer of demonic chi, with chaotic currents faintly churning deep within the mountain. At the mountain peak, a palace built from primordial demon stone floated in midair. Inside the hall, demon ancestor Luo Ho was sitting cross-legged on a jet-black lotus. This lotus was precisely the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, its petals stacked layer upon layer, exuding a devouring aura of destruction. It was Luo Ho's companion spirit treasure. Luo Ho, clad in a dark robe, possessed a handsome countenance tinged with a hint of sinister eeriness. His eyes were tightly shut, and the demonic chi around him interwove with the earth vein chi of Mount Shumi, as if he had merged with the entire western continent. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Those pupils were as black as an abyss, devoid of any luster, yet they seemed to harbor endless slaughter and destruction. A faint smile slowly spread across the corners of his mouth, then transformed into hearty laughter. Ha ha. My immortal slaying sword formation has finally completed its initial refinement. The laughter rolled like demonic thunder, exploding from the summit of Mount Shumi and resounding through the boundless void. Countless demonic cultivators, sensing this familiar pressure, fell to their knees and proclaimed the Ancestor immortal and the great Dao eternal. Meanwhile, some primordial beings who had not yet submitted trembled under this terrifying demonic might, their primordial spirits quaking. Before the laughter faded, Luo Ho's figure had already vanished from the doom black lotus. The next moment he appeared in a space known as the Ninefold Nether Abyss. This place lay deep within the earth vein of the western continent. Since the opening of heaven and earth, it had been shrouded by endless primordial turbid and baleful chi. Even an ordinary great Daluo Golden Immortal stepping into it would be corroded by the turbid chi, making it one of the perilous lands of the primordial wilderness. Yet at this moment, in the center of this abyss, a formation diagram radiating a dense blood and baleful aura hung suspended. On the diagram, countless ferocious runes flickered, and faint visions of shattered mountains and perishing beings could be seen. This was the immortal slaying formation diagram. Around the diagram, 4 sinister swords gleamed with cold light, their blades flowing with black, baleful chi. They were inscribed with the characters Slay, Cut, Trap, and Sever, the 4 immortal slaying swords. At this moment, the primordial turbid and baleful chi and the all-heaven baleful chi of the entire space surged like rivers returning to the sea toward the formation diagram, and the 4 swords being absorbed by them endlessly. With each fraction of baleful chi absorbed the ferocious might of the diagram, and swords swelled, and the surrounding space warped slightly under the oppressive force, groaning as if unable to bear the burden. Excellent, excellent. Luo Ho hovered in midair, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the immortal slaying sword formation before him. To refine this killing formation, he had expended countless efforts, placing the 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram in this ninefold nether abyss to absorb the primordial turbid and all-heaven baleful chi for millions of years. Now the moment of initial success had finally arrived. He could clearly sense that within the sharpness of the 4 immortal slaying swords, the origin power of the annihilation Dao had already been infused. The formation diagram perfectly matched the 4 swords, forming a closed loop. With just an infusion of mana, it could draw upon the killing chi of heaven and earth and deploy the lethal formation. One more fraction of baleful chi, and it will be complete. Luo Ho waved his hand, sending a stream of refined mana into the formation diagram. The formation diagram and the 4 swords, as if responding to the call, accelerated their absorption of baleful chi. Boundless turbid chi transformed into black dragons, roaring as they charged into the sword formation. After a moment, the 4 immortal slaying swords quivered in unison, emitting a sword cry that echoed through the ninefold nether. The cold gleam of their blades nearly tore apart the space. The immortal slaying formation diagram then fully unfurled, covering the entire ninefold nether abyss. The visions on the diagram grew clearer, and the baleful aura it exuded even made Luo Ho slightly avert his gaze. It's done. Overjoyed, Luo Ho waved his right hand, and the formation diagram along with the 4 swords transformed into 4 streaks of light, falling into his grasp. He stored the 4 swords into the formation diagram, merging them into one, then vanished in a flash and returned to Mount Shumi. Back at the mountaintop palace, Luo Ho flicked his finger, and the immortal slaying formation diagram turned into a beam of light plunging into the depths of Mount Shumi. Using his great divine power, he channeled the ancestral vein power of Mount Shumi, connecting the formation diagram to the Western Earth vein. Under the nourishment of the ancestral vein origin, the diagram continued to absorb the essence of the Western Earth vein, becoming ever more refined. Once this formation fully merges with the Western Earth vein, then, when deployed, it will draw endlessly upon the Earth vein's power. Its might will surely surpass all formations in the primordial wilderness, becoming the foremost killing formation under the Heavenly Dao. A flicker of fanaticism flashed in Luo Ho's eyes. He could envision that one day, when this formation was set, no matter the cultivation level of the primordial powers who stepped into it, they would have no chance of survival. However, he was also aware that although the immortal slaying sword formation had been initially refined, it had not yet reached its true peak. It still needs enough blood and baleful power. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Luo Ho's mouth. Only by using the essence, blood, and primordial spirits of countless billions of primordial beings and powerful experts can this formation be truly perfected, unleashing the might to destroy heaven and earth. In his mind, a bloody tableau had already been sketched. A catastrophe sweeping the primordial wilderness was quietly brewing. At this moment, standing on the cliff of severing dust, Zhenyuanzi gazed toward Mount Shumi, his brow slightly furrowed. The immortal slaying sword formation. Is it finally about to appear? He could sense the fleeting, terrifying, killing, and baleful aura, though not distinct. It was enough to make his heart tighten. It seems that the demon ancestor Luo Ho has been secretly preparing. Zhenyuanzi took a deep breath, a flicker of solemnity in his eyes, which then turned to calm. No matter how the demon ancestor prepared, he only needed to cultivate and grow stronger. There was no need to worry excessively. Then he turned and flew in the opposite direction of Mount Shumi. Now that the immortal slaying formation had just been completed, Luo Ho's vigilance would surely be heightened. Approaching it this time was unwise. As for launching a preemptive strike against the demon ancestor Luo Ho, there was no need. Not to mention whether his current strength was sufficient to slay the opponent or whether there was danger. The demon ancestor Luo Ho's primary target was not him, but Hongjun. Luo Ho and Hongjun were each other's Dao-obstructing enemies. No doubt they had already sensed and known this, and thus regarded each other as their main objective. A great battle was bound to erupt sooner or later. If he were to act early and kill the demon ancestor Luo Ho, it would only benefit Hongjun, who would likely be overjoyed. Therefore, he naturally would not do that. He would only need to reap the benefits later. Then another tens of thousands of years passed. Zhenyuanzi's figure continued to traverse the western continent, especially through mountains rich in primordial metal chi. His divine sense swept over vein after vein, directly collecting them. The western land was inherently abundant in primordial metal. Over billions of years, countless primordial metal divine ores had condensed deep within the earth veins. The supreme grade primordial metal contained within was an unparalleled material for refining, killing spiritual treasures. Its sharpness could sever the laws, its hardness could break all techniques. Even cultivators who specialized in physical cultivation could be easily torn apart. Zhenyuanzi did not hold back. When he encountered a large-scale primordial metal vein, he directly used the power of the Earth Book to uproot the entire vein and store it into his treasure space. The primordial metal essence accumulated over countless millennia piled up like mountains within his space, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, enough to support him in refining numerous innate spiritual treasures and even to strive for the supreme grade. After millennia of time's passage, on this day, his figure halted before an immortal mountain that would not be particularly renowned in later ages. Yet though this immortal mountain held no fame in later eras, it was still towering and steep, its peaks like swords piercing the clouds. Mists and clouds coiled around the mountain, suffused with immortal aura, where cascading waterfalls could be faintly glimpsed plunging from the cliffs, crashing against green stones, sending up droplets that refracted prismatic rainbows, a scene of ethereal grace and tranquility. The reason Zhenyuanzi had come here was the Chaos Dao compass, which had allowed him to sense the call of destiny, and so he followed that resonance. He took a step forward, continuing along the faint thread of guidance, and entered the immortal mountain. The mountain path wound sinuously flanked by ancient trees reaching skyward, exotic blooms in full splendor, with occasional spirit monkeys offering fruits and immortal cranes gathering, a veritable paradise of seclusion. Zhenyuanzi did not linger, his divine sense locked onto the source of that resonance, and with each stride, he traversed billions of miles. Before long, he arrived at a valley entrance shrouded by primordial runes. Before the valley, an array woven from primordial five-element runes, Gung Metal, Wood, Rin, Water, and others, stood silently. The array patterns shimmered, faint spatial fluctuations emanating clearly, a barrier guarding a secret realm. Any ordinary great power would have spent considerable time studying and deciphering it, but with Zhenyuanzi's mastery of formations, he could likely break through without much effort. This time, however, Zhenyuanzi had no intention of unraveling the primordial array. He merely glanced at it, then produced the Primordial Chaos Measuring Ruler. The ruler trembled, unleashing the power of space-time, Dao transforming into a brilliant rainbow of light that directly bypassed the spatial barrier of the array. He took a single step and passed through the array's luminous curtain, entering the secret realm. The scene before him changed abruptly. Within the secret realm, primordial spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized, and a crystalline pool lay quietly at its center. The pool water shimmered with a faint golden hue, its surface bathed in a halo of Zhenyuanzi light. Countless tiny merit runes floated and swirled within the water, exuding a gentle and sacred aura. Above the pool, curling mist rose within which 8 distinct hues of spiritual water could be seen merging and gestating, sometimes falling as nectar, sometimes flowing as light, releasing a refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. The moment he laid eyes on the golden pool, a stream of information surged into Zhenyuanzi's consciousness. 8 treasures merit pool, a heavenly Dao treasure. It can bear Honghuang merit, nurture the nectar of merit. Within it dwell 8 kinds of spiritual water: clarity, coolness, sweetness, lightness, moisture, tranquility, quenching thirst, and nourishing all faculties. As long as merit endures, the pool shall never dry. 8 treasures merit pool. Zhenyuanzi felt a slight surprise, a glint of delight flashing in his eyes. He had not expected this opportunity to yield such a treasure. Naturally, he knew of its renown. In the original trajectory of the primordial world's fate, the 8 treasures merit pool was obtained by Hongjun. Later, during the lectures at Purple Cloud Palace, it was bestowed upon Jian and Zhuanti at the treasure dividing cliff. It became a sacred relic of the Western lands and subsequently used to nurture the supreme treasure of the Western teachings, the 12-grade merit golden lotus. And it was precisely because of the nurturing of the 8 treasures merit pool that the 12-grade merit golden lotus of the Western teachings could flourish better, suppressing the sect's fortune. Beyond that, it possessed myriad wondrous uses. Indeed, the prosperity of the Western teachings owed a debt to the 8 treasures merit pool. Yet now this treasure was to fall into his hands. Zhenyuanzi studied the pool carefully. Its basin was forged from an unknown white jade, warm and smooth, yet faintly radiating a defensive aura, clearly possessing inherent protective power. Then he extended his divine sense into the pool, sensing the pure and boundless life force and merit energy, and his satisfaction grew. After all, the water nurtured by the 8 treasures merit pool was only second to the 3 lights divine water, ranking as a top-grade primordial divine water equally capable of nourishing spiritual roots. Though it did not surpass the 3 lights divine water overall, it possessed other unique applications. Moreover, with merit never ceasing, the pool water would never run dry. This treasure also had defensive capabilities. Suspended above the head, it offered unmatched protection. Thus it was a commendable acquisition. Particularly the primordial merit nectar accumulated within the pool over countless millennia, vast in quantity and with effects likely not far inferior to the 3 lights divine water. Such a treasure naturally cannot be left behind. He hesitated, no longer producing the earth book. As its radiance swirled, it transformed into a heavy shadow of the earth, slowly enveloping the 8 treasures merit pool. The pool sensed the external force, trembling slightly, emitting a faint resistance. Yet before the might of a primordial supreme treasure, this resistance was but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Collect. With a soft cry, Zhenyuanzi's earth book burst forth with dazzling light, rolling up the 8 treasures merit pool, along with the billions of merit nectar droplets, turning them into a stream of light that vanished into the treasure space. The valley, now devoid of the merit pool, dimmed instantly, and the sacred aura in the air dissipated. Having secured the core treasure, Zhenyuanzi did not leave in haste, but began to explore the secret realm. Though the secret realm was not as vast as the Honghuang Temple's celestial cave, it rivaled a great world complete with mountains, lakes, plains, and canyons. The primordial spiritual herbs growing there, while not as precious as the merit pool, were numerous and varied, including merit grass, heart-quieting flowers, and other such merit-related plants. He walked and collected, gathering all valuable spiritual objects and mineral veins into his possession. Before long, he arrived at the core region of the secret realm, a platform built from primordial crystals. At the center of the platform, a fist-sized multicolored crystal hovered, emanating fluctuations identical to the secret realm's formation, the core control of the domain. Zhenyuanzi reached out and grasped the multicolored crystal. As he refined the crystal, a vast torrent of information flooded his consciousness, containing all the mysteries of the secret realm, the operation of its formations, its spatial structure, the flow of earth veins, and more. With a brief deduction, he mastered it completely. From that moment onward, this secret realm truly belonged to him. A fine place to set down roots, he mused inwardly. Zhenyuanzi surveyed his surroundings. The secret realm boasted concentrated spiritual energy and was protected by natural formations, making it an ideal hidden sanctuary in the Western lands. However, he was not satisfied with the original primordial array. Though the 5-element runes were intricate, they could not withstand true powerhouses, and they were not concealed enough. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. The Chaos Dao compass in his consciousness slowly turned, emitting an invisible wave that began to shroud the heavenly secrets and causality of this place, erasing all traces of space and time. At the same time, he brought out dozens of primordial divine metals and array flags. Using the Dao of Earth as the foundation and the Dao of Space as the network supplemented by the principles of time and causality, he rearranged the formation. Countless abstruse runes lit up around the secret realm, intertwining with the chaos's primal energy, forming an invisible light curtain that enveloped the entire domain. With the power of the Chaos Dao compass masking the heavenly secrets combined with this newly laid heaven-earth locking array, even a Primordial Chaos Golden Immortal or a saint will be unable to deduce the traces of this place. Zhenyuanzi felt the chaotic aura emanating from the formation and nodded with satisfaction. Having done all this, he flickered his form, exited the secret realm, and once again vanished into the mountains of the western lands. The acquisition of the 8 treasures merit pool had added yet another gain to his journey, and this hidden secret realm provided him with an additional foothold in the west. Since this realm was the birthplace of the 8 treasures merit pool, he would henceforth call it the 8 treasures merit secret realm. As dusk gave way to dawn, and the stars wheeled across the heavens, countless millennia slipped by once more. Since leaving the Babao Gongda secret realm, Zhenyuanzi had continued his journey through the mountains and rivers of the western continent. While gathering spiritual treasures, he silently observed the swelling power of the demonic forces. Countless primordial beings, whether coerced or enticed, had pledged allegiance to the demon ancestor, causing the scale of the demon race to expand at a visible pace. Now the demon race had begun to rival the 3 great clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin in influence. Their ranks boasted countless formidable warriors, and their momentum was so overwhelming that it commanded the attention of every faction in the primordial wilderness. As a result, during his travels over these years, he encountered primordial demonic beings with increasing frequency and in greater numbers, naturally coming across many powerful demonic cultivators. Moreover, these encounters were no longer limited to Golden Immortals or Tai Golden Immortals. Zhenyuanzi had also crossed paths with the Daluo Golden Immortals among the demonic ranks on multiple occasions. Some of these demonic experts, sensing that he was not to be trifled with, retreated without provocation. To such beings he paid no heed. But as the frequency of encounters grew, inevitably there were those who, overestimating their own abilities, sought to plunder him or forcibly coerce him into joining the demonic fold. Against such adversaries, Zhenyuanzi showed no hesitation, striking them down without mercy. Among those he slew were even several Daluo Golden Immortals of the demon race. From these battles, he harvested numerous mid-grade and low-grade innate spiritual treasures, as well as a considerable amount of innate spiritual substances. This demonstrated the immense wealth of the Western demonic clan. Yet upon reflection, it was only natural. The Western demonic clan had nearly taken over the entire Western continent, plundering its treasures on a grand scale, thus amassing vast riches. A thought thus took root in Zhenyuanzi's mind. In the future, he might not only pay a visit to the 3 primordial clans, but also to the Western demonic clan. However, the time was not yet ripe. He would wait for the opportune moment, by which time their collections would surely be even more abundant. The slaying of these demonic experts did not go unnoticed. It drew the attention of the demonic forces. The loss of several Daluo Golden Immortals even caught the eye of the demon ancestor Luoho. Within the demon palace on Mount Sumeru, the demon ancestor Luoho sat upon the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, surrounded by roiling demonic energy, his eyes gleaming with icy murderous intent. On a low table, a water mirror reflected the sites where several demonic Daluo had fallen, as if attempting to reconstruct the scene. Yet the image remained blurred. In the western lands there exists a being bold enough to kill my demon generals. Luoho's voice was icy, tinged with incredulous fury. Could there truly be someone in the West who dared to provoke his demon clan, to provoke him a supreme, great power? He attempted to divine the celestial mechanics, to unveil the perpetrator's identity, but the heavenly secrets in his sea of consciousness were a chaotic blur, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. Not even a trace of causal threads or aura could be captured. Such a powerful concealment technique. Luoho frowned deeply. To possess this strength and block my divination, the culprit must be a primordial divine being of my era. Could it be Hongjun? The thought flashed through his mind, but he could not be certain. Though Hongjun and he followed different paths, they had maintained a tacit understanding, each keeping to their own domain. Why would Hongjun suddenly strike against the demon race in the West? Whoever you are provoking me in the West will come at a price. Luoho snorted coldly, his figure vanishing from the palace. Over the following millennium, the demon ancestor Luoho personally scoured the Western continent with his great powers. Wherever he passed, demonic energy surged to the heavens, and mountains and rivers changed color. But Zhenyuanzi, protected by the Chaos Dao compass, which concealed his celestial mechanics and causal traces, and aided by the Honghuang measuring ruler for swift travel, remained elusive, now in the east, now in the west. Despite Luoho's heaven-spanning abilities, he could not find even a trace of him. In the end, Luoho could only return to Mount Sumeru in frustration and issue an order: all demon generals are forbidden to leave the vicinity of Mount Sumeru unless absolutely necessary. If you encounter an unknown powerhouse, retreat immediately and do not engage. The arrogance of the demonic race was thus somewhat curbed. Time passed swiftly, and tens of thousands of years slipped away once more. On this day, Zhenyuanzi's steps halted before a mist-shrouded immortal mountain. The Chaos Dao compass trembled more violently than ever before. A pull from a destiny rooted in the Dao itself quickened his heartbeat. Clearly, Zhenyuanzi had come to this place because the Chaos Dao compass had once again guided him to a stroke of fate and fortune. None of the opportunities guided by the Chaos Dao compass had ever been trivial, and the commotion this time surpassed all previous, filling Zhenyuanzi with even greater anticipation. He stepped into the immortal mountain and followed the sensation deeper, where a profoundly mysterious primordial formation appeared before him. He began to probe the formation with his divine sense, and soon a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The formation's patterns interwove, containing the great Dao principles of space-time and causality. This primordial formation was even more advanced than any he had encountered before. It surpassed even the primordial formation of the secret realm, where he had obtained the top-grade innate spiritual root, the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, and fell only slightly short of the chaotic formation on Earth Immortal Island. Moreover, it was exceedingly well concealed. Without the guidance of the Chaos Dao compass, one could pass by and never notice it. What a magnificent formation! Zhenyuanzi could not help but admire. The formation was not only immensely powerful, but also excelled at concealment, clearly designed to protect something of great importance. Even if he attempted to break it, it would likely cost him considerable time. He did not waste time on a direct assault. Instead, he took out the Honghuang measuring ruler and simultaneously activated the Chaos Dao compass, sealing his own celestial mechanics and the surrounding spacetime completely. With a flash of light from the ruler's spacetime warped, he took a single step and passed through the formation's barrier, entering the secret realm within. The moment he entered, an overwhelming wave of primordial spiritual energy, nearly liquefied, greeted him. Among it was a peculiar force of reincarnation that made even his primordial spirit tremble. Following the intense sensation, he arrived at the center of the secret realm. The sight before him quickened his breath. At the center of the secret realm, within a lotus pedestal, an enormous purple lotus blossomed in stillness. It had 24 petals, each carved like amethyst jade, inscribed with countless profound runes, and faint visions of life, death, reincarnation, and karmic retribution flickered upon them. Around the purple lotus swirled a faint gray current, the purest essence of reincarnation's origin, exuding an unparalleled majesty that could suppress ages and bear the cycle of rebirth. The 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus. The moment he recognized it, a torrent of celestial information flooded his sea of consciousness, confirming his speculation. This was the legendary treasure of the earthly path, the destined seed of reincarnation. Zhenyuanzi burst into hearty laughter. Ha! To think I would encounter such a treasure. Truly, this is the destined object of my path. His excitement was not without reason. The 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus was not only peerless in defense, comparable to a primordial supreme treasure, but also bore a crucial mission. It was a natural vessel for reincarnation, the destined locus of the cycle, capable of bearing and perfecting the reincarnation rules of the primordial world. And he, bearing the Earth Book and wielding the authority of the earthly path, was the natural lord of the Earth Court. With this 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus, he could seamlessly establish the cycle of reincarnation without needing to sacrifice his own being, as Hudu had done in later ages. In doing so, he could acquire boundless merit and solidify the foundation of the earthly path. Yet in the original trajectory of the primordial world's fate, whether because this treasure had never fully matured or due to the devastation caused by the demon ancestor Luoho, detonating the Western Earth veins during the Dao Demon War, this treasure had never emerged into the world. In the original timeline, Zhenyuanzi failed to obtain this supreme treasure, and thus could not become the true lord of the Earth Court. In the end, it was Hutu who established the 6 paths of reincarnation by sacrificing her own body to transform into the cycle of reincarnation. Now that this treasure has fallen into his hands, he too can create, or at least participate in creating, the cycle of reincarnation without the need to sacrifice his own body. Regardless, this would be a deed of immense merit. The reincarnation of the primordial world shall be determined by none other than me. Zhenyuanzi suppressed the turmoil in his heart and reached out toward the reincarnation purple lotus. The purple lotus seemed to sense the earthly Dao aura emanating from him. It trembled slightly, its petals swaying gently, showing no sign of resistance. He lifted the purple lotus with one hand. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. A torrent of reincarnation origin power surged into his body along his arm, resonating with the earthly Dao force of the Earth Book. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine this supreme treasure. Time lost its meaning within the secret realm. Immersed in the refining process, Zhenyuanzi's consciousness continuously merged with the origin of the purple lotus, gradually unraveling the primordial restrictions upon it. Tens of thousands of years passed silently. When he unlocked the 36th layer of restrictions, he had completed the preliminary refinement. I'll stop here for now. Zhenyuanzi opened his eyes and absorbed the reincarnation purple lotus into his body. Then he began to explore the secret realm. That this secret realm could nurture a 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus meant it was extraordinary. Its vastness rivaled that of a top-tier paradise. The primordial spiritual energy within was rich with reincarnation power, and most of the spiritual objects that grew there were related to reincarnation. There was the reincarnation grass that could make one recall past lives, the rebirth flower that could purify departed souls, and the yin-yang spring that contained the power of life and death. Each was a rare wonder seldom seen in the outside world. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation had not yet been formally established, and many of these wonders could not yet fulfill their true functions, gathering them was still the right thing to do. Zhenyuanzi did not hesitate. He collected all these spiritual objects and mineral veins and finally arrived at the core altar of the secret realm. On the altar rested a gray crystal inscribed with reincarnation runes, the control core of the secret realm. He reached out and grasped the crystal. After refining it, he instantly grasped all the secrets of the secret realm. Since the secret realm was already protected by powerful primordial formations, he did not add any extra defenses. He merely used the Chaos Great Dao Compass to completely shield the realm's heavenly secrets, making it even more concealed. From now on, this place shall be called the Reincarnation Secret Realm. Zhenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. With this secret realm, he now had another stable foothold in the Western lands. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This was no exception. Then he directly left the Reincarnation Secret Realm. After leaving the secret realm, Zhenyuanzi planned to return to Honghuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain. His journey through the Western lands had not only broadened his horizons and allowed him to inspect the Western Earth veins, but also yielded many primordial spiritual objects and even primordial spiritual treasures. Among them were the 8 treasures merits pool and the 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus, an earthly Dao supreme treasure. This journey could be considered a complete success. He had been away for quite some time. It was time to return. He traveled eastward, his figure seemingly slow, yet each step covered billions of li. The mountains and rivers along the way remained the same, but his state of mind had changed. Nevertheless, along the way he did not forget to collect various primordial spiritual objects. He deliberately slowed his aura, concealing his true power while emitting a faint glow of treasures, making himself appear like an ordinary cultivator who had stumbled upon a fortunate encounter. This posture indeed attracted many fish. The primordial demons accustomed to rampaging through the Western lands saw him alone and with an ordinary aura and thought he was an easy target. Unfortunately, they had kicked a piece of chaos divine iron that they could never shake. All of them were annihilated with a mere flick of Zhenyuanzi's finger. Through this fishing expedition, he managed to harvest 5 low-grade primordial spiritual treasures and 2 medium-grade ones along the way. Although they were of little use to him, they were still primordial spiritual treasures of considerable value. 1,000 years passed quietly in this stop-and-go manner. When the familiar outline of Wanshou Mountain appeared in his sight, a long-lost sense of peace welled up in Zhenyuanzi's heart. He had finally returned to his true domain. However, he did not return directly to Honghuang Temple. Instead, he took a detour and headed for the Hongjun mountain range first. The last time he passed by, he had noticed that many spiritual objects in the mountains were maturing. Now that considerable time had passed, they must be laden with fruits. Indeed, with a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that the mountain's spiritual energy was even richer than before, and the number of primordial spiritual objects had increased significantly. Many of the already ripened primordial spiritual objects would only be a waste of time if left to continue growing. To avoid waste, he had no choice but to make things harder for the future Hongjun. Thus, with a reluctant heart, he once again plundered the Hongjun mountain range. Zhenyuanzi's divine sense spread like a net, sweeping all the valuable spiritual objects in the mountains into the earth book space. From the foot to the peak, from the spiritual springs to the ancient caves, after a thorough plunder, even several newly formed primordial spiritual veins were uprooted. The spiritual energy of the entire Hongjun mountain range had thinned by 1/3. When I come next time, there should be new gains. Zhenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and flew toward the Honghuang Temple deep within Wanshou Mountain. Passing through layers of paradise formations, the familiar Honghuang Temple came into view. The ginseng fruit tree was still lush and thriving, its fruits sleeping like infants. The yellow plum tree was blooming and bearing fruit, exuding an enticing Dao resonance. The newly planted enlightenment tea tree had also taken root in the spiritual soil, its 3,000 new leaves slowly growing. Qingfeng and Mingyue, having already sensed his arrival, were waiting respectfully outside the temple gate. "Welcome back, master." The two bowed in unison, their voices filled with genuine joy. Zhenyuanzi's gaze fell upon them, and with a sweep of his divine sense he saw through their cultivation levels. Qingfeng and Mingyue's cultivation had improved significantly compared to before his journey to the Western continent. It seemed they had not neglected their practice over the years. Moreover, the previous sermon and the few enlightenment tea leaves had played a significant role, granting them considerable gains. This had enabled them to make such progress, though they still fell short of the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm. It seems you have not been idle these years. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of approval. The enlightenment tea leaves and the earlier sermon seem to have truly benefited you. It is all thanks to your grace, Master. Qingfeng and Mingyue replied hastily, and this was truly what they felt in their hearts. Those few enlightenment tea leaves had allowed them to achieve several epiphanies in their cultivation, saving them tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of years of arduous training. And the sermon before your departure had pointed out the direction for them. But you are still one step away from the great Daluo Golden Immortal. Zhenyuanzi mused for a moment. Today I will lend you a helping hand. He turned and entered the Honghuang hall, taking out the 8 treasures merits pool and suspending it in the hall. The meritorious water in the pool flowed slowly, the 8 types of spiritual water blending together, emitting a gentle golden light of merit and a life-giving aura. Then he took out a mass of 8 treasures merits water, put away the pool again, and used this mass to create 2 simple miniature 8 treasures merits pools. You two enter the pools and cultivate. Zhenyuanzi instructed. Qingfeng and Mingyue obeyed and stepped into the pools. The meritorious water rose above their ankles. A cool and pure force instantly surged into their bodies, washing through their meridians and primordial spirits. The accumulated obscurities and stagnation in their cultivation began to dissolve under this power. Then Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged in the hall and began to preach the Dao for them. This time he was no longer limited to the basic Dao resonance. Instead, he combined his own insights from his tens of thousands of years of traveling through the Western lands with the Dao records on the Chaos Great Dao Compass, explaining the essence of the great Daluo Golden Immortal in a profound yet accessible manner. How to condense the flowers of law, the 3 flowers above the crown, how to see through the river of fate, how to closely connect the primordial spirit with the great Dao. His voice was calm, yet imbued with the ultimate truth of the Dao. At times it transformed into flying runes, yet other times it merged with the water of the merits pools, resonating with the primordial spirits of Qingfeng and Mingyue. Outside the hall, the spiritual roots, such as the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum tree, seemed to be listening, as well their branches and leaves gently swaying, the Dao resonance growing ever richer. This sermon lasted 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, Zhenyuanzi stopped his sermon. Looking at the two in the pools whose auras had grown thicker and primordial spirits more condensed, his eyes showed satisfaction. During the sermon, he himself had been organizing his insights from his travels across the primordial world over the years, deepening his understanding of various Dao laws. This would greatly aid his breakthrough to the late stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Dao. Qingfeng and Mingyue stepped out of the pools and bowed respectfully. Their eyes shone with divine light, clearly having touched the bottleneck of the great Daluo Golden Immortal, needing only a single opportunity to break through. At this moment, Mingyue took out more than a dozen primordial jade boxes. Opening the boxes revealed them filled with various ripe spiritual fruits, the harvest of the medicine garden during the years of his absence. Zhenyuanzi glanced over them and nodded slightly. Not bad. You have taken good care of the medicine garden. He casually took out 2 enlightenment tea leaves, and from the jade boxes, he selected 100 medium to high-grade primordial spiritual fruits. He handed them to Qingfeng and Mingyue. This is your reward. Go back and enter seclusion. Strive to step into the great Luo realm soon. Thank you, Master. The two took the tea leaves and fruits, unable to hide their excitement. After bowing once more, they withdrew to begin their seclusion. The hall returned to stillness. Zhenyuanzi also sank into meditation and Dao cultivation. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye another dozen epochs had passed. Within the grotto heaven of the Honghuang Temple on Mount Longevity, Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged on the cloud bed in the 5 Grains Hall. The aura of the great Dao swirled around him, while his primordial spirit sank into the sea of consciousness, interweaving with supreme treasures, such as the Chaos Dao Compass and the 24-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. At times he comprehended the laws of space-time, at others he delved into the mysteries of the creation Dao. Over the course of these dozens of epochs, Zhenyuanzi had not ventured out to explore the primordial world again, but instead remained in seclusion, cultivating and comprehending the Dao. And his cultivation base had grown considerably. Although there was still a gap to break through to the late stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal, his current strength was notably greater than before. More importantly, after dozens of epochs of nurturing and refining, the 24-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus had become completely attuned to his mind, and its innate restrictions had been fully refined by him. The lotus throne hovered deep within his sea of consciousness, its 24 purple petals radiating the resplendent light of reincarnation's origin. This not only elevated his understanding of life-death causality and space-time to a new level, but also allowed him to summon the power of reincarnation at will, unfolding the subtlety of the three life's myriad transformations. All of this would prove immensely beneficial for his future plans to establish the Earth Court and perfect the reincarnation cycle. However, in Zhenyuanzi's heart, he was not merely content with establishing the Earth Court and perfecting reincarnation. He harbored far greater ambitions, and these required even more formidable power. Therefore, for him, at present, the most crucial matter was to elevate his cultivation realm. One day, Zhenyuanzi was deeply immersed in the comprehension and deduction of the myriad Daos. Suddenly, a peculiar fluctuation emanated from outside the hall, interrupting his deductions. Zhenyuanzi opened his eyes, and a Dao rune flashed briefly in his gaze. His divine sense swept across the Honghuang temple in an instant. Above the bright moon hall, tens of thousands of miles of multicolored clouds and purple lightning filled the sky. Boundless Dao aura of the Daluo level spread like a tide, transforming into golden lotuses dancing in the air. Each lotus carried fragments of laws exuding the essence of transcendence and indestructibility. Above the hall's roof, 3 brilliant rays of light shot into the sky, the 3 flowers on the crown. One flower symbolized the essence, one represented the primordial spirit, and one embodied the vital energy. The 3 flowers interweaved, enveloping the entire bright moon hall in a sacred halo. Auspicious clouds swirled, celestial music chimed, and countless primordial runes emerged from the void, merging into the 3 flower lights. This caused the 3 flowers to become increasingly solid, and the pressure they emitted made even the grotto heaven's formations tremble slightly. She has broken through. A gratified smile curled at the corner of Zhenyuanzi's lips. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was precisely the sign of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown and transcending the river of fate. Clearly, among these 2 boy and girl attendants, Mingyue was the first to step into the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal. He gazed at the figure that was growing clearer amid the phenomenon and thought to himself, my efforts were not in vain. I have preached to them many times, bestowed numerous innate spiritual fruits, and even used the 8 treasures merit pool and enlightenment tea leaves to help them build a foundation. At least she has not let down this cultivation. It must be known that although Qingfeng and Mingyue were innate beings compared to innate deities and innate saints, their origins were only ordinary. Being able to rely on themselves to break through to Daluo Golden Immortal required not only the accumulation of resources and his guidance, but also their own perseverance and comprehension. However, immediately after, another equally vast breakthrough fluctuation erupted from the direction of the Clear Wind Hall. Above the Clear Wind Hall, tens of thousands of miles of golden clouds suddenly rose, illuminating the entire grotto heaven of Honghuang Temple, and even suppressed the purple lightning and multicolored clouds from Bright Moon Hall. Endless Daluo Dao aura converged into a surging river, and in its waters floated countless fragments of cultivation experiences. There were scenes of Qingfeng tending the spiritual herb garden, moments of his focused attention while listening to sermons in the 5 grains hall, the sudden enlightenment after consuming enlightenment tea leaves. These fragments interwove into a net, eventually condensing into a sharp Dao sword that thrust straight into the sky. Is this Qingfeng also breaking through? A flicker of surprise passed through Zhenyuanzi's eyes, then turned into deeper joy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. To break through consecutively, truly worthy of being the boy of my Honghuang temple. The 2 breakthrough phenomena shone in concert within the temple. Golden lotuses intertwined with the myriad miles of golden clouds, the 3 flowers on the crown vied with the shadow of the Dao sword. Within the entire grotto heaven, the innate spiritual energy rolled like a boiling river, and countless spiritual roots and herbs nourished by the Dao aura visibly grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. Heaven and earth rejoiced together, all things celebrated. Even in the primordial world where great powers emerged in multitudes, such a scene was enough to be called awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, inside the Clear Wind Hall and Bright Moon Hall, the 2 were immersed in the wonders of breakthrough. Mingyue's body was surrounded by the shadow of the 3 flowers. Her primordial spirit rose from her physical form, and her true spirit, like a brilliant star, slowly broke free from the bonds of the river of fate, ascending above its surface. With a soft sound, a faint halo coalesced around her true spirit, the primordial indestructible divine light, transforming her into a primordial indestructible true spirit. Within the divine light, countless avatars of Mingyue emerged from the past, present, and future, ultimately merging with the main body. From then on, no matter how space-time changed, as long as the primordial indestructible divine light did not extinguish, she would be immortal and undying. Qingfeng's state was even more sharp. His primordial spirit transformed into that Dao sword which cut a rift in the river of fate. His true spirit leaped out through the rift, likewise condensing the primordial indestructible divine light. His avatars scattered across infinite space-time, Some traveling through the myriad worlds, some guarding the garden in Honghuang Temple, some participating in great battles in the future. All avatars connected with the main body, and the Dao sword's edge grew sharper, carrying a resolute determination that pressed forward without hesitation. After an unknown length of time, the two phenomena gradually receded. The golden clouds dissipated, the lotuses vanished, and the Honghuang Temple returned to tranquility, yet it now possessed a newfound depth and majesty. Qingfeng and Mingwei walked side by side out of their respective halls, arriving before the Five Grains Hall. They bowed and said, "Disciple pays respects to the master." At this moment their auras were completely different from before. The Daluo Dao aura swirled around them, their eyes were clear and profound, and every gesture carried a transcendent charm, clearly signifying that they had fully completed the breakthrough to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Zhenyuanzi looked at them, his face wearing a warm and gratified smile. He said, "Rise. For you to break through to Daluo by your own perseverance is extraordinarily difficult. You have not disappointed my expectations." As he finished speaking, he produced two spirit treasures. One was a precious mirror engraved with moon essence runes, radiating a gentle spiritual light and exuding an aura of defense and illusion. The other was a jade whisk wrapped in the law of wind, whose every swing summoned the howling of a breeze. Mingyue, this is the Taiyin Precious Mirror, a middle-grade primordial spirit treasure. It possesses various wondrous uses and can protect you. Today I bestow it upon you as a guardian artifact. Qingfeng, this is the Xuanfeng Dust Whisk, also a middle-grade primordial spirit treasure. It has many extraordinary powers and is compatible with your attributes. Today I likewise bestow it upon you as a guardian artifact. Zhenyuanzi handed the two spirit treasures forward, his voice calm, yet laden with expectation. Qingfeng and Mingwei received the treasures, feeling the power contained within, and could hardly conceal their excitement. They had already been given lower-grade primordial spirit treasures by the master before, and now obtaining middle-grade ones would greatly enhance their strength. "Thank you for the bestowal, master." Both knelt again and kowtowed, their voices filled with gratitude and reverence. Zhenyuanzi waved his hand, "No need for such ceremony. You have just broken through, and your realms still need to be stabilized. Go and familiarize yourselves with the treasures. From now on, many matters of the Honghuang Temple shall be entrusted to you." Disciple obeys. Holding the treasures, they bowed and withdrew, their figures radiating joy and enthusiasm that could not be concealed. Watching their retreating backs, a gleam of satisfaction flickered in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. With two Daluo Golden Immortal disciples, the prestige of the Honghuang Temple had undoubtedly been elevated to a new level. However, these were ultimately secondary. What mattered most was his own strength. He turned and went back to the cloud bed, closing his eyes once more. In his sea of consciousness, the Chaos Dao compass began to spin again. The breakthrough of Qingfeng and Mingwei is indeed a joyful event. Next I must devote myself to cultivation, striving to break through as soon as possible. The grotto heaven once again fell into silence, with only the rhythm of the great Dao flowing silently. Time passed swiftly, and another 100 epochs flowed by like sand through an hourglass. Within the hall of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, where chaotic currents surged for a moment before subsiding into stillness. He exhaled a turbid breath which transformed into an invisible current that vanished into the infinite space-time, triggering cataclysmic shifts across countless dimensions until long after it gradually dissipated. "At last I am on the verge of breaking through to the late Honghuang Golden Immortal stage," Zhenyuanzi murmured inwardly, sensing the ever-thickening mana and laws within his being. After another 100 epochs of arduous cultivation, he had edged yet closer to the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal, finally glimpsing the dawn of breakthrough. It must be said that the cultivation of the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm grows increasingly difficult as one advances through the later stages. Over the years, he had advanced simultaneously along the four paths of primordial spirit, physical body mana, and laws, treading each road with solidity. Though progress was somewhat slow, his foundation was unshakably firm, surpassing his peers. Were it not for the Chaos Great Dao Compass to deduce the Dao, the Chaos Great Dao Origin Sutra to nourish his primordial spirit, the Enlightenment Tea Leaves, and the 8 Treasures Merit Pool to assist cultivation, along with the countless innate spiritual objects he had amassed, he would never have touched the threshold of the late Honghuang Golden Immortal stage within a mere 100 epochs. Every step in the mixed Yuan realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. He could not help but sigh. The innate deities reincarnated from Chaos Devas, who had cultivated for times 10,000 times longer than him, remained mostly trapped in the middle stage, a stark testament to this truth. At such a realm, the enhancement of one's cultivation is no longer a mere accumulation of resources and time. It requires profound enlightenment of the Dao and a thorough comprehension of one's own Dao fruit. No wonder many great cultivators madly sought merit and destiny, hoping to break through the bottleneck. Though it was a shortcut, it was also the most direct and effective path. However, Zhenyuanzi had no intention of following that path. He believed that Heavenly Dao merit was best used as a protective talisman, not to be refined for cultivation advancement. He possessed the Chaos Great Dao Compass and the Chaos Great Dao Origin Sutra, a Chaos Supreme Treasure and Chaos Cultivation Method to aid enlightenment, and also wielded the Earth Scroll, the Honghuang Sky Measuring Ruler, and the 24-petal reincarnation Purple Lotus, among other precious treasures. Moreover, he had the Ginseng Fruit Tree, the Yellow Middle Plum, the Enlightenment Tea Tree, and many other innate spiritual objects. By following the proper steps, he would eventually reach the late stage, without risking an unstable foundation. In truth, had he not cultivated his primordial spirit, physical body, mana, and laws simultaneously, but focused on only one aspect, he might have already broken through to the late Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal stage. Nevertheless, his current cultivation speed was not slow. After sensing his own changes, he turned his attention to the Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven. With a single thought, Zhenyuanzi's divine sense encompassed the entire Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven. His gaze fell upon the medicinal garden, where Qingfeng and Mingyue were busily at work. One held a jade scissors trimming the stray branches of some innate spiritual roots. The other carried a jade pot watering the yellow middle plum tree, with 3 light, divine water, their movements both skilled and focused. Early Golden Immortal stage. It is stable. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly. After the 2 boy and girl attendants broke through to the Golden Immortal realm, they had cultivated for another 100 epochs. Though their cultivation had not advanced further, they had polished their Golden Immortal Dao fruit to greater refinement, and their bearing was now more serene. However, given their innate roots, advancing further in the Golden Immortal realm was already exceedingly difficult. Ordinary innate beings require immense fortune to even touch the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. To cultivate to the Golden Immortal realm is already defying heaven, let alone ascending further. Even with his unending support of resources and guidance and techniques, and despite their own diligent cultivation, the progress of Qingfeng and Mingyue remained extremely slow. This was partly due to the sharp increase in difficulty after reaching the Golden Immortal realm, and partly due to their innate talent and foundation. Moreover, Qingfeng and Mingyue had lived in the Honghuang Temple since their birth, and had never set foot outside Wanshou Mountain. Though under his teaching they possessed broad insight, they lacked the tempering of real-world experience in the primordial world. Their understanding of the Tao came mostly from their own enlightenment, and his lectures lacking the penetrating clarity of personal experience. Being confined within the cave heaven forever ultimately means a lack of experience, Zhenyuanzi pondered. Qingfeng and Mingyue as his attendants had to tend to the spiritual roots and guard the gate, making it difficult for them to travel far for extended periods. If they cultivated avatars to gain experience, they could broaden their knowledge, but they would never achieve the enlightenment of personal experience, nor could they undergo the transformation of their Tao heart from life or death trials. After a moment of contemplation, an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Perhaps I can forge a special spiritual treasure for them, one that will also serve as a unique treasure for the Honghuang Temple lineage. With a thought from Zhenyuanzi, the empty space in the Honghuang Hall was instantly filled with countless materials shimmering with brilliant light. Among them was the mother of Shoyang, copper golden in color and exuding a heavy metal elemental origin power, a top-tier material for refining defensive spiritual treasures, which he had obtained long ago from the depths of Shoyang Mountain. There were large quantities of innate gung metal, each piece sharp and formidable, with sword chi faintly crisscrossing, ideal for forging offensive treasures. There were also scorching hot lihua essence stones, crimson in color, their interiors seeming to burn with flames containing the pure yang and rigid lihua law. A grayish reincarnation stone covered with profound reincarnation runes touching, which could vaguely reveal visions of 3 lifetimes. There were also large amounts of time-space crystals, within which black and white currents flowed, sometimes solidifying, sometimes fleeting, containing pure time-space laws. Each of these materials was a rare divine substance seldom seen in the later ages of the primordial world, enough to move even the hearts of great cultivators. With these materials I shall forge a trial tower and some spiritual treasures. Zhenyuanzi's eyes flashed with determination. He pointed with his finger, and the phantom of the chaos great Dao compass rotated in his sea of consciousness, instantly deducing countless refining techniques. Blood refining, chi refining, spirit refining, law refining, and more. Then with a single gesture the mother of Shoyang copper rose, first hovering in midair. Zhenyuanzi's finger became a sword, emitting myriad Dao laws that struck the mother of Shoyang copper. The copper instantly melted into a pool of golden liquid which, guided by the laws, slowly coalesced into the rough shape of a tower. Next, the innate gung metal lihua essence stone, reincarnation stone, and time-space crystal rose one by one, merging into the tower's body. On the golden walls countless runes swiftly emerged. There were gung metal runes forming sword shadows, lihua runes blazing with flames, reincarnation runes evolving 3 lifetimes, time-space runes twisting light and shadow. The phantom of a 9-story exquisite tower gradually took shape. This tower shall have 2 functions, Zhenyuanzi declared aloud. First, enlightenment. allowing one to project their divine sense into it, traversing countless worlds, experiencing different lives, and tempering the Dao heart. Second, battle, allowing one to condense an avatar into it, undergoing myriad hardships and countless combat encounters to hone their divine abilities. As his words fell, the runes on the tower grew even more brilliant, and the tower's body gradually solidified. In a short while, a towering golden pagoda about 1,000 zhang high, inscribed with countless law runes, hovered in the hall, exuding a rich post-celestial spiritual treasure aura. One last step remained. Zhenyuanzi did not stop. He reached out, and the innate supreme treasure Zhenyuanzi tripod appeared before him. The tripod shimmered, emitting boundless mystical light, enveloping the trial tower. Zhenyuanzi tripod reverse to pre-celestial, cast my spiritual treasure. Zhenyuanzi channeled the tripod's origin, and countless pre-celestial runes flew out from the tripod, merging into the trial tower. The post-celestial aura on the tower rapidly faded, replaced by dense pre-celestial Dao charm. At the top of the tower, even a pearl containing the powers of time-space and reincarnation condensed, emitting a faint pressure. Within it, a pre-celestial, indestructible spiritual light was coalescing and gestating. The time flow inside was accelerated by billions of times. Boom! A soft sound. The Zhenyuanzi tripod's mystical light converged, and the trial tower slowly descended, hovering before Zhenyuanzi. Now it had fully transformed into a top-grade, pre-celestial spiritual treasure. As the runes on the tower flowed, one could faintly see visions of countless worlds being born and destroyed, and countless figures locked in battle. I shall name you the Reincarnation Trial Tower. Zhenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, his gaze fell upon the remaining materials. Since they had already been extracted, he saw no point in returning them, and they happened to be ideal for refining a few spiritual treasures. Without further delay, he resumed his refining process. This time his movements were even swifter. The Dao of metal and the Dao of leaf fire interwove as the primeval Gingjin rapidly melted, taking shape as a 3-foot-long sword. Its blade gleamed with a cold, piercing light engraved with countless sharp runes. The Lihua essence stone transformed into a crimson banner, its surface wreathed in flames with the faint phantom of a vermilion bird circling above. The Shoyang copper in turn became a time-worn copper seal, its face carved with the character suppress, exuding a profound power of binding. Once the 3 post-heaven spiritual treasures took form, Zhenyuanzi once again employed the Zhenyuan Ding, using the cauldron's primordial essence to drive the ability to reverse into the pre-heaven state. Before long, all 3 treasures evolved into superior-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasures. The Xiantian Gingjin sword, the Lihua banner, the Shoyang copper seal. They are quite passable, Zhenyuanzi murmured to himself as he collected the 3 treasures. With his current prowess, it would not be difficult to forge a few top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasures, even at the cost of depleting the Zhenyuan Ding's essence. However, the essence left behind by the Primordial Zhenyuan Ancestor, though abundant, could not withstand such extravagant expenditure. The essence required for a single top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasure sufficed to refine 10 superior-grade ones, and since he was not lacking in top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasures for his own use, the endeavor was clearly not worth the cost at this stage. He summoned the Reincarnation Trial Tower and placed it at the center of the square outside the Honghuang Hall. As the tower landed, it instantly transformed into a colossal structure towering 10,000 zhang. Its surface shimmered with runes, and the Dao resonance it emitted enveloped the entire Honghuang temple, causing countless spirit roots and spiritual herbs to sway in greeting. Qingfeng Mingyue, come here, Zhenyuanzi's voice echoed through the cave heaven. Shortly afterward, Qingfeng and Mingyue hurried to the front of the Honghuang Hall, their eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at the giant tower. Master, what is this tower? Qingfeng could not help but ask. Zhenyuanzi pointed at the Reincarnation Trial Tower and said with a smile, this tower is called the Reincarnation Trial Tower, a superior grade pre-heaven spiritual treasure. He raised his hand and tapped, sending 2 streaks of light flying from the tower to embed themselves into the foreheads of Qingfeng and Mingyue. Instantly they understood the tower's wonders, and their faces lit up with surprise. Master, this tower can draw one's divine thoughts inside to traverse endless worlds, and it can condense avatars to battle countless powerful beings. Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Such an effect was almost tailor-made for them. Qingfeng, equally excited, bowed deeply and said, with this tower's aid we can broaden our knowledge and hone our divine abilities without even stepping outside. Indeed, Zhenyuanzi nodded. Your origins are limited, and it is difficult for you to journey abroad. This tower can compensate for your shortcomings. The worlds within the tower are infinite and encompass all things. You may enter to experience the myriad facets of life, or manifest within to battle the powerful beings condensed there, tempering your Dao heart and divine abilities. He paused, then added, the difficulty of the trials will increase as your strength rises. Remember, do not slack off. When you manage to pass the 9th level, perhaps, that will be the moment you break through to the mid-Daluo Golden Immortal stage. Thank you, Master, for your gracious gift. Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes before kneeling in gratitude. They knew that their master had spared no effort in refining such a marvelous superior-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasure for their cultivation of favor as heavy as a divine mountain. Zhenyuanzi waved his hand. Rise. This tower will be entrusted to your care. Apart from tending the spirit herb garden, you may enter the trials as often as you wish. We obey your command. The two replied respectfully, their gaze flickering toward the reincarnation trial tower with anticipation. Seeing their eagerness, Zhenyuanzi smiled faintly. With the reincarnation trial tower, the path of cultivation for Qingfeng and Mingyue would surely become smoother. If he were to take in more disciples in the future, it could likewise serve to train and nurture them. He turned and returned to the Honghuang hall, sitting cross-legged once more. The Chaos Dao compass slowly rotated in his sea of consciousness. The reincarnation trial tower is complete, and all matters in Honghuang Temple are settled. Now I must focus on cultivation and strive to break through as soon as possible. Outside the hall, Qingfeng and Mingyue circled the reincarnation trial tower, whispering over who would enter the trial first. In the cave heaven of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi sank once again into deep seclusion. The Chaos Dao compass hovered in his sea of consciousness, slowly deducing the intricacies of the late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. The 24-petaled reincarnation violet lotus radiated a faint purple light, intertwining with the profound aura of the Earth Book, aiding him in refining his ever-purer laws and spiritual power. The tempests of the outside world seemed to be sealed off by the cave heaven's formation, leaving only the serene flow of the Dao. Yet at this moment the primordial heaven and earth had already grown turbulent with undercurrents. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, the foremost among the innate beings, had been tirelessly expanding their influence over countless eons. The Dragon clan ruled over the scaled creatures, establishing their dragon palaces deep in the four seas. Under their command were countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as branches like flood dragons and mirage dragons spread across the waters of the primordial land, wielding overwhelming might. The Phoenix clan governed the feathered beings with their foundation in the southern immortal volcano. The Phoenix's true fire could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Rare species like the azure bird were their wings, soaring across the 9 heavens unchallenged. The Qilin clan commanded the beasts dwelling in the Qilin ancestral ground at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The Qilin's auspiciousness coexisted with its ferocity, and their beast subjects were the most numerous, filling the mountains and rivers of the primordial land. Friction among the 3 clans over spirit veins, mineral veins, and secret realms had intensified day by day, with small-scale conflicts erupting almost daily. Yet restrained by the authority of the 3 Daluo Golden Immortal Ancestors, Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin, they barely maintained a superficial peace, preventing a full-scale war. But perceptive observers could see that beneath this calm lay a fury vast enough to burn the primordial land to ashes, awaiting only a single spark to ignite everything. One day on the shores of the Eastern Sea, over the vast expanse of azure waves, a palace forged from endless profound ice and primordial coral floated in the void, the temporary residence of Ancestor Dragon. Ancestor Dragon sat upright on the dragon throne in the main hall. Though his body had taken human form, he could not conceal the innate domineering pressure that radiated from him. He wore a dark dragon-patterned robe, his countenance majestic, and the power of the 4 seas tides flickered in his eyes as they opened and closed. At that moment he was resting with his eyes closed, a faint mist of water surrounding him, subtly influencing the fortunes of the entire Eastern Sea. He was waiting for a mysterious figure. Not long ago a divine thought had entered his sea of consciousness, claiming to impart a secret method to attain the Dao, and had arranged to meet him here. Initially Ancestor Dragon dismissed it as some reckless junior seeking attention and paid it no heed. As a reincarnated chaos demon god, a supreme primordial divine spirit, the progenitor of the Dragon clan, the leader of the scaled creatures, a Daluo Golden Immortal, and the master of the 4 seas fortune, how could he easily trust some secret method from another? Yet in the depths of his being a faint thread of fate tugged at his heart, stirring a subtle attraction. It seemed to truly relate to his path of breakthrough. Moreover, whoever possessed such means must be a top-tier primordial divine spirit worth meeting. If you dare mock me, I will annihilate your very soul. Ancestor Dragon sneered inwardly, his aura plummeting, freezing the seawater outside the palace into ice. Just then a figure in a black robe appeared without warning in the center of the hall. The black-robed figure was shrouded in thick black mist, impenetrable even to the divine sense of a Daluo Golden Immortal, as if merged with the chaos itself. His face was invisible, and not a trace of his aura could be detected. Ancestor Dragon's eyes snapped open, dragon might surging in his gaze, skulking in shadows. Which divine spirit are you impersonating? The black-robed figure did not answer, merely nodding slightly. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if from the netherworld. Ancestor of the Dragon clan, you are indeed a man of your word. Enough with the nonsense. Ancestor Dragon's tone was icy, carrying an unyielding authority. Is the method to attain the Dao you spoke of true or false? If you dare spew lies, today will be your death. The black-robed figure let out a low laugh tinged with an elusive eeriness. Taoist ancestor dragon, why be so angry? I have come today not to be your enemy, but to offer you a great opportunity. He paused, then spoke slowly. Taoist, do you know that the fortune of the primordial land when gathered strengthens, when scattered weakens? The dragon clan is mighty, yet only controls the 4 seas. The Phoenix clan thrives, but is confined to the south. The Qilin clan is numerous, yet trapped at Buzhou. If you could unify the primordial land, bringing all the scaled, feathered, and beastly beings, even all innate creatures, under your banner, gathering the boundless fortune of the primordial land unto yourself, then, with fortune coursing through you, and the Dao resonating, why worry about failing to attain the Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal? Unify the primordial land, gather fortune, and attain the Dao as a Honghuang. Ancestor Dragon's heart trembled violently. He had never considered such a method, yet the moment the black-robed figure finished speaking, a powerful resonance surged within him. In the depths of his being, the Dao seemed to respond, affirming that this path was viable. The Dao of fortune was inherently profound. Gathering the fortune of all races into oneself could indeed shatter one's bottleneck and touch upon a higher realm. Yet the thought was too mad, too terrifying. Unify the primordial land. That would mean making enemies of the Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan, and all the myriad races of the primordial land. Should he fail, the dragon clan would be plunged into eternal damnation. Ancestor Dragon was an ancient monster who had lived for countless 10,000 years. He instantly suppressed the turmoil within his heart, his expression growing ever colder as a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. A coward who dares to hide his head and show his tail. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Unify the primordial world. That is nothing but a fool's fantasy. Do you truly believe that with a few words you can ignite war across the primordial world and turn me into your pawn? He slammed his hand forcefully upon the armrest of the dragon throne, a terrifying dragon might sweeping through the entire palace. Quickly reveal your name. Otherwise do not blame me for being merciless. The man in black robes seemed to have anticipated this reaction, yet he continued to smile leisurely. Fellow Taoist, why grow so angry? Whether you believe or not is entirely your own decision. I merely placed this opportunity before you. How you choose to act is none of my concern. Before his words had fully echoed, his figure dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished within the palace as though he had never appeared at all. Only a faint remark lingered in the hall, echoing through the empty space. The time has come, and opportunities slip away swiftly. Fellow Taoist, take care of yourself. Bastard. Ancestor Dragon roared in fury, swinging his dragon claw to shatter the jade table before him into powder. The atmosphere within the palace grew suffocatingly oppressive. His expression shifted between darkness and light, his eyes flashing with inner struggle and wild ambition. The black-robed man's words had taken root within his heart, like a seed sprouting and growing. To unify the primordial world, to attain the great Dao, and reach the state of Honghuang. The temptation was simply too great. As the progenitor of the dragon clan, he had loomed supreme over all heroes since his birth. How could he accept remaining at the stage of a confused golden immortal forever? If he could truly take that crucial step through this opportunity, what harm would there be in taking a risk? The Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan. Ancestor Dragon murmured under his breath, a trace of resolution slowly shining in his eyes. If I am to unify the primordial world, you shall be the first stepping stones upon my path. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the undying volcanic mountains, between the fiercely burning volcanoes, a golden palace forged by the true fire of the phoenix hovered above the eternal magma. It was the residence of Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng had transformed into a woman draped in a 5-colored phoenix robe, her beauty unparalleled, surrounded by the flames of nirvana. At this moment, she listened to the words of the black-robed man, before her complex emotions flickering within her phoenix-like eyes. Unify the primordial world, gather the fortune of heaven and earth, and attain the great Dao. Yuan Feng's voice carried a hint of coldness, yet she could hardly conceal the turbulence within. The black-robed man retained his enigmatic appearance, speaking in a hoarse voice. The Phoenix clan possesses a noble bloodline, and the nirvana fire can consume all things. If the primordial world is unified, the fortune of the Phoenix clan will surely reach its zenith. With this, attaining the great Dao will be as simple as turning one's hand. Yuan Feng fell silent for a moment. She could sense the malice hidden within the black-robed man's words, yet she could not deny the overwhelming temptation of the path to enlightenment. Though the Phoenix clan was powerful, their development had shown signs of decline in recent years, constrained by the Dragon and Qilin clans. If she could seize this opportunity to rise, even allowing her to take that critical step. Who exactly are you? Why tell me these things? Yuan Feng asked in a cold tone. The black-robed man chuckled softly. Fellow Taoist need not know my identity. Simply remember, this is your opportunity, and also the opportunity of the Phoenix clan. Whether you believe it or not rests entirely on a single thought. Upon finishing speaking, his figure likewise dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Yuan gazed toward the direction where the black-robed man had disappeared, a hint of ferocity and resolve flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Ancestor Dragon Primordial Qilin. If I can truly attain the Great Dao, what harm would there be in letting the Phoenix clan rule over this primordial world? Almost at the same time, at the Qilin ancestral ground at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the primordial Qilin sat upon a throne constructed from the skeletal remains of countless beasts, radiating an aura where auspiciousness and ferocity intertwined. After hearing the black-robed man's words, he rose abruptly, and the throne cracked and shattered in an instant. Unify the primordial world. Attain the Great Dao. The primordial Qilin's voice resembled rolling thunder laden with boundless majesty. What an ambitious plan! His eyes sparkled with both excitement and wariness. Though the Qilin clan was numerous in numbers, they lacked the profound foundation of the Dragon clan and the noble bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Yet they possessed other advantages. If he could seize this opportunity to unify the primordial world, he would not only attain the Great Dao, but also elevate the Qilin clan to become the true masters of the primordial world. A coward who hides his head and shows his tail dares to scheme against me. The primordial Qilin snorted coldly, though not truly angered. The black-robed man smiled. The opportunity has been given. Take care of yourself, fellow Taoist. After the figure vanished, the primordial Qilin paced within the great hall, ambition growing ever stronger in his eyes. Ancestor Dragon Yuan. You must have received word as well. Let us then see who shall prove to be the true overlord of the primordial world. The dragon's might at the shore of the eastern sea, the phoenix's cry at the undying volcanic mountains, the beast's roar at the Qilin ancestral ground. Though separated by immeasurable distances, they resonated somewhere beyond perception. A seed named ambition had quietly taken root in the hearts of the three clan ancestors. It awaited only the right moment to erupt and grow madly, dragging the entire primordial world into the abyss of war. Within the cave heaven of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi seemed to sense something. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of gravity flashing within them. The fortune of the primordial world begins to stir. He murmured softly. It seems the war between the three clans is not far off. He had no intention of intervening. Though the three-clan war was a calamity, it was also a reshuffling of fortune for the primordial world and the prelude to the conflict between the Dao and the demonic path. All he needed to do was continue accumulating strength and await the descent of the final storm. Indeed, even throughout this process, he could still profit from it. Who said that the struggle for supremacy among the three innate clans would only allow Luo Ho and Hongjun to reap the benefits as idle bystanders. However, what mattered most at present was to seize the opportunity to break through to a higher cultivation realm. Only with sufficiently powerful strength could he remain firmly seated at the fishing platform, acting as the chess player behind the scenes rather than a piece upon the board. Moreover, as long as his strength grew sufficient at a critical moment, he could simply overturn the entire chessboard. Therefore, he would first set a modest goal to break through to the later stage of the confused Golden Immortal and see from there. Within the Honghuang Hall, incense smoke curled upward and dense Dao resonance flowed between the beams and pillars. Zhenyuanzi sat upon a cloud couch, before which floated a natural jade cup. The emerald green tea within emitted a faint fragrance. It was brewed from enlightenment tea leaves infused with the sacred waters of the three lights. He raised his hand lightly, and the jade cup automatically flew to his lips, emptied in a single draught. As the tea liquid passed down his throat, it transformed into a crisp stream of Dao resonance, instantly coursing through his limbs, and every meridian finally converging in his sea of consciousness to intertwine with the luminous halo of the Chaos Grand Dao Compass. The Chaos Grand Dao Compass shuddered violently, its rotation speed surging suddenly. The phantom images of the 3,000 great Dao paths emerged and revolved around the compass, every trajectory crystal clear as though within reach of his hand. Zhenyuanzi closed his eyes and let his spirit sink completely into the profundity, beginning another long cycle of Dao comprehension. His primordial spirit sat cross-legged at the center of the compass like a chaotic divine demon, silently perceiving the mysteries of the great Dao. Occasionally, profound rune phantoms would detach from the compass and merge into his primordial spirit, making it ever more refined and radiant. At times, fragments of the great Dao's laws would drift through his sea of consciousness, which he would capture and decipher one by one, incorporating them as part of his own laws. Meanwhile, he did not cease his refinement of body and magical power. Beside him floated ginseng fruits the size of fists, shaped like infants, their skins shimmering with a faint rosy glow and radiating intense primal life force. Zhenyuanzi opened his mouth and inhaled, and the ginseng fruit transformed into a streak of luminous light, disappearing into him. The flesh dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, dividing into billions of pure energy streams that flooded his limbs and meridians, nourishing his body and augmenting his magical power. Furthermore, there were numerous innate spiritual objects and fruits capable of assisting in flesh enhancement. Upon being devoured and refined by him, his physical body ferociously absorbed these primordial origin energies, emitting a subtle hum, as if undergoing some profound transformation. His already indestructible physique now faintly radiated a chaos-colored aura so intense that even space-time itself was slightly distorted by this physical pressure. The Earth book floated behind him, its pages rustling as pure and magnificent primordial spiritual chi surged frantically from the earth veins for him to absorb. Coupled with various innate spiritual objects and fruits that enhanced his magical power, his cultivation base within surged violently. These magical powers spiraled and compressed within his body, each wisp becoming purer and more terrifying. As time passed, the magical power in his dantian grew increasingly profound, like a surging earthly torrent crashing against his meridians, and Dao Foundation constantly raising the upper limit of his magical power. In addition, there were numerous innate spiritual fruits highly beneficial to his primordial spirit. As he absorbed and refined them, they tempered his spirit, compounded by the refining effects from comprehending the Dao, causing his primordial spirit to grow violently. Even among the innate spiritual treasures he possessed, there were those capable of tempering the primordial spirit. For instance, one of the 9 heavens' divine thunder beads containing the laws of thunderous Dao floated before him, manifesting billions of tiny lightning bolts that pierced into his primordial spirit. The power of thunder was the most young and vigorous ideal for tempering the primordial spirit. His spirit bathed in the lightning, its originally brilliant light growing ever more refined. Thus his primordial spirit, physical body, magical power, and Dao laws advanced on 4 parallel paths, each progressing with solid footing. However, this cultivation method also consumed far more time along with unimaginable resources. Time flew swiftly. Tens of yuan hui passed silently in cultivation. One day the aura within Honghuang Hall suddenly changed, its momentum continuously strengthening. At Zhenyuanzi's brow, the phantom of the chaos great Dao compass grew increasingly distinct, nearly solidifying. The 3,000 Dao runes on the compass simultaneously illuminated, emitting blinding radiance. On his physical surface, the chaos-colored aura rose and fell like tidal waves. Each surge caused the entire Honghuang heavenly domain to tremble faintly, and the earth veins of Wanshou Mountain resonated accordingly. The torrent of magical power within him reached its peak of ferocity, ceaselessly crashing against some invisible barrier with dull roars. This is the moment. Zhenyuanzi sharply opened his eyes. Chaos-colored energy surged within his gaze, as if countless vast universes were birthing and perishing within. With a low cry, the chaos great Dao compass in his sea of consciousness burst forth with immeasurable light. Countless Dao laws, as though responding to some call, converged upon his primordial spirit. Boom! His primordial spirit underwent transformation first. The originally seated spirit suddenly rose, its form expanding instantaneously into a chaos dharma manifestation billions of zhang tall, its face indistinct, yet radiating the majesty of one surveying all beings. Countless Dao runes flowed across the manifestation's body, eventually condensing into a chaos-colored halo of primordial spirit, hovering above its crown, emanating an aura of eternal imperishability. This marked the late-stage primordial spirit, harboring terror-inspiring power, far surpassing the mid-stage. Immediately after the physical body's transformation followed, on his physical surface the chaos-colored aura suddenly retracted, then erupted violently. A physical pressure far exceeding previous levels swept outward, causing the floor of Honghuang Hall to crack instantly, while countless beams forged from innate spiritual materials groaned under the unbearable weight. Every inch of his skin, every bone, every meridian underwent a qualitative leap within this eruption. His physical strength reached an entirely new tier. Even top-grade innate spiritual treasures would struggle to leave any mark upon him now. The torrent of magical power within finally broke through that invisible barrier. It not only grew more profound, but also incorporated greater Dao law power. Countless magical powers arranged and combined within him, gradually forming profound innate grand arrays. This not only signified his magical power becoming more terrifying, but also indicated his control over it had reached a new pinnacle. Finally came the transformation of Dao laws. The various laws scattered within his body converged like rivers flowing to the sea, and under the guidance of the chaos great Dao compass began deep-level fusion. The weight of Earth's great Dao law, the profundity of spatial laws, the mystery of creation laws, temporal laws, all interwove to form an even more condensed and profound chain of chaos laws threading through his primordial spirit, physical body, and magical power, perfectly unifying the three. Late-stage primordial spirit immortal. Achieved. Zhenyuanzi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, which transformed into a chaos-colored stream, surging from Honghuang Hall upward to the highest heavens, intertwining with the earth vein energy of Wanshou Mountain and the heavenly fortune of Honghuang to form a pillar of light piercing through the secret realms heaven and earth. Above the light pillar countless Dao runes danced and circled, emitting awe-inspiring pressure. However, the heavenly domain's secret realm's powerful, innate grand array provided isolation, so it did not affect the outside world. Zhenyuanzi felt the surging power within, and an unprecedented confidence welled up in his heart. At this moment, whether in primordial spirit physical body magical power, or Dao laws, he had reached a new tier. His comprehensive strength had increased by more than just double compared to before. Perhaps several times, even dozens of times over, for his cultivation method differed from other innate gods and demons who chose to focus on a single path rather than advancing in unison. Even facing veteran late-stage primordial spirit immortals, or even peak-stage masters of the primordial realm, he had confidence to stand equal and even prevail in battle. One step closer to the primordial Daluo Golden Immortal. He murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with yearning for higher realms. In the primordial world, only upon attaining the primordial Daluo Golden Immortal path could one be considered truly free. He waved his hands, storing the Earth Book and other supreme treasures, then slowly rose to his feet. With a movement of his form, he appeared outside Honghuang Hall, gazing at Qingfeng and Mingyue training in the Samsara Trial Tower in the distance, a gratified smile touching his face. The prologue of the Honghuang calamity should also be drawn. Zhenyuanzi's gaze turned westward, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Now, having broken through to late-stage primordial spirit immortal, with greatly increased power and relying on his supreme treasures, he was sufficient to handle any forthcoming storms. He had essentially gained the strength of a true chess player. And if he could break through to the peak of primordial spirit immortal in the time ahead, that would be even more secure, perhaps even overturning the entire chessboard altogether. Yet within this process, reaching the peak stage of primordial spirit immortal was not impossible to achieve. After all, although the Honghuang calamity was preparing to unfold, there remained ample time before the final tribulation battle. This meant he still had considerable time to cultivate and strengthen his power. Therefore, given his pace of cultivation breakthroughs, there was great hope he would reach the peak of primordial spirit immortal by the time the Honghuang calamity concluded and the Dao demon conflict erupted. Now that his cultivation had just broken through, it was exceedingly difficult to achieve a rapid surge in a short time. Moreover, having been in seclusion for an extended period, he planned to journey through the primordial wilderness to personally observe the current situation. Just as Zhenyuanzi was about to step out of the Honghuang temple cave, heaven, a familiar, yet long-lost system notification suddenly echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm, triggering a random reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward Dao field function unlocked. This unexpected notification made Zhenyuanzi pause, raising an eyebrow slightly with surprise. He had not anticipated that a breakthrough to the late stage of Daluo Golden Immortal would trigger a system reward, an unexpected delight. However, he waited for a moment, but the anticipated next notification did not come. Only this one. He was slightly puzzled. Previous system rewards, though diverse in nature and varying in rarity, had never been singular, and this one, judging by its name and description, seemed to be a functional reward. With some curiosity, he sank his divine sense into the information fed back by the system. After a moment, Zhenyuanzi's originally calm face gradually revealed shock, followed by an irrepressible joy. The earlier disappointment over having only one reward had vanished without a trace. This Dao field was indeed a functional reward, but its effect was extraordinarily powerful. After the Dao field function was activated, he could bind a cave heaven as his exclusive Dao field. Within the Dao field, any deduction and spying of the heavenly mechanisms by beings 2 major realms above his own could be shielded. Yet Zhenyuanzi was not overly concerned about this function, for he already possessed the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Dao Compass, which excelled at obscuring heavenly mechanisms. This function was merely icing on the cake. Besides this function, the Dao field came with a protective grand formation, its strength increasing synchronously with the host's realm, capable of withstanding a full force attack from a being 1 major realm higher. 1 major realm. Zhenyuanzi was inwardly astonished, realizing the formidable power of this formation. He was now at the late stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, which meant this grand formation could withstand the bombardment of a late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal, or even a late-stage saint. Upon realizing this, a thought emerged in Zhenyuanzi's mind. It's settled. Completely settled now. Looking at the current primordial wilderness, Daluo Golden Immortals had not yet emerged, let alone those at the late stage, and saints were even more absent. This meant that as long as he remained within the Honghuang temple cave heaven, he was absolutely safe. Even if he met with misfortune outside, even if he recklessly exhausted himself, as long as he left a trace of true spirit imprint and a life-saving measure within the cave heaven, he could rely on the Dao field's power to reshape his physical body and resurrect instantly, returning directly to his peak state, without needing to fall into the realm of eternal doom and wait for countless eons to revive. Moreover, the protective function of this Dao field formation increased with the elevation of his realm. Currently, at the Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal stage, the formation's defensive capability was equivalent to a Zhenyuanzi Daluo Golden Immortal. Then when he attained the Zhenyuanzi Daluo Golden Immortal, wouldn't the formation's protective power surpass that realm? It's settled. Truly settled now. Zhenyuanzi could not help but inwardly exclaim. With this Dao field, he could act without any restraint, even following his every whim. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought in Zhenyuanzi's mind, not in line with his usual conduct. If unnecessary, he would not be reckless. He would prioritize safety. Apart from the formation function, the Dao field could also amplify the concentration of innate spiritual energy and the Dao rhythm within the cave heaven by a full tenfold. This meant that the cultivation environment of Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven would instantly surpass the top-tier cave heavens in the primordial wilderness, even better than the cultivation environment of the 3 immortal islands. Spiritual roots, such as the ginseng fruit, yellow plum, and enlightenment tea tree, would mature faster under such conditions, with their Dao charm becoming increasingly rich. The cultivation speed of Qingfeng and Mingyue would also become faster. Thus, this Dao field function is in no way inferior to a primordial supreme treasure, even far surpassing it, and it is no less valuable than many previous rewards. Zhenyuanzi no longer hesitated and silently chanted in his mind, "Bind Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven" as the Dao field. The moment the command was issued, an immeasurable radiance burst forth within the entire Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven. The originally rich, innate spiritual energy now churned like a boiling river, surging and converging wildly, its concentration skyrocketing visibly. The innate spiritual energy floating in the air, already dense enough to form visible mist, now directly transformed into strands of liquid spiritual energy, flowing along the mountain valleys and streams, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. The Dao rhythm of heaven and earth became exceptionally clear. Around the ginseng fruit tree, the Dao principles of earth, wood, life, and many others danced like fireflies. Above the enlightenment tea tree, the trajectories of countless Daos loomed faintly. At the location of the 24 pins reincarnation purple lotus, the profound rhythm of the cycle of life and death spread, allowing those nearby to vaguely perceive the true essence of the Trinity. At the same time, the original protective formation of Honghuang Temple began an earth-shattering transformation. The original innate formation runes quickly faded, replaced by countless mysterious chaos runes. These runes seemed to emerge from nothingness, intertwining and flowing at the edge of the cave heaven, gradually forming a chaos light screen that enveloped the entire Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven. On the light screen, the shadow of the earth's solidification sometimes appeared, the illusion of reincarnation and destruction sometimes flashed, and the spectacle of twisted space-time occasionally unfolded. An unfathomable aura of defense spread out, as if it could withstand the collapse of heaven and earth and the destruction of chaos. The entire transformation process lasted a full 1,000 years. When all dust settled, the Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven had been completely renewed. The spiritual energy was so dense it had almost become tangible. Even an ordinary innate being, upon taking a deep breath, could feel the vast energy surging into every limb and bone. The Dao rhythm was ubiquitous. Even an ordinary blade of grass had absorbed a hint of Dao charm, showing faint signs of awakening intelligence. The chaos light screen had completely faded, merging into the heavens and earth. Unless Zhenyuanzi actively sensed it, its existence was difficult to detect, yet he could clearly feel the awe-inspiring defensive power that could make even a Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal tremble. Perfect. Zhenyuanzi nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to carefully examine the changes in the cave heaven, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the innate bamboo grove beside the spirit garden. He followed the sound and saw that the innate bamboo grove transplanted from Ingzhou Island was now violently shaking, the bamboo leaves rustling, emitting a faint aura of gung metal and yin-yang energy. In the center of the bamboo grove, a massive beast with a black and white pattern lay on the ground, its muscles tense, letting out a low growl. This iron-eating beast was the leader of the Shirishu clan and also the most gifted among them. Ever since being settled in the 5 villages Temple Cave Heaven, even without Zhenyuanzi's personal guidance, it had gained considerable benefits, accelerating its cultivation speed. Now it had been stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm for over 100 epochs. At this moment, a faint golden light flickered on its surface. Countless gung metal law runes and yin-yang great Dao runes surged into its body from the surrounding bamboo and the heavens and earth, causing its aura to skyrocket at a startling pace. This. Is it about to break through? Zhenyuanzi was slightly surprised. When he had brought back this Shirishu clan from Ingzhou back, then it was more for their endearing, clumsy appearance and his past life impressions of them. However, after bringing them back, he merely placed them along with that patch of primordial bamboo grove beside the spiritual herb garden. As he was either busy with cultivation or traveling through the primordial wilderness, he had no time to check on them, so he entrusted them to Qingfeng and Mingyue's care, paying them little further attention. Now, after hundreds of epochs, the Shirishu clan's numbers had not increased drastically, They had only grown to a few thousand, with the strongest being this peak Tai Golden Immortal Shidishu leader. Unexpectedly today, this Shidishu was taking advantage of the opportunity of the dojo's transformation to charge into the Daluo realm. Truly worthy of being a primordial wilderness exotic species, its potential was indeed quite remarkable. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the Shidishu's mouth. Its massive body suddenly rose, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from its form. The gung metal law condensed into a set of heavy armor on its surface, its claws shimmering with a sharpness that could tear the void, while Yingyang Great Dao Law runes also emerged. Its primordial spirit rose from its physical body, and its true spirit broke free from the shackles of the river of fate, condensing into an innate, indestructible spiritual light, in midair, transforming into an innate, indestructible true spirit. Above the bamboo grove, hundreds of millions of golden clouds suddenly erupted, shooting straight into the 9 heavens. The rhythms of the gung metal Great Dao and the Yingyang Great Dao resounded throughout the entire 5 villages temple. Countless sharp runes fell like a meteor shower, merging into the Shidishu's primordial spirit and physical body. Boom! The golden light dissipated, and the Shidishu's aura had completely stabilized at the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. It shook its head as if still not fully accustomed to its new power, then clumsily lowered its head toward Zhenyuanzi, letting out a docile growl. Clearly, even though its intelligence had long been awakened, and it had now achieved Daluo Golden Immortal, this Shidishu still clung to its old ways of behavior. Primordial wilderness exotic species, truly extraordinary. Zhenyuanzi stroked his beard and smiled, feeling quite gratified in his heart. This was an unexpected delight. The Shidishu was naturally endowed with immense strength and astonishing defense. Now that it had attained Daluo Golden Immortal, it would barely qualify as a guardian mountain beast in the future. His original intention to travel outside had now become less urgent. Now that the 5 villages temple cave heaven had transformed into the 5 villages temple dojo, and with the Shidishu's breakthrough, it was a perfect opportunity to give a sermon to Qingfeng Mingyue, this newly advanced Daluo Shidishu, and the other Shidishu. Qingfeng Mingyue come to the 5 villages hall. Soon 2 figures hurried over, followed by that massive Shidishu. Behind that Daluo Shidishu, a group of round and plump creatures followed closely, their small eyes curiously observing their surroundings. In the end, only Qingfeng Mingyue and that Daluo-level Shidishu entered the great hall, while the other Shidishu waited outside. "Master, why have you summoned us?" Qingfeng and Mingyue bowed respectfully. They had just emerged from the trial tower, feeling the changes in the cave heaven, the spiritual energy at least 10 times richer, and the Dao resonance, and were still deeply awestruck. "I have personally transformed the 5 villages temple cave heaven. It is a prime opportunity for enlightenment." Zhenyuanzi smiled. "Today I shall preach the Dao to you too, and it." He pointed at the Shidishu. Qingfeng and Mingyue were overjoyed and quickly replied, "Thank you, Master." "I also thank you, Master." The Shidishu, naturally understanding the word preach, also imitated them, lying on the ground with its head resting on its paws, adopting an endearingly earnest pose. Zhenyuanzi sat upright on the cloud bed, his gaze sweeping over the 2 disciples and the beast, and began to speak slowly. This time his cultivation realm was different from before. Combining his own insights from breaking through to the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal, he explained the cultivation techniques of Daluo Golden Immortal in an accessible way, along with his understanding and comprehension of many great Dao laws. His voice was calm, yet contained the profound principles of the Dao. At times it transformed into runes that flew and merged into the primordial spirits of Qingfeng Mingyue and the Shidishu. At other times it drew upon the innate spiritual energy within the cave heaven, manifesting various law phenomena to let them intuitively perceive the mysteries of the great Dao. Qingfeng listened intently, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed, sometimes nodding, sometimes deep in thought, clearly contemplating the laws related to his own sword path. Mingyue, on the other hand, had her eyes gently closed, her body surrounded by a faint moonlight, blending the laws of reincarnation and space that Zhenyuanzi spoke of with her own Dao resonance. The Shidishu lay on the ground, occasionally letting out a low growl. The gung metal light and Yingyang Great Dao Law runes on its surface flickered dimly, as if it too was reaping great benefits. Outside the 5 villages hall, a group of round and plump creatures also sat cross-legged, listening to the Dao sounds emanating from the great hall. The ginseng fruit tree, the yellow plum tree, the enlightenment tea tree, and other spiritual roots swayed gently in Zhenyuanzi's Dao voice, their Dao resonance growing ever stronger. The entire 5 villages temple cave heaven was immersed in a peaceful and sacred atmosphere of enlightenment. A single sermon spanned 1,000 years. When Zhenyuanzi stopped speaking, the auras of Qingfeng and Mingyue had become much more stable, showing faint signs of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. The Shidishu's body blazed with golden light, its size growing even larger, as if it had gained immense benefits. Its gaze toward Zhenyuanzi was filled with even greater reverence. Even among the group of Shitty outside the hall, many had broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm on the spot, while those already at Tai Golden Immortal had also gained much, advancing by 1 or 2 minor realms. Alright, we stop here for today. Zhenyuanzi waved his hand. Each of you return to your meditation and digest these insights well. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Tao. Qingfeng and Mingyue bowed respectfully and withdrew, followed by the still endearing Shitty. Before they left, Zhenyuanzi also bestowed dozens of innate spiritual fruits upon them, including the Shitty. Now, after many travels through the primordial wilderness and long periods of accumulation, the number of innate spiritual fruits Zhenyuanzi possessed had reached an astonishing level. Such consumption was barely a drop in the ocean. Qingfeng, Mingyue, and the Shitty thanked him again, then departed. As they left, the Shitty looked at the innate spiritual fruits in its hands, its simple, honest smile never ceasing. In the 5 villages hall, silence once again descended. Zhenyuanzi gazed out the window at the dense spiritual energy, a profound light flickering in his eyes. The war of the 3 clans, the conflict of Dao and Demon. The storms of the primordial wilderness are drawing ever closer. However, now that he had not only broken through in cultivation but also possessed the Dao field, his position was as secure as a rock in a tempest. He was utterly unafraid of any storm. No matter how the final conflict unfolded, he always had a chance to start anew. Even when displeased, he could simply overturn the chessboard. Of course, that was only a last resort. The primordial world possessed boundless profundity and infinite possibilities. Thus, maintaining this foundation was crucial. If he could develop it further, it would only bring greater benefits. 10,000 years later, Zhenyuanzi's figure once again appeared on the primordial land. He tread upon flowing light, traveling from the west to the east. This journey was not only to continue wandering the primordial world, but more importantly to witness the current situation and transformations of the primordial in person. Several tens of thousands of years passed subtly as he moved and stops and starts. Everywhere he passed, the sacred mountains and great rivers remained unchanged, yet they vaguely exuded a suffocating sense of impending turmoil. The conflict among the 3 clans, Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, had evolved from initial skirmishes into a full-scale violent confrontation sweeping across the land. The 3 innate clans, Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, were locked in increasingly fierce struggles over territory, resources, and treasures. The conflict had grown so intense that they no longer restrained themselves, even showing signs of letting it spiral out of control. Behind these conflicts, the shadows of the 3 clan ancestors could be faintly discerned. It could be said that under the deliberate indulgence of ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, the conflict among the 3 clans grew ever more intense. A great calamity seemed on the verge of unfolding. The 3 clan ancestors are deliberately allowing this. Zhenyuanzi stood atop an unnamed immortal mountain, his divine sense sweeping across the primordial world, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. They were using the conflicts to temper their clans, accumulate power, and await the moment to ignite the flames of war. Just then he frowned slightly, sensing a faint, almost imperceptible gray aura spreading through the heavens and earth. This was the descent of calamity energy, a unique omen heralding the arrival of a great tribulation. The Honghuang tribulation is finally coming, Zhenyuanzi sighed softly. This calamity energy, initially faint, was like a clinging bone disease that would rapidly spread to every corner of the primordial world, burrowing into the consciousness of living beings, blinding their primordial spirits, and stirring up hidden greed, anger, and delusion. Zhenyuanzi felt a complex mix of emotions. Facing the impending Honghuang tribulation, many thoughts arose in his mind, but he suppressed them one by one. Regardless, for now, this was the general trend of the times, the inevitable path of the primordial world's evolution. Even if this great calamity caused countless innate beings to fall and left the primordial world riddled with scars, it was still unstoppable. Even if temporarily suppressed, it would only ferment further, becoming even more terrifying. It was better to follow the familiar course of events. Since it could not be stopped, he might as well go along with it and profit from it. Since it cannot be stopped, I shall follow the flow. Zhenyuanzi said, a flash of determination in his eyes. He hesitated no longer, continuing his journey across the primordial land. His divine sense, like a net, gathered all the innate spiritual treasures he encountered along the way. The star grass growing in perilous lands, the thunder-patterned stones imbued with the power of the thunder, Dao, the forget-sorrow flowers that nourished the primordial spirit. Rather than let them be destroyed in the war, it was better to store them in the space of the Earth Book, enriching his reserves for future use. Meanwhile, at the middle Kunlun Yujing Mountain, the patriarch Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. Before him hovered a jade disc, the broken chaos treasure, the creation jade disc. On the jade disc, myriad Dao principles flowed, reflecting the trajectory of the primordial world's operation. Suddenly the jade disc trembled violently, the Dao principles became chaotic, and the originally peaceful aura turned fierce, exuding a sense of destruction. Hongjun frowned slightly, then his expression changed drastically. He pressed his hand onto the jade disc, sinking his divine sense into it, to begin deducing the celestial secrets. After a moment, He opened his eyes, a trace of solemnity flickering in his gaze. The energy of tribulation and calamity has descended. Is the primordial world about to face another great tribulation? The results of the Jade Disk's deduction were murky, revealing only endless war and fallen beings, which filled even this supreme powerhouse of the primordial with caution. It seems it is time to make my moves. Time passed, and another 100,000 years went by. The calamity energy in the primordial world grew denser, almost forming a solid gray cloud layer that shrouded the 9 heavens above. The curtain of the Great Tribulation gradually began to rise. Once the Beast King Shun and I had merged the resentment and baleful aura of the 3,000 chaos demons, condensing the path of calamity and destruction. It could not only cloud the minds of living beings, making them violent and bloodthirsty, but also obscure celestial secrets, preventing the Heavenly Dao from interfering during the tribulation, as if the entire primordial world was dragged into a chaotic slaughter game. Meanwhile, the 3 innate clans, Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, as the protagonists of the tribulation, would receive the empowerment of the calamity energy, which would also gradually loosen the restrictions of the Heavenly Dao on their strength. Thus, the difficulty of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks would plummet, and the strength of the 3 clans' beings would soar rapidly. But this was actually not a good thing, because with their minds clouded, the sudden surge in power would only drive these beings to greater madness, leaving only conquest and slaughter in their eyes. And this was precisely the horror of the path of calamity. It could cause countless beings to run amok during the Great Tribulation without even realizing it. In the end, they would not rest until the primordial world was shattered. The primordial world had completely become a battlefield of conquest. However, the primary targets of the 3 clans were not the other 2. Instead, they first turned against the groups they themselves governed. The Dragon Clan sought to unify all scaled beings, the Phoenix Clan aimed to subdue all flying birds, and the Qilin Clan intended to control all land beasts. Any group that fell under these 3 categories had to either submit or be destroyed. It was a case of those who submit prosper, those who resist perish, with no third option. For a time, flames of war raged across the primordial land. Groups that refused to submit rose in resistance, but they were no match for the absolute power of the 3 clans. Billions upon billions of beings wailed and fell amid the war. Blood stained the rivers, and bones filled the valleys. The entire primordial world seemed to be weeping. And as a result, more and more forces that matched the characteristics of the 3 clans joined them, continuously expanding their strength, territory, and even their fortune. After several more epochs, having traveled enough and gained a general understanding of the current situation in the primordial world, Zhenyuanzi returned to the Honghuang Temple Cave Heaven to go into seclusion again. He needed to consolidate the insights from his travels, continue improving his strength, and await the right moment. Meanwhile, the eastern sea of the primordial world presented a different scene. A colossal dragon billions of miles long coiled above the eastern sea. Its head pierced through the clouds, standing proudly in the void. It was surrounded by the power of the 4 seas tides. Each breath caused monstrous waves and made the stars tremble. This terrifying dragon was, of course, Ancestral Dragon. Late-stage Primordial Golden Immortal. Ancestral Dragon let out earth-shattering laughter, his voice filled with excitement and madness. As the Dragon Clan kept conquering, more and more scaled beings joined them, and the fortune they possessed grew increasingly vast. Under the dual blessing of calamity energy and fortune, his cultivation had broken through to the late-stage Primordial Golden Immortal, making him one of the most supreme beings in the primordial world. Attaining the Dao through fortune, truly feasible. Ancestral Dragon's eyes glittered with greed. By now he had fully believed in the viability of the path of attaining the Dao through fortune. Furthermore, at this moment he was utterly addicted to the pleasure of rapid advancement through fortune, having long overlooked the factor of the weakening suppression of the Heavenly Dao's laws. Moreover, in recent years he promoted the methods of fish leaping over the dragon gate and golden scales transforming into a dragon, allowing all aquatic races to cultivate into true dragons. The scale of the Dragon Clan has expanded to a terrifying extent, and in terms of both numbers and strength, they are undoubtedly the supreme overlord among the 3 clans. This further fueled the determination and ambition of the Ancestral Dragon to unify the primordial world. The position of the primordial overlord must belong to my Dragon Clan. The ambition within the Ancestral Dragon's heart exploded completely. He abruptly raised his head and let out a dragon roar that pierced heaven and earth. Issue my command. Summon all dragons. The dragon roar subsided, and the entire eastern sea instantly boiled over. Billions upon billions of dragons surged forth from the depths of the 4 seas. 5-clawed true dragons soaring through clouds and mist, 7-clawed celestial dragons roaring across the sky, 9-clawed golden dragons radiating golden light. Countless divine dragons gathered, forming an endless sea of dragons above the eastern sea, blotting out the sun and sky with an overwhelming aura. The voice of the Ancestral Dragon, like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounded throughout the primordial world, From this day forth my dragon clan shall be the overlord of the primordial world, commanding all the myriad races. Any who dare to defy shall have their kind eradicated, their clan annihilated, and their lineage extinguished. The domineering declaration, imbued with unquestionable authority and murderous intent, echoed long over the Eastern Sea. The dragon clan is invincible. Unite the primordial world. Those who disobey shall face clan annihilation and species extinction. Countless divine dragons let out deafening roars. Their draconic might converged into a pressure capable of tearing heaven and earth apart, spreading outward in all directions. The entire Eastern Sea stirred up towering waves, and even infinite time and space trembled in response. The ancestral dragon hovered above the dragon host, a crazed glint flickering in his dragon eyes. He was confident in uttering these words. With his strength at the later stage of the mixed origin Golden Immortal realm and the unprecedented scale of the dragon clan, he could crush any other race in the primordial world. This arrogant declaration, like a spark, ignited the fuse of the Dragonhan catastrophe. In the southern undying volcano Yunfeng sensed the draconic might from the Eastern Sea, a harsh glint flashing in her phoenix eyes. That brute ancestral dragon dares to claim the title of Overlord. Issue the order. The Phoenix clan prepares for war. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the primordial Qilin abruptly stood up, auspiciousness and ferocity interweaving around him. The dragon clan is insolent. Qilin warriors, follow me to level the Eastern Sea. The flames of war in the primordial world at this moment completely engulfed the land. Time passed swiftly. The span of over a dozen Yuanhui epochs slipped away quietly amidst the flames of the Dragonhan catastrophe. The lands of the primordial world were already drenched in blood. The slaughter among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans stretched across endless lands and infinite time and space. Countless primordial races were swept into the conflict, some becoming cannon fodder, others rising amid the flames of war only to fall swiftly. However, the primordial world was too vast, and the three primordial clans and their forces were too immense. Even after more than a dozen Yuanhui had passed, their conflict had not yet reached its most intense stage. In fact, they had not even inflicted significant damage upon each other's strength. Instead, the three primordial clans only grew stronger through the fighting. According to this trend, there would still be a long time before the three primordial clans erupted into their final decisive battle. Meanwhile, within the Taoist sanctuary of Honghuang Temple, Zhenyuanzi opened his eyes once more, awakening from seclusion and concluding this session of closed-door cultivation. The cultivation of these dozen Yuanhui naturally could not allow his cultivation base to break through again and reach the peak of the mixed origin Golden Immortal realm, but it still brought him great gains. However, he did not intend to continue seclusion for cultivation. Instead, he had other matters to attend to. The situation of the primordial world had already fallen into complete chaos, having entered the outbreak period of the Dragonhan catastrophe. Presumably Luo Ho and his accomplices had already gradually laid their schemes. It was time to go and have a look. Zhenyuanzi rose, and with a flicker of his figure, he left the Honghuang Temple Taoist sanctuary. This time he chose to conceal his form and aura with a mysterious Tao rhythm swirling around him. Not only did this make it difficult even for some great cultivators to detect his traces, but it also prevented the calamitous, baleful aura of the primordial world from approaching him. Traveling westward, the scenery of the primordial world gradually changed. At this time, the western continent, far from the sphere of influence of the three primordial clans, though still having some conflicts, was clearly not as terrifying and intense as the lands of the three clans. The primordial beings either secluded themselves to avoid the calamity or attached themselves to the demon race. The entire western continent was shrouded in an eerie calm, like the silence before a storm. However, all this was only temporary. If he chose not to intervene, the beings of the western continent would later suffer even more terrifying calamities. And now his arrival in the western continent was primarily for this purpose. He did not disturb any western beings. His divine sense, like invisible tentacles, penetrated every node of the western earth veins. The main trunks of the western earth veins, like golden dragons, ran through the continent from east to west, nourishing all living beings. Upon these main trunks were distributed countless minute nodes like the scales of a dragon, maintaining the balance of the earth veins. Soon Zhenyuanzi stopped at an earth vein node and entered the space within. After entering within this earth vein space, faint black demonic runes could be seen emitting a light, baleful aura. However, these were extremely concealed. Had it not been for his sufficiently powerful cultivation and purposeful inspection, they would have been difficult to detect. These were evidently the schemes laid by demon ancestor Luo Ho upon the western earth veins. These demonic runes could even be called demonic seeds, normally hidden and unremarkable, but once detonated they could spread along the earth veins, quickly linking up and triggering a chain reaction, ultimately causing the collapse of the entire earth veins. As expected, he has laid his schemes. A glint of understanding flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. Otherwise, relying solely on the manipulation of the immortal slaying sword formation would not be enough to directly detonate the entire Western Earth veins. He must have set up his methods in advance. Luo Ho's calculations could be described as thorough, and since Luo Ho had already laid his schemes, he could naturally take corresponding countermeasures. However, he did not immediately erase the demonic ruins. Doing so would inevitably alert Luo Ho, and the latter would then come to repair them, rendering his efforts futile. Moreover, it would prematurely expose his own presence. Zhenyuanzi took out the Earth Book, and as his fingertip traced across the pages streaks of Earth Element, and other Dao runes flew out, sinking into the Earth Vein node. These runes silently wrapped around the demonic runes, forming an invisible barrier that neither triggered the demonic runes nor at a critical moment could sever their connection to the Earth Veins, or even reverse detonate the demonic runes, dissolving their power into nothingness. After completing all this, he lightly tapped the Chaos Dao compass, and a mysterious aura enveloped the area, completely erasing the traces he had left, making it temporarily impossible for any heavenly secrets or karmic connections to be detected. Although the heavenly secrets were already chaotic at present, making this measure seem somewhat redundant, it was ultimately a precautionary step. 1 node, 2 nodes, 3 nodes. Zhenyuanzi's figure continuously shuttled across the western continent, from lush forests to barren deserts, from towering mountains to deep canyons. Every time he found an Earth Vein node that had been tampered with by Luo Ho, he followed the same procedure, laying down countermeasures. The western continent was vast and boundless, with Earth Vein nodes numbering in the billions of trillions. Even with Zhenyuanzi's divine abilities, it took him over 100,000 years to finish handling the vast majority of the key nodes. On this day, he arrived at the outskirts of Shumi Mountain. As the primal vein of the West, Shumi Mountain's terrestrial energy was far more potent than any other region. The vein nodes at its foot were of paramount importance, each harboring a power capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Zhenyuanzi could clearly sense that the demonic patterns lurking within these nodes were far more terrifying than those elsewhere faintly connected to the Luo Ho Dao field atop Shumi Mountain. This place shall remain untouched, Zhenyuanzi mused after a moment, abandoning his plan to set further contingencies. Shumi Mountain was Luo Ho's lair. The opponent's divine sense could envelop this area and its surroundings at any moment. Even if he used the chaotic Dao compass to obscure the celestial mechanism coupled with the current chaos of the heavenly fate, the contingencies he laid after leaving would still risk discovery. Acting rashly might provoke Luo Ho into striking early, disrupting his plans. Even if an early strike did not occur, it would allow Luo Ho to preemptively remedy the situation, creating new complications. Therefore, not only within Shumi Mountain's domain, but also in some surrounding areas, he chose not to deploy any destructive contingencies. The contingencies he had already set were sufficient to salvage enough western terrestrial veins to complete this immeasurable merit. Even if the Shumi Mountain domain and its adjacent areas were added, the change would be negligible. It was better to let them serve their intended purpose. Moreover, leaving the demonic patterns in this region might not be a bad thing. Having dealt with the vein matters, Zhenyuanzi continued his journey through the western continent, collecting his due interest along the way. After all, he was about to safeguard the western terrestrial veins. A great act of merit. Even if there would be a reward of merit later, there was no harm in collecting some interest in advance. Traveling across the land, Zhenyuanzi was unceremonious. Whenever he encountered a massive mineral vein, he directly used the power of the Earth Book to uproot it entirely and store it within his spatial realm. In particular, the primordial Gung gold, ores rich in the law of Gung metal, abundant in the west, piled up like mountains, enough to support the refinement of numerous killing spiritual treasures. Besides Gung gold, he also collected many unique spiritual objects of the west. These spiritual objects, extremely rare in the east, but unremarkable in the west, were taken by him as easily as plucking treasures from a bag. The accumulated wealth of the west over countless eons is indeed bountiful, Zhenyuanzi thought, with great satisfaction as he watched the ever-increasing treasures within his spatial realm. These gains, whether he could personally use them or not, would greatly enhance his foundational reserves. He traveled intermittently from the extreme western lands of the west to the borders of the central primordial land, plundering most of the spiritual objects in many regions of the western continent, before gradually coming to a halt. At this time, the west remained calm on the surface, yet there were faint signs of an impending storm. The demonic aura atop Shumi Mountain grew increasingly dense, and Luo Ho's presence, like a slumbering giant beast, exuded a heart-shaking pressure. Zhenyuanzi knew that Luo Ho's arrangements were nearly complete, and it would soon be time for them to move the pieces on the board, a move that would inevitably unleash a far more terrifying tempest. He looked up toward the direction of Shumi Mountain, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Then, with a flicker of his figure, Zhenyuanzi's traces vanished among the mountains and rivers of the western continent, leaving behind only the plundered spiritual veins and the hidden contingencies deep within the terrestrial veins, quietly awaiting the moment of eruption. Within the demon palace atop Shumi Mountain, endless demonic chi surged like ink in the hall. Luo Ho sat upon the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, surrounded by a ferocious aura akin to a primordial chaos demon god. He frowned slightly. The faint, inexplicable sensation from moments ago had vanished, yet it pierced his heart like a thorn. At his level of cultivation, anything that could stir his Dao heart must have a cause, and it could not be an illusion. Who is spying? Luo Ho's eyes flashed with a murderous light, and he activated his divine C to its fullest, attempting to deduce the celestial mechanism. Unfortunately, the chaotic calamity energy of the primordial land had muddled the heavenly fate into utter chaos. Exhausting his divine sense, he could only see a blurry gray, unable to capture even a thread of causal connection, let alone the spy's whereabouts. In truth, even if the primordial land's heavenly fate were not yet disordered, shielded by the chaotic Dao compass, Luo Ho would not be able to deduce any useful information. A skulking rat. Luo Ho snorted coldly, and his demonic chi surged violently. The surrounding endless space-time was instantly corroded to dust, but in the blink of an eye it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. He had a vague premonition that this spy might be connected to the greatest obstacle on his path to enlightenment. Summon the 4 demon generals. As his voice fell, 4 figures clad in black armor radiating immense pressure instantly appeared in the hall and knelt on one knee. We pay homage to the demon ancestor. These 4 were Luo Ho's most capable lieutenants, each commanding the demonic thoughts of greed, anger, attachment, and hatred with fierce combat prowess. Luo Ho's gaze swept over the 4, his voice as cold as a blade. The Dragonhan tribulation has already begun. This is the time for my demonic path to flourish. You shall depart immediately for the 3-clan battlefield, secretly inciting conflict, making them fight as fiercely as possible. Remember, do not reveal your tracks. Simply make them believe that each other's slaughter is born from the other. With that, he flicked his finger, and 4 spiritual treasures emanating dense demonic chi flew out. A soul-devouring demon sword, a blackshot demon shield, a spirit-binding demon rope, and a netherworld demon lamp. All were superior-grade primordial spiritual treasures. These treasures shall aid you. See to it that it is done. The 4 demon generals' eyes blazed with ecstasy. They hastily received the treasures and kowtowed. Rest assured, demon ancestor. We have already dispatched demon emissaries into the 3 clans over several eons, inciting dozens of conflicts. Now, with the treasures bestowed by the demon ancestor, we shall personally go and ensure the 3 clans fight to the death, clearing the path for our demonic path. The leading general flattered obsequiously. When the 3 clans are both weakened, the demon ancestor can unify the primordial land, achieve enlightenment, and become a primordial chaos. Then our demonic path will reign supreme, all races will submit, and the demon ancestor's holy name will resound across the primordial land and the chaos. Luo Ho's face showed a trace of satisfaction. He waved his hand. Go and do not disappoint me. We take our leave. The 4 demon generals received the order and vanished from the hall in an instant. The hall fell silent again, but Luo Ho remained uneasy. He looked up into the void, his gaze seeming to pierce through endless space-time, landing on the direction of Zhong Kunlun Yujing Mountain. Could it be you who obstructs my enlightenment? Meanwhile, at Zhong Kunlun Yujing Mountain, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cloud bed with the creation jade dye before him, flowing with myriad Dao principles, reflecting a miniature of the primordial land's war flames. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and 2 divine lights containing the power of creation burst forth from his body, piercing through the palace and soaring into the 9 heavens. In the void, 2 gazes crossed over countless dust-grain eons and collided with a thunderous impact. One was Luo Ho's baleful demonic light, bearing the will to annihilate all things. The other was Hongjun's divine light of creation, imbued with the Dao rhythm of opening heaven and earth. At the point of collision, space-time twisted violently, and countless fragments of laws scattered, as if the entire primordial land's Dao and demon were clashing in this moment. Hongjun. Luo Ho's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness transmitted through the void. Hongjun smiled faintly, his divine light retracting, and his tone was calm, yet imbued with the majesty of the Dao. Daoist Luo Ho, long time no see. Neither side spoke much, yet in this exchange of gazes they had already probed each other's depth. Luo Ho sensed the Dao rhythm emanating from Hongjun that contradicted his own demonic Dao, and his murderous intent grew even stronger. Hongjun, on the other hand, perceived the advancement of Luo Ho's demonic Dao and frowned almost imperceptibly. After a moment, both gazes withdrew simultaneously. Luo Ho snorted coldly, closed his eyes again, and drove the defense of the Black Lotus of Annihilation to its utmost. Hongjun's strength was even greater than he had anticipated. It seemed this Dao-demon conflict would not be easy. Hongjun caressed the jade disc of creation, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Luo Ho's demonic Dao had reached perfection. If he were allowed to attain enlightenment through the power of the Great Tribulation, the primordial world would be reduced to a demonic land. The prelude of the Great Tribulation has only just begun. Time flowed, and another several eons passed. The primordial world was completely reduced to a hellish purgatory. Above the East Sea, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Thousands of millions of dragons breathed dragon fire, stirring up waves vast enough to submerge infinite time and space, seeking to flood the nine heavens. Countless phoenixes flapped their wings, scattering the southern bright lihua fire, evaporating the seawater into steam. The sky was scorched red, and infinite time and space were incinerated into nothingness. 6-clawed golden dragons and 7-colored divine phoenixes battled in the high sky, their dragon might and phoenix might colliding, shaking the stars. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the Kirin clan was also caught in a chaotic melee with the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Blood stained the earth, gathering into rivers. Daluo Golden Immortal experts of the three clans began to appear on the battlefield. A 9-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan swallowed several Tai Golden Immortals of the Phoenix Clan in one gulp, but was burned into nothingness by the supreme divine fire of a Phoenix Daluo Golden Immortal who arrived. Yet in the next instant, the 9-clawed golden dragon revived, condensing its immortal dragon body, and fought the Phoenix Daluo. A golden-haired Ho Jimaha from the Kirin clan, using the Kirin suppression prison, suppressed countless water tribes, but was severely wounded by a dragon Daluo Golden Immortal. At every moment, countless beings perished. Primordial spiritual objects were destroyed in the flames of war. Secret realm caves collapsed amid the collisions. The sky of the primordial world was shrouded by tribulation energy and baleful energy, no longer seeing the clarity of the past. And the root of all this lay in the indulgence of the three clan patriarchs. Indeed, this was the very order they had issued. Moreover, there were demon race experts disguised as beings belonging to the three primordial clans, secretly sowing discord and inciting war. Experts from each of the three primordial clans kept falling, and the murderers were openly indicated to be the other two clans. Thus, the three primordial clans fell into a full-scale melee. The entire war was even more brutal than they had anticipated, and at this critical moment, Ancestor Dragon was in seclusion deep within the East Sea Dragon Palace, using the surging fortune of the Dragon Clan to break through to the peak of Honghuang Golden Immortal. His body was encircled by dragon shadows formed from the fortune of the four seas, and he paid no heed to the carnage outside the palace. Ancestor Phoenix was undergoing nirvana at the undying volcano, similarly refining her origin essence, with the surging fortune of the Phoenix clan aiming to break through to the peak of Honghuang stage. Ancestor Kirin was in deep slumber and seclusion at the Kirin ancestral land, tempering his own Dao laws. They were all waiting for their own breakthroughs, so as to completely suppress the other two opponents. Without the restraint of the three patriarchs, or precisely because of their indulgence, the three clans let loose, completely settling old grudges and new grievances all at once. The three-clan war erupted fully, and the same went for the subsidiary clans under their command. At every moment, countless primordial beings fell, and innumerable primordial experts perished, truly rivers of blood and mountains of bones. Zhenyuanzi's figure silently appeared at the edge of a battlefield. He concealed his form, watching the brutal slaughter below with an expression that remained calm and unruffled. He saw demon figures moving in the shadows, some transformed into Dragon Clan cultivators to ambush Phoenix Clan camps, others disguised as Phoenix Clan emissaries to sow discord between the Kirin and Dragon Clans. What's more, taking advantage of the end of battles, they quietly collected the corpses of fallen beings and refined them into demonic artifacts or for other purposes. Luo Ho is certainly playing a clever game. Zhenyuanzi sneered inwardly. These demons acted with great stealth. Although it was nothing to him, it was only because he was powerful enough and had prior knowledge that he could easily detect their traces. If it were any other powerful expert, they would probably be unable to detect it at all. After all, not only was the celestial mechanism chaotic now, but countless beings, including those powerful experts, had their minds clouded by the calamity and baleful energy. However, although the three primordial clans had erupted in war, it had not yet reached the final decisive battle. Therefore, such incidents only occurred on a small scale, as the demons clearly feared triggering unnecessary complications. During this time, he also occasionally made a move. He collected some peculiar or precious primordial beings, or the bodies of the three primordial clans. However, among them, only two had reached the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. The strongest of the rest were merely at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. After all, although the three clans were in a great war now, Daluo Golden Immortals were immortal and indestructible. They were not so easily killed. Only in the final stage would it be possible for many Daluo Golden Immortals to fall, and even fewer would have their bodies preserved. Being able to obtain two Daluo Golden Immortal bodies was already an unexpected stroke of luck, and Zhenyuanzi did all of this with great stealth, erasing all traces. Neither the demons nor the three primordial clans detected any anomaly. At most, they believed that these beings had completely perished, leaving no remains. Time flew by, and dozens of eons slowly flowed amidst the blood and fire of the three-clan war. The primordial land was already riddled with scars. The once spiritual mountains and beautiful waters had turned into scorched earth. Surging rivers were stained red with blood, and countless dimensions of time and space were shattered. Zhenyuanzi's figure always shuttled along the edges of the battlefield. He watched the 9-clawed golden dragons of the Dragon Clan tear the sky apart, the 7-colored divine phoenixes of the Phoenix Clan be reborn from fire, the Honghuang Golden Immortal experts of the Kirin Clan trample the earth, and countless beings fall and dissipate in the flames of war. These brutal battles to him were a unique feast of the great Dao. The essence of Dao laws erupted by the 3 clans' cultivators between life and death, the origin energy scattered when each clan fell, and even the calamity and baleful energy that filled heaven and earth. All were captured and analyzed one by one by his chaos great Dao compass. The great Dao is ruthless, revolving without cease. The rise and fall of the 3 clans are merely a process in the evolution of the primordial world. Zhenyuanzi stood atop a collapsed mountain peak, his divine thought merging into the chaos great Dao compass. The trajectories of the 3,000 great Daos became increasingly clear in his consciousness. Having witnessed too many births and deaths, his insight into life and death deepened. Having seen the rise and fall of clans, his understanding of fortune and calamity ascended to a higher level. Sensing the collision of Dao laws, his integration of power and Dao became ever more harmonious. Unconsciously, his aura had become as vast as an abyss and as deep as an ocean, faintly touching the bottleneck of breaking through from the late Honghuang Golden Immortal stage to the peak. It is time to return. Zhenyuanzi looked up toward the east in the direction of his Honghuang temple, because he could clearly sense that the opportunity for breakthrough had arrived. At his realm, breaking through in the outside world would naturally cause considerable commotion. The safest course was to return to his Honghuang temple. The primordial heaven-measuring ruler appeared. His figure flickered, and he crossed infinite distance in time and space, silently returning to Wanshou Mountain. The moment he stepped into the Honghuang temple's grotto heaven, a dense primordial spiritual energy and the resonance of the great Dao rushed toward him, even richer than it was tens of epochs ago. Qingfeng and Mingyue had already broken through to the mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. They were leading that Daluo iron-eating beast and tending the spiritual herb garden. Seeing Zhenyuanzi's return, they quickly bowed in respect. Master. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly, without saying much, walked straight into Honghuang Hall, and sat cross-legged on the cloud bed, beginning his assault on the peak of the Primordial Golden Immortal realm. This seclusion lasted over 100,000 years. Within Honghuang Hall, an incredibly dense primordial spiritual energy and the aura of the great Dao swirled around, gradually forming a giant cocoon around Zhenyuanzi. The chaos Dao compass spun rapidly at the center of his sea of consciousness, with 3,000 Dao runes twinkling like stars. His primordial spirit, physical body, dharma power, and laws began an unprecedented transformation at this moment. First, his primordial spirit surged, its aura of intimidation growing more terrifying, and its dharma image became increasingly solid. The chaotic light spot at his brow expanded, as if transforming into a chaotic world containing stars, the birth and death of universes, and the principles of the 3,000 Daos. On the surface of his body, a chaotic halo rippled like water waves, and every inch of skin flowed with a unique Dao pattern. His bones emitted crisp cracking sounds as their density continuously increased, faintly radiating a power that could shake supreme spiritual treasures. His meridians, like starry rivers in chaos, flowed with dharma power, purer and more terrifying than before. Finally came the transformation of laws. The laws of the earth, Dao space-time, Dao creation, Dao life, Dao destruction, Dao slaughter, Dao, and many others became more profound, and their might even greater. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded from within Honghuang Hall. The giant cocoon shattered inch by inch, and Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, chaos was born and perished, as if reflecting the entire past and future of the primordial world. Peak of the Primordial Golden Immortal. He felt the surging power within him. With a mere gesture, he could mobilize the boundless might of the great Dao. A single thought could shift the heavens, and a single anger could topple myriad realms. At this moment, even merely in terms of cultivation realm, he had already stood on the same level as the supreme powerhouses of the primordial world, such as Hongjun, Laho, and Yangmei. Only a hair's breadth away from the primordial Daluo Golden Immortal. Zhenyuanzi curled his lips into a smile, feeling gratified. However, at that very moment, the long-unheard system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm, triggering a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward, a portion of Primordial Chaos Origin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Dao Millstone, a Chaos-level treasure. Zhenyuanzi was stunned, then a burst of incredulous light flashed in his eyes. A Chaos-level treasure. After confirming again, Zhenyuanzi was shocked. Not because he had broken through and triggered the system reward again. Rather, he was shocked that a Chaos-level treasure had appeared once again in the system reward. He knew that apart from the newbie gift pack, despite triggering the system rewards so many times, he had never received another chaos-level treasure. And Zhenyuanzi, who possessed the Chaos Dao Compass, understood very well the heaven-defying effects of chaos-level treasures. Without the aid of the Chaos Dao Compass, he would never have been able to break through so quickly. Outreaching the Primordial Golden Immortal realm would have been the best he could hope for, and breaking through to its peak would have been utterly impossible. Moreover, without the Chaos Dao Compass, he could not have simultaneously comprehended so many Dao laws, granting him far greater power at the same cultivation level. It was precisely because he had experienced the power of a chaos-level treasure that he could immediately recognize its value when another appeared in the reward, and thus become so excited. Chaos Dao Millstone. Zhenyuanzi suppressed his excitement and sank his divine sense into the system's feedback information. After a moment, he gasped, the shock in his eyes growing even more intense. The Chaos Dao Millstone was even more heaven-defying than he had imagined. Its core ability was to refine endless energy into the chaotic Dao source power. Whether it was primordial spiritual energy, heavenly merit, Dao merit, or even other energies, it could all be refined and converted. The higher the essence of the energy, the greater the conversion efficiency. For instance, heavenly merit or Dao merit were excellent conversion energies. The chaotic Dao source power was the purest, most fundamental, and most core energy in chaos, which could be easily used to enhance cultivation. Moreover, its effect was even more potent than that of heavenly merit, and even more heaven-defying than Dao merit. It required personal refinement and use, unlike merit, which could be directly absorbed, but it had no side effects, and the energy essence was higher. With enough chaotic Dao source power, after refining it, one could even directly attain the Dao through great Dharma power. Though not through law-based enlightenment, it was still a form of attaining the Dao by force. Furthermore, the Chaos Dao Millstone could even extract law fragments from all things in heaven and earth, allowing one to directly absorb and refine them. However, law fragments refined in this way had drawbacks that would affect one's own cultivation. Thus, it was only suitable for cultivators with no future prospects. Besides these functions, as a chaos-level treasure, it also possessed powerful offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as the ability to suppress and stabilize destiny. With this treasure, my path to the Dao will have no more obstacles. Zhenyuanzi rejoiced inwardly. With the Chaos Dao Compass to deduce laws, and the Chaos Dao Millstone to provide source power, working in tandem, how could he worry about failing to attain the primordial Daluo Golden Immortal realm? He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the other reward, the Primordial Chaos Origin. As information flooded his sea of consciousness, Zhenyuanzi was surprised again. This was actually a supreme treasure that could enhance one's innate foundation and talent. As a top-tier innate sacred being, Zhenyuanzi's talent was already no weaker than those innate gods reincarnated from chaos gods. However, whether innate gods or innate sacred beings, their talents still fell short compared to pure chaos gods. However, in the current primordial world, chaos gods were naturally not tolerated by the world. The primordial chaos god, on the other hand, was a fusion of the traits of chaos gods and the local rules of the primordial world, a foundational talent superior to both innate gods and innate sacred beings. By absorbing this origin, Zhenyuanzi's foundational talent could transform from a top-tier innate god to a primordial chaos god. Excellent, excellent. This time the system's reward is tailor-made. Zhenyuanzi no longer hesitated and silently recited, "Extract reward." As the words fell, two treasures appeared in the hall. One was a fist-sized ball of origin radiating a chaotic halo containing vast life force and law mysteries. It was the Primordial Chaos Origin. The other was a millstone-shaped chaos-level treasure. The millstone was pitch black, its edges engraved with chaotic runes, and the grinding eye at its center continuously exhaled chaotic currents, exuding a terrifying pressure that could suppress all ages and refine everything. It was the Chaos Dao Millstone. Zhenyuanzi reached out with a gesture, and the Chaos Heavenly Dao grinding stone transformed into a stream of radiant light, diving into his sea of consciousness to hover alongside the Chaos Heavenly Dao Compass, one on either side of his primordial spirit. As a supreme treasure bestowed by the system, this chaos-grade artifact required no refinement whatsoever. It had already established a spiritual connection with him, completely recognizing him as its master. He then turned his gaze toward the mass of primordial demon god Origin, opened his mouth, and inhaled. The Origin transformed into a warm current that flowed into his body, traveling along his meridian straight to his primordial spirit. The moment the Origin entered his body, Zhenyuanzi felt as though his primordial spirit had been cast into a furnace. Countless chaos runes surged from the Origin and merged deep into his true soul. His very foundation underwent a seismic transformation at that moment. The aura of innate divinity gradually faded, replaced by a unique pressure that existed between the chaos demon gods and the creatures of the prehistoric world. This pressure carried both the domineering might of the chaos demon gods and the harmonious integration of prehistoric laws. He could clearly feel that his comprehension of all heavenly and earthly Daos had become smoother than ever before. His primordial spirit seemed to transform into an expanse of chaos itself capable of containing all paths without any bias. After an indeterminate span of time, the transformation finally completed. Zhenyuanzi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid chi, his aura carrying a unique Taoist resonance. He carefully felt the changes within himself and realized his entire body had undergone a complete metamorphosis, elevating his foundation from the realm of supreme, innate divine demon to that of a primordial demon god. This meant his foundation and aptitude had shattered the limitations imposed by the prehistoric world. It would greatly aid his future path of proving the Dao through strength and his ultimate achievement of primordial great Daluo Golden Immortal status. Primordial Demon God Foundation, dual supreme treasures of the chaos Heavenly Dao. A brilliant light flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. With such a powerful foundation and strength, would it not be only a matter of time before he trampled Luo Huang beneath his feet and overwhelmed Hongjun, accomplishing his little goal? Soon after, Zhenyuanzi left the Honghuang Temple Sanctuary, once more heading directly toward Kunlun Mountain. His destination was the Qiankuan Cave, the former dwelling of Patriarch Qiankuan. When Patriarch Qiankuan had fallen at his hands, he had acquired countless treasures amassed over myriad kalpas. However, some of Qiankuan Patriarch's innate spiritual roots and other treasures had remained behind in his cave dwelling. At that time, for certain reasons, he had not immediately gone to Kunlun to search. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of Primordial Golden Immortal, and his trump cards were even more formidable, it was time to go and take a look. He did not worry about other powerful beings arriving first, for that was the dwelling of Patriarch Qiankuan, protected by formidable innate formations and extremely well hidden, far from easy to discover. Only those possessing companion treasures of Patriarch Qiankuan, such as the Qiankuan Cauldron or Qiankuan Map, could sense the connection to that cave dwelling and locate it with confidence. Traveling eastward, Zhenyuanzi concealed his aura and crossed the boundless prehistoric land in an instant. Soon after, he stepped into the territory of Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, he deliberately masked his presence and followed the subtle connection between the Qiankuan Cauldron and Patriarch Qiankuan's cave dwelling. Not long after following that faint sensation, he arrived directly before what appeared to be an ordinary cliff face deep within Kunlun. The cliff was covered with innate vegetation blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Yet a closer inspection revealed faint Qiankuan runes flowing upon its surface, the primal array known as the Qiankuan Inversion Formation. This formation could reverse time and space while concealing heavenly secrets. Without a token, even a Primordial Golden Immortal would struggle to detect it, and breaking through would require considerable effort. Zhenyuanzi made no unnecessary movements, reaching out to retrieve the primordial heaven-measuring ruler. With a gentle sway, it emitted a chaos-colored halo, and its tip lightly touched the cliff face. An invisible ripple of temporal spatial distortion emanated outward, and the cliff face rippled like water, revealing a profound entrance. Beyond the entrance lay a vast and boundless immortal realm, where primordial spiritual energy was so dense it nearly solidified. In the distance, jade pavilions and crystal springs could be glimpsed, while countless rare flowers and herbs swayed in the Taoist resonance, releasing a refreshing fragrance. What a magnificent immortal realm! Zhenyuanzi praised, stepping inside. Indeed worthy of Patriarch Qiankuan, this immortal realm rivaled the greatest of the prehistoric world. It was exceedingly vast, far larger than any great thousand-world domain, and contained countless innate spiritual treasures. His divine sense swept across the area, instantly revealing dozens of spirit vein convergence points, each teeming with abundant rare, innate spiritual matter. Purple lightning grapes, dimension-piercing grass, infused with spatial laws, soul-calming flowers that nourished the primordial spirit. Their sheer number and variety would astonish even the most revered innate divines of later ages. To his greater delight, atop a fairy mountain at the realm's center grew over a dozen innate spiritual roots. Though mostly mid to low grade, their value was still considerable. At the mountain's peak, a 1,000-jong-tall ancient tree with sprawling branches stood out prominently. Its trunk bore Qiankuan runes, and 24 fist-sized fruits, shaped like taiji, hung from its branches. The premium innate spiritual root, the Qiankuan tree. Qiankuan fruits contain the profound essence of the Qiankuan Heavenly Dao. Consuming one allows comprehension of spatial transformation principles, offering extraordinary benefits for breaking through Qiankuan laws and even spatial law bottlenecks, while also stabilizing one's Dao foundation. Truly an exceedingly precious innate spiritual fruit. Zhenyuanzi approached, plucked a Qiankuan fruit, and felt the Dao resonance within, nodding with satisfaction. This tree blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit after another 10,000, and ripens after a third. A 3,000-year cycle yielding 24 fruits per harvest. The plump fruits now hanging from the branches indicated they had long since matured. He harvested them all at once and transferred them into his spatial dimension, planning to replant them back at the Honghuang Temple Sanctuary later. After all, the Honghuang temple was now shielded by its sanctuary array, making it both the safest and most convenient location. He gathered most of the other innate spiritual roots and herbs, as well, intending to transplant them together. However, he chose not to take everything, leaving some behind, since he intended to claim this immortal realm as his own secondary sanctuary. Shortly after, Zhenyuanzi discovered the control core of this realm, a stone stele carved with Qinquan runes throughout. He extended his divine sense into it, and channeling immense spiritual power, refined it completely, bringing the entire immortal domain under his full control. From this day forward, I have gained another premier, blessed land. Zhenyuanzi smiled faintly, then turned and departed, heading directly toward the battlefield of the three races. In the following several kalpas, Zhenyuanzi concealed himself deep within the battlefield, silently collecting the bodies of those fallen primordial beings. Among these bodies were dragons of the Dragon Clan, phoenixes of the Phoenix Clan, Ancient beasts of the Qilin Clan, as well as experts from other clans. Though most were at the Golden Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal realm, each possessed unique characteristics. However, the bodies of Daluo Golden Immortals were far fewer in comparison. Zhenyuanzi stored them one by one into the Earth book space, erasing all traces. Perhaps they would prove useful someday. At that moment, deep within the Dragon Palace of the East, a terrifying pressure erupted violently, shooting straight into the nine heavens. The ancestral dragon, who had been in seclusion for so long, finally relied on the surging fortune of the Dragon Clan to break through to the peak of Honghuang Golden Immortal. Inside the Dragon Palace's main hall, the ancestral dragon slowly opened his eyes. His dragon pupils shot forth billions of golden rays, and instantly the entire East Sea churned with endless monstrous waves. An aura of extreme terror radiated from his body, and a pressure that surpassed all living beings spread out, causing all the Dragon Clan experts within the hall to prostrate themselves on the ground. Patriarch, your cultivation has broken through. You have emerged from seclusion. Yinglong and several other Dragon Clan Honghuang Golden Immortals stepped forward to pay homage, their faces full of excitement. The ancestral dragon nodded slightly, his voice carrying the majesty of his recent breakthrough. How has the war fared for our clan in these years? Yinglong stepped forward and reported with a grave expression. Patriarch, our clan has been locked in fierce battles with the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Although we hold the upper hand, our losses have been severe. In these culpas, countless clan members have fallen. Even including the affiliated clans, we lost more than 30 Daluo Golden Immortals. Their innate immortal light has fallen into the eternal calamity land. It may take endless ages for them to revive. He paused, his voice growing even lower. What pains me more is that several of your direct bloodline descendants were targeted by the Phoenix and Qilin clan experts and fell on the battlefield. What a... The ancestral dragon slammed his hand on the armrest of his dragon throne, and the hard jade instantly shattered. Blazing fury ignited in his eyes, his dragon might surged, and the waters of the entire East Sea began to boil in that moment. Yuan foam. Sure, Qilin, the ancestral dragon roared, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. During my seclusion, you dared to harm my Dragon Clan warriors and slay my direct bloodline. This is too much. He abruptly stood up, his hundreds of millions of miles long dragon body manifested outside the palace, blotting out the sky and sun. Raising his dragon head high, he looked toward the south and the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Dragon Clan warriors, hear my command. Roar. Billions upon billions of Dragon Clan members seemed to hear the call and gathered from the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, forming an endless sea of dragons above the East Sea. The ancestral dragon's voice echoed like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding throughout the primordial wilderness. The Phoenix and Qilin clans have killed my people. This blood feud is irreconcilable. Today I shall personally lead the army to level the immortal volcano and raise the Qilin ancestral land. Warriors, follow me to battle. 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 The billions upon billions of Dragon Clan members let out deafening roars, their dragon might converging into a torrent capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. 5-clawed true dragons breathed out dragon breath. 7-clawed heavenly dragons flapped their wings. 9-clawed golden dragons radiated golden light. The entire East Sea trembled under the Dragon Clan's roar, and even the laws of heaven and earth of the primordial wilderness fluctuated. Almost at the same time, an equally terrifying pressure erupted from the southern immortal volcano and the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin had also broken through to the peak of Honghuang Golden Immortal by relying on their clan's fortune at the same moment. Atop the immortal volcano, Yuan Feng transformed into human form, clad in a 5-colored phoenix robe, surrounded by a phoenix phantom formed from nirvana flames. Hearing that the Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses, with dozens of Daluo Golden Immortals fallen, and even her most beloved junior wounded by the Dragon Clan in battle, her phoenix eyes turned cold and her voice was icy. The Dragon Clan goes too far. Issue the order, Phoenix Clan warriors, follow me to the East Sea to burn the Dragon Clan to ashes. Burn them to ashes. Burn them to ashes. Countless birds let out sharp cries, echoing the Phoenix clan. At the Qilin ancestral land of Buzhou Mountain, Qilin radiated an aura interwoven with auspiciousness and ferocity. Hearing that more than half of the clan's experts had fallen, and even his own son had been killed by the Dragon and Phoenix clans, he slammed his fist into the ground, making Buzhou Mountain tremble. The Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan, both are mortal enemies of the Qilin clan. Today let them witness the fury of the Qilin clan. Warriors follow me to kill. 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 Billions upon billions of beasts roared and followed Qilin as they charged toward the battlefield. The three-peak Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal powerhouses emerged from seclusion simultaneously, and the three clans issued declarations of decisive battle. The entire primordial wilderness was instantly shrouded in the dark clouds of war. The Dragonhan calamity had finally reached its most brutal climax. Inside the Demon Palace on Mount Sumeru in the West, Luo, who sat cross-legged on the 12-grade destruction Black Lotus, watching the scene of the three-clan war, a cold smile appearing on his face. Demonic chi wildly boiled around him, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Good, good, good. The more they kill, the better. When your three clans are mutually weakened, the fortune of the primordial wilderness will all return to my demonic path. Then it will be the time for my enlightenment. On Mount Yujing of the central Kunlun at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun gazed at the battlefield of the three clans and sighed softly, a calamity epic. He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng and Qilin. Though they have broken through to the peak of Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal, it is entirely through the force of fortune. Their cultivation and mental state are lacking, and they are entangled by calamity energy, without realizing it. In the end, they are merely sewing clothes for others. How pitiful, how lamentable. Despite his words, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Then he turned his gaze to the west, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The three clans are destined to leave the stage of the primordial wilderness. I too must go seek a few fellow Taoists to prepare for the coming battle. Luo, who the battle between you and me is approaching. Let's see who will dominate the primordial wilderness. With these words, Hongjun's figure vanished from the Purple Cloud Palace, evidently going to contact his fellow Taoists and prepare for the upcoming war. The sky of the primordial wilderness was completely shrouded by blood and demonic chi in that moment. A catastrophe sweeping all living beings had arrived. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye several kalpas had elapsed amid the relentless slaughter of the three clans. The land of the primordial wilderness had long lost its former vitality, leaving only boundless desolation and silence. The endless slaughter among the three clans had riddled the main battlefields, the east sea, the area around Buzhou Mountain, and the southern continent, with holes, and left them scarred and devastated. The Dragon Clan army, led by the ancestral dragon, engaged in countless earth-shattering clashes with the clans under Yuan Feng and Qilin in these regions. Everywhere between heaven and earth was strife and slaughter. Countless mighty experts fought recklessly, unleashing their formidable power, causing immense damage to the world. The dragon breath of the nine-clawed golden dragon tore through the firmament, reducing endless time and space to dust. The nirvana fire of the seven-colored divine phoenix burned the four seas, evaporating the boundless waters. The Qilin's stomping roar shattered the seabed, causing ocean trenches to collapse, and countless sea eyes to spew black, chaotic evil. This chaotic evil was formed from the residual chaotic chi of the primordial creation combined with the world's baleful chi. It was extremely vicious. Any ordinary primordial being that touched it would die. They surged out from the cracked sea eyes like black tides, instantly devouring countless combatants. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Dragon Clan were tainted by the evil, turning into pus in an instant. The Phoenix Clan's lawn birds were entangled by the evil, their wings rapidly withering, and they fell into the sea with mournful cries. Even a tiny golden immortal, when invaded by the chaotic evil, needed to expend immense magical power to dispel it. A slight carelessness would damage their Dao foundation. The barrier between heaven and earth was steadily weakened by the relentless clashes of countless mighty cultivators and the repeated onslaught of chaotic malevolence, as if it could shatter at any moment, plunging the entire world into chaos. In the southern continent, the undying volcano range erupted simultaneously, sending black pillars of smoke straight into the nine heavens, blotting out the southern sky, plunging the sun and moon into darkness and obscuring the stars. Toxic miasma mingled with the turbid chi of the earth, forming thick gray clouds that withered every plant and extinguished every life in their path. Even more terrifying was the underground magma. The endless earth was torn apart, and crimson magma like surging rivers gushed from the volcanic vents, spreading along the ravines and transforming the vast southern continent into a boundless sea of fire. The once lush forests now stood as charred trunks. The crystal-clear lakes had long been filled with magma, becoming boiling pools of molten rock. Even the hard rock melted under the scorching heat, turning into flowing lava. Yet amidst this the slaughter among the Phoenix Dragon and Qilin clans continued unabated. Once the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were entrusted by the Heavenly Dao with the mission to guard the order of the primordial world. They governed the scaled, the feathered, and the beasts respectively, working in harmony to maintain the balance of the ancient realm. But now they had become the very culprits destroying that order. Ultimately, this led to the upheaval of the sea, the rampage of chaotic malevolence, the eruption of the undying volcanoes, reducing the southern continent to scorched earth and spreading toxic miasma, thus weakening the barrier between heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth became chaotic, primordial spiritual energy leaked away, and the chi of calamity and malevolence condensed into tangible blood-red clouds churning high above. Countless weak races were annihilated in the flames of war and natural disasters, leaving not even a trace. The surviving creatures hid in secret caves, trembling, gazing outward with despair in their eyes. The lament of the primordial world, like the weeping of countless wronged souls, echoed through heaven and earth. Yet the three-clan slaughter showed no sign of abating. In the eyes of Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin, there remained only a frenzied battle lust and obsession with hegemony, having long forgotten their mission to guard the primordial world. Every strike they made carried the power to annihilate heaven and earth, pushing the very world that nurtured them toward the brink of destruction. Yet Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin seemed utterly oblivious, completely unaware. As long as the calamitous malevolent chi between heaven and earth did not dissipate, the great tribulation would not cease, and the war would never end. In the eastern continent, near the region of Buzhou Mountain, an area had become the core battlefield of the three primordial clans. The situation was now exceedingly brutal. Countless billions of beings fought and killed on this land. The dragon breath of the dragon clan tore through the sky, the flames of the Phoenix clan incinerated the earth, and the roars of the Qilin clan shattered mountains and rivers. At every moment, countless beings fell, their blood gathering into rivers that wound through the cracked earth, exuding a thick, bloody stench. Zhenyuanzi, who was secretly collecting some precious corpses, discovered that in the shadows numerous whirlpools of blood chi were forming. The blood and chi of the fallen beings did not dissipate into the world, but were silently swept away by countless blood chi whirlpools hidden in the gaps of the void, following invisible channels toward the direction of Mount Sumeru in the west. That was the lair of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. These pure blood essences would become the finest nourishment for his refining of the immortal slaying sword formation. Concealed in the folds of time and space, Zhenyuanzi witnessed all of this. Watching the trajectories of the blood chi whirlpools, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through his eyes. Luo Ho is indeed resourceful. But the mighty beings of the three clans at this moment had long been blinded by the calamitous malevolent chi, their eyes filled only with slaughter and hatred. None could detect these hidden maneuvers. The slaughter among the three great clans had reached its most intense and white-hot phase. Countless golden immortals and tiny golden immortals fell like ants. Even the exalted, eternal Daluo Golden Immortals on this brutal battlefield faced the peril of falling if they were the least bit careless, ultimately sending their indestructible true spirits into the eternal abyss. High above, it was even more terrifying to the extreme. The figures of Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin had long vanished from this time and space, retreating into the deepest reaches of the chaotic temporal currents, a realm where laws interweave in chaos with billions of dimensions folding and colliding. After all, with their peak Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation, even a mere leak of residual power could severely wound the Daluo Golden Immortals below or instantly obliterate the Tai Golden Immortals. Thus they had no choice but to relocate the battlefield to the folds of time and space. Yet even so, the pressure that occasionally pierced through the barriers of time and space still violently shook the heaven and earth below. Ancestral Dragon, your dragon clan has slaughtered billions of my Phoenix clan. Today is your day of doom. Primordial Phoenix's voice, like a thunderclap from the nine heavens, resounded across countless dimensions. The voice of Primordial Phoenix, like a thunderclap from the nine heavens, echoed through innumerable realms. She transformed into her true form, a seven-colored divine phoenix, with wings spanning billions of miles, surrounded by nirvana flames that could burn even the laws themselves. These flames were not ordinary fire, but ignited from the very source of the laws, twisting the boundaries of existence and annihilation wherever they passed. With each beat of her wings, countless fire feathers turned into flowing light, each trailing a long tail of law, piercing through layers of temporal and spatial barriers, precisely locking onto every manifestation of Ancestral Dragon in the past, present, and future. Above her head hovered a purple golden bell, the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Bell. As it swayed, the sound waves it emitted did not enter the ears, but directly penetrated the depths of the primordial spirit. A manifestation of the profound mysteries of birth and death, reincarnation, capable of directly attacking the primordial spirit. Even a Honghuang Golden Immortal struck by these sound waves would have their spirit shaken. Noisy. Ancestral Dragon snorted coldly, his body transforming into a winding ancestral dragon form stretching billions of miles. His dragon scales shimmered with a chaotic light, each scale forged from the primordial chaos before the separation of heaven and earth, containing the law power of creation itself. He opened his maw and spat out a fist-sized, perfectly round dragon pearl that floated before him. The supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl. The pearl rotated, releasing the water law not as ordinary rivers or seas, but drawing upon the great Tao of water between heaven and earth, transforming into billions of law torrents that enveloped and annihilated all the incoming fire feathers. At the same time, his dragon claw reached out, tearing through the dimensions of time and space, channeling the primal power of the four seas into a water dragon that pierced through countless dimensions. Wherever the water dragon passed, time and space across countless dimensions froze into ice. The flow of time itself slowed, and it struck fiercely at Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin. Dragon hegemony is already destined. You are merely acting against heaven. Primordial Qilin transformed into a colossal beast covered in golden scales, its unicorn shimmering with a light interweaving auspiciousness and malevolence. The ultimate manifestation of the earth law, capable of suppressing all beings or destroying everything. He stepped on the earth law, and with each step the earth veins of countless dimensions resonated, forming an invisible domain that slightly obstructed the water dragon's impact. In his hand, he held an ancient seal, the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal. When the seal was swung, it did not merely strike, it summoned the primal power of all beasts across the primordial world. Countless beast phantoms roared forth from the fragments of law, coalescing into an indestructible law barrier that forcefully blocked the water dragon's assault. Simultaneously, he lowered his head abruptly, and a profound divine light shot forth from his horn. Wherever the light passed, it was not merely a simple freezing of time and space, but rather a collapse of the very fabric of spacetime itself. The figures of Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix were continuously compressed within the divine radiance, as if being forced back into their most primordial particle states. Destined, who decreed it? Roared the primordial Kirin. The boundless wilderness of the primordial land was meant to be ruled by my Kirin clan. Meanwhile, across the countless renowned mountains and blessed immortal caves of the primordial world, many innate deities bearing great fortune were quietly taking form. At the eastern Kunlun, in the Qingshu Grotto heaven, here mist and clouds swirled with primordial yellow qi ascending. Faintly visible was a strand of supreme, pure qi coiling at the center of the grotto. This pure qi was of the utmost purity, utterly devoid of any impurity. It was none other than the celestial pure qi from the creation of heaven and earth. With a soft hum, the pure qi suddenly contracted, transforming into an elderly Taoist clad in a yin-yang robe. The Taoist had a childlike countenance crowned with white hair, an ancient visage, and was surrounded by a faint halo of primordial yellow merit. Suspended above his head was an exquisite pagoda, the congenital merit supreme treasure, the primordial yellow exquisite pagoda. Engraved upon the pagoda's body were the words, Heaven, Earth, Primordial, Yellow Universe, Cosmos, Primordial Wilderness, exuding an unparalleled divine might that suppressed fate and defended against all laws. His gaze was calm, sweeping over the two strands of pure qi in the corner of the grotto that shared the same origin as himself, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The great Tao has 50 pathways, heaven derives 49, and humanity escapes through one. The Taoist murmured softly, his Tao resonance subtly stirring. Without any deliberate action, he silently drew from each of the two strands of pure qi a sliver of subtle, yet pure primal essence, incorporating it into his own perception. In an instant, the two strands of pure qi flickered faintly. Though they did not immediately take form, they gently reflected their own Tao resonance toward him, subtly forming a mysterious correspondence. The Taoist smiled faintly, sat cross-legged, and began silently contemplating the cosmos. In the primordial star domain, the sun star. This celestial body, radiating boundless light and heat, had at its core the Fusang divine tree, towering billions of feet, with leaves burning in eternal solar true fire. Beneath the tree, two clusters of blazing innate solar essence suddenly erupted, their brilliance causing the entire sun star to tremble. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged. The one on the left, clad in imperial robes, bore a majestic countenance with an air of commanding all beings. This was Zhenyuanzi. In his left hand he held a scroll of Hichu, in his right a volume of Luoshu, at his waist hung a golden sun wheel. These were the innate spiritual treasures Hichu Luoshu and the sun essence wheel. The three radiated in mutual resonance, exuding the supreme power to govern the stars and deduce the heavenly mechanisms. The one on the right wore a solitary and proud expression with cold, piercing eyes. Around him swirled a halo of solar true fire, and above his head floated a massive bell. The bell's body was of a chaotic hue, engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and vegetation. This was the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, radiating a terrifying pressure that suppressed the primordial chaos and defended against all loss. This was Tai. The two brothers exchanged a glance, and without words they understood each other's hearts. Zhenyuanzi's gaze turned toward the primordial land, a nameless ambition flickering in his eyes. Tai gently stroked the Chaos Bell, his flames blazing even brighter, exuding an inviolable solitude. On the moon star, correspondingly distant from the sun, star another innate deity now came into being. The moon star was cold, quiet, and serene. Beneath the moonlight, the moon laurel tree stood silently. Two clusters of radiant lunar essence blossomed beneath the tree, transforming into two goddesses. The goddess on the left wore a plain white palace gown, her temperament gentle and graceful. She held a moon essence wheel, its body flowing with the pure radiance of the moon. This was Shia. The goddess on the right was equally ethereal and untainted, holding a scroll of the lunar cold moon chart, which contained the principles of tides waxing and waning and the changes of yin and yang. This was Changxi. Their auras merged, intimately connected to the essence of the moon star. As they appeared, they stirred the tidal forces of the starry sky, and the moonlight cascaded down, draping the primordial land in a hazy silver veil. In the western continent, within a secret realm of the ancestral vein Mount Sumeru, a single innate bitter bamboo took root. Its stem was emerald green, radiating a zen-like purity that washed away all worldly attachments. With a soft rustle, a mass of innate bitter bamboo essence transformed into a Taoist with a careworn expression, clad in a simple monk's robe, his brows imbued with a compassion for all beings. His gaze fell upon the bamboo root beside him. With a casual wave, a section of a mortal root detached automatically, turning into an emerald bamboo staff in his hand. The staff was engraved with the 6-syllable mantra, radiating the power to purify inner demons and break through illusions. This was the ultimate grade spiritual treasure, the 6 roots pure bamboo. Holding the staff, the Taoist turned his gaze to the Hongjun Bodhi tree that grew alongside the bitter bamboo. This tree was entirely golden, its leaves resembling Bodhi leaves, yet it contained an incomparably sharp Hongjun aura. This was the ultimate grade, innate spiritual root, the Western Hongjun Bodhi tree. At the tree's crown, a Bodhi seed that had gestated for countless eons suddenly split open. A beam of golden light flew out, transforming into a Taoist on the ground. His appearance was somewhat plump, his temperament ethereal. Imitating the former, he cut a branch from the Bodhi tree and infused it with 7 innate spiritual substances: gold, silver, crystal, agate, pearl, and rose, refining it with his own essence. In an instant, the branch transformed into a 7 treasures wonderful tree, its body shimmering with flowing light and containing the supreme power to brush away all things and rend the indestructible. Another ultimate grade spiritual treasure. The two Taoists exchanged a smile, and each sought a place to begin contemplating the great Tao of the West. At the Red Cloud mountain range, in the Red Cloud Grotto heaven, a mass of blazing red clouds churned at the center, eventually coalescing into a red-faced Taoist. This was Red Cloud. He was tall and sturdy with a simple, honest smile. Around him swirled faint fiery clouds, but he bore no accompanying spiritual treasures, and the grotto was devoid of any rare spiritual objects, appearing exceptionally plain. Red Cloud touched his head, gazing at the grotto that held only ordinary innate spiritual objects. He was slightly taken aback, then after a moment burst into laughter. The great Tao lies within oneself, not in external things. With that, he sat down on the ground and began to breathe and cultivate. The red clouds around him churned, and even they managed to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. On Mount Buzhou there stood a divine hall wreathed in laws and surging with blood energy, radiating an overwhelming pressure that dominated the world. This was the Pangu Divine Hall. Within the hall, 12 drops of Pangu's essence blood, as red as agate, floated in the air. Each drop contained a portion of Pangu's origin and boundless killing aura. With a thunderous roar that shook the hall, the 12 drops of essence blood erupted simultaneously, merging violently with the surrounding earthly malevolent energy and 12 different fundamental principles of the great Tao. Boom, boom, boom. 12 colossal figures, standing as if they could support the heavens, suddenly appeared. Each was hundreds of millions of feet tall, exuding the primordial witch pressure that could shake heaven and earth. Dijiang, with 6 legs and 4 wings, a red face and ruddy complexion, was surrounded by distorted space laws. With a single step, he traversed infinite time and space. He was the Witch of Space. Zhuyin, with a human head and a dragon's body, possessed yin-yang double pupils. When his pupils opened and closed, they could freeze the flow of time. He was the Witch of Time. Gomong, with green hair and a green face, a bird's body, and a human face, was surrounded by boundless vitality. A wave of his hand caused grass and trees to sprout. He was the Eastern Witch of Wood. Zhurong, with a beast's head and a human body clad in red armor, was wreathed in Zhurong divine fire that could burn heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, all things turned to ash. He was the Southern Witch of Fire. Honghuang, with a python's head and a human body clad in black scales, was surrounded by towering waves. With a single punch he could stir the tides of the four seas. He was the northern witch of water. Rushu, with a human face and a tiger's body clad in golden scales, wielded a Gungjin divine blade, whose edge could split heaven and earth. He was the western witch of metal. Hutu, with a human upper body and a serpentine lower body, held the Tungsha in her hand. Her entire being was enveloped by the profound aura of the earth. With every step she took, she could rouse the pulse of the earth's veins, making her the central earth Zuwu. Shibishi, with a human face and a beastly body, bore ears like a dog. His whole body emitted a deadly poison aura. Touch meant death, smell meant demise. He was the poison Zuwu. Qianwu, with 8 human faces and a tiger's body, possessed 8 tails. Each time he swung his tails, he could raise devastating winds that could destroy heaven and earth. He was the wind Zuwu. Xiangliang, with a tiger's head and a human body, had 4 limbs and long elbows. He was surrounded by purple thunder, and a single roar could summon the 9 heavens' divine thunder. He was the Thunder Zuwu. Shizi, with a human face and a bird's body, wore green snakes on his ears. His body flashed with electric light, and he could control the boundless electricity between heaven and earth. He was the Lightning Zuwu. Xuanming, with a human face and a bird's body, stepped on green snakes. His body was surrounded by piercing cold ice, and wherever he passed, time and space froze. He was the Ice Zuwu. The 12 Zuwu gathered together, their blood chi soaring straight into the sky, enough to shake infinite time and space. However blocked by the Pangu temple, they caused no impact on the outside world. They exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with the bond of the same bloodline and the domineering spirit of looking down upon the world. Although their innate primordial spirits were incomplete, relying on their physical bodies and mastery of laws, they still possessed the cultivation of Daluo Golden Immortal. On the branch of Mount Buzhou in the secret realm of Fengqi Mountain, a 7-colored rainbow light intertwined with a primordial 8-trigram aura, transforming into 2 figures. The woman had a peerless appearance, surrounded by the aura of creation. In her hand, she held a spirit spring jade, her body flowing with warm spiritual light that could nourish all life. She wore a divine immortal robe, its fluttering sleeves stirring clouds and mist, able to resist all spells. Around her waist was an ethereal sky-binding ribbon, its silk glowing with faint rainbow light, capable of binding immortals and gods, restraining laws. She was Niwa. The man had a handsome face, holding a primordial 8-trigram mirror in his hand. His eyes were filled with the light of wisdom. He was Fushi. The sibling duo's auras were interconnected, as if they had known each other's hearts since birth. At the Jade Terrace secret realm of Zhenyuanzi Mountain in West Kunlun, a primordial pure Een aura condensed at the center of the Jade Terrace, transforming into a goddess in a plain white palace dress. She wore a phoenix crown and held a jade rui. She was surrounded by pure Een aura, and she was the future Zhuangmo. At the same time, in countless blessed caves and fairy mountain secret realms of the primordial world, many innate sacred beings possessing great fate incarnated. In the North Sea of Darkness, a mass of northern darkness primordial chi merged with a peculiar origin, transforming into Kunping. Its wings spread to cover billions of miles of sea, its aura terrifying. In the endless blood sea, a drop of nether blood essence transformed into Mingi. He was surrounded by the law of the blood river, wielding the twin swords Yuantu and Abi, stepping on the 12-petal karmic fire lotus, his eyes cold and sinister. In Zifu continent, a primordial pure yang aura transformed into a pure yang Taoist. His body radiated the rhythm of the Tao, as if coexisting with heaven and earth. He was the future Dongwangong. On Nanhua Mountain, a crimson flame immortal vine transformed into a Taoist, holding a crimson flame sword, his body wreathed in flames. On Qingqiu Mountain, a mass of 9-tailed fox aura turned into a fox maiden, her appearance enchanting, surrounded by the law of illusion. A large number of innate sacred beings possessing great fate incarnated. These incarnated innate sacred beings seemed to sense the calamity that was reaching its peak and most intense moment outside, as if they all sensed the impending crisis in the dark. Therefore, each stayed in their own secret realms, guarded by innate formations, not in a hurry to step out into the primordial world. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the 3 clans, the battle among the 3 supreme powerhouses was utterly terrifying. Zulong, controlling the Zulong Pearl, stirred the water law into an even more violent frenzy. He swung his dragon tail, and countless dimensions of time and space shattered like glass struck by a giant hammer. The water law turned into towering waves, carrying countless frozen shards of time and space. Wherever the waves passed, hundreds of great worlds just born were swallowed and frozen, leaving not a trace. His dragon claws tore through the void, each strike bearing the overbearing force to tear the very essence of laws. The nirvana fire of Yuanfeng was momentarily extinguished when swept by the claw wind, forcing Yuanfeng to retreat, flapping her wings and stand shoulder to shoulder with Shikolin to resist again. Yuanfeng, using the Phoenix Bell, continuously interfered. The sound waves of the cycle of life and death, like an unshakable leech, kept assaulting Zulong's primordial spirit. The nirvana fire around her grew increasingly fierce. This fire could not only burn physical bodies, but also ignite laws and primordial spirits. Though Zulong's body was strong, the dragon scales grazed by the fire feathers had their surface laws instantly ignited, emitting blue smoke of burning laws, revealing the flowing dragon blood beneath. At times she transformed into a divine phoenix, soaring in the gaps of time and space. With a flap of her wings, countless shards of time and space ignited by flames shot toward Zulong like a meteor shower. At other times, she transformed into a humanoid Dao body wielding the innate spiritual treasure phoenix feather sword. The sword body burned with nirvana fire, each strike precisely slashing at the nodes of Zulong's dragon scales where the law defense was relatively weak. This forced Zulong to turn the Zulong Pearl and use the water law to protect his body. Shikolin was the most composed. He used the Qilin seal to constantly suppress time and space. Each time the seal descended, it made the dimensions of time and space around Zulong extremely viscous, as if stuck in billions of layers of quagmire. The earthly turbid chi he invoked grew denser, transforming into countless ferocious beast phantoms. These phantoms were not real individuals, but condensed from pure law power, constantly assaulting Zulong's water law barrier, draining his mana. Each of his charges seemed to carry the weight of the entire primordial earth. Though Zulong was immensely strong when struck on his dragon body by the unicorn horn, he could not help but let out a muffled groan, and a crack appeared on his dragon scales. The result of the collision between the earth law and dragon might. Their battle was not only unfolding in this time and space, it was also being fought in countless times and spaces in various forms simultaneously. In a past time and space, the Phantom of Zulong was fighting with the phantoms of Yuanfeng and Shikolin in the chaos, stirring up the chaotic currents endlessly. In a future time and space, the three supreme powerhouses were still fighting for dominance over the primordial world. Each collision shattered the already broken future time and space even further. Countless worlds were born and destroyed in their collisions. A newly formed great world, just beginning to nurture mountains and rivers, was swept by Zulong's dragon breath before any life could be born. The entire world instantly evaporated, turning into a wisp of pure energy, devoured by the dragon breath. A vast cluster of worlds with billions of living beings thriving was ignited by Yuanfeng's nirvana fire. The fire spread along the law channels between the worlds, turning the entire cluster into a sea of flames in an instant. Eventually, even the law foundations were burned away, disappearing completely from time and space. Infinite dimensions of time and space were shattered by Shikolin's unicorn horn. The law fragments within those dimensions scattered across countless times and spaces, triggering countless cycles of birth and destruction. Zulong's eyes flickered with overbearing golden light, his dragon roar shaking countless times and spaces. Today, I shall make you understand that in the primordial heaven and earth the dragon clan alone reigns supreme. He manipulated the ancestral dragon pearl, the water law becoming increasingly condensed, even beginning to erode the nirvana fire of primordial phoenix, and the earth law of primordial Qilin, attempting to incorporate both laws under the control of the water law. Primordial Phoenix let out a sharp cry, her eyes burning with the flames of vengeance. You dragon clan, this battle will be your doom. Her phoenix bell sound wave suddenly intensified. The profound meaning of life and death. Reincarnation caused ancestral dragon's primordial spirit to be momentarily dazed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she flapped her wings and countless fire feathers condensed into a gigantic phantom of a fire phoenix charging fiercely towards ancestral dragon. Primordial Qilin let out a low growl, the light on his horn growing even more radiant. The primordial land tolerates no insolence from the likes of you. He hurled the Qilin seal into the air, and the seal instantly transformed into a massive phantom of heaven and earth pressing down towards ancestral dragon. At the same time, he turned into a beam of golden light charging towards ancestral dragon's flank, attempting to form a pincer attack with primordial phoenix. The battle among the three supreme beings grew increasingly fierce. The light of collapsing laws illuminated countless realms of time and space, and the laws of this entire primordial land were violently shaken by their war, as if an unprecedented catastrophe could strike at any moment. Ancestral Dragon, with his peak cultivation of the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm, combined with the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, was able to withstand the joint assault of two opponents of the same rank without being at a disadvantage. This great war lasted for untold eons. Countless realms of time and space were born and destroyed by their clashes. Laws shattered like fragile glass, only to be barely sustained by the self-repair of the heaven and earth's laws. Ancestral Dragon's domineering nature, Primordial Phoenix's fierceness, and Primordial Qilin's tenacity were fully displayed in this battle that transcended time and space. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Zhenyuanzi watched for a moment and then quietly departed. He could sense that the fortune of the three-clan war had greatly declined, and the calamity chi in the world had changed. The end of the Dragonhan catastrophe was approaching. It is time to collect some spoils of war. Throughout these eons, the three clans had waged countless wars, conquered numerous races, and consumed vast resources, but they had also plundered countless treasures, many of which were stored in their respective treasuries. However, the three primordial clans would eventually decline, and the fate of Ancestral Dragon and the others would be no better. Without their protection, the three primordial clans possessing such immense treasures would only invite disaster, and they would ultimately be unable to keep them. It would be better to benefit himself than to let other powerful beings have them. Therefore, facing the treasuries of the three clans, Zhenyuanzi, who had always loved collecting treasures naturally, would not let them go. His first stop was the ancestral land of the East Sea Dragon Clan. When Zhenyuanzi traversed endless time and space to reach the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, he found that the Dragon Clan's foundation was indeed formidable. Even though they were engaged in a decisive battle with the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan, there were still over a dozen Daluo Golden Immortals stationed in the ancestral land, deploying the 4C's Heavenly Dragon Array to guard against enemy sneak attacks. With the strength of these over a dozen Daluo Golden Immortal dragons, and the array they had set up combined with their home ground advantage, they were capable of withstanding an ordinary Honghuang Golden Immortal, at least for a short period. Unfortunately this time, it was Zhenyuanzi who had come. With his strength and the treasures and divine abilities he possessed, these over a dozen Daluo Golden Immortals and their array were utterly incapable of stopping him. In fact, they could not even detect Zhenyuanzi's presence. Zhenyuanzi did not choose to directly fight his way in. Instead, he used the Chaos Dao compass to conceal himself, and the primordial measuring ruler to tear apart the void, entering, as if into an unguarded land, silently infiltrating the depths of the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. The Dragon Clan's treasury was hidden in a chaotic bubble at the bottom of the East Sea, surrounded by 81 innate water arrays. At the array's eye, 3 Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortals stood guard, each holding a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Zhenyuanzi was too lazy to dismantle the array, and also wanted to avoid making unnecessary noise, so he chose to directly use the primordial measuring ruler to cut open a space-time rift and step into the treasury. Inside the treasury, countless rays of auspicious light and thousands of strands of propitious energy filled the space. Vast numbers of innate spiritual veins stretched across the area coiled within the treasury, emitting dense spiritual energy. Piles of innate divine metals, spirit jades, and immortal mineral materials glittered with various colors. Among them, ores of Gengjin and Rinshui attributes were especially abundant, clearly collected intentionally by the Dragon Clan. Countless exotic flowers and rare herbs, vast quantities of innate spiritual medicines bloomed in jade pots, emitting wafts of strange fragrances. There were even dozens of innate spiritual roots, including over 30 low-grade innate spiritual roots, more than 10 medium-grade innate spiritual roots, and 3 top-grade innate spiritual roots. One of them was the top-grade innate spiritual root, the innate dragon blood tree. It was 1,000 zhang tall, its trunk coiled like a dragon, its leaves blood-red with dragon patterns flowing on each leaf. This tree was nourished by dragon blood, blooming once every 3,000 years, bearing fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripening once every 3,000 years. Each time it yielded 99 dragon blood fruits. The dragon blood fruits it bore could temper the physical body, allow scaled creatures to transform into true dragons, or even into stronger dragon bloodlines with no side effects. Another was the top-grade innate spiritual root, the sea-calming divine needle pine. Its needles were like golden needles rooted in a piece of chaotic divine stone, emitting an aura of stabilizing space and suppressing the boundless seas. This spiritual root bloomed once every 9,000 years, bore fruit once every 9,000 years, and ripened once every 9,000 years. Each time it yielded 108 pine cones and 36,000 innate pine needles. Its pine cones contained the space law and water law. Consuming one could allow one to comprehend a space divine ability or a water divine ability. The innate pine needles contained the Gengjin and sharpness laws, possessing immense destructive power. They could be used as magical instruments or refined into treasures. The last one was the top-grade innate spiritual root, the innate dragon saliva vine. Its vine was wrapped in treasure aura, and the dripping sap congealed into dragon saliva jade, which could nourish the primordial spirit and enhance the comprehension of the water law. Apart from the spiritual roots, the treasury also contained countless rare treasures and even vast amounts of the bodies of various innate beings with varying cultivation levels. However, those that could be stored in this treasury had at least the golden immortal realm when alive. And the most numerous naturally were the bodies of the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan. Clearly, these were collected by the Dragon Clan from the battlefield. They also had the habit of cleaning up the battlefield. It was just unknown what specific use they had for these, whether as cultivation materials or as materials for refining puppets, or even as food. Among these vast numbers of bodies, however, there were no Dragon Clan bodies. Clearly the dragon clan's bodies were placed in other areas not in this treasury. As Zhenyuanzi continued deeper into the treasury, the types and quantities of treasures he found increased. However, the number of innate spiritual treasures in this treasury was quite small. Only a few innate spiritual treasures with peculiar uses were left here. But thinking about it, it was normal. With the three primordial clans at war, powerful innate spiritual treasures would naturally be given to the clan's strong members to increase their combat power, not left idle in the treasury. Not a bad harvest. Zhenyuanzi smiled, faintly offering the Earth Book. The pages unfolded, emitting an infinite suction force. All the treasures of the entire treasury, including those innate spiritual veins and countless bodies of innate beings, flew into the Earth Book's space, like rivers returning to the sea. Even the over 30 innate spiritual roots were uprooted, leaving not a trace behind. Zhenyuanzi collected all the treasures in the treasury. Without pausing, he followed the faint fluctuations of the array's circulation and stepped into the array space in one step. This space was not vast, but it was filled with the oppressive pressure of dense primordial dragon aura intertwined with array runes. 3 Daluo Golden Immortals of the Dragon Clan sat cross-legged, their mana circulating, maintaining the core operation of the formation. Each of them floated a top-grade primordial spirit treasure, their radiance linked to the formation's power, emitting distinct fluctuations of different laws. Above the left Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortal hovered a jade-green dragonhorn bow born from primordial forces. Its body was inscribed with runes of wind and thunder. Every slight tremor caused ripples in the surrounding space-time, releasing powerful law fluctuations, as if it could at any moment shoot an arrow that would tear the void. Before the middle red-scale Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortal, a shield shaped like a crimson scale floated, scales overlapping its surface ablaze with fierce dragon fire. As the flames licked, they reflected extremely profound law patterns. Even when fixed by the formation's power, it still emitted scorching waves of heat. Any foreign object approaching would be spontaneously ignited. In the palm of the right Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortal, a jade talisman covered with esoteric patterns floated silently, its body flowing with a halo containing the law power of imprisonment and suppression. It resonated faintly with the confinement force of the array, clearly the key spirit treasure, maintaining the formation's binding effect. The 3 Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortals were completely unaware of Zhenyuanzi's arrival, still immersed in the focus of stabilizing the formation. Zhenyuanzi's eyes slightly moved, and the space-time laws around him flowed silently. In an instant, the flow of time within the entire array space suddenly froze. The movements of the 3 Dragon Clan Daluo, the circulation of their mana, and even the radiance of the 3 spirit treasures all halted in that moment. The bowstring of the jade-green dragonhorn bow was about to tremble, the flames of the crimson scale shield froze mid-air, and the halo of the jade talisman also ceased to flow, as if the thread of time had been drawn away. Then he pointed his fingers together, and the Honghuang Liangxianxi transformed into 3 faint golden beams, landing silently on the foreheads of the 3 Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortals. The golden light did not unleash killing power, but contained a heavy suppressing intent, like 3 invisible divine peaks pressing down. Before the 3 Daluo Golden Immortals could even react, their primordial spirits were shaken into drowsiness, their bodies went limp, and they completely lost consciousness. Zhenyuanzi reached out and beckoned. The 3 top-grade primordial spirit treasures, which had been trapped in space-time, broke free from their original owner's connection and flew into his palm as 3 streams of light. The wind-thunder fluctuations of the dragonhorn bow, the scorching heat of the scale shield, and the imprisonment resonance of the jade talisman were all temporarily suppressed by his own loss. Only a faint radiance flowed in his palm before he stored them into his supreme treasure space, sealing them away. After doing all this, he glanced at the unconscious 3 Dragon Clan Daluo Golden Immortals, but did not kill them. His figure flickered and vanished from the array space, leaving behind the frozen space-time that slowly resumed its flow, as if no one had ever been there. Afterward, leaving the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, Zhenyuanzi's figure flickered again, crossing immeasurably distant space-time to arrive deep within the southern immortal volcano. The Phoenix Clan's ancestral land burned perpetually, with various primordial divine fires even slightly warping space-time, with their heat the air thick with fiery law fluctuations. As the Phoenix Clan's ancestral land, it was also protected by a powerful formation. In fact, the 10,000 Phoenix incinerating array deployed here was even more formidable than the Dragon Clan's 4 Seas Heavenly Dragon array. The array was guarded by 12 Phoenix Clan Daluo Golden Immortals capable of connecting to the immortal volcano cluster, and any slight disturbance would trigger the terrifying power of these islands. But Zhenyuanzi used the Chaos Dao compass to conceal his aura, and the Honghuang Liangxianxi to traverse the formation, evading all array nodes, silently infiltrating the core area. The Phoenix Clan's treasure vault was hidden in a glazed palace suspended above the magma. The palace walls were forged from Phoenix marrow glaze, reflecting the churning, iridescent light within. The interior space was vast like an independent world. At the center of the vault, 9 thick, primordial fire spiritual veins coiled like fiery dragons. The spiritual energy they emitted refined by the laws of fire, making even the air scorching enough to burn one's primordial spirit. Piles of immortal gold and divine ores, mainly including red gold, lihua copper, and phoenix crystals, were all top-grade materials for refining fire-type artifacts. The primordial spiritual herbs stored in jade basins were even more peculiar. Immortal grass that could bloom in primordial divine fire, nirvana flowers watered with phoenix blood, and nether moss burning with ghostly flames. Each exuded vibrant vitality and intense heat. The number of primordial spiritual roots was even greater than in the Dragon Clan's vault, over 50 in total. Among them, low-grade primordial spiritual roots accounted for the most, over 30, such as Flame Lotus and Fire Phoenix Tree. There were also over 10 medium-grade primordial spiritual roots, such as the Rosy Cloud Fruit Tree and the Incinerating Heaven Vine. The most striking were 2 high-grade primordial spiritual roots. One was the Immortal Phoenix Tree, its trunk woven like phoenix feathers, its leaves burning with an eternal flame. It bloomed once every 6,000 years, bore fruit once every 6,000 years, and matured once every 6,000 years, yielding 36 fruits each time. The phoenix fruit it bore could revive creatures on the brink of death. The other high-grade primordial spiritual root was the Southern Bright Lihua Vine, its body entwined with the essence of Southern Bright Lihua. The droplets it exuded could ignite anything without harming the vine itself. Additionally, the vault was piled with a vast number of primordial living creature corpses, mainly those of the Qilin and Dragon clans. Clearly, these were the Phoenix clan spoils from the battlefield, and their purpose was likely as he had guessed. However, no corpses of the Phoenix clan were seen, suggesting they had their own arrangements for the remains of their kind. Zhenyuanzi then swept his gaze and found that the primordial spirit treasures in the vault were equally scarce. Only a few auxiliary spirit treasures lay quietly on jade shelves. Obviously, the powerful primordial spirit treasures had already been taken by the Phoenix clan elites participating in the war. He wasted no time. He summoned the Earth Book, and as its pages unfolded, even space-time halted. All spiritual veins, or spiritual herbs roots, and even the corpses turned into streams of light and were absorbed into the Earth Book space. In an instant, the glazed palace became empty, leaving only the iridescent light on the walls reflecting his silhouette. Leaving the vault, Zhenyuanzi frowned slightly. Although the Phoenix clan's vault was also richly rewarding, he had yet to see the legendary high-grade primordial spiritual root, the Primordial Wudong Tree. The Primordial Wudong Tree was arguably the Phoenix clan's most important primordial spiritual root. Yet it was not cultivated in the spiritual root area of the vault. Could it be that Yuanfeng carried it with him? But thinking about it, that seemed unlikely. Was it placed in another area? He spread his divine sense again like a fine net, covering the core area of the immortal volcano. Finally, in a hidden canyon at the deepest part of the volcano, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of a primordial formation. The canyon was enveloped by an esoteric primordial formation on which burned the eternal nirvana true fire left by Yuanfeng. Any non-Phoenix creature approaching would be instantly incinerated to ashes. Above this formation, 3 Phoenix clan Daluo Golden Immortals with imposing auras sat cross-legged in a triangular formation. Their auras were connected to the formation clearly as guardians of this forbidden area. In their midst, a primordial Wudong tree stood tall, over 10,000 zhang in height. Its trunk was like cast gold, every grain of wood flowing with Phoenix true fire patterns. Its leaves resembled countless small Phoenix feathers spreading out. When the golden liquid droplets at the tips fell, they transformed into lifelike small fire phoenixes circling the trunk, with mournful cries, their calls resonating with the earth veins of the immortal volcano. The Dao rhythm emitted was enough to instantly enlighten any Phoenix clan cultivator on the true meaning of nirvana. And this was the high-grade primordial spiritual root, the Primordial Wudong Tree. Zhenyuanzi's figure flickered, and the chaotic Dao compass revolved silently. The Honghuang measuring ruler materialized quietly, piercing through the formation and landing within the canyon. Just as the 3 Daluo Golden Immortals of the Phoenix clan sensed the anomaly and were about to open their eyes, an intangible temporal spatial force immobilized them on the spot. Their pupils still held the remnants of startled awareness, yet their bodies could no longer move and their consciousness grew hazy. Zhenyuanzi reached out with a gesture, and the primordial Fermiana tree, along with the primordial divine soil beneath it, was collected into the space of the Earth Book. Then with a single step he departed from the undying volcano without a sound. Afterward, he employed the same method to head toward the ancestral land of the Qilin clan and entered their treasure vault. As one of the primordial 3 races, the Qilin clan's treasure vault housed a myriad of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, innate spiritual objects, innate spiritual fruits, and innate spiritual roots. In both variety and quantity, it was not far inferior to those of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Once again, Zhenyuanzi reaped a bountiful harvest. It could be said that his journey to the 3 clans did not disappoint him, except in terms of innate spiritual treasures and top-grade innate spiritual roots. In terms of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and innate spiritual objects alone, the gains from any single treasure vault surpassed all he had accumulated during his travels across the primordial wilderness over the years. It could be said that this act of plundering the three clans' treasure vaults instantly multiplied his accumulation in this regard by an unknown factor. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the ancestral dragon and the others. In the instant when the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit was slightly dazed by the phoenix bell's sound waves, the fire phoenix phantom condensed by primordial phoenix charged forward with the ferocious might of burning through all eons. That phantom was not formed from ordinary flames, but woven from billions of fire Dao runes. As it rushed close, it suddenly exploded. Countless tiny fire laws like leeches clinging to bone burrowed into the cracks of the ancestral dragon's scales. Roar! The ancestral dragon bellowed in pain, his draconic body violently thrashing. In an instant, patches of golden flames ignited on his chaotic-colored scales. He laughed in fury, then spat out the ancestral dragon pearl. The pearl hovered above his head, spinning at high speed, drawing upon the water law not for defense, but to transform into countless fine law needles. These needles precisely pierced the areas where the fire laws had gathered within his body, using the formidable power of the water Dao law to forcibly obliterate the flames that scorched his primordial spirit. At the same time, the golden light, transformed by primordial Qilin, crashed into the ancestral dragon's flank. He did not ram directly, but instead pressed down the heavenly and earthly phantom of the Qilin seal with immense force. The moment the phantom landed, countless earth laws surged forth like chains tightly binding the ancestral dragon's claws and tail. The auspicious and baleful energies on his horn interwove into a spiral divine light, which drilled into the gaps of the ancestral dragon's draconic body. Wherever it passed, the flesh beneath the scales began to petrify. That was the power of the earth law attempting to turn the ancestral dragon's physical form into primordial rock. A paltry trick. The ancestral dragon's eyes blazed with ferocity. He reversed the flow of his draconic primordial energy, and the flames on his chaotic scales instantly extinguished, replaced by a more terrifying aura of oppression. He violently lashed his entangled tail, not to break free, but to deliberately let the earth law chains tighten further. Seizing the moment, his tail erupted with terrifying power, and with the chains still attached, he hurled primordial Qilin fiercely toward primordial phoenix. Seeing this, primordial phoenix narrowed his pupils. He flapped his wings to evade, but was obstructed by the earthly turbid aura emanating from primordial Qilin's body. In the instant the two figures collided, the ancestral dragon seized the opportunity. His claws tore through space-time, appearing directly behind primordial phoenix. The tips of his claws gathered the law of annihilation, which seemed capable of destroying all things, and struck viciously at her still unhealed left wing. Courting death, primordial phoenix roared as she turned the nirvana flame on her phoenix feather sword surging. The moment it clashed with the dragon claws, an even more terrifying annihilation erupted at the level of laws. The phoenix feather sword was knocked flying from her hand. Primordial Phoenix's left wing sustained fresh wounds, and blood rained down like droplets, spattering onto space-time fragments where it ignited tiny lotus flames. Primordial Qilin struck again with savage fury. The Qilin seal plummeted from the heights of infinite space-time, aiming directly for the ancestral dragon's head. The beast phantom on the seal was no longer defensive, but transformed into billions of law-sharp rays. Each ray carried the primal ferocity of the primordial wilderness's beast, stabbing toward the ancestral dragon's horns like a swarm of ants gnawing on bone. The ancestral dragon neither dodged nor blocked. The chaotic light on his horns blazed intensely as he directly withstood the heavy blow of the Qilin seal. The result was that the Qilin seal was sent flying backward, shattering billions of space-time fragments, while the ancestral dragon's horns only bore a faint white mark. He raised a claw, and the scale beneath his neck suddenly split open. A dark black token flowing with the aura of water shot out. It was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Mystic Abyss Dragon Token. The token hung in the air, instantly drawing upon the essence of the endless waters beneath the primordial wilderness, transforming into billions of pitch-black water dragons. These dragons were not physical, but condensed from pure water power. Wherever they passed, laws crumbled and space-time dissolved. They bypassed the phoenix feather sword that Primordial Phoenix had sent flying and charged straight at Primordial Qilin. Opening and closing their dragon maws, they spewed terrifying cold that could freeze the operation of heavenly and earthly laws, causing even Primordial Qilin's earth law to momentarily stagnate. Primordial Qilin roared, and the terrifying power on his horns surged, tearing apart 3 water dragons by force. Yet a 4th water dragon grazed his shoulder, instantly freezing a layer of pitch-black ice over his golden scales. Beneath the ice, the flesh was silently eroded by the water Dao law. Forced to mobilize earthly turbid chi to shatter the ice shell, his golden blood mixed with ice shards splattered, staining a vast expanse of spacetime. This melee had long since spread across countless more spacetimes. Across infinite dimensions of space-time, the countless incarnations of the three supreme beings continuously clashed in various forms and methods. The ancestral dragon's water Dao turned into a surging chaotic torrent. Primordial Phoenix's Nirvana Dao condensed into flames that could incinerate the chaos. Primordial Qilins Earth Dao transformed into a primordial rock that bore all things. The three intertwined and collided, making this space-time even more disordered and violent. Across endless timelines and infinite spacetimes, their figures constantly shuttled. Each clash annihilated countless possible futures while giving birth to new, unknown trajectories. The ancestral dragon manipulated the mystic abyss dragon token and the ancestral dragon pearl. As the two treasures resonated, the endless waters and the essence of the four seas merged, forming a chaotic water pillar that pierced through all dimensions. At the pillar's summit, the ancestral dragon pearl radiated a pressure akin to the opening of heaven and earth. The pillar's body was entwined with annihilation water dragons drawn forth by the mystic abyss dragon token. Wherever it passed, billions of space-time dimensions crumbled like foam, and even the vast world clusters born from the collisions were instantly devoured. Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin exchanged a glance, reaching a brief mutual understanding. Primordial Phoenix flapped her wings and soared high, the phoenix bell suspended above her head. The sound waves of life-death reincarnation formed a barrier composed of the birth and death illusions of billions of beings, temporarily halting the water pillar's charge. The law power within the sound waves continuously dissolved the Dao law power contained in the water dragons. Primordial Qilin sank into the crevices of space-time. The Qilin seal manifested behind him as a divine seal covering all heavens. Countless earthly spiritual veins surged from the seal, coiling like chains around the base of the water pillar, attempting to annihilate it completely. Let's strike together. Primordial Qilin's roar pierced the soundwave barrier. Primordial Phoenix understood. With a beat of her wings, billions of fire feathers no longer scattered, but converged into a flame spear woven from numerous Dao laws. The spear tip flickered with the primordial fire capable of burning the chaos, aimed directly at the ancestral dragon pearl at the center of the water pillar. Zulong laughed wildly. Come then. He formed seals with his dragon claws, and the Zhenyuanzi dragon token and the ancestral dragon pearl suddenly merged. The endless waters and the origins of the four seas instantly reversed. The chaotic water pillar ceased its outward annihilation and began to collapse violently inward. At the center of the collapse, the ancestral dragon pearl erupted with a chaotic devouring force that pulled even the Dao auras of Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin, dragging them toward the vortex. The moment the flame spear collided with the vortex, the operation of the laws of spacetime in that region came to a momentary halt. Countless spacetime dimensions were utterly reduced to nothingness in that collision. Even the traces of their existence were erased. Those spacetime dimensions lucky enough to survive were completely twisted by the violent chaos of laws, turning into eerie domains that were neither born nor destroyed, neither existing nor non-existing. When the light faded, Zulong's dragon body bore several deep wounds that exposed the bone, and chaotic dragon scales lay scattered across the ground. Each falling scale carried the destruction of a vast spacetime world. Primordial Phoenix's left wing was nearly torn apart, and the Nirvana fire flickered dimly like a dying candle. Even the Dao laws within her body experienced rare turbulence. Primordial Qilin's horn was broken in half, and golden blood cascaded like a waterfall across countless spacetime dimensions. Each drop of blood as it landed shattered the laws of an entire spacetime. But the fighting spirit in their eyes burned ever more fiercely and also more madly. This great war that would decide the hegemony of the primordial world had only just entered its most dangerous phase. Zulong is too strong. Let's join forces and finish this quickly. Primordial Qilin transmitted to Primordial Phoenix. She nodded, and her phoenix eyes flashed with resolve. She exchanged a glance with Primordial Qilin, and they both activated their primordial power. Phoenix danced 9 heavens world incineration. Primordial Phoenix's Nirvana fire suddenly surged, and her body transformed into a chaotic sun that pierced through countless spacetime dimensions. The flames contained a terrifying power that could burn away the past and ignite the future. Wherever it passed, even time itself was set ablaze, crashing toward Zulong. The sound waves of the Phoenix Bell reached their extreme, exploding illusions of countless beings from birth to death within Zulong's divine sea, attempting to shake the foundation of his Dao heart. Qilin subduing the world, Dao annihilation. Primordial Qilin's body swelled countless times, merging with the Qilin seal to become a chaotic divine mountain that could suppress the eons. The mountain peak was covered with interwoven runes of various Dao laws, and each falling rune first shattered and then reorganized the laws of heaven and earth in a spacetime dimension, draining Zulong's water origin before crashing down heavily upon him. Excellent. Zulong's eyes flashed with madness. He abruptly opened his mouth and swallowed the ancestral dragon pearl, while simultaneously burning his boundless azure primordial power to invoke the deepest forbidden divine ability of the dragon clan. The Zhenyuanzi dragon token hovered above his head, releasing the water of no life nurtured by the endless waters. This water was not liquid, but a source of destruction that could annihilate all life and laws, forming a pitch-black domain around him. Dragon annihilating all heaven's chaos. His body erupted with unprecedented radiance, transforming into a chaotic beam of light that pierced through endless space-time. It contained the power of laws so terrifying that it ignored all defenses and Daos, colliding directly with the forbidden divine abilities of Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin. Boom! Countless space-time dimensions were completely annihilated in that instant, and even the concepts of space-time and laws were shattered, leaving behind an absolute void that even chaos could not describe. Zhulong's chaotic beam pierced through the blazing sun of world incineration and the divine mountain that subdued the world. One of Primordial Phoenix's wings was grazed by the beam and instantly turned to nothingness, and even the Nirvana fire nearly extinguished, leaving only a wisp of primordial soul light flickering in the void. Primordial Qilin's Qilin seal was sent flying, and a deep wound exposing the bone was torn across his chest. Golden blood poured like a Milky Way into the void, each drop carrying a shattered land. But Zhulong did not fare well either. The sound waves of the Phoenix Bell broke through his soul defense, and his divine sea felt as if struck by a chaotic hammer, causing his dragon body to convulse violently from the agony. The subduing world divine light of Primordial Qilin invaded his body, and countless cobweb-like cracks appeared on his dragon form. Even the chaotic dragon scales began to peel off in sheets, revealing bones like chaotic divine iron beneath. The three supreme powerhouses were all severely wounded and fell from the folds of space-time, crashing heavily onto the battlefield below. The three terrifying experts at the peak of Huntsman Golden Immortal simultaneously spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood turned into billions of law fragments in the air, each containing enough power to destroy a great world. Their auras instantly withered, yet they still stared fiercely at each other, their eyes interwoven with murderous intent and battle spirit, refusing to yield even a step. The terrifying pressure leaked from their fall swept across the battlefield below like a world-ending storm. Countless beings locked in battle, whether of the Dragon Phoenix or Qilin clans. Even those at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal were instantly reduced to dust under this pressure, leaving not even fragments of their souls. In just an instant, billions upon billions of primordial beings fell, and even some great Daluo Golden Immortals were severely wounded. However, at that moment, the calamity and evil aura that filled heaven and earth receded like a tide. With the dissipation of the calamity aura, the power of the Heavenly Dao returned, and the force that had clouded their minds disappeared. The primordial beings engaged in the Great War, including Zhulong Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin, seemed to suddenly come to their senses. Their minds and souls regained clarity, and as Zhulong Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin regained their clarity, the three supreme powerhouses stared blankly at the scene before them, the shattered heavens and earth, the flowing sea of blood, the battlefield below almost emptied, and the floating limbs of their own clansmen in the blood sea. This is... Primordial Phoenix trembled, looking at the corpses of the Phoenix clan below. Those familiar figures, the juniors she had carefully taught, the veterans who had followed her in countless battles, were now cold bodies. For the first time, her Phoenix eyes revealed endless grief and bewilderment. What have I done? Primordial Qilin stared blankly toward Mount Buzhou, where his clan members were falling in droves. The Qilin ancestral land was already drowned in a sea of blood. He had always believed he was fighting for the hegemony of the Qilin clan, but now it seemed that the so-called hegemony had only brought the clan to the brink of extinction. No, impossible. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with despair. I am the sinner of the Qilin clan. Zhulong's body trembled violently. He looked at the dragon corpses sinking into the blood sea, at the four seas corrupted by chaotic evil, and an unprecedented regret surged within him. Unify the primordial world. Attain the Honghuang Dao. He laughed bitterly, his voice full of self-mockery. In the end, it was I who personally pushed the Dragon Clan to destruction. I am the eternal sinner of the Dragon Clan. They had once been the exalted ancestors of their clans, peak Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortals, and rulers of the primordial world. But now they only saw themselves as sinners. Sinners who had buried the future of countless clansmen. Sinners who had destroyed the heavens and earth of the primordial world. Looking at this devastated world, feeling the lingering lament of heaven and earth, Zhulong Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin were filled with endless regret and despair. Their pride and ambition collapsed completely at this moment, leaving only deep-rooted pain and self-blame. As the primordial tribulation energy dissipated, the Heavenly Dao, which had been obscured by the calamitous miasma, finally returned. Sensing all that had transpired in the primordial world, the Heavenly Dao was immediately aware. In an instant, it comprehended the full scope of the Dragonhan cataclysm. The shattered world barriers, the turbulent East Sea, the southern continent reduced to scorched earth, the boundless sea of blood and corpses. Every act of slaughter and destruction was laid bare under the Heavenly Dao's scrutiny. The Heavenly Dao, stirred by the calamity, immediately descended with boundless karmic sin. The first to bear its brunt were the progenitors of the three great clans, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin. Inky black karmic forces coiled around their bodies like chains, seeping into the depths of their primordial spirits. Moreover, it was not only them. Every living being of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, regardless of strength, was engulfed by this endless karmic sin. From now on, not only would they find it difficult to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, but their cultivation would also be shackled by the karmic sin, unable to advance even a single step. Furthermore, the clan's fortune became stained with infinite karmic sin, and their own luck and blessings would be tainted by this terrifying force. Karmic sin. This is the karmic sin sent down by the Heavenly Dao. Ancestral Dragon felt the sinister heavy power within him, and regret deepened in his draconic eyes. Primordial Phoenix watched her kin writhing in agony, heard their desperate wails, and remorse flooded her heart like a tide. It is I have brought ruin upon the Phoenix clan. She recalled the fallen clansmen, the devastation that left fewer than 1 in 10,000 phoenixes, and her heart twisted with pain. Primordial Qilin's fierce aura dissipated entirely, leaving only boundless exhaustion and sorrow. He gazed at the blood-soaked earth at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, at the tattered banners of the Qilin clan, and murmured to himself, a king's ambition. In the end, it all amounts to nothing. Who have I been faithful to? The protection of Father Pangu, the trust of my clansmen. Now the three supreme beings, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin, were filled with overwhelming regret. Not only had their grand ambitions turned to dust, but their mighty clans were nearly decimated, their strength crippled. Worse, they had torn the primordial world asunder, causing endless slaughter and grievance, thus staining themselves with boundless karmic sin. It could be said that they had completely severed the future of their clans, even bringing the possibility of annihilation. Even if they somehow survived, countless beings of the primordial world would henceforth oppose them. From now on, the three primordial clans would be rejected by heaven and earth. Moreover, not only the current members of the three primordial clans would be despised by the world, their clan's fortune, stained with endless karmic sin, would also burden their descendants, who would bear the weight of heinous sins and find it nearly impossible to achieve any great success. Ancestral Dragon slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the surviving dragon clan behind him. Zhenyuanzi and the few remaining Honghuang Golden Immortals and Daluo Golden Immortals had withered auras. Many dragon cultivators bore injuries, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. He then looked toward the East Sea, still spewing chaotic destruction. The place where the dragon clan had risen, now continuously ravaging the primordial world and destroying their own home. Enough! Enough! Ancestral Dragon let out a desolate roar, as if he had made a decision within his heart. He spun around abruptly, waving his claw. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Yinglong and the others. Yinglong, take the clansmen back to the ancestral land, rest well, and preserve the last bloodline of the dragon clan. Yinglong and the others panicked, wanting to object, but were awed by the determination in Ancestral Dragon's eyes. They could only nod helplessly, as the clan leader commands. Watching the figures of his clansmen vanish beyond the horizon, Ancestral Dragon took a deep breath. His dragon head turned toward the heavens, his voice filled with boundless sorrow and solemnity, echoing across every corner of the primordial world. Heavenly Dao above. I, Ancestral Dragon, recklessly initiated the Great Tribulation, causing the beings of the primordial world to suffer, turning endless territories into ruins. My sins are heinous and unforgivable. I vow to seal the East Sea with my body to suppress the chaotic destruction. Henceforth the dragon clan shall retreat from the primordial continent, forever guard the four seas, carry out the heavenly mandate to move clouds and dispense rain and protect the tranquility of aquatic beings, thus atone for the sins of the dragon clan. May the Heavenly Dao witness this. As his words fell, Ancestral Dragon hesitated no more. His billion-mile-long dragon body trembled violently, emitting a dazzling golden light, the radiance of his burning primordial essence. Like a golden meteor piercing through heaven and earth, he plunged toward the turbulent East Sea. Boom! The moment his dragon body entered the sea, the entire East Sea churned violently, then quickly calmed. The fissures spewing chaotic destruction shrank visibly, and the malevolent energy subsided like a tamed beast, gradually falling silent. Ancestral Dragon's body merged with the laws of heaven and earth deep within the sea, forming an invisible barrier that firmly locked the world-shattering force beneath the ocean floor. In response, the Heavenly Dao felt it. Boundless golden merit descended from the 9 heavens, cascading like a waterfall into the East Sea, part of it merging with the remnants of Ancestral Dragon's true spirit and part spreading over the departing dragon clan figures. The karmic sin on the dragon clan was swept away like water washing over stone, nearly half dissolving instantly. Yet the remaining sin remained terrifyingly immense, branded deep into their fortune. Primordial Phoenix watched Ancestral Dragon's heroic act of sealing the sea, with his body a flicker of admiration in her phoenix eyes, which then turned into equal resolve. She waved her hand, sending the remaining Phoenix clansmen away, and her voice rang through the heavens and earth, Heavenly Dao above. Primordial Phoenix recklessly initiated the Great Tribulation, failing the mandate of heaven, reducing the southern continent to scorched earth, annihilating all life. My sins are profound. Now I vow to suppress the southern undying volcanoes with my body, to extinguish the flames of the earth, to calm the calamity, and thus dissolve the karma of the Phoenix clan. May the Heavenly Dao witness this. With these words, Primordial Phoenix transformed into a streak of seven-colored light, plunging into the deepest magma of the undying volcanoes. The erupting volcano cluster instantly fell silent. The towering smoke columns dissipated, the flowing lava gradually cooled and solidified, and the poisonous clouds shrouding the southern continent began to thin. The Heavenly Dao likewise stirred, descended with boundless merit, washing away the karmic sin on the Phoenix clan. And a hidden golden egg in a certain place received particular attention. Yet even this merit could not completely cleanse the Phoenix clan of all their karmic sin. The remaining sin was still immense. Primordial Qilin watched the choices of Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix, a glimmer of release in his eyes. He too first sent away the remaining Qilin clansmen, then looked over the devastated primordial earth, his voice solemn and sorrowful, Heavenly Dao above. Primordial Qilin recklessly initiated the Great Tribulation, failing the mandate of heaven, causing the earth's veins to break. My sins are beyond redemption. Now I vow to dissolve my body and transform into the auspicious energy of heaven and earth, to fill the boundary power of the central land's veins. Henceforth wherever the Qilin appear, auspicious signs shall emerge, thus repaying the sins of the Qilin clan. May the Heavenly Dao witness this. As his words fell, Primordial Qilin's body exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into billions of streams of seven-colored auspicious energy, showering the primordial earth like a gentle rain. These auspicious energies merged into the broken earth veins, reviving the collapsed mountains, seeped into the polluted rivers, making the water clear. It fell upon the scorched soil, prompting tender green sprouts to break through the ground. The Heavenly Dao stirred, descended with golden merit, scattering over the remaining Qilin clan. Their karmic sin was also dispelled by half. The vast primordial land, under the sacrifice of the ancestors of the three great clans, finally ushered in true tranquility. The East Sea rippled with clear waves, no longer harboring malevolent forces. The southern continent, though still broken, had ignited the hope of renewal. The central Earth's veins were stable, and auspicious energy permeated the air. However, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were no longer glorious. The remaining members, burdened with residual karmic hindrances, retreated to their ancestral lands, and seldom appeared thereafter. Their fortune was tainted by karma. Even if future generations occasionally possessed extraordinary talents, they were ultimately limited by karma, and could rarely achieve great success. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the three clans, besides the primordial three clans that had already been sent away, there were many surviving creatures from the myriad races of the primordial world. Among them were remnants of the scale armor tribe, wounded birds, surviving beasts, and countless survivors from small clans that had been attached to the three great clans. Now, as Ancestral Dragon and the others either filled the seas, suppressed the undying volcano, or repaired the primordial realm, the battlefield was left with these myriad race beings who had been caught in the great calamity and ultimately survived. They all intended to depart. Although they had been forced into the great calamity because of the three primordial clans causing their own clans to suffer heavy losses, some clans had only a few survivors left, and those completely wiped out were not even counted. Therefore their hearts were naturally filled with immense hatred for the three primordial clans. However, in this great calamity, although the three primordial clans had suffered severe losses, these affiliated clans, these small clans caught in the great calamity, had suffered even more devastating losses. Thus, even if the three primordial clans were equally diminished, even without the deterrence of Ancestral Dragon and the others, they were not something these surviving clans could easily contend with. They could only return to their own clan territories, recuperate, and plan for the future. However, just as they were about to leave the battlefield, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dull roar resounded through heaven and earth. The space-time around the battlefield suddenly twisted, and a vast formation that covered countless billions of trillions of miles, enveloping endless time and space, emerged out of thin air. On the formation, demonic runes interwove, black chi swirled, and countless demonic shadows howled within, emitting a terrifying aura that devoured everything. Not good. This is a peerless killing formation, exclaimed an experienced old cultivator, his face instantly turning pale. The formation seemed to span endless time and space, firmly trapping all surviving primordial creatures within. No matter which direction they tried to break through, they were repelled by a terrifying force. Then a sharp, piercing cackle resounded through heaven and earth, carrying a bone-chilling malice. The primordial 3 clans were sent off by Ancestral Dragon, and the others who ultimately sacrificed themselves to repair the heavens, allowing their remnants to survive. But you scum, who will protect you? The sinister words pierced like demonic sound into every creature's consciousness. The great calamity may be over, but your time of death has only just begun. Stay here and become the nourishment for my lord's enlightenment. Roar! A torrent of demonic chi surged from the core of the formation like a black tide, sweeping across heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, even space-time corroded with a sizzling sound. This demonic chi carried the purest power of destruction and corruption, invading the bodies of creatures without restraint. Low-level cultivators instantly screamed and exploded, their flesh and blood devoured by the demonic chi, turning into wisps of blood-baleful energy that merged into the formation. Some Tai Golden Immortals struggled to resist, but could only watch helplessly as the demonic chi eroded their flesh. Their primordial spirits were corrupted, and madness gradually crept into their eyes. Even Daluo Golden Immortals were entangled by the demonic chi, their laws of operation sluggish, their magical treasures dim, trapped in a bitter struggle. Who is it? Roared a Daluo Golden Immortal of the Scale Armor clan, wielding a postnatal spiritual treasure spear to pierce the demonic chi before him. You skulking coward, how dare you cause trouble here? The great calamity has passed, the Heavenly Dao has returned to its place. How dare you go against heaven and slaughter the creatures of the primordial world? Do you not fear divine retribution? Another Daluo Golden Immortal rasped in accusation, flames blazing around him, yet still unable to completely block the demonic chi. The response was even more violent demonic chi and an even more terrifying pressure. The demonic runes within the formation grew brighter, and countless black chains flew out from the formation's core, directly entangling the surviving creatures, continuously draining their magical power. Meanwhile, on the western continent Mount Shumi, a giant demonic formation covering the entire Mount Shumi also emerged, resonating with the demonic formation on the 3-clan battlefield, which was separated by an unknown number of time spaces and vast distances. This formation was connected to the battlefield formation through countless secret spatial passages. The flesh, primordial spirits, and law fragments of the creatures killed by demonic chi on the battlefield all turned into rolling blood baleful energy, flowing through the passages into Mount Shumi, where they were frantically absorbed by the Zhuxian sword formation hidden beneath the mountain. Above the Zhuxian sword formation, the 4 deadly swords, Zhuxian sword, Luxian sword, Xianxian sword, and Zhuexian sword, hummed loudly, their blood runes becoming clearer, emitting a terrifying edge capable of severing the laws of heaven and earth. At the formation's eye, Luoho was quietly watching this scene. Soon, very soon, Luoho's voice echoed in the demon palace. Once I absorb this blood baleful energy, the Zhuxian sword formation will become even more powerful. By then, even Hongjun will not be able to stop me. At this critical moment, when countless primordial creatures were being cruelly slaughtered, a figure in a dark yellow Taoist robe stepped out from the gap in space-time. Zhenyuanzi looked at the primordial creatures struggling within the formation, his brow slightly furrowed. The Dragonhan calamity had already caused the primordial world to lose over 90% of its life. If these survivors were also slaughtered, the vitality of the primordial world would likely be cut off by more than half. Luoho's methods are indeed becoming more insidious. Without any hesitation, he reached out and took out the Honghuang Liantian ruler. As soon as the ruler appeared, a chaotic halo instantly spread, and a pressure that surpassed the laws of heaven and earth emanated. Zhenyuanzi held the Liantian ruler and gently waved it. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a chaotic streamer that cut through the void like slicing tofu, and instantly struck the core of the demonic formation covering the battlefield. Crack! The seemingly indestructible demonic formation, which could trap countless primordial creatures, and even Daluo Golden Immortals, shattered like glass into pieces. The demonic runes, black chi, and vengeful souls within the formation instantly melted under the illumination of the chaotic streamer, leaving not a trace. Dozens of demonic strongmen hidden throughout the formation who were controlling it had their primordial spirits simultaneously shatter at the moment of the formation's destruction. Their bodies turned to ashes, unable even to let out a scream. Who is it? From outside the formation came the furious roar of the demonic commander. Zhenyuanzi, however, paid no heed. His figure flickered and vanished, leaving the rescued primordial creatures exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with relief at surviving the disaster and gratitude toward the one who had intervened. As for that demonic commander, after letting out a roar, he also quietly fled the place. After all, without the aid of the demonic formation, the other demonic strongmen present were almost all dead, and the main force of the demon race was not here. If he did not leave quickly, even the surviving primordial creatures alone would be enough to trouble him. Moreover, there was also the great power who had just acted. Mount Shumi, the Demon Palace. Luoho was sensing the changes in the Zhuxian sword formation as it absorbed the blood-baleful energy, when suddenly his expression changed drastically. His connection with the battlefield demonic formation had been severed in an instant. Luoho's eyes snapped open, a flicker of shock and doubt in them. Who broke my 10,000 demons soul-devouring formation? He was about to deduce the trace of the one who had acted, but his mind suddenly jumped, and he instinctively looked up into the void. For streaks of light pierced through endless space-time, traversing a distance as vast as the sands of the Ganges, in an instant appearing above Mount Shumi. The streaks dissipated, revealing 4 figures, each exuding a pressure that made heaven and earth tremble. At the forefront, clad in a plain Taoist robe with an ancient countenance, was none other than Ancestor Hongjun. Beside him, a Taoist in a blue robe holding a whisk surrounded by chaotic streams of energy with an ethereal and elusive aura was none other than Ancestor Yangmei. On the other side, 2 Taoists stood side by side. One wore a robe of yin and yang surrounded by a taiji diagram emanating the Tao rhythm of balancing heaven and earth. This was Ancestor Yin-yang. The other was draped in 5-colored radiance commanding the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth with an aura as heavy as the earth. This was Ancestor Wuxing. Ancestor Yangmei, Ancestor Yin-yang, and Ancestor Wuxing were naturally the allies invited by Ancestor Hongjun to deal with Luoho. As for Ancestor Qinkuan, who in the original trajectory of fate should have been invited by Ancestor Hongjun to join the battle, he had long since fallen at the hands of Zhenyuanzi. Therefore it was Ancestor Wuxing who took his place, invited by Ancestor Hongjun. But everyone present was a top-tier innate mighty being of the current Honghuang, all possessing the cultivation of the late Primordial Golden Immortal realm, with Ancestor Hongjun and Ancestor Yangmei even reaching the peak of the Primordial Golden Immortal realm. 3 fellow Taoists, this is the place. Hongjuan's gaze fell upon the demon palace atop Mount Shumi, his voice calm, yet carrying an irrefutable authority. The war of the 3 clans, the suffering of all living beings in Honghuang. All are the schemes of the demon ancestor Luoho here. He intends to harness the power of the great calamity, slaughter myriad races, nourish demonic chi, and ultimately attain enlightenment as a primordial, overturning Honghuang. Ancestor Yin-yang looked at the demonic formation spanning the heavens and earth above Mount Shumi, sensing the bloody aura connected to the battlefield, and frowned deeply. Such a thick smell of blood. Luoho's actions are tantamount to uprooting the foundation of Honghuang. Unforgivable. He cultivated the great Tao of yin and yang, emphasizing balance and order, while Luoho's demonic path was built on slaughter, destruction, and corruption, which contradicted his own path. Ancestor Wuxing, with the 5 elements laws swirling around him, flashed a sharp glint in his eyes. This fiend has turned the West into a forest of demonic energy, even polluting the spiritual chi. If he attains the Tao, will the Honghuang we depend on for survival become a demonic land? He controlled the 5 elements, and was closely connected to the Honghuang heaven and earth, making him deeply detest Luoho's actions. The 2 innate mighty beings would not easily trust Hongjuan's words, but even across an immeasurable distance, they could perceive the situation on the 3-clan battlefield. Moreover, with the heavenly laws gradually recovering, a brief deduction could reveal many things, thus filling their hearts with great hostility toward Luoho. After all, such a being who schemed behind the scenes to harm Honghuang was naturally not welcomed by them. The current Honghuang heaven and earth was still the place they relied on for survival. Luoho's demonic path was transforming the Honghuang into a realm of dense demonic energy incompatible with their own great Taos. If Luoho were to attain the Tao, Honghuang would no longer be suitable for their cultivation unless they changed their fundamental foundations. More importantly, both of them harbored the ambition to rule over Honghuang, so they would naturally not allow a demonic heretic like Luoho to seize the initiative. Only Ancestor Yangmei cast a subtle glance at Hongjun, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Having lived through the chaos era and known Hongjun for countless ages, how could he be unaware of the calculations in the other's heart? By using the war of the 3 clans to weaken the top combat power of Honghuang, then joining forces to eliminate Luoho, and finally integrating the order of Honghuang himself. This was a meticulously calculated plan. Yet he did not expose his thoughts, for if Luoho truly attained the Tao through the great calamity, it would be far from beneficial to him. If the demonic path reigned supreme, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could be polluted by demonic chi. Rather than letting Luoho succeed, it was better to assist Hongjun go with the flow and eliminate Luoho first. In the end, they would see who between him and Hongjun would attain the Tao first, and thus rule over Honghuang. Ancestor Yangmei gently flicked his whisk and said calmly, Luoho's actions are too overbearing. Indeed, he should be taught that Honghuang is not his personal dojo. Seeing the 3 clear attitudes, Hongjuan's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. He looked up at the demon palace, his voice resounding across Mount Shumi. Luoho, come out and accept your death. Inside the demon palace, Luoho heard the conversation outside. Instead of panicking, he burst into wild laughter. Hongjun, Youngmei, and Inyang and 5 elements. Quite a few old friends have come. Since you're here, all of you stay and become the stepping stones for my enlightenment. As his words fell, the entire Mount Shumi trembled violently. Billowing demonic chi surged skyward, merging with the fierce aura of the immortal slaying sword formation to form a black pillar that pierced the heavens and earth. Then Luoho's figure emerged, standing atop the world-destroying Black Lotus, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Luoho swept his gaze over the assembled mighty beings, then looked at the 3 ancestors, Yangmei, Inyang, and Wuxing. Behind Hongjun, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Hongjun, originally, this was a conflict between Dao and Demon, where victory would be determined by our own means. Yet now you have brought 3 helpers. Are you perhaps afraid of me? Demonic chi surged around him, the fierce aura of the immortal slaying sword formation already connected to his own, his eyes full of disdain. Hongjun's expression remained calm, holding the creation jade disc, and spoke flatly. Fellow Taoist Luoho, you are mistaken. You have disturbed Honghuang with the demonic path, slaughtered myriad races, causing the heavens and earth to crack, and living beings to suffer. This is no longer a personal feud between us, but an act of enmity against the survival of Honghuang itself. His gaze swept over the demonic chi lingering around Mount Shumi, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. If you can abandon the demonic path, abolish your demonic cultivation, and Dao fruit, repent sincerely, and join us in protecting Honghuang, you may yet find a chance to survive. What is there to say to a demon of the universe? Ancestor Inyang stepped forward, yin and yang energies swirling around him. The demonic path is inherently contrary to heaven's principles, nourishing itself through slaughter. Leaving you in Honghuang for a single day is a day of calamity. Better to abolish your cultivation early, perhaps you might preserve a remnant of your soul. Ancestor Wuxing also spoke coldly. If the demon is not eliminated, the Dao cannot survive. Luoho, you are now the target of all. If you are wise, surrender and bind yourself. Otherwise, do not blame us for joining forces to utterly annihilate you. Ha ha ha. Luoho laughed wildly upon hearing this, his laughter filled with madness and disdain. Abolish my cultivation. Surrender. Hongjun, do you take me for an ignorant child? Luoho was no naive fool. In the struggle for the great Dao, there was only life or death. If he were to abolish his demonic path cultivation and Dao fruit, he would be completely cutting off his own future, his strength greatly diminished. Even if he survived, he would likely end up in a miserable state. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the void. The way of the demonic path is to defy heaven and attain the Dao through slaughter. If you wish to stop me, then taste the power of my immortal slaying formation. As his words fell, Luoho pointed with his fingers, and an earth-shattering roar came from the base of Mount Shumi. For sinister swords suddenly burst forth from the mountain, suspended between heaven and earth. The Zhuxian sword gleamed with a chilling edge, as if capable of severing causality itself. The Luxian sword radiated a sanguine aura, exuding a murderous intent. The Xianxian sword vanished into the void, concealing boundless lethal schemes, while the Juetian sword was shrouded in black mist, imbued with the Dao resonance of annihilation. With the 4 swords forming a formation, the Zhuxian array diagram unfurled at the formations, instantly enveloping countless billions of light-years of space-time. A poem attests it is neither bronze, nor iron, nor steel once hidden beneath Mount Shumi. Without the reversal of yin and yang and refinement, how could it be tempered by water and fire? The Zhuxian sword is sharp, the Luxian sword brings death, the Xianxian sword stirs red light everywhere. The Juetian sword changes in infinite subtlety, staining the robes of even the great Luo immortals with blood. Above is the classic, below I humbly offer my own. Neither gold, nor jade, nor frost once forged on the summit of Mount Shumi. Without relying on the cauldron of heaven and earth, how could it be tempered by the sun and moon's cold glare? When the formation opens, heaven and earth change in wind and cloud. When the sword falls, gods and demons lose their souls. Even if a great Luo immortal wields a treasure, it is hard to escape the 4 swords staining the primal chaos. With the activation of the Zhuxian sword formation, the immeasurable killing intent, baleful aura, and calamitous energy accumulated in the primordial wilderness surged toward the array diagram, like rivers returning to the sea, amplifying the might of the 4 ferocious swords by countless times. The runes on the sword blades blazed, forming a killing array that pierced through heaven and earth, blocking all space-time and cosmic laws outside the formation. Upon seeing this, Hongjun and the other 3 top-tier primordial great beings all changed expression. What a terrifying killing formation. Wuxing Laozu's pupils contracted as he felt the edge that could rend everything in the world, and for the first time a sense of wariness arose in his heart. Inyang Laozu gripped the Taiji diagram tightly and said in a deep voice, "This formation draws upon the killing intent of heaven and earth, its edge unmatched, its murderous aura too intense." Yangmei Laozu gazed solemnly at the flowing spatial laws within the formation, but remained silent. Hongjun also discerned some clues, but refrained from explaining for the moment. You dare to come and hinder my attainment of the Dao. Luoho's roar came from within the formation. Then do you have the courage to enter the formation? Why not? Inyang Laozu, naturally hot-tempered, was provoked by Luoho and blazed with fury. Clutching the Taiji diagram, he flew toward the Juexian formation gate. Today I shall show you the true power of the Inyang Great Dao. Wuxing Laozu was not to be outdone. Radiating five-colored light, he carried the 5 elements diagram, the 5 elements mountain, and the 5 elements sword, 3 spiritual treasures, straight toward the Luxian formation gate. Let me see if your broken formation can withstand my 5 elements power. Daoist. Hongjun seemed about to dissuade them, but it was too late. He could perceive the extreme danger of this formation. Though Inyang and Wuxing were protected by supreme treasures or top-grade spiritual treasures, they might not emerge unscathed. But since matters had come to this, he could only say solemnly, Daoist Yangmei, let us enter the formation as well. Yangmei Laozu nodded, and with a flicker of his figure he transformed into a cyan rainbow and plunged into the Xianxian formation gate. Hongjun, holding the Pangu banner with the 12-grade golden lotus above his head, stepped slowly into the Zhuxian formation gate. The moment the 4 primordial great beings entered the Zhuxian sword formation roared to life. Boom! Endless netherworld, baleful energy, and earthly turbid chi erupted from the formations, like black tides instantly flooding the 4 subformations. Then countless sword ki of slaughter appeared out of thin air, blotting out the sky. Each sword ki contained the power to sever laws and destroy primordial spirits, pouring down like a torrential rain. Inside the Juexian formation, Inyang Laozu instantly summoned the supreme treasure Taiji diagram. The diagram unfolded yin and yang chi flowing endlessly, forming an impregnable defensive barrier. The sword ki clashed against the barrier with crisp clanging sounds, but could never breach the defense. Yet the killing moves of the Juexian formation did not end there. Within the formation laws were inverted yin and yang, thrown into chaos, and even the flow of time became erratic, attempting to disrupt Inyang Laozu's Dao heart. A mere trick. Inyang Laozu snorted coldly, forming hand seals. The Inyang fish on the Taiji diagram spun rapidly, forcibly righting the disordered laws and rebounding a surge of Inyang power that shattered the surrounding sword ki. Inside the Luxian formation, the pressure on Wuxing Laozu was even greater. The Luxian sword governed slaughter, and within this formation the sword ki was the most ferocious, laced with a venomous, baleful aura that corroded the primordial spirit. Wuxing Laozu dared not be careless. He spread the 5 elements diagram, and the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth formed a 5-colored barrier. The 5 elements mountain hovered above his head, letting fall countless strands of earth element divine light to stabilize his mind. The 5 elements sword circled before him, emitting 5 law-infused sword ki that collided with the slaughter sword ki within the formation. Bang! 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 The thunderous clashes of sword ki rang without cease. The 5 elements laws and the laws of slaughter constantly annihilated and recombined, causing the entire Luxian formation to tremble violently. Wuxing Laozu's face turned slightly pale. The ferocity and power of the Luxian sword were even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Within the Zhuxian formation, Hongjuan's expression remained calm. The 12-grade golden lotus above his head radiated immeasurable golden light of merit, completely isolating the surrounding blood aura and slaughter sword ki. The lotus platform spun, emitting a Dao resonance that purified all things. He was not in a hurry to break the formation. Instead, holding the Pangu banner, he quietly observed the flow of laws within the formation. This formation was based on the 4 Zhuxian swords guided by the killing array diagram, and its core lay in those 4 killing swords. If he could seize those 4 swords, the formation would naturally collapse. Inside the Xianxian formation, Yangmei Laozu's figure flickered in and out of sight. He was adept in the great Dao of space, and the spatial mazes of the Xianxian formation were as nothing to him. Above his head, a reddish cosmic golden tower faintly hovered, its body engraved with endless spatial runes. Mystic light cascaded down, merging his form completely into the void. No matter how the sword ki within the formation crisscrossed or concealed its ambushes, none could touch him in the slightest. He even had the leisure to observe the formation's seeking an opportunity to break it. Quite interesting. Yangmei Laozu's lips curled slightly. Luoho's formation may be strong, but it cannot trap me. Outside the formation, Luoho watched the scenes within the 4 subformations, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes before turning into a cold smile. You can withstand it for a moment, but not forever. When the formation's power is pushed to its extreme, that will be the moment of your fall. He formed hand seals, pouring his boundless mana continuously into the Zhuxian sword formation. In an instant, the 4 ferocious swords blazed with intense light, and the slaughter sword ki within the formation grew denser and more terrifying, even the heavens and earth trembling under the formation's oppressive might. Meanwhile, on the summit of a nameless, immortal mountain in the western continent. Zhenyuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, his robes gently fluttering in the mountain breeze. His gaze appeared calm, yet it pierced through an immeasurable distance, crossing layers of space-time barriers, and clearly reflected the earth-shattering scene atop Mount Sumi. The Zhuxian sword formation hung in the sky. The four ferocious swords radiated an edge that could tear heaven and earth apart. Within the formation, the clash of Dao and demonic power caused the laws of heaven and earth to tremble violently. The final battle of the Dao-demon conflict has finally arrived. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhenyuanzi's mouth, his eyes gleaming with a knowing light. Upon seeing Luoho activate the Zhuxian sword formation, and the four top-tier primordial great beings, including Hongjun, enter the formation, Zhenyuanzi understood that the decisive battle of the Dao-demon conflict had officially begun. Moreover, he could sense that once the Zhuxian sword formation was set in motion, it became an independent world of arrays, isolating all internal and external connections, even locking spacetime completely. To counter the four top-tier primordial great beings, Luoho would inevitably sink his entire mind into the formation, leaving no energy to attend to the outside world. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The demon race has operated in the West for countless eons. As one of the first batch of primordial divine demons born from the opening of Heaven, Luoho's treasury must hold immeasurable resources and countless treasures. It is time to pay a visit to the demon clan's treasury. A thought stirred in Zhenyuanzi's mind, and in an instant the Honghuang measuring ruler silently materialized in his hand. This ruler coursed with a chaotic luster, and the Dao runes inscribed upon its body flickered faintly, exuding a power that could tear through time and space. Zhenyuanzi perfectly merged his aura with the chaos great Dao compass, completely concealing the celestial secrets. Then with a single step he transformed into a barely perceptible streak of light, along with the Honghuang sky measuring ruler. The streak of light traversed endless gaps in space-time, crossing a distance as vast as the number of grains of sand in the Ganges. In the instant a thought arose, it had already descended upon Mount Sumeru. At this time Mount Sumeru still harbored numerous powerful demonic entities, yet they were utterly unable to detect Zhenyuanzi's arrival. He silently surveyed the entire mountain while beginning to deduce. Soon he sensed a region deep within the mountain's belly, heavily encased by layers of formations. That region was shrouded by at least 10 layers of innate formations, their interwoven array patterns exuding an aura that blocked divine sense and defended against all arts. Clearly a demonic stronghold. This is the place, Zhenyuanzi affirmed in his heart. An ordinary treasure vault would never be guarded by such meticulous formations, and the concentration of precious chi here far surpassed elsewhere, indicating a hidden treasure of great value. However, perhaps because Luo, who had long resided on Mount Sumeru, which served as his home base, or for some other reason, this area, despite being protected by numerous innate formations, was not personally guarded by any demonic powerhouse. Zhenyuanzi took a single step and arrived before the formations. Though these formations were extremely profound, even employing several innate spiritual treasures as array eyes, it would still take him considerable time to break them. Yet before the Honghuang sky-measuring ruler, they could be completely ignored. Without pausing, Zhenyuanzi held the ruler and gently traced a line. Rip! A rift in time and space appeared out of thin air, directly piercing through the 10 layers of innate formations, revealing a passage to the treasure vault. Zhenyuanzi stepped into the rift, and it instantly healed, as if it had never existed, without even triggering the formation's alarm. The moment he entered the vault, he immediately surveyed the demonic treasure trove. Above, a star-studded void stretched out, below the ground was paved with innate spiritual jade. In the distance, surging rivers of spiritual veins flowed, exuding an extremely dense fluctuation of spiritual energy. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. Spiritual veins spanning the heavens coiled like golden dragons in the void, constantly emitting an intense innate spiritual chi. Among them, several core spiritual veins were of the supreme innate grade, second only to the exceedingly rare innate ancestral veins. Vast quantities of immortal divine metals and divine ores were piled into mountains, including all attributes such as Gung metal, Rin water, and Bing fire. In particular, the innate Gung metal, abundant in the west, formed a mine stretching billions of miles, gleaming with an incomparable sharpness enough to refine countless treasures. Countless innate spiritual herbs and medicinal plants grew in the spirit fields: nether grass, blood lotus, black heart orchid. The variety and quantity were in no way inferior to the treasure vaults of the 3 innate clans. In the area where innate spiritual roots were planted, dozens of mid and low-grade innate spiritual roots stood in neat rows, each with unique effects and extraordinary qualities. At the center of these spiritual roots, an ancient tree towering 1,000 zhang was particularly conspicuous. Its trunk was pitch black, its leaves like swords, and black lightning coiled around its branches. This was the high-grade innate spiritual root, the world-destroying demonic elm. This tree blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and ripens once every 10,000 years, a total of 30,000 years to harvest 18 fruits. The world-destroying fruit it bears contains a sliver of the essence of the destruction Dao. Consuming one can instantly enhance a great Luo cultivator's cultivation by 10,000 years of power and aid in comprehending the law of destruction. Truly worthy of a demonic treasure vault, Zhenyuanzi sighed inwardly. The spiritual veins, mineral veins, herbs, and spiritual roots alone already match the foundation of the Dragon Clan's treasury. If other treasures were included, the demonic vault would likely surpass it. After all, unlike the treasure vaults of the three innate clans, this demonic treasury contained over 200 innate spiritual treasures. Although most were low and mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, there were also over 10 high-grade innate spiritual treasures, making them extremely valuable. And this did not even count the innate spiritual treasures held by various demonic powerhouses outside. Zhenyuanzi now arrived at the area where the innate spiritual treasures were stored. In this region, several hundred radiant light clusters floated, each emitting a different aura of spiritual treasure. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zhenyuanzi counted 233 innate spiritual treasures. Among them there were 180 low-grade innate spiritual treasures and 42 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, each exuding formidable power enough to make great Daluo Golden Immortals fight to the death over them. The most precious were the 11 high-grade innate spiritual treasures, each possessing terrifying might. Luo who truly has a rich foundation. Zhenyuanzi couldn't help but remark. The three innate clans, after countless great battles, had few innate spiritual treasures left in their vaults, most having been distributed to their clans' powerhouses for use. Yet the demonic race, relying solely on the western lands, had amassed so many spiritual treasures, and when adding those used by demonic powerhouses, the number was even greater, demonstrating their ruthless plundering. After all, Luo who did not possess the innate supreme treasure, the Qinquan cauldron, to refine innate spiritual treasures. Thus, although the ancient Qinquan patriarch also had many innate spiritual treasures, the two were not comparable. One could only say that as the master of the entire Western demonic race, Luo, who was indeed one of the first top-grade innate divine beings after the creation of the world, and his wealth was truly vast. These treasures, spiritual treasures, and spiritual roots should all be the accumulation of resources that the demonic race had plundered from the West. In addition, Luo, whose personal treasures were likely also stored here. But now all of this would become his for the taking. Without any hesitation, Zhenyuanzi directly summoned the Earth Book. The book unfurled, revealing a boundless space within its pages, emitting a suction force that devoured the heavens and the earth. With a point of his finger, the spiritual veins, mineral veins, herbs, spiritual roots, and spiritual treasures within the vault, as if drawn by an invisible force, transformed into streams of light continuously flying into the Earth Book space. The world-destroying demonic elm was uprooted along with the surrounding spiritual soil and flew into the Earth Book. The innate gung-metal vein was relocated whole, merging into the pages as a golden torrent. The 233 innate spiritual treasures, like birds returning to their nests, arranged themselves neatly on the jade shelves within the Earth Book space. The entire process was smooth and fluid, and within a few breaths this vast treasury, as immense as a great world, was emptied, not even a single spiritual herb left behind. Zhenyuanzi put away the Earth Book and dusted off his hands as if he had merely done a trivial task. Then, with a wave of his hand, just as he had done with the three innate clan treasuries earlier, he conjured the original appearance of the treasures, so that without personally inspecting them one could never discern the truth. After completing all this, he once again concealed his form and silently withdrew from the treasure vault area, arriving at a temporal rift outside Mount Sumeru. From this vantage point, the entire immortal slaying sword formation could be seen in full view, and he could also keep track of Luo whose movements at any time. Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged directly within the temporal rift, watching with keen interest. In the conflict between Hongjun and Luo who will inevitably choose to detonate the Western Earth veins. When that time comes, I need only stop him in time, he thought to himself while beginning to tally the gains from this expedition. Within the Earth Book's vast space were now stored all the accumulations of the three innate clan treasuries and the demonic treasury, the pile of various treasures and resources reaching an astronomical number. Meanwhile, within the immortal slaying sword formation, the fierce battle was reaching its peak. Within the space of the Earth Book, there were now stored all the accumulations of the three innate clan treasuries and the demonic treasury, the pile of various treasures and resources reaching an astronomical number. In the core space of the immortal slaying sword formation, Luo stood atop the world-destroying Black Lotus, watching Hongjun and the others withstand the sword chi with their ultimate treasures or spiritual treasures. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. The god-slaying spear in his fingertips trembled slightly, its tip flowing with the Dao rhythm of slaughter and annihilation. His voice echoed through the four arrays like a chilling wind from the underworld, Do you truly believe this is the full extent of the immortal slaying sword formation? How naive. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Ho swiftly formed a hand seal. The four-dimensional spaces of the formation trembled violently. Endless, ferocious, and bloodthirsty baleful chi surged from the formation, eyes coalescing in midair into an infinite, unceasing torrent of pitch-black sword rays. These sword rays were no longer a chaotic deluge. They possessed life, transforming into black dragons and demonic shadows, shrieking as they tore at the soul, madly pouncing toward Hongjun and the others. Within the Slaughter Immortal formation, the sword chi was already the most violent and ferocious. Now it surged like a tide, saturated with poisonous, baleful energy that corroded the primordial spirit. Alas, Wuxing Laozu was the only one among these primordial great beings without a protective ultimate treasure. His cultivation was merely at the late stage of the Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal. Facing the raging infinite sword chi of the Slaughter Immortal sword formation and the innate poisonous baleful energy madly corroding his primordial spirit, he found himself struggling to cope. Even with the ultimate innate spiritual treasures, the 5 elements diagram and the 5 elements mountain, shielding him, he still felt the terror of the slaughter sword chi and the innate poisonous baleful energy. As time passed, he sensed the protective barriers of the 5 elements diagram and the 5 elements mountain being shaken. His own primordial spirit and mana were suppressed, and his realm and power felt subtly diminished. This filled him with alarm. He hurriedly poured more mana into his treasures, driving them with all his might. The 5 elements laws swirled around him. The 5 elements diagram unfurled into a 5-colored light curtain draping over his body. The 5 elements mountain hovered above his head, casting down 5-colored mysterious light for protection, and the 5 elements sword transformed into 5 rivers of law, ceaselessly cleaving the incoming sword rays. Bang, bang, bang. The slaughter sword chi clashed with the 5 elements power. Under the endless assault, Wuxing Laozu's chi and blood surged turbulently. The poisonous baleful energy contained within those sword rays was like clinging gangrene seeping through the gaps in his defenses, corroding his primordial spirit and causing stabbing pain in his sea of consciousness. Such a formidable corrosive force. Wuxing Laozu's heart quaked. He could clearly sense that his primordial spirit's operation was slowing and his control over the 5 elements laws had become subtly sluggish. Even more horrifying was that as time wore on, the radiance of the 5 elements diagram and the 5 elements mountain was visibly dimming. The defenses of these 2 ultimate innate spiritual treasures had been forcibly shaken. I can't stay on the defensive any longer. Wuxing Laozu roared, channeling his entire mana. The 5 elements sword suddenly expanded billions of times, transforming into a divine sword that pierced heaven and earth, and he slashed it fiercely toward the torrent of sword chi ahead. Boom. Where the divine sword passed, billions of sword rays shattered, but even more slaughter sword rays surged in like a tide, instantly filling the void. Wuxing Laozu's face turned pale, and a trickle of golden blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. In the previous attack, not only had he failed to shake the formation space, but he had also suffered backlash. At that moment, a towering demonic shadow burst through the torrent of sword chi, charging straight at him. Luo Ho had arrived. Wuxing Laozu was the first target Luo Ho had chosen. After all, he was merely at the late stage of the Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal, and the only one without an ultimate treasure, so naturally, he was the easiest prey. Luo Ho wore the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the Demon Tower, atop his head. The tower was pitch black, casting down billions of demonic chi chains that blocked all surrounding sword chi outside his body. Beneath his feet, the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus slowly rotated, emitting ripples that purified all attacks. In his right hand, the god-slaying spear gleamed with lethal edge. At the slightest touch of its tip, countless spacetime collapsed beneath it. In his left hand, he held the world-destroying millstone, which rotated, radiating a terrifying might that crushed the very laws of the Dao. Wuxing, you brat, die. Luo Ho's voice carried an overwhelming pressure, causing Wuxing Laozu's primordial spirit to tremble violently even before he drew near. Wuxing Laozu's pupils shrank, and a storm of complex emotions surged in his heart. He was utterly numb, completely petrified. At the same time, only one thought arose in his mind: steady. Too steady. But it wasn't him that was steady. It was Luo Ho, that demon who was far too steady. He saw clearly every piece of Luo Ho's equipment was at least an ultimate innate spiritual treasure, especially the god-slaying spear and the world-destroying millstone, whose emitted might was terrifying. They were heavenly baleful treasures, no less formidable than innate supreme treasures. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, facing him, Luo Ho was still deploying such a formidable arsenal. Madman. Luo Ho, you madman. You used such a grand display against me. Wuxing Laozu wailed, inwardly knowing he was no match. He turned to flee. But the immortal slaying sword formation had already sealed off the space and time within, and without locking the spatial laws completely. As soon as he attempted his escape technique, the surrounding sword chi blocked it, making it impossible to break through. There was no easy escape. Think you can escape? Luoho sneered. The god-slaying spear trembled, its tip turning into a black line that pierced through space-time, instantly appearing before Wuxing Laozu. Wuxing Laozu gritted his teeth, simultaneously blocking the five elements diagram and the five elements mountain in front of him, while the five elements sword transformed into a five-colored streak of light, thrusting straight for Luoho's heart in a desperate attempt to trade blows. Clang! The god-slaying spear clashed with the five elements sword. The five elements sword was instantly sent flying, the five elements laws on its blade thrown into disarray. Then the spear tip slammed heavily into the five elements diagram and the five elements mountain. Crack! The light curtain of the five elements diagram twisted violently, spiderweb cracks appearing. The five elements mountain was sent tumbling backward, most of the runes on its surface dimmed. Wuxing Laozu was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body exploding into a cloud of blood mist. But as a great being at the late stage of the Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal, a golden primordial spirit flew out from the blood mist, rapidly condensing a new body, though his aura had declined by more than one level. Not over yet. Luoho was relentless. He hurled the world-destroying millstone in his left hand. The millstone spun rapidly in midair, transforming into a chaotic millstone that devoured everything. Wherever it passed, the five elements laws shattered and space-time dimensions annihilated. Wuxing Laozu's newly formed body was ground to pieces again by the millstone, and a crack even appeared on his primordial spirit. Luoho, how dare you? Wuxing Laozu's primordial spirit howled, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He could feel that Luoho's attack was targeting his original Dao fruit. Once the Dao fruit was destroyed, he would be completely annihilated. In the best case, his innate, indestructible spiritual light would fall into the eternal calamity land, requiring endless ages to recover. Wuxing Laozu was naturally unwilling to accept such a fate. The two supreme beings immediately engaged in a brutal slaughter within the Slaughter Immortal formation. Luoho's every strike carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. The god-slaying spear shattered laws, the world, destroying millstone crushed time and space. The heaven demon tower stabilized souls, and the 12-petal black lotus protected his own body, utterly suppressing the five elements ancestor. The five elements ancestor, on the other hand, had to contend with the killing sword chi of the immortal slaying sword formation while facing Luoho's ferocious attacks. His body was blasted apart time and again, but he forcibly recondensed it using the indestructible nature of a Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal, resurrecting repeatedly. His five elements diagram and five elements mountain grew increasingly weaker in defense, and his five elements sword was entangled by the chains of the heaven demon tower, making it difficult to wield. Each time he recondensed his body, his primordial Dao fruit was eroded a bit more by Luoho's demonic chi, bringing him one step closer to perishing. At that very moment, a terrifyingly immense power suddenly erupted within the absolute immortal formation. The Yin-Yang ancestor also sensed the situation within the slaying immortal formation, knowing that the five elements ancestor was on the brink of death, and that further delay would lead to total annihilation. He hesitated no longer and pushed the supreme innate treasure Taiji diagram to its extreme. Taiji gives birth to Liangyi, Liangyi transforms into Xixiang, Xixiang opens the golden bridge. Break for me. The yin and yang energies on the Taiji diagram spun violently, instantly transforming into a white jade golden bridge that spanned time and space. The golden bridge emanated a chaotic colored halo wherever it passed. The spatial barriers of the absolute immortal formation shattered inch by inch, actually tearing open a passage out of the formation. Not good. Luoho's face changed drastically. Although the immortal slaying sword formation after his refinement was hailed as the #1 killing formation under the Heavenly Dao, it was still difficult to restrict a supreme treasure of creation like the Taiji diagram. If he allowed the Yin-Yang ancestor to activate the Taiji diagram and transform it into the white jade golden bridge, the other party would surely escape directly from the immortal slaying sword formation, making it far more difficult to deal with them later. And if the Yin-Yang ancestor summoned more powerful beings, the situation might be completely reversed. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Luoho's divine sense surged wildly, instantly communicating with the entire immortal slaying sword formation and connecting with the Western land veins, channeling the power of the Western land veins to enhance the formation's might. Boom. The vast and vigorous power of the land veins of the entire Western continent surged, and endless land vein energy flowed along hidden channels into the immortal slaying sword formation. These forces were fierce and domineering, containing the vast and immense power accumulated over billions of years, instantly causing the brilliance of the four deadly swords to soar countless times. The might of the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly skyrocketed. Just as the white jade golden bridge was about to step out of the formation, it was violently struck by a sudden and terrifying force. The golden bridge trembled violently. The process of crossing space was forcibly interrupted, and it was shaken back into the absolute immortal formation. The Yin-Yang ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood essence, his face full of disbelief. This formation can actually draw upon the power of the Western land veins. Not only him, but also the 5 elements ancestor in the slaying immortal formation Hongjun, in the killing immortal formation, and the Yangmei ancestor in the trapping immortal formation all had their expressions changed drastically. How vast were the Western land veins? They were one of the foundations of the primordial chaos formed at the creation of the world, containing power sufficient to sustain the operation of the entire Western continent of the primeval world. Now drawn upon by the immortal slaying sword formation, the killing formations might underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Hongjun and Yangmei, today is your day of death. Luo Ho's manic laughter echoed through the 4 formations. The power of the Western land veins is inexhaustible. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. With the influx of land vein power, the killing sword chi in the formation became even more terrifying, each strand carrying the heaviness of the land veins essence and the sharpness of gung metal. The light screen of the 5 elements ancestors' 5 elements diagram shattered completely, and the 5 elements mountain was pierced with dozens of holes by the sword chi. The cracks on his primordial spirit grew larger, showing signs of exhaustion. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor's Taiji diagram was not damaged, it was tightly entangled by countless strands of sword chi infused with land vein power. Not to mention breaking the formation, even maintaining his own defense was extremely difficult. He could only barely protect himself. Within the killing immortal formation and the trapping immortal formation, the pressure on Hongjun and the Yangmei ancestor also increased several-fold. The 12-petal golden lotus above Hongjun's head trembled continuously, and the golden light of merit was cut by the sword chi with a sizzling sound. Although the Yangmei ancestor's red universe golden tower could traverse space, it was also locked onto by the land vein power and nearly hit by the sword chi several times, but overall he still managed with ease. The entire immortal slaying sword formation had fully unleashed its true unmatched might. Meanwhile, in the spatial rift outside the formation, Zhenyuanzi witnessed all of this. He also noticed the change in the immortal slaying sword formation and discovered that it was drawing upon the power of the land veins. However, Luo Ho was merely drawing upon the land vein power to enhance the immortal slaying sword formation and increase its might. As long as he did not choose to detonate the Western land veins, Zhenyuanzi would not intervene, and it would not cause much damage to the Western land veins. After all, if he had cut off the connection between the Western land veins and the immortal slaying sword formation earlier, then even though Luo Ho possessed the immortal slaying sword formation, it would not have been so easy for him to deal with 4 top-tier innate great powers at the same time, and he might not even have chosen to fight to the death. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, blood and baleful energy surged, and the land vein power poured into the 4 deadly swords like rivers in flood. Luo Ho stood at the formation's eye, his body interwoven with demonic chi and land vein power, a ferocious smile on his face and murderous intent in his eyes. Hongjun, Yangmei, Yin-Yang, 5 elements. Now is your day of death. Once I slay you all, no one in the primeval world can stop me from attaining the Dao. He then unleashed a series of great Dao seals, drawing upon the endless blood and baleful energy and land vein power within the formation, transforming them into demonic swords that pierced through time and space, madly slashing down at the figures in the 4 formations. The might of the entire immortal slaying sword formation, enhanced by the Western land veins, had reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, he continuously intensified his attacks. Within the slaying immortal formation, the 5 elements ancestor situation grew increasingly perilous. His body was repeatedly pierced by Luo Ho's god-slaying spear. The cracks on his primordial spirit deepened, and his primordial Dao fruit was entangled by blood and baleful energy, emitting a faint glow on the verge of shattering. Eroded by endless baleful and blood energy, his mind gradually blurred, leaving only a mad bloodlust in his eyes. Luo Ho, you want to kill me? I will self-detonate my Dao fruit and drag you down with me. Moi. Luo Ho raised an eyebrow, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Self-detonate your Dao fruit. You're worthy. Before his words faded, the 5 elements ancestor's primordial spirit suddenly swelled, and a world-destroying aura erupted from within him. He actually detonated his own primordial Dao fruit. 5 elements annihilation perished together. With a desperate roar, the 5 elements ancestor's primordial spirit exploded, completely transforming into a torrent of 5 elements that swept across the heavens. The 5 great laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth violently intertwined within the torrent, tearing apart countless dimensions of time and space, even forcibly shattering the spatial barriers of the slaying immortal formation. Not good. Luo Ho's face changed drastically. Instinctively, he summoned 2 top-grade innate defensive treasures to shield himself, while pushing the defenses of the Heaven Demon Tower and the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus to their limits. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 5 elements torrent slammed fiercely into the defenses. The two top-grade innate treasures shattered, instantly transforming into a rain of light. The Heaven Demon Tower and the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus trembled violently, their defensive light screens nearly collapsing. Luoho was shaken by the force, his blood and chi's surging, and black, demonic blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But in the end he managed to block the core power of the self-detonation. At the moment the array tore apart the three supreme, innate spiritual treasures left by the Wuxing Patriarch. The 5 elements diagram, the 5 elements mountain, and the 5 elements sword were propelled by the force of the self-detonation, transforming into 3 streaks of spiritual light that broke through the blockade of the immortal slaying sword formation and fled outward. Trying to escape. Luoho roared in fury, about to give chase, but then saw that within the Juetian array the Yingyang Patriarch had already begun to move again. He had to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the treasures and turn to attack the Juetian array. Outside the array, within a spatial rift, Zhenyuanzi was quietly observing. Suddenly he saw a fleeting fissure appear in the immortal slaying sword formation, and 3 streaks of spiritual light, wrapped in dense 5 elements laws, flew out. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The Honghuang measuring ruler shot out, instantly transforming into 3 chaotic streams of silk that precisely entangled the spiritual lights. Collect. With a soft command, the 5 elements diagram, the 5 elements mountain, and the 5 elements sword were absorbed into the space of the earth book. Zhenyuanzi weighed the gains in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, within the Juetian array, Luoho had already arrived. Seeing the Wuxing Patriarch self-destruct and fall, the Yingyang Patriarch's mind trembled violently. Influenced by the blood miasma in the array, his consciousness grew frenzied. Luoho, I will fight you to the death. He sacrificed the Taiji diagram, whose yin and yang energies formed a millstone that continuously ground away the incoming demonic energy and sword chi. At the same time, he activated the power of the supreme innate treasure in an attempt to break the array once more. Luoho sneered coldly. The god-slaying spear swept across its tip, radiating the aura of annihilation, clashing with the Taiji diagram. Old ghost of yin and yang Wuxing is dead. Do you think you can escape? Shh. The 2 top-tier innate primordial beings immediately engaged in battle. Although Luoho had sustained minor injuries from the Wuxing Patriarch's self-detonation, his demonic might remained undiminished. The god-slaying spear shattered laws, the world-destroying millstone crushed the Dao, the demon tower-bound souls, and the 12-petal Black Lotus protected his body. Each strike was vicious, targeting the Yingyang Patriarch's physical form and primordial spirit. The Yingyang Patriarch relied on the Taiji diagram to hold on, but he was already struggling. Though the Taiji diagram was powerful, his own cultivation was inferior to Luoho's, and suppressed by the immortal slaying sword formation, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. His body eroded by demonic energy, his primordial spirit shaken by the spear's light, he soon found himself on the verge of destruction. Ha ha ha. The demon is a foot tall, and the Dao is a foot high. Today I will show you that the Dao can also be destroyed. A flicker of madness flashed in the Yingyang Patriarch's eyes as he completely abandoned any hope of survival. Luoho, I curse you before the Heavenly Dao. May you never attain the Dao for eternity. With that, he too detonated his fundamental Dao fruit. This time, without the buffer of a superior innate spiritual treasure, the full force of the self-detonation fell upon the Demon Tower and the world-destroying Black Lotus. Boom! A power even more terrifying than the Wuxing Patriarch's self-detonation erupted. The Juetian array shattered completely, and the entire immortal slaying sword formation shook violently, with cracks even appearing on the formation's central diagram. Luoho's Demon Tower was knocked flying, a large dent in its body. The 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus also cracked, its defense completely breached. He himself was thrown back by the blast wave, his body shattered into pieces, suffering severe injuries, while also being backlashed by the formation. Luoho reformed his body, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Having endured 2 consecutive self-detonations from Daluo Golden Immortal late-stage powerhouses, even he was gravely wounded. However, although he had sustained a fundamental Dao wound, given time, he could still recover. And trading this for the fall of 2 top-tier innate beings was entirely worthwhile. He then prepared to retrieve the Taiji diagram left by the Yingyang Patriarch, but saw that supreme innate treasure transform into a streak of light and vanish into thin air within the array, as if taken by some great power. Who is it? Luoho roared, but had no time to investigate. Within the Xianxian array, the Yangmei Patriarch seized the moment of the formation's turbulence. The crimson void golden tower atop his head erupted with dazzling spatial divine light. Spatial escape. The Yangmei Patriarch's figure merged into the void, exploiting the formation's flaw to instantly traverse endless time and space, disappearing beyond the immortal slaying sword formation. Within the immortal slaying formation, Hongjun watched 2 fellow cultivators fall and 1 flee, and could not help but let out a long sigh. but a gleam of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he ceased to conceal his strength. Luoho, it's time to end this. Above Hongjun's head, a mysterious jade disc wreathed in myriad Dao principles slowly emerged. The broken chaotic supreme treasure, the creation jade disc. The disc cascaded down immeasurable creation divine light, like a waterfall enveloping Hongjun's entire body, purifying all the surrounding blood miasma. Appear. Hongjun's body trembled and 3 figures flew out from within him, each exuding the pressure of a Zhenyuanzi Golden Immortal at the late stage. These were the 3 corpses he had severed. Almost simultaneously, a white light flew in from the void and merged into one of the doppelgangers. It was the Taiji diagram left by the Inyan Patriarch. It was Hongjun relying on the creation jade disc who had summoned it and handed it to his doppelganger for use. Although not yet refined, it remained a supreme treasure of creation enough to unleash terrifying power. Another doppelganger wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff, and the central yellow flag, forming an impregnable defense. The last doppelganger held the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, with the merit golden light, and the ball's crushing power complementing each other. Hongjun's true body meanwhile wielded the Pangu banner with the creation jade disc above his head, his aura reaching an unprecedented peak. Is this the method of attaining the Dao through the 3 corpses? Luoho arrived at the immortal slaying formation and witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting sharply. For the first time he perceived the mystery within. So this was Hongjun's method of attaining the Dao. Die! Hongjun's true body uttered a low shout as the Pangu banner swung, sending an axe blade that rent the void, as if opening up heaven and earth, carrying the essence of sharpness straight toward Luoho. The 3 doppelgangers also struck simultaneously. The one holding the Taiji diagram manifested a white jade golden bridge, sealing Luoho's retreat. The doppelganger with the dragon head staff activated the yellow flag, which hung down billions of yellow lights to protect itself, while the staff in its hand struck directly at Luoho. The doppelganger with the red embroidery ball hurled the ball, which transformed into a mountain, suppressing all heavens, crashing down upon Luoho's head. Luoho gritted his teeth, using the god-slaying spear to meet the Pangu banner, while the demon tower and the world-destroying black lotus shielded his body, and the world-destroying millstone spun to block the red embroidery ball and the dragon head staff. Clang! The axe blade of the Pangu banner clashed with the god-slaying spear. Luoho felt a tremendous force surge, the spear trembling violently, and his tiger's mouth split open. The sharpness essence of the Pangu banner was indestructible, nearly shattering his defenses completely. Then the red embroidery ball and the dragon head staff struck the world-destroying millstone, and the creation jade disc simultaneously exerted its power, sending the millstone flying backward. The golden bridge of the Taiji diagram closed, entrapping Luoho in the center. The creation divine light of the creation jade disc fell, and Luoho's mana flow became sluggish. The axe blade of the Pangu banner seized the opening and struck the demon tower. The already damaged tower was instantly split open, its defense completely shattered. The residual force of the axe blade cut into Luoho's shoulder, drawing a spray of black, demonic blood. Hongjun! Luoho roared frantically, driving his mana in an attempt to break out. But Hongjun and his 3 doppelgangers coordinated seamlessly, their artifact powers stacking, suppressing him completely. What made him even more desperate was that the god-slaying spear could not break through the creation divine light of Hongjun's true body. Every attack vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, the axe blade of the Pangu banner was like a clinging curse, constantly tearing at his defenses, and his wounds grew increasingly severe. Bang! Luoho's body was blasted apart once more by the Pangu banner. When he reformed, his aura had decayed to the extreme. Both the demon tower and the world-destroying black lotus had developed cracks, and the world-destroying millstone had been sent flying away. Luoho, you have lost. Hongjun's voice was calm and unruffled, carrying an undeniable authority. Then, together with his 3 avatars, he struck out, preparing to retrieve the 4 immortal slaying swords and bring this battle to a definitive end. Defeated. Haha! Luoho suddenly burst into manic laughter, a glint of suicidal madness flashing in his eyes. Hongjun, you rejoiced too soon. Even if I fall, I will never let you have an easy time. He formed strange demonic seals with his hands, and the demonic energy in his body surged like a tidal wave into the immortal slaying sword formation, while frantically connecting with the western earth veins. Since I cannot attain the Dao, let this western continent be buried with me. Instantly, boundless malevolent energy followed Luoho's demonic power into the earth veins, plunging the western earth veins into violent chaos. Gigantic dragon-like earth veins spanning heaven and earth writhed and roared, emitting an aura of utter destruction, causing the entire western continent to tremble violently. Not good. He intends to detonate the western earth veins. Hongjun's face changed drastically. If the western earth veins were to explode, the western continent would likely become as desolate as the northern continent. Most importantly, once the Western Earth veins were detonated, immense karmic sin would descend. And as Hongjun, the enemy who obstructed Luo Ho's path, a portion of that boundless karmic sin would inevitably be attributed to him. He hastily activated the Creation Jade Disc and the 12-pin Merit Golden Lotus, sending down boundless creation light and Merit Golden Light in an attempt to suppress the Earth vein upheaval around Mount Sumeru. At that moment outside, Zhenyuanzi's eyes flashed with sharp light. Finally, it's my turn to act. With a thought, he triggered the contingency he had long prepared within the Western Earth veins. It was a restriction he had set up using the Chaos Dao Compass and the Primordial Measuring Ruler, specifically designed to counter Luo Ho's arrangement and sever his connection to the Earth veins. Sever. With Zhenyuanzi's command, countless chaotic runes rose from the Western Earth veins, completely cutting off the connection between Luo Ho's contingency and the Earth veins. Except for Mount Sumeru and a small surrounding area, the rest of the raging Earth veins instantly calmed down. What a... Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, Luo Ho sensed the severed connection, and his face drastically changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who has ruined my plans? He was both shocked and furious, but it was already beyond remedy. He could only choose to detonate the Earth veins of Mount Sumeru and its surrounding area. Even if I can only detonate this small patch, I will still cover you with boundless karmic sin. Although he ultimately only detonated a small portion of the Western Earth veins, this was only relative to the vastness of the entire Western continent. Even this small portion was terrifyingly immense and would eventually bring down boundless karmic sin. Boom! The Earth veins around Mount Sumeru exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless peaks collapsed, the Earth split into bottomless chasms, magma and miasma gushed out, forming a hellish landscape of destruction. Although Hongjun's suppression managed to preserve the core of Mount Sumeru, the vast surrounding lands were utterly reduced to ruins. Ha ha ha! Hongjun, you brat, for obstructing my path to the Dao, you cannot escape this boundless karmic sin. Luo Ho let out a wild laugh, his voice filled with venom. He looked up at the sky, raised his hands, and uttered a Dao oath. Great Dao above, I, Luo Ho, from now on transform into the heavenly demon of the primordial world. In the world, yin and yang oppose each other, Dao and demon coexist. From this day forth, Dao and demon shall be irreconcilable. For every foot the Dao rises, I, the demon, shall rise as yang. When Dao grows, demon wanes. When Dao wanes, demon grows. Ha ha! With these words, Luo Ho's figure turned into a wisp of black smoke, carrying the demon tower, the world-destroying Black Lotus, and the world-destroying millstone, vanishing into the endless void. Only the god-slaying spear, transformed into a streak of light, escaped from the immortal slaying sword formation amidst the chaos. Outside the formation, Zhenyuanzi had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the god-slaying spear escape, he reached out and grabbed it, stowing this infamous killing treasure into the space of the Chaos Dao Compass. He glanced toward Mount Sumeru and smiled faintly. The struggle between Dao and demon has reached its conclusion. With that, his figure flickered and vanished, heading toward the Honghuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, Hongjun stared at the direction where Luo Ho had disappeared, his expression extremely grim. He and his three avatars retrieved the 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram, and the array dissipated. Appearing outside, what met his eyes was the devastated scene around Mount Sumeru. The earth was cracked, magma flowed freely, and miasma pervaded the air. What made his face darken even more was a torrent of karmic sin descending from the heavens and landing upon him. Damn that Luo Ho! Hongjun cursed inwardly, and could only temporarily suppress this boundless karmic sin deep within his primordial spirit. The more he sensed it, the uglier Hongjun's expression became. With this karmic sin present, even though he had won the great calamity struggle, his future cultivation speed and pace toward attaining the Dao would be greatly slowed. However, Hongjun was not without means to eliminate this immense karmic sin. He only needed to expend the merit power he had accumulated. But Hongjun was reluctant to do so, as it would be a tremendous waste, especially since most of the merit he had accumulated was great Dao merit, making it even harder to part with. Nevertheless, Hongjun had another solution in mind. Once he attained the Dao, he would be able to gather boundless fortune to resolve it. Until then, he could only suppress it deep within his primordial spirit. But at that moment, Hongjun saw vast golden merit clouds gathering above the western continent, covering hundreds of millions of acres. My! Hongjun was startled, then his heart stirred. Could this be heaven's reward for my suppression of Luo Ho? Thinking this, Hongjun couldn't help but show a faint smile. If he could obtain such a vast amount of heavenly merit, then the previous karmic sin would be nothing at all. However, in the next moment, the vast merit power did not descend upon him, but flew toward another side of the western continent, eventually disappearing beyond the horizon. At that moment, on an unnamed mountain peak, countless billions of miles away from Mount Sumeru, Zhenyuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the golden merit clouds gathering in the sky, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly sense a vast and majestic heavenly merit surging toward him. Clearly the reward for preventing Luo Ho from detonating the Western Earth veins, and preserving the vast majority of them was finally arriving. Boom! The hundreds of millions of acres of merit golden clouds descended, transforming into a golden torrent that poured into Zhenyuanzi's primordial spirit, condensing into brilliant merit golden rings one after another. According to the display on his system panel, this heavenly merit power amounted to a full 1.8 billion acres. Such a vast and majestic merit power, if fully absorbed and refined, would allow one to directly attain the Dao through merit alone, even without the primordial qi. It would even be more than sufficient. However, Zhenyuanzi naturally would not choose this path. Attaining the Dao directly through merit was ultimately inferior to achieving it through one's own cultivated power and strength. With the Chaos Dao millstone rewarded by the system, he could completely convert this merit power into Dao source energy, then refine it to enhance his strength. Zhenyuanzi was about to activate the Honghuang celestial ruler to traverse time and space back to Honghuang Temple when his mind stirred slightly, sensing a familiar and majestic aura breaking through endless space-time, hurtling toward his location. Oh, it's Hongjun. A faint smile curved at the corner of Zhenyuanzi's mouth. He halted his steps, having no intention of leaving hastily nor any desire to avoid Hongjun. With his current cultivation and the possession of treasures like the Honghuang celestial ruler and the Earth Book, he had no need to fear any being nor any reason to evade Hongjun. In but a moment, a figure in plain Taoist robes appeared before him. Hongjun held a whisk, his entire being exuding the rhythm of the Dao, his gaze fixed upon Zhenyuanzi. Then he clasped his hands in a salute, his voice serene, yet resonating with the principles of the great Dao. This poor Taoist, Hongjun, greets this fellow Taoist. This poor Taoist, Zhenyuanzi, greets fellow Taoist Hongjun. Zhenyuanzi returned the salute with an expression of calm. May I ask why fellow Taoist Hongjun has sought me out specifically? What insight do you wish to share? Hongjun's gaze sharpened and he spoke directly. Just now an immense wave of heavenly merit descended upon the western lands, covering billions of miles. I sense the source of this merit to be near this very area. Since you are here, fellow Taoist, could it be that you were the one who stopped Lahu from detonating the western earth veins, thus earning the Heavenly Dao's reward? As for the reason behind the earlier torrent of heavenly merit, Hongjun had a vague conjecture. He had followed the direction he sensed, and indeed discovered a great being here whose depths he could not fathom. This left him inwardly astonished. Zhenyuanzi neither confirmed nor denied, but naturally, he would not reveal the true reason. Instead, he said calmly, previously while traveling through the west, I inadvertently noticed someone had secretly set up numerous strange restrictions within the earth veins. Though I did not know their purpose, I paid careful attention and secretly laid some countermeasures. It was only when Lahu attempted to detonate the earth veins earlier that I understood the use of those restrictions. I then acted accordingly, severing his connection to most of the earth veins. He spoke these words casually, as if it were a minor act, yet they stirred a tempest within Hongjun's heart. Who was Hongjun? Naturally, he could see that Zhenyuanzi was downplaying the matter, but he was even more aware that had the other party not intervened, Lu's detonation of the entire western earth veins would have led to unimaginable consequences. In the future, the western continent would likely be little better than the currently desolate northern continent. As the one who had faced Lahu in decisive battle, he would inevitably be burdened with immense karmic sin by the Heavenly Dao. Alas! Upon hearing the confirmation, Hongjun gave Zhenyuanzi a deep look and sighed inwardly. He understood that this karmic debt was enormous. Had the other party not stopped it, Lu would have completely detonated the western earth veins, and the karmic sin he would have incurred would have been countless times more horrifying than his current burden. And such a vast karmic debt would be difficult to repay in the future. Zhenyuanzi too understood what was on Hongjun's mind at that moment. After all, his initial intervention to stop Lahu from detonating the earth veins was not only to preserve the vitality of the western lands and gain vast amounts of merit, but also to ensure that Hongjun would owe him a great karmic debt. Though Hongjun sighed inwardly, he still clasped his hands solemnly and said, regardless, I am deeply grateful for your aid, fellow Taoist. Had it not been for you, the primordial world would have suffered countless calamities, and I would have been burdened with an ineradicable karmic sin. This karmic debt I will remember. From now on, should you ever require my assistance, fellow Taoist, simply come to Yujing Mountain and inform me. I will not refuse. Zhenyuanzi nodded slightly. You are too kind, fellow Taoist Hongjun. As cultivators of the primordial world, protecting heaven and earth is also our duty. Hongjun said no more, clasped his hands once more in salute, then mounted a beam of pure light, transforming into a streak, heading toward Yujing Mountain in the east. He needed to return quickly to go into seclusion, digest the gains from this great battle, deal with the remnants of Lu's demonic path, and more importantly, prepare thoroughly for the upcoming attainment of the Dao. Watching Hongjun's departing figure, Zhenyuanzi smiled faintly. Then without further delay, he took out the Honghuang celestial ruler. The chaos-colored ruler lightly vibrated, tearing the space-time before him, revealing a spatial passage leading to Wanshou Mountain. He stepped inside, and the passage closed instantly as if it had never existed. Wanshou Mountain, Honghuang Temple, Cave Heaven. With a slight spatial fluctuation, Zhenyuanzi's figure appeared within the cave heaven. Here the spiritual energy was dense and ethereal, a stark contrast to the desolation outside. Spiritual roots abounded and immortal cranes sang in harmony, a scene of celestial splendor. Master. Two figures quickly approached, the acolytes Qingfeng and Mingwei. They wore plain Taoist robes, their faces youthful, yet radiant with intelligence. Upon seeing Zhenyuanzi, their faces were filled with joy. Zhenyuanzi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the temple. Seeing that the spiritual roots and herbs were thriving, he nodded in satisfaction. I will be entering seclusion for a time. The affairs of the temple will be left to you. Take good care of the ginseng fruits and other innate spiritual roots in the backyard and harvest them in a timely manner. Disciple obeys. Qingfeng and Mingwei replied in unison. Zhenyuanzi said no more, turned and walked into the secluded meditation chamber deep within the temple. The stone door slowly closed, sealing off the outside world. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, as the conflict between Dao and demon came to an end, the great calamity that had lasted for countless eons finally subsided completely. Yet after the Dragonhan tribulation and the Dao demon war, the primordial world had been ravaged by endless battles, left scarred and desolate. Many of the innate beings and great powers who had survived from the dawn of the world or the beast calamity could clearly sense that the once intense innate spiritual energy of the primordial world had gradually diminished. After all, the earlier beast calamity had damaged the northern earth veins, and the Dragonhan tribulation had likewise harmed the countless earth veins and primordial essence of the eastern sea, the eastern continent, and the south. The final Dao demon struggle had also damaged some of the western earth veins. All of this had caused immense harm to the primordial world. Not only was innate spiritual energy greatly consumed, but its recovery speed was also severely weakened, resulting in a significant drop in the concentration of innate spiritual energy and making the gestation of countless innate treasures increasingly difficult. Moreover, the endless destruction wrought by human beings had led the Heavenly Dao to consider restraining them. This would lay the groundwork for Hongjun's future cooperation with the Heavenly Dao, his preaching, and the establishment of order in the primordial world. However, this was the original fate trajectory of the primordial world. Whether it would still unfold this way depended on whether Hongjun could be the first to attain the Dao. But regardless, the primordial world had finally welcomed a long overdue peace. The innate divinities who had hidden in cave heavens and secret realms during the great calamity finally dared to step out of their mountain gates, curiously gazing at this world both strange and familiar. On East Kunlun, the Taiching Taoist continued his enlightenment in the Qingshu cave heaven with two pure qi beside him, having also manifested. On the Sunstar, Dijuan and Tai holding the Hichu Luoshu and the Chaos Bell respectively walked out together, exuding an aura of imperial sovereignty. On the Moonstar, Shiha and Changshi also began to roam the starry skies. At Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches emerged from the Pangu temple, their blood qi surging to the heavens, intimidating all directions. On Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa and Fuxi often traveled together. Nuwa contemplated the creation of heaven and earth, while Fuxi deduced the 8 trigrams to discern celestial mechanisms. However, after these innate divine beings emerged from their cave dwellings, they soon discovered a disheartening truth: the primordial world was entirely different from what they had anticipated, lacking the abundance of innate spiritual treasures and magical artifacts they had expected. With the great calamity having just concluded, what remained before them was ultimately a somewhat devastated primordial world. Moreover, in the current state of the primordial world, all varieties of innate magical artifacts and spiritual materials had long since been depleted through the plundering of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin tribes, the Demon Clan, and numerous innate great powers. Without extended periods of natural cultivation, it would hardly be possible for new innate magical artifacts to emerge once more. No wonder the 3,000 disciples of Xixiao Palace in later generations were mostly impoverished, not due to insufficient fortune, but because the innate resources had long been exhausted and divided among their predecessors. Only a handful of the innate divine beings possessed innate magical artifacts from birth, granting them considerable wealth, such as Tai Ching and Mingi. Other innate divine beings, though lacking magical artifacts or spiritual roots upon their emergence, could still find some useful innate spiritual materials within their birthplaces, the grotto heavens or mountain ranges where they originated. Yet among them all, one innate divine being stood as a notable exception. Beyond Hongjun cave heaven, within the Hongjun mountains, a crimson figure stood amidst the peaks in quiet bewilderment. That was Taoist Hongjun. He had taken human form near the end of the Longhan tribulation, but during those turbulent times, when the calamity raged at its most perilous, he naturally dared not venture even half a step beyond his grotto heaven. When he first manifested, he possessed neither a companion spiritual root nor a companion magical artifact, and even the spiritual materials within his cave dwelling were predominantly commonplace. At that time Hongyun could only console himself with the thought that his takeover of Huiyun Cave Heaven had consumed his destiny's blessings, explaining the absence of refined spiritual roots and magical artifacts. But he reasoned that extraordinary fortune awaited him once he ventured beyond. With the tribulation now past, and the world at peace, he eagerly departed his grotto heaven and spent millennia searching the Hongyun Mountains. Yet the outcome left him utterly desolate. This vast expanse of Hongyun Mountains proved even more barren than his own cave dwelling. Not only were there no innate magical artifacts or spiritual roots to be found, but even decent quality, innate spiritual herbs were scarce. At best, he could only locate ordinary materials lacking sufficient cultivation years. How could this be? Hongyun scratched his head in utter disbelief. Hovering midair, he swept his divine sense across every corner of the mountains repeatedly, yet the result remained unchanged. He even began to suspect that some great power had erected a formation here to conceal heavenly secrets and hide all treasures. But after exhausting his mind to deduce its workings, he found absolutely no trace of any formation. An inexplicable sense of absurdity arose within him, as though some unseen malice surrounded him. Yet this was merely a fleeting thought, nothing more. The thought passed quickly, his naturally open-minded nature prevailing as he shook his head. Never mind. They were likely all destroyed in the great calamity. If they're not here, they must exist elsewhere. The primordial world is vast. Surely I can find a few worthwhile treasures somewhere. No longer lingering in the Hongyun Mountains, he transformed into a streak of red cloud and soared toward the horizon, beginning his wanderings across the primordial world. Hongyun traveled eastward, his crimson cloud cutting across the sky of the primordial world. Everywhere he passed bore the scars of the great calamity. He traversed fractured mountain ranges, witnessed dried-up spirit rivers, and encountered a myriad of innate spiritual beings. Some were newly born innate beings, while others were ancient cultivators who had survived the Longhorn tribulation. Their aura faded, yet their eyes weathered with age. At every place he visited, Hongyun would pause to converse with the local spirits. Gradually, from their words, he heard the name Wanshou Mountain mentioned repeatedly, along with talk of an unparalleled master dwelling there. You speak of Wanshou Mountain. An elder of the Azure Bird clan perched upon an ancient tree and preening his tattered wings, a flicker of reverence passing through his eyes. That is one of the rare blessed lands in the primordial world. The master within those mountains had been preaching the Dao on Wanshou Immortal Mountain long before the Longhorn tribulation. It is said that every word and sentence contained the true meaning of the great Dao, transforming countless spiritual beings. Oh, is this true? A stir arose in Hongyun's heart as he pressed further. May I ask what title this master bears, and what is his level of cultivation? His title is Zhenyuanzi, known as Venerable Daoist Zhenyuan. The Azure Bird elder sighed. As for his strength, among those who listened to his teachings back then were Golden Immortals, and even Daluo Golden Immortals, yet not a single one could fathom his true cultivation level. With so many tribulations having passed since then, he is undoubtedly beyond measure by now. Another survivor of the Great Tribulation, a sky-blue horned ox, added, I have glimpsed Wanshou Mountain from afar. The spiritual energy there is unervingly dense, a stark contrast to the desolation elsewhere. It must be under the protection of a venerable Taoist. Moreover, a massive formation surrounds the mountain, preventing any with ill intentions from approaching. Hongyun's heart surged with excitement at these words. Since taking human form, he had never encountered the true meaning of the great Dao, cultivating entirely through trial and error. Now that he had learned of such a master, how could he not be moved? How could he not pay his respects? In that case, I shall make a trip to Wanshou Mountain. With his decision made, Hongyun turned his cloud and flew directly toward the mountain. A century later, a lush mountain range shrouded in misty spiritual energy came into view. Unlike the desolation elsewhere in the primordial world, this place was alive with towering ancient trees, surging spirit springs, and the cries of immortal cranes. A clear haven untouched by the great calamity. This must be Wanshou Mountain. Hongyun's heart leaped with joy as he quickened his pace and flew into the mountains. Yet once inside, he discovered that matters were far from simple. Wanshou Mountain stretched boundlessly, its peaks rising in layers amid swirling clouds and mist, as though forming its own self-contained world. Hongyun extended his divine sense, but found the spiritual energy within the mountains so dense that an invisible formation disrupted his spiritual perception, limiting his reach to barely 10,000 li. He searched through peak after peak, visiting the spiritual apes, immortal cranes, and ancient trees that had gained sentience, yet none knew the exact dwelling of Venerable Daoist Zhenyuan. Venerable Daoist's dwelling. We only know the mountain is protected by a great power, but we have never seen his trace. A spirit deer shook its antlers, eyes full of bewilderment. Even in the places where spiritual energy is thickest, an invisible barrier blocks the way. No doubt that is where the venerable cultivates in seclusion. Hongyun, unwilling to give up, followed the strongest spiritual energy, once more only to be stopped by an invisible barrier before a main peak. He tested it with his magical power, but the barrier remained unmoved, instead rebounding a gentle, yet irresistible force that softly pushed him back. What an extraordinarily powerful formation. Hongyun was deeply shaken within. Could this be the defensive barrier laid down by venerable Taoist Zhenyuan? Even with his own cultivation, he could not force his way through. With no other choice, he could only linger within Wanshou Mountain day after day, year after year. Spring passed, and autumn came, flowers bloomed and withered, and in the blink of an eye tens of thousands of years had elapsed. Over these 10,000 years, Hongyun had traversed nearly every corner of the Wanshou Mountains, from the stream at the foot to the sea of clouds atop the peaks, from the deep ravines to the dense forests. Yet he had never found the dwelling of venerable Zhenyuan. A flicker of doubt gradually arose in his heart. Could the rumors about venerable Zhenyuan be false? But that seems unlikely. Or has he already fallen in the great calamity? Just as Hongyun was disheartened and on the verge of giving up within the cave heaven of Wuzhuang Temple, Qingfeng and Mingyue stood at the temple gate, gazing at the red-robed figure lingering in the mountains outside. Mingyue, look at that Taoist calling himself Hongyun. He has been wandering in the mountains for 10,000 years, sweeping his divine sense back and forth. Clearly he is searching for our Wuzhuang temple. Qingfeng frowned slightly, his tone tinged with impatience. Though he and Mingyue were mere attendants, they had already cultivated to the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm and had long sensed Hongyun's presence. However, seeing that he bore no ill intent and mindful of their master's seclusion, they had chosen to ignore him. Mingyue nodded, her voice crisp. Although his cultivation is merely at the early stage of great Daluo Golden Immortal, the fact that he has stayed in the Wanshou Mountains for 10,000 years without leaving shows a measure of perseverance. But our master is currently in seclusion, comprehending the great Dao and striving for the primordial chaos realm. He must not be disturbed. Yes, I will send him away, Qingfeng said, and with a flicker of his figure he vanished from the temple. At that moment Hongyun was sitting on a green stone gazing at the mist-shrouded main peak, his heart filled with disappointment. Suddenly a blue figure appeared before him. The newcomer, clad in a blue cloth Taoist robe, had a youthful face and appeared to be no more than a boy, yet he exuded the aura of a great Daluo Golden Immortal on par with Hongyun's. His eyes were clear and calm, as if imbued with the sedimentation of time. Hongyun was startled, quickly rose, and cupped his hands. I am Hongyun of the Fire Cloud Cave, greetings to this fellow Taoist. The blue-robed attendant nodded slightly, his voice calm, but with a hint of detachment. I am Qingfeng, an attendant under venerable Zhenyuan. Greetings, fellow Taoist Hongyun. An attendant under venerable Zhenyuan. Hongyun's pupils constricted, and a storm raged in his heart. He had never imagined that the venerable Zhenyuan whom he had been searching for so arduously would have an attendant who had already reached the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm. After all, in the current primordial world, a great Daluo Golden Immortal was already a great power. In his travels across the primordial world, Hongyun had not encountered another great Daluo Golden Immortal. At most, only Tai Golden Immortals. And such an existence was merely an attendant of venerable Zhenyuan. How terrifying must venerable Zhenyuan's strength be? In an instant, all doubts in Hongyun's mind vanished. His face flushed with excitement, and he said eagerly, so it is fellow Taoist Qingfeng. I have long admired the names of venerable Zhenyuan and yourself. I have come specifically to visit the venerable, hoping to listen to the true essence of the great Dao. Could you possibly arrange an introduction? Qingfeng looked at his excited demeanor, shook his head, and spoke in a flat, but resolute tone. My master is currently in seclusion, comprehending the great Dao, and will not receive visitors for some time. Fellow Taoist, Hongyun's intentions, I am sure, have already reached my master, but matters of seclusion are of great importance and cannot be disturbed. You need not waste your time here. Please take your leave. The excitement on Hongyun's face instantly froze, replaced by deep disappointment. He opened his mouth as if to say something more, but meeting Qingfeng's calm, unwavering gaze, he swallowed his words. He understood well that given venerable Zhenyuan's status, it was only natural to refuse outsiders during seclusion. That an attendant had come to reply was already a great honor for an unknown like himself. To persist would be to show ingratitude. If that is the case, then I shall not disturb the venerable's cultivation, Hongyun said, taking a deep breath and cupping his hands. Please convey to the venerable that Hongyun of the Fire Cloud Cave will pay a visit another day. You are too kind, fellow Taoist. Qingfeng nodded slightly, saying no more. Hongyun sighed, cast one last glance at the mist-shrouded main peak, transformed into a crimson cloud of light, and reluctantly departed from the Wanshou Mountains. Only after Hongyun's figure had completely vanished over the horizon did Qingfeng turn and return to Wuzhuang Temple. At the temple gate, Mingyue approached. Has he left? Yes, he has left, Qingfeng nodded. Though this man's cultivation is ordinary, he possesses some tenacity and knows propriety. He is not one to cause trouble. Our master's seclusion is paramount. If any more visitors come in the future, just send them away directly, Mingyue said. Qingfeng acknowledged with a sound. They exchanged a glance, turned, and walked into the temple. The stone door slowly closed, completely shutting out the clamor of the Wanshou Mountains. Meanwhile, in the secluded chamber, Zhenyuanzi sat with his eyes tightly shut, his body surrounded by a chaotic-hued radiance. Deep within his primordial spirit, wheels of merit and virtue revolved slowly, interweaving with the auras of the Honghuang measuring ruler and the Earth Book. Although he had not witnessed the outside world with his own eyes, he was already well aware of everything. However, his breakthrough in seclusion was paramount, so he naturally had no time to pay attention to Hongjun. This time in seclusion, he intended to break through to the Primordial Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, beating Hongjun to the attainment of the Dao. Without the existence of the system, without the chaotic Dao compass, the chaotic Dao millstone, and other supreme treasures, without the vast resources of spiritual treasures and objects, such a thought from Zhenyuanzi would naturally be difficult to achieve. After all, the Heavenly Lord Hongjun had already won the conflict between Dao and demons, and had found his own path to enlightenment, only one step away from the final perfection of the three corpses. But with so many extraordinary conditions, Zhenyuanzi, with his current strength and realm, could completely catch up from behind and overtake on the curve. In particular, the two chaotic supreme treasures, the chaotic Dao compass and the chaotic Dao millstone, were immensely helpful for his cultivation and enlightenment. The chaotic Dao compass combined with the enlightenment tea leaves allowed his comprehension of the great Dao to advance rapidly. And the chaotic Dao millstone could transform numerous innate spiritual substances, innate spiritual fruits, even innate spiritual treasures, merit, power, or other forces into the most precise chaotic Dao origin force. Refining the chaotic Dao origin force could easily enhance one's cultivation and strength, not only rapidly increasing one's accumulation of magical power, but also tempering the physical body and the primordial spirit, ultimately leading to enlightenment through power. At this moment, the vast resources he had collected during his travels across the primordial world, along with the endless treasures obtained from the three great innate clans and the demon race, could be perfectly utilized. Without needing to convert his own heavenly Dao merit, merely using a portion of renewable innate spiritual substances was enough to continuously transform into a vast amount of Dao origin force, satisfying his cultivation needs and greatly accelerating his progress. And this alone was sufficient to give him a chance to attain enlightenment before Hongjun. Moreover, whether for his own sake or for the sake of the primordial world, he had every reason to do so. After all, based on the original trajectory of the primordial era, that he knew what was the state of the primordial heaven and earth after Hongjun attained the Dao and took control. He became the teacher of all beings, the teacher of all saints. Yet the primordial heaven and earth were further shattered by the calamity of the sorcerer and demon tribes. Hutu transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, only to be confined within the netherworld. During the War of Investiture of the Gods, the saints were forced to consume saint-lowering pills, and Tongtian was imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace. In the era of the journey to the west, the saints no longer appeared. Thereafter, the magnificent primordial heaven and earth descended into the age of Dharma decline. These might seem to be the workings of the Heavenly Dao, but the Heavenly Dao is impartial. It would not allow the primordial era to decline. It was merely that Hongjun governed the Heavenly Dao, executing its decrees on its behalf. Thus, the Heavenly Dao became swayed by Hongjun's will, losing its purity, and so the original historical trajectory of the primordial era unfolded as it did. As for Zhenyuanzi, he never hesitated to judge Ancestor Hongjun, a primordial powerhouse who had survived the chaos calamity and reincarnated into the primordial era, with the utmost malice, nor did he ever underestimate him. Even though Hongjun was the first to attain the Dao, Zhenyuanzi still believed he could achieve enlightenment through sheer power, yet he remained unwilling to let Hongjun seize this advantage first. Time flowed like water, stars shifted, and over a dozen eons passed in the blink of an eye. After years of recuperation, the primordial heaven and earth had undergone great changes from the scenes ravaged by war and slaughter. The earth veins torn apart by conflict gradually healed, the dried-up spirit rivers surged anew, and tender green shoots sprouted from the scorched black soil. Though the primal spiritual energy had not fully recovered to its peak concentration, it grew denser day by day, nourishing all living beings. The primordial era was no longer filled with the aura of slaughter. Instead, a scene of tranquility and harmony prevailed. Among the mountains and rivers, cranes often gathered. Within the forest, spirit monkeys offered fruits. In rivers, lakes, and seas, aquatic creatures frolicked, a vibrant display of life. Both the number of primordial beings and the number of later-born creatures increased rapidly, making the primordial era ever more lively. As heaven and earth grew clear, more and more primordial divinities emerged from their caves, leaving their footprints across the land. In East Kunlun, the three pure ones of Pangu from the Qingshu Grotto heaven roamed the primordial era, establishing their fame. Additionally, in West Kunlun, there was Shihua Taizhen, later known as the Queen Mother of the West, the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa of Mount Fengqi, Zhuanti and Jane of Mount Sumru, the brothers Dijuan and Taiyi of the Sun Star, Shiha and Changxi of the Moon Star, Donghua Daoist of Zifu Islet, Mingi Daoist of the Endless Blood Sea. Across the primordial earth, various divinities emerged, some interacting, some coexisting peacefully, and others clashing. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the Pangu temple stood silently. Within this temple, formed from the heart of the great god Pangu, a massive blood pool glowed with a dark red light. The pool contained thick, viscous blood essence radiating pure sanguine power. Around the blood pool stood 12 towering figures, silent and motionless, the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe. Dijiang, the ancestral sorcerer, had 6 legs and 4 wings. Surrounded by spatial turbulence, his gaze deep as the starry sky. Gomong, with a green face and a bird's body, held a green wooden staff, exuding a rich aura of plants and trees. Rushu, with tiger claws and a human face clad in golden scales, emanated a sharp metal energy. Zhurong, with a human body and a beast's head, blazed with the southern bright Lihua fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea, his temperament as fiery as the flames. Gonggong, with a serpentine body and a human face, was surrounded by towering waves, his gaze cold as winter. Xuanming, with a human face and a serpentine body, a ferocious beast covered in bone spikes, radiated a chilling cold that seemed to freeze time itself. Hutu, with a human body and a serpentine tail, bore a compassionate expression and exuded the heavy aura of the earth. Xiangliang, with a tiger's head and a human body, wielded a massive axe, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Zhu Juyin, with a human face and a serpentine body, stretched for 1,000 li, his left eye the sun and his right eye the moon, able to perceive past and future. Tianwu, with 8 heads and a human face, a tiger's body, and 10 tails, was surrounded by howling gales. Shitzi, with a human face and a bird's body, had electric serpents slithering among his beating wings. Shubi, with a human face and dog-like ears, wore green snakes as earrings and trod on red snakes enveloped in eerie death energy. The 12 ancestral sorcerers wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed upon the blood pool. "Let us begin," said Dijiang, his voice seeming to come from a distant time and space, carrying an undeniable authority. As the words fell, the 12 raised their hands simultaneously, their fingertips slicing across their own wrists, causing a drop of essence blood containing their primal origin to slowly fly out. These 12 drops of essence blood varied. Some were as red as raging flames, some as deep blue as ice, some as heavy as the earth, some as lively as the wind. Yet all emanated the same Pangu bloodline power. The 12 drops converged in the air, forming a crimson rainbow that slowly descended into the blood pool. The blood pool instantly boiled, the dark red waters churning endlessly. The essence blood of the 12 ancestral sorcerers merged with the Pangu bloodline power within the pool, emitting a dazzling red light. Within the pool, countless tiny specks of light coalesced, gradually forming vague human shapes. Time flowed slowly. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. The figures in the pool grew clearer. Some had human bodies with beast heads, some bore wings, some were covered in scales. Though varied in form, all radiated powerful blood energy. Far weaker than the 12 ancestral sorcerers, yet far superior to ordinary primordial beings. "It's done!" Zhurong roared excitedly as he gazed at the gradually forming figures, his flames blazing even fiercer. Gomong could barely contain his excitement. "These children have inherited our bloodline power. Though not as pure as our origin, they are enough to become the foundation of our sorcerer tribe." Gonggong was also thrilled. Father God Pangu split heaven and earth, transforming his body into all things. "Our sorcerer tribe, born from his essence blood, are destined to guard the primordial era. Now with these kin, we can finally shoulder this responsibility." The other ancestral sorcerers nodded in agreement, their faces showing excitement and anticipation. Though each possessed immense divine abilities, they had long been troubled by the fact that only the 12 of them existed, making it difficult to expand their tribe. Now, by harnessing the power of the Pangu temple and the blood pool, they had successfully nurtured new kin. This meant hope for the future of the sorcerer tribe. Even though these new sorcerers were far weaker in size and aura, the ancestral sorcerers were still immensely excited, for they had found a way to strengthen their tribe. As long as the sorcerer tribe continued to grow under the leadership of the 12, they would one day shepherd the primordial era for Father God Pangu. "Once they are born, we will personally teach them divine skills and battle techniques. Within 1,000,000 years, our sorcerer tribe will surely become the greatest clan in the primordial era." Xiangliang waved his axe, bold and resolute. Zhu Juyin's eyes alternated between yin and yang, as if foreseeing the future glory of the tribe. "Then we shall lead our kin to guard the 4 corners of the primordial era, protecting this realm for Father God." The figures in the blood pool grew increasingly solid, and the surging sound of their blood energy could be heard like thunder echoing within the pool. The 12 ancestral sorcerers stood guard in silence, their eyes filled with anticipation. The era of the sorcerer tribe seemed to be slowly unfolding. At the same time, above the 9 heavens of the primordial wilds, the sun star continued to radiate boundless light and heat. Within the sun palace, 2 figures stood side by side, gazing down upon the vast primordial land. The one on the left clad in an imperial robe and wearing an imperial crown bore a dignified countenance surrounded by a vast aura of kingship. This was Zhenyuanzi. His gaze was profound as if he could control the rise and fall of all things. Every gesture exuded the authority of a sovereign. The one on the right dressed in a royal robe with a resolute face and an imposing imperial aura was Tai. His eyes were sharp as swords radiating an unassailable majesty. Though still somewhat young, he already possessed the ambition to command the universe. These two brothers were the great sun golden crows born with the sun true fire. Since their transformation, they were destined for greatness. The Fusang divine tree that accompanied them was a supreme grade, innate spiritual root. Rooted in the core of the sun star, it absorbed the power of the sun true fire and bore supreme grade mulberries, which were top-tier spiritual fruits in the primordial wilds greatly beneficial for cultivation. More importantly, Zhenyuanzi was born with two supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures, the Hichu and Luoshu, which could deduce the celestial mechanisms and control fortune. Tai, on the other hand, was born with the creation supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. When its sound rang, it could stabilize earth, water, fire, and wind, and suppress all enemies. Such profound foundations made them the most outstanding among all the primordial sages. And all of this destined them. They were not willing to be ordinary beings. Both brothers were ambitious. Second brother, look at this primordial wilds. Though it appears calm now, there are undercurrents surging. Zhenyuanzi spoke, his voice calm, yet tinged with ambition. All the primordial sages have begun to establish their illustrious reputations. If we do not make plans early, we may fall behind. Tai nodded, tightening his grip on the Chaos Bell. On its surface, patterns of sun, moon, and stars flowed, emitting an aura that suppressed the cosmos. Brother, what you say is absolutely correct. As the masters of the sun star, how can we yield to others? We should emulate ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix, establish an unparalleled foundation, and govern the order of the primordial wilds. Excellent. A sharp light flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. Then let us begin by establishing the Sun Palace. From now on, all who are willing to submit to us, brothers, may enter the Sun Palace, share the spiritual veins of the Sun Star, and receive our protection. Brother, you are wise. Tai responded with a thunderous assent. Soon the news of the Sun Palace recruiting talents spread across the primordial wilds. Zhenyuanzi and Tai personally set out to travel the primordial land. When they encountered senseless creatures causing chaos, Tai would strike them down with the Chaos Bell. When they encountered intelligent primordial beings without backing, Zhenyuanzi would use the Hichu and Luoshu to deduce their origins and offer them substantial benefits, inviting them to join the Sun Palace. Relying on their formidable strength and profound foundations, countless beings of the primordial wilds chose to submit. The power of the Sun Palace grew rapidly like a snowball, and its reputation gradually spread throughout the primordial wilds. Above the Sun Palace, Zhenyuanzi and Tai watched the increasing number of powerful warriors under their command, their eyes filled with confidence. It won't be long before the heavens of the primordial wilds shall be ruled by us, brothers. Zhenyuanzi and Tai exchanged a glance, both understanding the thoughts in each other's hearts. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye several more kalpas had passed. The primordial land, nurtured by the ages, grew ever more vibrant. Though the primordial spiritual energy had not yet fully recovered to its peak, it grew increasingly rich, nourishing all things into flourishing prosperity. In the heavens and earth where spiritual energy gathered, spiritual treasures and opportunities often emerged, attracting the hearts of sages from all directions. On this day, atop Buzhou Mountain, a plain white flying light slowly weaved through the clouds. Within the light was Zhenyuanzi of the Yaotai secret realm in West Kunlun, who would later become the Queen Mother of the West. She wore a plain skirt with cloud patterns, a 7-star crown on her head, and the clear chi of the great Yin flowed around her. Earlier, she had been traveling on Buzhou Mountain when she suddenly felt a call of opportunity. Now, following the indistinct sensation, she sped towards that summons. Such a strong call of opportunity. Zhenyuanzi frowned slightly, extending her divine sense along the feeling, crossing endless distances of time and space, finally locking onto a hidden mountain stream. That mountain stream was shrouded in a faint fluctuation of an array formation, and the source of the sensation was behind it. Delighted, she accelerated her flying light and soon arrived outside the stream. No sooner had she withdrawn her flying light, and before she could examine the formation, 2 azure flying lights tore through the distant sky. As they landed, the light dissipated, revealing a man and a woman. The man wore a Taoist robe embroidered with the 8 trigrams, his face as gentle as jade, with a wisdom that perceived the celestial mechanisms in his brow, and an aura of the innate 8 trigrams surrounding him. The woman was draped in a 5-colored phoenix feather skirt, her figure graceful, her beauty unparalleled, with creative chi flowing around her, and a spark of liveliness in her eyes. Both had profound auras, both being great Daluo Golden Immortals. They were the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua from Fengqi Mountain. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Fuxi was the first to cup his hands, his gaze falling on Zhenyuanzi. Seeing her extraordinary bearing, he spoke courteously. I am Fushi, and this is my younger sister Niwa. We come from Fengqi Mountain. May I ask your name? Shihua Taijin returned the greeting with a cupped hand, her voice clear as jade striking stone. I am Shihua Taijin from the Yaotai secret realm in West Kunlun. I sensed a call of opportunity here and came to investigate. I did not expect to meet you two fellow Taoists here. I see. Niwa smiled slightly, nodding her head gently. I also sensed the opportunity here and specifically came with my brother. It seems this mountain stream hides no small fortune. Shihua Taijin nodded. In that case, why don't we join forces to break the formation and explore inside? As for the ownership of the opportunity, let each rely on their own ability. Fushi and Niwa exchanged glances and had no objection. As the three were about to discuss the method to break the formation, they suddenly heard two vastly different, overwhelming auras from the distance. One was like a raging sea surging, carrying the moisture of thousands of hectares of waves. The other was like a blazing wildfire, emitting heat that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. Two flying lights, one cyan and one red, pierced the sky and arrived. As they landed, they manifested two towering figures. The one on the left had a serpent's body and a human face surrounded by surging waves of water with eyes as cold as a deep abyss. This was Honghuang, the primordial witch of the Wu clan. The one on the right had a human body and a beast's head with flames blazing around him, his aura as violent as fire. This was Zhenyuanzi, the primordial witch. The two primordial witches possessed formidable physical bodies, their blood, qi, soaring to the heavens. Though they did not release their pressure, the air around the mountain stream had already become as stagnant as iron. Who are you? Zhenyuanzi's gaze swept over Fushi and the other two, carrying a hint of wariness. The Wu clan rarely interacted with the primordial sages, and now encountering three of them suddenly, of course, they would not be careless. Fushi stepped forward, his expression calm. I am Fushi, this is my younger sister Niwa, and this is fellow Taoist Shihua Taijin from West Kunlun. We all came here sensing the opportunity here. May I ask if you two fellow Taoists are also here for this? Zhenyuanzi nodded gruffly. Yes. Honghuang stood aside, silent, his gaze fixed on the formation in the mountain stream, clearly very concerned about the opportunity within. In that case, Fushi said loudly, the formation here is profound and cannot be broken by one person alone. Why don't we join forces to break the formation, and once inside, each will take treasures according to their own opportunity. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Honghuang and Zhenyuanzi looked at the three primordial sages opposite them. Even with Zhenyuanzi's fiery temper, he said nothing more, and both nodded in agreement. Agreed. The five primordial sages spoke no further and acted together. Fushi evolved the 8 trigrams at his fingertips, instantly perceiving the veins of the formation's operation and marking every weak point. Niwa mobilized the power of creation, and from her fingertips flowed strands of vital essence that seeped through the gaps of the formation. Shihua Taijin produced a plain whisk, the whisk strands turning into countless silver threads that entangled the formation's eye, disrupting its operation. Honghuang opened his mouth and spewed forth a vast celestial river, which transformed into a water dragon that slammed violently against the formation's barrier. Zhenyuanzi's flames erupted around him, forming a fire phoenix that assaulted the formation alongside the water dragon. In that moment, the water dragon roared, the fire phoenix shrieked, the 8 trigrams ordered the sequence, creation gave life, and silver threads locked the formation. 5 streams of Daluo Golden Immortal level power interweaved and collided, causing this primordial formation to. The formation's light flickered, now like a blazing sun, now like a fading star falling to earth, clearly on the verge of collapse. Yet even so, the formation remained extraordinarily tenacious. The 5 joined forces in assault, spending a full century before finally shattering the formation with a tremendous roar. Wang. The moment the formation dissipated, a surge of primordial spiritual energy, so dense it nearly liquefied, rushed forth, mingled with traces of the origin of the 4 symbols of creation. The 5 primordial deities felt a surge of spirit and stepped into the secret realm together. What first met their eyes were 4-colored divine lights swirling in the sky. The cyan light was gentle as water, the red light blazing as fire, the white light sharp as wind, the black light heavy as earth. The divine lights interwove celestial music, lingered, auspicious mists rose, and phoenix and dragon phantoms seemed to circle within the radiance. A spectacle so magnificent it stirred the soul. At the center of the divine light, a strange sacred tree stood quietly. This tree had no trunk. From its roots sprouted 4 thick branches, each colored black, cyan, red, and white, and each branch had taken the form of a divine beast. The black branch transformed into a Xian turtle bearing a massive shell on its back, with steady limbs embodying the heavy mountain-like laws of earth, its aura solemn as a prison. The cyan branch transformed into a green dragon, its body winding scales and claws distinct, surrounded by abundant water laws, as if it could command all the waters of the primordial world. The red branch transformed into a vermilion bird, its wings spread flames wrapped around it, emitting fire laws that could burn the sky and boil the sea, its heat enough to melt metal and stone. The white branch transformed into a white tiger, raising its head to roar, fangs bared, radiating invincible wind laws, and gung metal chi, its sharpness fully revealed. This is the Four Symbols Divine Tree. A flicker of surprise flashed in Fushi's eyes as he instantly sensed the cosmic information from the void. A top-grade innate spiritual root, imbued with the origin of the four symbols of creation born from the essences of earth, water, fire, and wind. It has even nurtured four top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Xihua Taijin and the others naturally also sensed this cosmic information, and their hearts trembled violently. In the current primordial world, innate spiritual treasures were already extremely rare. Even mid or low-grade ones were precious, and top-grade ones were even more elusive. Even Zhurong and Gonggong primal witches with formidable physical bodies could not help but hold their breath. Do not think that because the Wu clan have powerful bodies and do not cultivate their primordial spirit, they cannot use innate spiritual treasures. In fact, that is not the case. They would not disdain such treasures, and there is no issue of inability to use them. A glint of eagerness also flashed in the eyes of Xihua Taijin and Nuwa, but they remained restrained and did not act rashly. The five exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. They had agreed beforehand. Now each would rely on their own fate. Almost at the same time, four of them sensed their own respective pull. Xihua Taijin waved her jade hand, and a plain-colored light flew from her sleeve, curling toward the white tiger branch. A flash of white light, and the branch instantly transformed into a palm-sized jade token engraved with a white tiger phantom radiating fierce wind laws and gung metal chi. The white tiger token can command all winds and regulate the climate of the four seasons. Xihua Taijin held the token, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Nuwa moved with graceful steps, flicking a strand of azure creative light from her fingertip onto the black Xian turtle branch. The branch transformed into a seal that could command all earth and govern the origin of the land, its face engraved with the pattern of a Xian turtle carrying a mountain emanating heavy Mother Earth chi and life laws, the Xuanwu seal. Gonggong's eyes narrowed, and with a suction of his mouth, the cyan green dragon branch turned into a cyan long pestle, its body carved with patterns of dragons playing in water, surrounded by abundant water laws and Gui water essence. The green dragon pestle can command all waters and control the power of the water element. Gonggong grasped the pestle, and water vapor surged around him, his aura magnified. Zhurong laughed heartily, reached out and grabbed the red vermilion bird branch, which turned into a crimson banner, its surface embroidered with a vermilion bird spreading its wings, burning with raging leaf fire, radiating fire laws that regulate cold and heat. The vermilion bird banner can command all fires. It suits me perfectly. He hoisted the banner onto his shoulder, and the fiery aura grew even more violent. As the four top-grade innate spiritual treasures were harvested, and each found an owner, the once dazzling Four Symbols Divine Tree instantly lost all its luster, its branches withered, its roots decayed, and in a blink it turned into a pile of ashes, leaving only traces of origin essence merging into the secret realm. Fushi had never made a move from beginning to end. He had come only to accompany Nuwa, and was not the one who sensed the pull of the treasure's fate. Seeing that everyone had gained their due, Fushi smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations to all fellow Taoists for obtaining supreme treasures. Zhurong and Gonggong put away their treasures, nodded to Fushi and the others, and without further words turned into cyan and red flying lights, and left the secret realm directly. Zhurong and Gonggong had no intention of conversing much with Fushi and the others. After obtaining the treasures, they naturally wanted to return to the Pangu temple as soon as possible. After the two left, Fushi suddenly shifted his gaze to the place where the Four Symbols Divine Tree had turned to ashes. There on that patch of land remained a fist-sized clump of divine soil interwoven with cyan red, white, and black, emitting a dense earth origin aura. It was a clump of mid-grade innate divine soil, the Four Symbols Divine Soil. And in the center of the divine soil there was a seed the size of a grain of rice with a tiny green sprout tip faintly flowing with the laws of the four symbols. Oh, such an unexpected harvest. A flicker of surprise crossed Fushi's eyes as he bent down to collect the divine soil and the seed together. This divine soil contains the origin of the four symbols and can cultivate spiritual roots. Although he did not know what this seed was, or whether it matched his conjecture, the fact that it survived after the Four Symbols Divine Tree withered meant it must be extraordinary. Seeing this, Nuwa smiled and said, "Brother, you have truly good fortune." Fushi laughed heartily. "It's just an unexpected delight." Xihua Taijin also put away the white tiger token, cupped her hands, and said, "Since the fate has been fulfilled, I shall return to West Kunlun first. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will discuss the Dao with you two fellow Taoists. Farewell, fellow Taoist Taijin." Fushi and Nuwa returned the courtesy in unison. Three figures turned into flying lights and disappeared into the clouds and mist of Buzhou Mountain. Kunlun Yujing Mountain, where primordial spiritual energy swirls and Dao resonance is naturally achieved. Atop the mountain, an intangible Dao platform floated amidst the sea of clouds. At its center, the broken creation jade disk slowly revolved, surrounded by myriad laws radiating boundless creation, immortal light bathing the entire mountain in a sacred and serene glow. On the Dao platform, Patriarch Hongjun sat cross-legged, his eyes half closed, as if merged with the great Dao of heaven and earth. After countless ages, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the three figures before him, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. These three figures were the three corpses he had severed. The one on the left, clad in a Taiji Dao robe, held the Taiji diagram, a supreme treasure of creation. His aura was steady and profound, having reached the peak of the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm. The central figure, wearing a purple gold crown, had a dragon head staff, and the central Wuji apricot yellow banner suspended above his head. His aura was but a hair's breadth away from the peak of the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm. The one on the right sat upon a 12-grade merit golden lotus, holding a red embroidered ball. Compassion and majesty coexisted in his bearing. Though slightly inferior to the former two, he was still terrifyingly powerful. Not bad, Patriarch Hongjun spoke slowly, his voice plain yet imbued with the pressure of the great Dao. In just a few kalpas, one corpse has reached the peak and another is on the verge of perfection. When all three corpses are perfected and unified as one, that will be the moment I attain the Dao. At this thought, even Hongjun, whose heart had remained tranquil for eons, felt a ripple of emotion. To attain the Dao would mean to govern the primordial world, establish order, and become the foremost being beneath the Heavenly Dao, a temptation none could resist. Yet the next moment, sensing the immense karma that clung to his primordial spirit, like a shadow, his expression darkened, and a shadow flickered in his eyes. This vast karma stemmed from the causality he had incurred when Luoho detonated the Western Earth veins. Like a malignant tumor, it incessantly eroded his Dao foundation and suppressed his cultivation speed. Were it not for this karma weighing me down, Hongjun thought coldly, with the great fortune of the Calamity era, I would have already perfected the second corpse, or even unified the three, and the Dao would be within reach. Now I am hindered, wasting countless kalpas. This thought only deepened his hatred for Luoho. However, for the moment, he had no good way to eliminate the overwhelming karma in his primordial spirit. Unless he consumed the merit he had accumulated, but the loss would be too great, and it would similarly harm his interests. Not worth the effort. Enough. Hongjun composed himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I will wait until after attaining the Dao, gather the merit and fortune of all beings in the primordial world, and slowly dissolve this karma. He closed his eyes again, resuming his deduction of the great Dao. Dao resonance flowed around him, and the light of the creation jade disk grew even more brilliant, clearly a final sprint toward the perfection of the three corpses. Meanwhile, at Tianzhou Mountain in the Yuanqi realm, the place was shrouded in misty clouds, with space laws interweaving, as if a chaotic realm between existence and nothingness. At the center of the secret realm, a golden void golden tower floated in the air. Countless space runes were engraved on its body, sometimes solid, sometimes illusory, radiating an overwhelming pressure of space laws. This was Patriarch Yangmei's companion ultimate treasure, the Qizhou Golden Tower. Beneath the golden tower, Patriarch Yangmei sat cross-legged. He wore a simple Taoist robe, his face aged, but his spirit vigorous. When his eyes opened and closed, countless spaces seemed to be born and extinguished. His aura was vast as the ocean, already at the peak of the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm. His comprehension of space laws was unmatched, and he lacked only a single step to attain the Dao. But that step had long eluded him. Alas! Yangmei Laozu sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The Heavenly Dao of the primordial world is ultimately different from the chaos. He was originally a space chaos demon god from the chaos, at his peak possessing immense divine powers and mastering the space Dao. But since Pangu split the heavens and the chaos shattered, he had survived by chance in the primordial world. Though he had recultivated the space laws, he found this path far more difficult than he had imagined. The Heavenly Dao of the primordial world has its own operational rules. Attaining the Dao solely through laws was an extremely arduous path. After all, becoming a master of a Dao, a space master unbound by the Heavenly Dao, was almost an act of defiance against heaven. How could the Heavenly Dao easily permit the existence of such an uncontrollable supreme being? Even though his space laws had reached the peak of the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm, and he had touched the origin of the laws, he could never break through that barrier. Even as a former space chaos demon god from the chaos, with cultivation far surpassing his current level, he could not rely on past experience to reattain the Dao. After all, he was now in the primordial world, not the chaos of old. The laws of heaven and earth here differed from the great Dao of chaos. If he relied on the experience of a former chaos demon god to retrieve his past Dao fruit, he would once again transform into the space chaos demon god of old. But that was not the outcome Yangmei desired. To reiterate, this was the primordial world, not the chaos of the past. Chaos demon gods were not tolerated by the Heavenly Dao of the primordial world. If he were to become a Chaos demon god again, he would have to leave the primordial world, otherwise he would be suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. And if he chose to leave the primordial world, he would lose any chance of governing it. Pangu created the heavens and transformed his body into the primordial world, integrating the essences, treasures, and laws of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods. This realm gathered all the essence of the creation of heaven and earth, the best soil for cultivation and attaining the Dao. Whoever could govern the primordial world would inherit Pangu's legacy, and their future achievements would be boundless. Thus the temptation of governing the primordial world was one that no being could bear to lose, for it determined whether they could continue to grow stronger after attaining the Dao. Therefore, unless forced, they would not leave the primordial world and return to the chaos to become Chaos demon gods again. Vast as the chaos is, it is not as suitable for cultivation as the primordial world. Yangmei Laozu shook his head, dismissing the thought. This is where my foundation lies. I must seize the advantage. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and let the space laws flow around him, beginning to attempt a new path to the Dao. This was undoubtedly difficult. He had to completely shatter the insights from the chaos era and reassemble them with the laws of the primordial world. The difficulty and time required were unimaginable, but Yangmei Laozu did not flinch. He was not alone. Hongjun, the hidden Diandao Laozu, Wuji Laozu, and other top primordial deities were all the same. They all strove tirelessly to be the first to attain the Dao. This was not merely a breakthrough in realm, but a final competition for the orthodox rule and dominion of the primordial world. Whoever attained the Dao first would naturally inherit Pangu's legacy, control the fortune of the primordial world, establish the order of the Heavenly Dao, and become the true master of this realm. The winner would take all their future paths, smooth their cultivation, advancing rapidly with the hope of reaching the legendary end of the great Dao. The loser would either submit to another or be forced to flee into the chaos, struggling to survive in harsh conditions with little chance of ever rising again. The competition for the great Dao was never a simple contest of cultivation. If they only sought to attain the Dao, they could return to the chaos, reclaim their former Dao fruits, and easily restore their peak. But what they truly cared about was the vast primordial world left by Pangu. The supreme great world forged from the flesh, primordial spirit, physical shells, spiritual treasures, and Dao essence of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods. Atop Yujing Mountain, Hongjun deduced the great Dao, the creation jade disk shining with billions of rays. In the Tianzhou secret realm, Yangmei merged laws, the Qizhou golden towers, space births, and deaths. Everywhere in the primordial world, hidden primordial deities cultivated bitterly, their auras sometimes erupting, sometimes sinking into silence. A silent competition was quietly unfolding. Time passed swiftly, and another 10+ epochs slipped away quietly. Amidst the alternation of tranquility and turmoil, the Honghuang heaven and earth once again stirred up waves. More and more innate deities emerged one after another, making a name for themselves across the Honghuang land with their own divine powers. Those innate clans that had survived the great heavenly tribulations took advantage of the recovery of the vitality of heaven and earth to recuperate and restore their former prosperity to some extent. Yet in this surging world of wind and cloud, the most conspicuous and formidable was a newly born clan. That is the Wu clan at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Since the birth of the Wu clan, after more than 10 epochs of reproduction and growth, the Wu clan was no longer the scene of merely having the 12 ancestral witches. After the blood pool deep within the Pangu temple gave birth to the first batch of Wu clan members, besides the 12 ancestral witches, these Wu clan members continued to interbreed. Although the reproduction speed was not fast over this long period, they still expanded rapidly. Moreover, they either had human bodies with beast heads, or were born with wings, or were covered in scales. Despite their varied forms, they all inherited part of the ancestral witches' divine powers. Their physical bodies were incomparably strong, their blood energy surged to the heavens, and their strength was truly formidable, with extremely fast cultivation speed. The 12 ancestral witches each led a branch of the clan like 12 unstoppable torrents, expanding from Buzhou Mountain to all directions of the Honghuang continent. The cultivation path of the Wu clan was completely different from that of other innate deities and innate beings. The Wu clan primarily cultivated the physical body. Apart from some innate spiritual objects and innate spiritual fruits that could increase blood energy, their greatest need was the flesh and blood of various innate beings. Furthermore, since they did not cultivate the primordial spirit, the Wu clan had no fear of karmic retribution. Therefore, they only needed to continuously devour the flesh and blood of innate beings to rapidly grow stronger. It was precisely for this reason that under the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, the Wu clan fed on the myriad races of Honghuang. Whether it was innate deities, innate beings, or the physical essence of acquired beings, in their eyes all were nourishment for themselves. Their actions were utterly reckless and ferocious to the extreme. Roar! In the western border of Honghuang, a mountain range that once housed billions of the Crimson Blood Ox clan had now turned into a scene of carnage. The Flame tribe led by the Ancestral, which Zhurong advanced like they were in an uninhabited land. The Wu clan warriors spewed flames from their mouths, and with swings of their fists the bodies of Crimson Blood Oxen exploded with cries of agony, rising one after another. Crimson Blood Oxen were hunted one after another, becoming the Wu clan's blood food. The flesh and blood of these demonic beasts can barely nourish my clan's warriors, said Zhurong, standing on the mountaintop, watching his subordinates slaughter madly with no ripples in his eyes. Under the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, the Wu clan fed on the myriad races of Honghuang. These weak clans, or weak innate beings living around the Wu clan, were almost completely devoured by the Wu clan. Even those innate clans that had survived great tribulations and had now restored part of their foundation tried their best to avoid the Wu clan. Apart from this, the two brothers Dijun and Tai Yi, who were supported by the Sun Star, took the opportunity to recruit many Honghuang clans and provide shelter for various races. Many innate clans, fearing the Wu clan's attacks and becoming food in their mouths, chose to submit to the Sun Palace. This gradually strengthened the Sun Palace's power and increased its reputation. Gradually, the myriad races of Honghuang, weatherbirds, scale-covered creatures, or beasts, all became hostile to the Wu clan. However, in this era of innate deities, the Wu clan, with its 12 ancestral witches, paid no attention to this. In their eyes, among the countless clans in Honghuang, all those with fur, horns, wet birth, or egg hatching were nothing more than food in their mouths, and they collectively referred to these clans as demonic beasts. Gradually, the concept of demon spread in Honghuang, and this was the first time the concept of demon appeared in Honghuang. Under these circumstances, more and more clans and innate great powers gathered under Dijun and Tai Yi of the Sun Palace. The strength of the entire Sun Palace expanded rapidly. Within just a few epochs, the Sun Palace had gathered hundreds of clans, among which there were many at the levels of Tai Golden Immortal and Daluo Golden Immortal. Even the fortune blessing on Jun and Tai Yi became increasingly dense. Even though the two expended much effort on handling clan affairs and integrating forces, their cultivation advanced rapidly under the nourishment of fortune. This naturally further increased their ambitions. In Dijun's heart, there was already a faint idea to unite all the myriad races of Honghuang, except the Wu clan, into one clan, which would be the Demon Clan. However, in the current Honghuang, the power of the 12 ancestral witches was too overwhelming. Even though Dijun and Tai Yi were powerful and possessed the Chaos Bell, a supreme treasure of creation, they were still very wary of the 12 ancestral witches and lacked sufficient confidence. They could only temporarily suppress their ambitions and secretly expand their forces, recruiting more great powers to jointly fight against the Wu clan. The Wu clan was naturally not unaware of the rise of the Sun Palace. They also noticed their actions. Inside the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. Dijong's 6 legs and 4 wings stirred slightly, spatial fluctuations swirling around him. Those 2 golden crows of the Sun Star do have some skill actually gathering quite a few demonic beasts, said Gong Gong, his pupils narrowing with water vapor surging around him. How about we go over and overturn the Sun Star? I think we need not bother, said Tian Wu, waving his hand. The Honghuang land is vast and boundless, with countless food for our clan to enjoy. Now we are busy occupying the Honghuang land, why bother with those 2 clowns? Said Zhu Jiuyin as well. When our clan occupies the Honghuang continent, then not to mention the Sun Star, even the entire Honghuang will have no existence that can stop the Wu clan's steps. The other ancestral witches nodded one after another. In their eyes, the Sun Palace was merely a nest gathering a group of demonic beasts, no different in essence from the clans on the Honghuang land. As long as they were willing, they could march to the 9 heavens at any time and devour those 2 messy birds and the demonic beasts together. Moreover, currently there was no direct or intense conflict between the 2 sides, and the Wu clan was busy expanding, so naturally, they had no time to bother. Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, Cave Heaven. Inside the Wuzhuang hall, Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged on a cloud bed, his eyes slightly closed, surrounded by a chaotic-colored halo. An ancient and mysterious Chaos Luo Pan and a Chaos Millstone slowly rotated above his head, which were the Chaos Great Dao Luo Pan and the Chaos Great Dao Millstone. On the millstone, countless chaotic runes flowed and shifted, emitting an immeasurable chaotic origin force, which poured continuously into Zhenyuanzi's body along his body. Through these epochs of secluded cultivation, his comprehension of the great Dao laws had already reached a critical point. His physical body mana and primordial spirit, nourished by the chaotic origin force, had reached the limit of perfection, like a taut bowstring that only needed one last bit of force to achieve this earth-shattering breakthrough. Wong. At a certain moment, the Chaos Great Dao Luo Pan trembled violently, bursting into dazzling light. At Zhenyuanzi's brow, a chaotic mark quietly appeared, echoing the Luo Pan. His comprehension of the Chaos Great Dao, like a river breaking its banks, instantly shattered that invisible barrier. Hong. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from Zhenyuanzi's body, sweeping through the entire Honghuang temple cave heaven. This pressure was not deliberately released, but the natural aura of the great Dao emitted during the breakthrough of the realm. It contained the unique chaotic rhythm of the Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal, as if it could stabilize the universe and reverse time and space. Fortunately, the outer periphery of the Honghuang temple cave heaven was guarded by the supreme array of the Dao field, which firmly locked this oppressive pressure and aura within the secret realm, not a trace of it leaking out. Otherwise, it would surely have stirred the primordial heavenly mechanism, shaking the entire primordial age. Even so, the creatures within the cave heaven felt this heart-pounding fluctuation. Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were cultivating in the palace, suddenly stiffened, their faces turning pale in an instant. Although they were at the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm, considered powerful figures in the primordial age, they were like ants facing the sky, before this oppressive pressure, their very breathing becoming difficult. This is the master's aura. Qingfeng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. So strong. It's 100,000 times more powerful than before. Mingyue had already prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Master, has he broken through? Not only them, but the group of iron-eating bears with their formidable physiques within the cave heaven had also prostrated themselves, trembling before the direction of the Honghuang Hall. Inside the Honghuang Hall, Zhenyuanzi was undergoing a transformative rebirth. Under the reshaping of the chaos origin, every inch of his physical body flowed with a chaotic luster, as if forged from countless chaos divine crystals, indestructible, faintly radiating the primordial power of creation. His mana had long been transformed into the Honghuang Great Luo mana, viscous as syrup, vast as the ocean, each drop containing the power to shatter the cosmos. His primordial spirit had transformed into a chaos Dao body, identical to himself, seated in the center of the sea of consciousness. Between the opening and closing of its eyes, one could glimpse the birth and destruction of chaos, the reincarnation of myriad worlds. More importantly, the chaos laws he had comprehended were now fully integrated with himself. Every gesture and movement could invoke the power of the great Dao laws. So this is the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, chaos swirling within them, as if containing the birth and death of countless universes. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the overwhelming power within his body, and a sense of all-conquering pride arose in his heart. He could clearly sense that aside from the factor of supreme treasures, he could now, with a mere flick of his fingers, easily shatter his former self before the breakthrough. And that former self would not have the slightest resistance. The Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal, also known as the Honghuang Saint, Zhenyuanzi understood in his heart. Although one cannot borrow the power of the primordial age's authority like a heavenly saint to mobilize the Heavenly Dao's power, one is also not bound by the Heavenly Dao, free and unfettered, truly achieving my fate is my own, not the heavens. Now he had proven the Dao through sheer force in one fell swoop, completely breaking through to the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal, which could also be called the Honghuang Saint. However, it was not like a heavenly saint whose primordial spirit is entrusted to the Heavenly Dao, so he could not mobilize the primordial age's authority to invoke the Heavenly Dao's power like a heavenly saint. But likewise, he was not bound by the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, he had simultaneously broken through in all aspects: physical body, mana, primordial spirit, and laws, rather than merely proving the Dao through a single aspect like immense mana or laws alone. His strength was thus immensely powerful. And as he felt the changes within himself, his heart, filled with myriad emotions, a long-lost mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Triggering random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward Chaos Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward A Strand of Hongmeng Origin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward 100 million points of Great Dao Merit. Zhenyuanzi's heart shook violently, and a flash of surprise lit up his eyes. He had never expected that breaking through to the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal would yield such generous rewards from the system. Although the system rewards triggered by the breakthrough to the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal totaled only 3 items, Zhenyuanzi was utterly astounded after receiving the information about these 3 rewards. Though there were only 3 rewards, each one was incomparably precious and incredibly heaven-defying. The first reward, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal, contained the origin of the Heavenly Dao and the authority of the Heavenly Dao. With it, one could control over 90% of the primordial age's Heavenly Dao authority and mobilize the power of the primordial Heavenly Dao. Though its function seemed singular, it was incredibly heaven-defying. This alone made it fully worthy of its status as a Chaos Supreme Treasure. In the original fate trajectory of the primordial age, why was Dao Ancestor Hongjun able to suppress the other saints? Was it merely because he was the first to attain enlightenment and the most powerful? That was a factor, but the root cause was not so simple. Apart from Dao ancestor Hongjun's own immense power, the more significant reason was that he possessed the broken creation jade disc, which had the function of controlling part of the Primordial Age's authority. This allowed him to wield more authority over the Primordial Age and mobilize more power of the Heavenly Dao, even using it to restrain the other Heavenly Saints. However, the creation jade disc that Dao ancestor Hongjun possessed was incomplete, so the authority he could control was limited. Therefore, he needed to gather the fortune of human beings and merge with the Dao, not merely to repair the Heavenly Dao, but more to seize more authority of the Heavenly Dao, thereby achieving the goal of controlling the Primordial Age. And that was also a contest between Dao ancestor Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. Later, Dao ancestor Hongjun was able to gradually grasp the trends of development in the Primordial Age and influence the operation of the Heavenly Dao precisely through the power of Heavenly Dao authority. Even the Heavenly Saints who could exert greater strength in the Primordial Age relied on the authority of the Heavenly Dao. However, this authority was obtained by entrusting their primordial spirits to the Heavenly Dao, becoming Heavenly Saints, and thus being bound by the Heavenly Dao. And precisely because of the existence of Heavenly Dao authority, later Dao ancestor Hongjun subtly suppressed the Heavenly Saints. This was especially evident in the conferred God Apocalypse. Now, with the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal rewarded by the system, Zhenyuanzi could control over 90% of the Heavenly Dao authority without any painstaking scheming or the need to merge with the Dao, thus easily controlling the Heavenly Dao of the Primordial Age. Compared to the function of Heavenly Dao authority, Zhenyuanzi placed less importance on the offensive and suppressive capabilities of the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal itself. With this Divine Seal, I can directly control the operation of the primordial Heavenly Dao. Zhenyuanzi's eyes flashed with sharp light. If in the future I establish the 6 paths of reincarnation with the 24-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus control the earthly Dao metal in the human Dao, preach to all beings and influence the development of humanity, then the Heavenly Dao, Earthly Dao, and Human Dao will all be in my grasp. The Great Dao is within reach. And the first reward was already this heaven-defying, but the second reward was no less remarkable. The second reward was a mass of misty purple energy emitting an aura even more ancient and primordial than the Chaos Origin. It was the Honghuang Origin. This Honghuang Origin is a heaven-defying treasure capable of once again elevating his innate foundation and talent. It is also the second treasure awarded by the system for enhancing innate foundation and talent. The previous time directly elevated his talent from the level of a top-tier primordial sacred to that of a primordial chaos demon god. His ability to prove the Dao through strength so swiftly and smoothly breaking through to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm is also greatly attributed to his innate foundation and talent at the primordial chaos demon god level. This Honghuang Origin is even more heaven-defying, capable of directly elevating his current innate foundation and talent from the primordial chaos demon god level to the Honghuang Origin demon god level. Although it will not raise his cultivation realm, his cultivation talent will undergo a complete transformation. Even though he has already reached the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, his future cultivation speed will not slow down, but will instead continuously increase. Moreover, in the future there will be no bottlenecks when advancing realms, truly incomparably heaven-defying. At the same time, after transforming into a Chaos Origin demon god, his combat prowess at the same level will become even more heaven-defying. Honghuang Origin demon god. Zhenyuanzi murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. By then, even though I have already reached the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, my cultivation speed will not slow down, but will instead grow faster with no bottlenecks in the future, and my combat prowess at the same level will become even more heaven-defying. In comparison, the third reward, the 100 million merit of the Great Dao, though equally precious, seemed less conspicuous. But this is only relatively speaking. 100 million merit of the Great Dao is still extremely precious, at least comparable to 10 billion merit of Heaven's Dao, and is even enough to allow a Daluo Golden Immortal to directly prove the Dao through merit. And if he completely absorbs it at his current realm, it can also rapidly enhance his current strength and realm, granting him a tremendous boost. But he obviously would not do so. With his current innate foundation and realm, he has no need to rely on the power of merit for advancement. Although he could use the Chaos Great Dao Millstone to convert the merit power into power of the Great Dao Origin, which would also rapidly enhance his strength without any side effects, given his current foundation, he has no need to do so for now. With a thought, Zhenyuanzi retrieved all 3 rewards from the system space. A profound and immensely powerful Divine Seal appeared in his palm. The Divine Seal was engraved with countless Heavenly Dao runes emitting an immeasurable aura of the Heavenly Dao Origin faintly connected to the primordial Heaven's Dao. Merely holding the seal, he felt as if he could control the cycle of sun and moon, the change of seasons, and the birth and death of all things in the primordial world. In addition, there were 2 orbs emitting a hazy purple light and a profound yellow light respectively, the Honghuang origin, and the merit of the Great Dao. He first carefully stored away the Heavenly Dao divine seal, then guided the vast mass of merit of the Great Dao into the depths of his primordial spirit. In an instant 100 dazzling golden wheels of merit of the Great Dao slowly rotated within his primordial spirit, emitting pure merit power, illuminating his entire sea of consciousness. Finally his gaze fell upon the Honghuang origin. He took a deep breath, hesitated no longer, opened his mouth, and inhaled, swallowing the Honghuang origin into his belly. Boom! The moment the Honghuang origin entered his body, Zhenyuanzi felt an indescribable force surge through his entire being. From his physical body to his primordial spirit, from his magical power to his laws of Dao, a tremendous transformation began. His innate foundation and talent were visibly transforming from the primordial chaos demon god level toward the Honghuang origin demon god level. After an unknown number of ages, the chaotic halo within the 5 villages hall gradually faded, and Zhenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes. Chaos swirled in his eyes, yet they held a hint of the clarity of the nascent Honghuang, as if they could reflect the void of myriad epochs. He slowly stretched his body, and a faint cracking sound emanated from within, not from dislocation of bones, but the clear melodious sound of the laws of Dao around his body being reorganized after the transformation of his origin. Honghuang, origin demon god. Zhenyuanzi murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of profound Dao resonance. He could clearly feel that his innate foundation had undergone a complete and earth-shattering transformation. The previous origin of the primordial chaos demon god, though powerful and with great talent, was still within the scope of chaos. But the current Honghuang origin seemed to transcend chaos itself, ancient, pure, and boundless. He tried to circulate a strand of magic power, and felt that the chaotic magic power nourished by the Honghuang origin became increasingly condensed, each strand containing the might of the creation of heaven and earth. His perception of the heaven and earth Great Dao became unprecedentedly clear, as if the Dao flowed within his fingertips, within reach. My realm remains unchanged, but my strength has been turned upside down. Zhenyuanzi smiled slightly, feeling extremely satisfied with all these transformations. Not only had his cultivation undergone a dramatic change, but although his realm had not changed, his strength had also experienced a tremendous transformation and gained a huge boost. Now, even without using any magical treasures, relying solely on his physical body and origin power, he could crush his former self at the same level. If he were to activate a Chaos Supreme treasure, it would be even more terrifying. At the same time, the moment he completed his transformation, an earth-shattering tremor came from the depths of the boundless Chaos Sea. The laws of the Chaos Great Dao surged violently, the Chaos origin churned endlessly, and countless streams of Chaos purple chi shot into the sky, manifesting into myriad visions, such as the creation of heaven and earth, the birth and destruction of universes, the trembling of myriad heavens engulfing the boundless Chaos domain. Some ancient beings hidden in Chaos danger zones, having slumbered for countless kalpas, were awakened by this disturbance. They extended their divine senses, looking warily toward the depths of Chaos. The Chaos Great Dao trembles. The Chaos origin manifests. A chaos giant whale whose body blotted out the sky emitted a low hum, its eyes filled with confusion. Which being has touched the foundation of chaos? Could it be Pangu Reborn? Who is it? Who has actually stirred the resonance of the Chaos Great Dao? From a chaos fortress forged from billions of stars came an ancient voice full of solemnity. Within chaos, can someone actually trigger the visions of the Chaos Great Dao? Could the chaos cataclysm be about to reappear? A faint Dao sound came from a mysterious place. However, between the primordial world and the chaos realms, there were infinite time and space, boundless chaos, and the barrier left by Pangu's creation of heaven and earth. Although these chaos visions were earth-shattering, they did not affect the primordial world in the slightest. Zhenyuanzi, immersed in the joy of his transformation, was completely unaware of this. He gathered his mind, swept his divine sense across the entire 5 villages grotto heaven, and showed a satisfied expression. As he proved the Dao and became a Hongyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, the power of the 5 villages Dao field also surged. Under the enhancement of the Dao field's function, the innate spiritual energy of heaven and earth became so dense it nearly liquefied. Strands of innate Dao resonance drifted in the air, and a single breath could greatly increase the cultivation of an ordinary cultivator. Those spiritual roots and herbs, nourished by the dense spiritual energy and Dao resonance, grew even more luxuriant. The branches of the ginseng fruit tree were laden with baby-shaped spiritual fruits. The yellow plum emitted an enticing glow, and the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree even bore faint Dao runes. What pleased him even more was the change in the Dao field's array. Originally, the array could only resist a Hongyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, but could not stop a Hongyuan Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal. Now, after his breakthrough, the array automatically upgraded. Not only did its defense power surge enough to withstand the attacks of a Hongyuan Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal, It could also shield against the prying of a Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal. Now it was even more secure. This also meant that even the primordial Heavenly Dao could not penetrate the formation and spy on any situation within the cave heaven. Therefore the fact that he had broken through at this moment had not yet been sensed by the Heavenly Dao, so no celestial phenomena appeared in the primordial world. It is well. Zhenyuanzi nodded with a smile. If the breakthrough had caused soaring celestial phenomena, it would have already alarmed Hongjun and Yang Mei and the like. Those hidden innate gods and demons might have fled early. Then with a thought the long unseen system panel appeared in his mind. Name Zhenyuanzi. Cultivation early stage of the primordial great Daluo Golden Immortal. Root and talent primordial source demon god. Cultivation method chaos, grand Dao source scripture. Treasures chaos supreme treasure. Chaos Dao compass chaos supreme treasure. Chaos Dao millstone chaos supreme treasure. Heavenly Dao divine seal, innate supreme treasure. Earth book, innate supreme treasure. Tai Su sword superior grade, innate spiritual treasure. Lai Qiong sword lower grade, innate spiritual treasure. Xianbing mirror a lake of 3 light, divine water middle grade, innate spiritual treasure. Lai Tian spear middle grade, innate spiritual treasure, water control. Banner lower grade, innate spiritual treasure. Soul suppressing bell superior grade, innate spiritual root. World destroying, demon elm. Innate spiritual roots supreme grade, innate spiritual root. Ginseng fruit tree supreme grade, innate spiritual root. Yellow central plum supreme grade, innate spiritual root. Now whether in cultivation root or foundation, he stood at the pinnacle of the primordial world. He casually dismissed the panel, and then took out the Chaos Dao compass. The compass gently rotated, emitting a chaotic colored halo, instantly completely concealing his heavenly secrets and aura. Even the Heavenly Dao's divine will could not detect any change in him. After doing all this, Zhenyuanzi took a step, and his figure appeared outside the 5 villages temple cave heaven, standing atop the Longevity Mountain. The mountain wind blew his Daoist robe, making his sleeves flutter, yet not a trace of his aura leaked out. Zhenyuanzi then took out the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal. The seal felt warm and smooth in his hand, yet contained vast Heavenly Dao authority. The moment he grasped the seal, Zhenyuanzi seemed to be connected to the entire primordial Heavenly Dao. He could clearly sense the flow of the Heavenly Dao's origin touch every rule thread of the primordial world, and even see that hazy consciousness body floating at the core of the Heavenly Dao woven from countless rules. It was the Heavenly Dao's divine will. So this is the Heavenly Dao's authority. Zhenyuanzi mused inwardly. With this seal, he could easily mobilize over 90% of the primordial's Heavenly Dao power, control the operation of the primordial world's rules, determine the direction of the primordial's great trends, and every word and deed could become a law of heaven and earth. This was even more heaven-defying than the power of speaking laws into being. It's time to make some arrangements. A glint of sharp light flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. With a thought, he leveraged the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal to mobilize the vast Heavenly Dao authority. In an instant, at the edge of the primordial world, an invisible barrier quietly rose like a huge cage, enveloping the entire primordial world. This barrier was not physical, it was woven from countless Heavenly Dao rules. Seemingly fragile, it was indestructible. Even a primordial unborn great Daluo Golden Immortal would need to expend tremendous power to forcibly break through. With this seal, Zhenyuanzi's lips curled slightly. It will be almost impossible for those hidden innate gods and demons to escape from the primordial world. After doing all this, he put away the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal, stood with his hands behind his back atop the Longevity Mountain, and gazed in all directions of the primordial land. Hongjun of Yujing Mountain, Yang Mei of Tianzhou Mountain. However, just as Zhenyuanzi stood atop the Longevity Mountain pondering his next arrangements, the cold and clear notification sound of the system rang again deep in his primordial spirit. Ding. Congratulations, host, for seizing the Heavenly Dao authority and dominating the primordial Heavenly Dao, triggering a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Unlock the second dojo function. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Unlock the primordial Heavenly Prison function. Zhenyuanzi was slightly startled, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that seizing the Heavenly Dao authority would also trigger a reward. The system's trigger mechanism often brought surprises. He focused to examine the information of the two new functions, and after a moment a smile involuntarily curved at the corner of his mouth. The second dojo function allowed him to choose any place in the primordial world and bind another dojo whose functions were exactly the same as the 5 villages temple dojo, gathering spiritual energy, enhancing cultivation dojo formation. It was equivalent to having an additional heaven-defying dojo. Regarding this, many ideas immediately arose in Zhenyuanzi's mind, and he had uses for it. But what he paid more attention to was the second system function, the primordial heavenly prison. Although its function seemed very simple, it was extremely heaven-defying. This function allowed him to designate a region within the dojo to bind. Anyone who entered the heavenly prison regardless of their cultivation level would have their mind influenced imperceptibly over time, eventually developing irreversible absolute loyalty to him without changing their original personality, divine abilities, or memories. The entire process was silent, and even the person involved would not notice. No need to suppress, no need to imprison, just let them stay in the heavenly prison for enough time, and they can turn from enemy to friend, even make the strong submit willingly. Zhenyuanzi's eyes flickered with sharp light. This function seemed simple, but its significance was unimaginable. At this moment many thoughts also arose in his heart, but these would all be plans for the future. There were still many matters to handle at present. Temporarily setting aside the two functions, Zhenyuanzi turned his gaze back to the primordial world. He raised his hand to put away the Chaos Dao compass, removing the concealment of his own aura and heavenly secrets. In an instant, under the guidance of the Heavenly Dao divine seal, his vast aura, as a primordial great Daluo Golden Immortal, like a flood from an open gate, spread through the Heavenly Dao authority to every corner of the primordial world. The Heavenly Dao responded, and celestial phenomena appeared. Wang, the primordial world suddenly trembled. Boundless purple chi surged from the eastern horizon, stretching for infinite billions of miles like a river flowing backward, dyeing the entire sky into a sea of purple. On the earth, billions of golden lotuses broke through the ground, blooming layer by layer. The golden lotus light illuminated the sky, reflecting off the purple chi. Immortal mist rose, transforming into dragons, phoenixes, qilin, and other auspicious forms, dancing and circling between heaven and earth. More profound still, the sound of the great Dao resonated like the tolling of bells, the chiming of jade chimes, and like countless gods and demons chanting in whispers. Before the primordial chaos was divided within the realm of existence and non-existence, a single ray of true yang shattered the chaos. The pure ascends while the turbid descends, dividing heaven and earth. Pangu split open the cosmos, establishing the fundamental order. Yin and yang rotate to give birth to the four symbols, and the five elements interact to nurture all living beings. The great Dao, formless yet concealing its ultimate truth, stirs when a sage emerges to settle the primordial chaos. Heavenly sounds linger in the air, carrying the profound essence since the world's creation. All creatures in the vast wilderness feel sudden enlightenment upon hearing it, and many cultivators long stuck at their breakthrough bottleneck shatter through to new realms right then and there. Then high above the boundless firmament, a cosmic manifestation spanning hundreds of millions of miles slowly materialized. Clad in a Taoist robe woven from primordial chaos, his face matched Zhenyuanzi perfectly. Within the opening and closing of his eyes, chaos itself rose and fell, while galaxies wheel through endless cycles. Misty purple aura and swirling halos of chaos encircled his form. In his left hand, he held the Earth Book, his right gripped the primordial heaven-measuring ruler, and beneath his feet bloomed a 24-petaled lotus of samsara, clearly Zhenyuanzi's supreme chaos manifestation. The cosmic form stood anchored in the heavens as though merging with the wilderness itself. An aura of supreme majesty spread outward, freezing the world in place, silencing all sound. Then a voice resonated across every inch of the wilderness, majestic yet imbued with serene Taoist harmony, echoing like the decrees of heaven itself, reaching every creature's ears. When the primordial chaos first opened, a true source emerged. Deep within the chaos, the primal essence was conceived. From my 10,000 years longevity, I manifested the great Dao, one measure, one kulpa, one epoch. The Earth Book bears the veins of mountains and rivers. The heaven-measuring ruler fixes the sun and moon in their courses. Today I ascend to saintly status through the great Dao to transmit its teachings and redeem worldly bonds. The verse carried profound mysteries that fully revealed the depths of his Taoist realization, sending shockwaves through the hearts and minds of all beings in the wilderness. Then the cosmic form of Zhenyuanzi spoke, its voice echoing across the wilderness once more. I am Zhenyuanzi. Today I have attained the path of Honghuang Daluo, achieving the status of Honghuang saint. These words struck like thunderbolts, drawing cries of astonishment from countless beings. A saint. This marks the first time since the world's founding that a Honghuang saint has openly declared their attainment of the path. I perceive the arduous journey of cultivation upon all living beings, and will after 1,000,000 years proclaim the great Dao at the primordial chaos altar beyond the heavens. All who share this karmic connection may come and listen. As his words faded, wondrous signs in heaven and earth grew ever more resplendent, and boundless blessings from the saint fell like sweet rain, nourishing all things in the primordial wilderness. Withered spiritual herbs and medicinal plants revived instantly, wounded creatures healed completely, and even cultivators burdened with karmic guilt found some of their malevolent energy dissipating. The entire primordial wilderness erupted in celebration. Around Wanshou Mountain, countless beings prostrated themselves upon the ground, bowing toward the sacred manifestation in the heavens, while shouting, "Congratulations, Saint Zhenyuan, on attaining enlightenment. We thank the saint for this boundless grace." In the Qingshu cavity heaven of Eastern Kunlun, Taiqing Daoist suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the saintly figure in the sky, murmuring, "Such transcendent power exists within the primordial wilderness." Meanwhile, atop the cloud bed wreathed in the aura of the great Dao, at Yujing Mountain, Grand Ancestor Hongjun sat in meditation. Above his head, the jade disk of creation slowly revolved, cascading countless rays of profound yellow vitality that illuminated his countenance with an increasingly ancient and unfathomable depth. Yet for the first time his face, typically as still as an ancient well without ripples, showed the faintest disturbance, his brow furrowing slightly as his fingers resting upon his knees trembled almost imperceptibly. Shock and gravity flashed across Grand Ancestor Hongjuan's eyes. "Hunyuan Daluo? How is this possible? How could this Zhenyuanzi have reached the Dao before me? Hunyuan Daluo?" He whispered, his voice carrying an unacknowledged dryness. The resonance of the Dao that had just pierced through countless epochs was unmistakably the sign of someone attaining the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal state. The saintly manifestation that appeared was precisely Zhenyuanzi, the one he had encountered only once before. This was difficult for Hongjun to accept, bordering on disbelief. He had cultivated for billions of ages, existing since the very dawn of heaven and earth, wielding the jade disk of creation and unraveling the mysteries of the Heavenly Dao. He had always believed himself destined to be the first in the wilderness to attain Hunyuan Daluo. Yet now, had someone he had met only once never given serious thought to actually preceded him? How could this be? Grand Ancestor Hongjuan's fingers ceased their formation as he attempted to divine the celestial mechanisms. The movement paused abruptly, and even the rotation of the jade disk of creation stumbled momentarily. Countless thoughts surged through his consciousness, ultimately dissolving into profound regret. His own cultivation had long since approached the threshold of Hunyuan Daluo, and after surviving the Great Tribulation with the support of heaven and earth's fortune, his advancement had become terrifyingly rapid. It was merely because a portion of the Western Earth veins had been destroyed, accumulating a vast karmic burden that now impeded his progress. If he had earlier employed his own merit and fortune to neutralize this karmic weight, might he not have accelerated his cultivation further, potentially becoming the first to attain the Dao himself? One step, only one step short. Gazing at the Heavenly Dao runes circulating upon the jade disk of creation, his expression grew tangled with conflicting emotions, reluctance to accept this outcome, gravity at the implications, and a deep-seated remorse. The initiative had already slipped away. Since Zhenyuanzi was the first to attain the Dao, he had secured the foremost position within the Heavenly Dao's fortune. Should Hongjun wish to catch up in the future, he feared it would demand 100 or even 1,000-fold effort. The innate spiritual chi upon Yujing Mountain churned in response to his turbulent emotions. Only after a long while did Grand Ancestor Hongjun slowly close his eyes. Upon opening them again, peace had returned to his countenance, though the gravity lingering in the depths of his gaze refused to dissipate. On Tianzhou Mountain, Patriarch Yangmei gazed upward at the firmament and sighed. "We are ultimately one step too late. The landscape of the primordial wilderness has shifted irrevocably." Meanwhile, atop Buzhou Mountain, the 12 progenitor Wu gathered within the Pangu Divine Hall, each bearing different expressions as they sensed that supreme Dao resonance. Di Jiang spoke with gravity. "Now that a saint has emerged, how shall our Wu clan position ourselves in days to come?" On the Sun Star, Di Jun and Tai exchanged glances, each finding shock reflected in the other's eyes. Tai declared, "A saint proclaiming the great Dao. This is a heavenly opportunity of the utmost significance. After 1,000,000 years we shall surely attend." Across the primordial wilderness, whether primordial divine beings or ordinary sentient creatures, all found themselves in animated discussion. "Saint Zhenyuan, it is indeed Venerable Zhenyuan of Wanshou Mountain. No wonder the spiritual energy upon Wanshou Mountain is so dense. There lies concealed a future saint, a saint preaching the great Dao. This is unprecedented since the world's beginning. No matter what, we must find a way to attend. With the saint present, perhaps the Wu clan's fierce nature might be restrained." Countless beings felt their hearts surge with emotion, filled with anticipation for the great Dao preaching that would occur in 1,000,000 years' time. After an indeterminate length of time, the saintly manifestation in the heavens gradually dissolved, and phenomena, such as purple chi and golden lotuses, subsided, yet the lingering resonance of the saint's Dao attainment remained palpable throughout the primordial wilderness. Zhenyuanzi stood atop the peak of Wanshou Mountain, perceiving the emotional fluctuations of all beings in the wilderness, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that heaven and earth had responded and the signs of his Dao attainment had spread across the wilderness, it was already recognition, proving him the first to attain the Dao since the world's founding. A vast and profound cosmic fortune enveloped him, marking one of the benefits and advantages of seizing the initiative by being the first to attain the Dao. With the first step now accomplished, certain ancient primordial gods and demons concealed within various caves and mansions across the wilderness should soon make their moves. Having become the first to attain the Dao and seize the initiative of the primordial wilderness, the other primordial deities had effectively lost any chance of governing it. Furthermore, unable to comprehend the intentions of a Dao-attained one, of a Honghuang saint like himself, they would inevitably take action, perhaps even withdraw from the primordial wilderness, and by then he would no longer need to seek them out individually. Meanwhile, as the sage's celestial phenomenon faded, countless primordial great beings began to discuss the matter of Zhenyuanzi's attainment of sagehood. East Kunlun Qingshu Cave Heaven. On 3 Dao platforms, the 3 pure ones of Pangu, Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing, all fixed their solemn gazes upon the lingering purple aura in the sky. Taiching Taoist, surrounded by swirling purple qi, stroked his beard and sighed deeply. Zhenyuanzi's attainment of sagehood was so grand that even the Dao of heaven and earth resonated with it. We who pride ourselves as the true lineage of Pangu never imagined the primordial world harbored such a terrifyingly mighty being. Yuqing Taoist, holding a jade rui in his hand, wore a complex expression. The Earth Book and the Hongmeng measuring ruler manifested by the sage's Dharma form are supreme treasures, their aura far heavier and more profound than ordinary innate spiritual treasures. The sermon in the outer heavens a million years hence will be an earth-shattering opportunity. Shangqing Taoist's eyes flashed with sharp light, his tone resolute. How could we miss such an opportunity? A million years hence the 3 of us brothers shall go together. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They had always considered themselves the true lineage of Pangu, and since their transformation, they had roamed the primordial world with few rivals. Yet today an unparalleled great being had attained enlightenment, and his might was terrifying beyond compare. To hear even a fraction of such a great being's sermon would greatly benefit their breakthrough in cultivation. Western Sumer Mountain Lingshan, Cave Heaven. Jane and Zhenyuanzi sat facing each other. Elder brother Zhenyuanzi's attainment of sagehood has the entire world rejoicing. This is a chance for the prosperity of the West. Zhenyuanzi holding the 7 treasures wonderful tree, his eyes full of anticipation. The sermon a million years hence. We must go. Jane pressed his palms together, his voice calm, but with unwavering firmness. Excellent. Listening to the sage's sermon may allow us to glimpse the way for the West's rise, living up to the blessings of the primordial world. Mount Fengxi in the Wudong Forest. Fuxi and Nuwa stood side by side, gazing at the golden lotuses dispersing in the distance, their expressions unable to conceal their shock. Elder brother Zhenyuanzi's attainment of sagehood could resonate with the heavenly Dao of the primordial world. Such cultivation is far beyond our imagination. Nuwa lightly touched her hair, her tone tinged with emotion. Fuxi's fingers, which were deducing the 8 trigrams, paused slightly, and he nodded. The way of a sage is unfathomable. The sermon a million years hence concerns our future cultivation. We must go witness it. On the sun star within the resplendent sun palace. Dijuan and Tai stood on the star platform, their imperial aura and kingly might intertwining, yet unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. That Zhenyuanzi actually possesses such immense power. Tai clapped his hands in admiration, his hand gripping the chaos bell slightly tighter. If we could receive even a little guidance from him, our cultivation would surely advance further. Then what need we fear the Wu clan? Dijuan's eyes flashed with ambition, and he said in a deep voice, indeed. A million years hence we shall bring the generals of the Sun Palace and go together. We can listen to the great Dao and also display the might of our Sun Palace to the primordial world. Furthermore, the Queen Mother of the West from the Yaotai secret realm of Mount Kunlun Donghua Daoist, from Zifu continent Mingi Daoist, from the endless blood, Si Kunpeng from the Northern Sea. All the top primordial sacred beings across the primordial world after their shock made the same decision. A million years hence, they would definitely go to the outer heavens to listen to the sermon. Unlike the anticipation of these primordial sacred beings, the primordial divine demons, who were reincarnations of the remnant souls of chaos demons, were filled with turmoil and unwillingness. Mount Tianzhou Yuanxi realm. Yangmei Laozu gazed at the sky of the primordial world. The golden light emitted by the Qizhou Golden Tower seemed somewhat dim. He sighed softly, his voice filled with complexity. In the end, we were one step too slow. Zhenyuanzi has attained enlightenment, and we no longer have the possibility to rule the primordial world. On Wuji continent, a land suspended at the edge of chaos, the Wuji ancestor opened his eyes, chaos churning in his pupils. He was originally a demon who governed the great Dao of Wuji in chaos, and after reincarnation in the primordial world, he had cultivated bitterly for billions of years, only a hair's breadth away from Honghuang Daluo. Yet he never expected Zhenyuanzi to beat him to it. Forget it, the primordial world no longer has a place for us, the Wuji ancestor muttered to himself. Rather than stay here under the sage's control, it's better to return to chaos and reclaim our former Dao fruits. Deep within the abyss of thunder, a figure wrapped in lightning shot into the sky. It was the primordial divine demon reincarnated from the chaos demon of thunder. He stared in the direction of Mount Wanshou, a flash of venom and helplessness in his eyes. Zhenyuanzi. You have seized my rightful place in the primordial world. I will remember this grudge. When I return to the peak of chaos, I will surely come back to settle the score. On Mount Yujing, the Hongjun ancestor sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. The rotation of the creation jade disk somewhat erratic. Though he had regained his composure, his heart was in turmoil. Zhenyuanzi's attainment of enlightenment meant that his hope of contending for the orthodox rule of the primordial world had become slim. Continuing to stay in the primordial world would only leave him constrained at every turn. I must leave. Hongjun's eyes flashed with determination. Taking the creation jade disc, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner back to chaos. Perhaps there is still a chance to surpass him. All the primordial divine demons reincarnated from remnant souls of chaos demons were shocked that Zhenyuanzi could attain Honghuang Daluo so quickly and become the first sage of the primordial world. At the same time, they lamented that they no longer had the possibility to rule the primordial world and dominate all beings. As a result, they could only leave the primordial world and venture into chaos, treading the old path of the original chaos demons. However, this was naturally not the path these primordial divine demons wanted to take. After all, though chaos was boundless, its vitality was far less abundant than the primordial world, and the risks within chaos were immense, with cultivation far more difficult than in the primordial world, let alone the primordial world's terrifying foundation. But since someone in the primordial world had already attained enlightenment and become a sage, this first enlightener would likely find it hard to tolerate them. After all, primordial divine demons like them were all extraordinarily gifted. At any moment, someone might find their own path to enlightenment and attain Honghuang Daluo. Therefore, their existence posed the greatest threat to Zhenyuanzi, the first to achieve enlightenment. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they were Zhenyuanzi or the first enlightener, they too would be unable to tolerate the existence of such primordial divine demons. It was precisely because of this thinking that no matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they could only choose to leave the primordial world. After all, none of them knew when Zhenyuanzi might make a move against them. With this thought, the primordial divine demons across the primordial world began to take action. Yangmei Laozu of Mount Tianzhou, Wuji ancestor of Wuji continent, the thunder demon of the abyss of thunder, and even Hongjun of Mount Yujing. One after another, powerful figures broke through their respective cave heavens, transforming into streaks of light, flying toward the borders of the primordial world. They were about to leave this land they both loved and hated, venturing deep into chaos to seek a glimmer of hope. Atop Mount Wanshou, Zhenyuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the entire primordial world, and with the Heavenly Dao seal taking in all of this. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Having seized countless fortunes of the primordial world, you want to take the treasures and just leave? That's not so easy. Sure enough, moments later, at the boundary between Honghuang and chaos came the sound of fierce collisions. Those primordial deities attempting to cross the barrier were all blocked by an invisible shield. It was the Heavenly Dao seal that Zhenyuanzi had set up earlier using the authority of the Heavenly Dao. What's going on? Hongjun Laozu looked at the barrier glowing with Heavenly Dao runes, his face changing drastically. When did such a restriction appear at the boundary of Honghuang? Yangmei Laozu attempted to traverse using spatial laws, only to find that space had become extremely sluggish before the seal, making it utterly impossible to break through. I'm afraid it's the work of that Saint Zhenyuan. He must have set up this means. The primordial deities were both shocked and enraged, and they all urged their divine powers and magical treasures to bombard the seal. For a moment, chaotic divine light laws of thunder power of space. All kinds of formidable forces struck the barrier, producing deafening roars, but only caused slight ripples on the seal, unable to shake it in the slightest. Fellow Taoists, it's hard to break the seal alone. Let's join forces. Hongjun Laozu said in a deep voice. The deities, though harboring grudges, knew the urgency of the situation and nodded in agreement. Streams of Yellow Golden Immortal aura converged into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens and earth, slamming heavily into the Heavenly Dao seal. Boom. The seal trembled violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, as a vast and mighty Heavenly Dao power enveloped the area, the seal became indestructible, once more causing the faces of the primordial deities to change again. Just then a detached voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Fellow Taoists, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is it because you find your stay in Honghuang not comfortable? Zhenyuanzi's figure appeared out of thin air before the seal, surrounded by flowing chaotic light. His seemingly calm gaze swept over the deities, yet carried an overwhelming majesty that made their hearts tighten. Greetings, Saint. Hongjun Laozu suppressed his shock and cupped his hands. We know that we are dull and can hardly grasp the great Dao. We wish to return to chaos to cultivate bitterly. Please, Saint, let us go. Yangmei Laozu also said in a deep voice, since the saint has attained the Dao and governs the orthodox lineage of Honghuang, we should naturally yield and dare not compete with the saint. The other deities echoed one after another, their tones tinged with apprehension. Zhenyuanzi smiled slightly, but his gaze swept over the spiritual light of the magical treasures around the deities. Return to chaos. You can. But the fortunes you have plundered and the treasures you have collected in Honghuang over the years were all conceived by the heavens and earth of Honghuang. How can you take them away as you please? His gaze fell on Hongjun, carrying a hint of playfulness. Especially you, fellow Taoist Hongjun. Your creation jade disc is a chaotic supreme treasure that nurtures the Heavenly Dao, while the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner are also supreme treasures of creation. They are all closely related to the Heavenly Dao of Honghuang and cannot be taken away. Hongjun's face darkened, cursing Zhenyuanzi for his greed and shamelessness, but he knew that what the other said was not false. The creation jade disc contained the authority of the Heavenly Dao, and the Taiji diagram and Pangu banner were two of the three supreme treasures of creation. Indeed, they were inextricably linked to Honghuang. Do you mean, Saint, that we must leave behind all our treasures? Yangmei Laozu gritted his teeth. Indeed, Zhenyuanzi nodded. Leave behind all the treasures obtained from Honghuang, and I will not harm you. At this, the faces of the primordial deities turned extremely ugly. Some of these treasures were their innate supreme treasures, others were obtained after arduous search in Honghuang and were the foundation of their existence. How could they easily hand them over? But looking at Zhenyuanzi's calm and carefree demeanor, and feeling the unfathomable aura of Honghuang Daluo emanating from him, their rebellious thoughts instantly extinguished. Only those who had reached their current realm could truly appreciate the terror and horror of a Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal. With their current cultivation and realm, though some were only a step away from attaining the Dao of Honghuang Daluo, to try and contend with a Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal. That would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Fine. I will hand them over. Hongjun Laozu took a deep breath and was the first to take out the creation jade disc, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner. Within the treasure space of the creation jade disc, there were countless spirit jades, innate spiritual objects and treasures he had gathered over countless eons, his eyes filled with pain. Yangmei Laozu followed suit, handing over the Crimson Cosmos Golden Tower. Within the space of this supreme treasure, there was also his accumulation over countless millennia. The other deities, seeing this, reluctantly handed over their treasures. The Thunder Hammer of the Thunder Deity, the Infinite Pearl of the Infinite Ancestor. One by one, treasures containing endless Tao rhythms and innate laws were surrendered. Saint, we have offered our treasures. Will you let us go? Hongjun Laozu said in a deep voice. Zhenyuanzi looked at the many supreme treasures and spiritual treasures before him, nodded with satisfaction, and then put them all into the space of the chaotic Tao compass, a chaotic supreme treasure. Then he suddenly smiled and said, "What's the hurry, fellow Taoists? In a million years I will be preaching the Tao. Why not come with me to the 5 villages temple as guests and leave when the time for the lecture approaches?" The deities' hearts tightened, sensing trouble, but before they could react, Zhenyuanzi waved his sleeve. In an instant, an irresistible power of Honghuang Daluo Dharma and terrifying laws of the great Tao of space enveloped all the primordial deities. Hongju and Yangmei and the others felt a blur before their eyes, their Dharma power instantly sealed, and the next moment they found themselves in a strange space surrounded by endless spatial turbulence. And Zhenyuanzi's voice came as if from beyond the 9 heavens. "Wait a moment, fellow Taoists. I know the art of hospitality." At the boundary of Honghuang, Zhenyuanzi put away his sleeve, looked at the many supreme treasures and spiritual treasures in the chaotic Tao compass, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These primordial deities had been born early and had traveled through Honghuang collecting countless innate spiritual objects, even innate spiritual treasures. Each of them had an extremely rich fortune. Now he could be said to have plundered all the accumulation of these primordial deities over countless millennia in one fell swoop. His own foundation and the treasures he possessed would inevitably skyrocket as a result. After all, the items that could catch the eyes of these primordial deities were at least at the level of innate spiritual objects, and there were even many innate spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots, each of which was extremely precious. Even if some treasures were of no use to him, they still had other purposes. At the same time, the reason he had given earlier was not fabricated. These treasures were all fortunes bred by the heavens and earth of Honghuang, and naturally could not be allowed to be taken away, which would be equivalent to damaging the foundation of the Honghuang world. And now that he governed the Heavenly Dao of Honghuang, this was also equivalent to harming his own interests, which he naturally would not permit. As for the fact that he had still suppressed them after they had offered their treasures, it was not that he was untrustworthy. He had only said that after offering the treasures he would not harm them. He had not harmed these primordial deities now, he had merely temporarily suppressed them. After all, the fortunes these primordial deities had plundered from Honghuang were not limited to the innate spiritual treasures and objects they had offered. This karmic debt was not so easily repaid. And these primordial deities were all top-tier combat forces in Honghuang. If they could be used for his own purposes, they would become a great help in his governance of Honghuang. And the Hongming Heavenly Prison could just be put to use. In fact, if it weren't for the appearance of the Hongming Heavenly Prison after these primordial deities had offered all their treasures and possessions, Zhenyuanzi might have actually let them leave Honghuang. But then it would have been a different plan. But since these primordial deities had encountered the appearance of the Honghuang heavenly prison, they could only be invited back to be guests. In the next instant, Zhenyuanzi's figure stirred slightly. With a single step, he traversed the boundless void, crossing from the edge of the primordial world to the shore of the Eastern Sea. The vast Eastern Sea stretched endlessly, its azure waves rolling across thousands of miles. Waves crashed against the reefs, churning up foam like piles of snow. Mist rose from the sea surface, transforming into swirling clouds, and countless islands were faintly visible, scattered like stars, each exuding a faint spiritual energy. Zhenyuanzi stood upon a cloud, his gaze sweeping across the boundless sea. With a subtle thought, he extended his right hand and gently beckoned. Hum! A faint tremor echoed through the void, and a vast immortal island shrouded in a chaotic halo slowly emerged. This island stretched for countless thousands of miles. On it, jade towers and palaces stood in close array, rare grasses and exotic flowers grew in profusion, spiritual springs and waterfalls cascaded down, and immortal cranes and spirit deer roamed among them. This was none other than the Earth Immortal Island, which he had mastered in his early years. On the Immortal Island, the primordial spiritual energy was even more dense, and countless primordial spirit herbs and medicines could be seen swaying gracefully, emitting an alluring luster. As Zhenyuanzi beckoned, the vast Immortal Island rapidly shrank, becoming the size of a palm hovering in his hand, like an exquisite jade-carved miniature island. Zhenyuanzi smiled faintly and took out the Chaos Dao compass. With his current level of strength, and by leveraging the Heavenly Dao authority he held and the Chaos Dao compass, he could fully deduce the locations of the other two Immortal Islands by force. And now, with the Immortal Island as a medium for deduction, it became even simpler. And this was one of the main reasons he came to collect the Immortal Island. Not merely to reclaim an island he already controlled, but to more quickly locate the other two Immortal Islands. As the compass turned, chaotic runes flickered, and by leveraging the primal connection between the three Immortal Islands along with the Heavenly Dao authority he wielded, he instantly pinpointed the traces of the other two islands. Pangu Immortal Island here. Zhenyuanzi's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished again. The next moment he appeared above a stretch of sea that was even more ancient and mysterious. An island even more vast than the Immortal Island floated silently in the depths of the void above the sea surface. On it, immortal chi swirled, and Dao resonance was innate. This was the Pangu Immortal Island. With a faint flash of light from the Honghuang measuring ruler, this implement had already pierced through the external chaotic array and entered the Pangu Immortal Island. After stepping into the Pangu Immortal Island, Zhenyuanzi immediately felt an extremely dense primordial spiritual energy rushing toward him, even more potent than that of the Immortal Island. The island was similarly covered with jade towers, spiritual springs, and waterfalls. Countless primordial spirit plants grew lushly among which were not a few top-grade and mid-grade primordial spirit roots emitting a glistening luster. In addition, within the island, he discovered several mid to upper-grade primordial spirit treasures, a peerlessly sharp primordial sword, a remarkably defensive primordial battle armor, a primordial jade pendant capable of gathering chi and calming the mind. Each emitted a powerful aura of laws. At the center of the Immortal Island, an ancient array diagram floated silently, inscribed with countless profound runes. Faintly, billions of immortal and divine shadows rose and fell within the diagram, emanating an aura that could suppress the cosmos. The 10,000 Immortals Array Diagram. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhenyuanzi's eyes. It actually records the saint-level grand formation, the 10,000 Immortals Array. Using the diagram as the array, one can deploy the complete 10,000 Immortals Grand Array, gathering the power of 10,000 Immortals with infinite might. The 10,000 here was undoubtedly a mere figure of speech. This was unquestionably a heaven-defying Heavenly Dao treasure, its value far exceeding even ordinary top-grade primordial spirit treasures. In the original trajectory of primordial history, the future Honghuang discovered and occupied the Pangu Immortal Island, then found the 10,000 Immortals Array Diagram, and used it to set up the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array to resist the Sun Palace, or rather to resist the Demon Clan Heavenly Court established by Jun and his followers. Although in the end the immortal court established by Honghuang was still destroyed by the Demon Clan Heavenly Court, that could only be attributed to the fact that the immortal court's strength was far inferior to the Demon Clan Heavenly Court, leading to its defeat under the Demon Clan's Zhoutian Star Do Great Array. It was not that the power of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array was insufficient. In that battle, the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array undoubtedly displayed a terrifying effect, unleashing fearsome calamity that shook the primordial world. After the great battle ended, the damaged 10,000 Immortals Array Diagram was obtained by Shangxing Tongtian, who comprehended a rudimentary version of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array and later used it during the great calamity of the investiture of the gods countless ages hence. Now this 10,000 Immortals Grand Array Diagram had fallen into Zhenyuanzi's hands, which was quite good. Zhenyuanzi put away the diagram with satisfaction, then extended his divine sense, found the core origin of the Pangu Immortal Island, and refined it with his Honghuang Daluo dermic power. After refining the Pangu Immortal Island, Zhenyuanzi once again used the Chaos Dao compass to lock onto the location of the final Immortal Island. Hongjun Immortal Island, hiding quite secretly. With a flick of his body, he arrived at a misty sea area at the deepest part of the Eastern Sea. Pushing aside layers of mist, an immortal island shrouded within a water curtain appeared before his eyes. It was the Hongjun Immortal Island. Stepping into the Hongjun Immortal Island, an equally dense primordial spiritual energy rushed toward him. The island was filled with waterside pavilions and terraces, spiritual lakes everywhere. Countless aquatic spirit herbs, medicines, and plants swayed in the lakes, emitting a moist luster. At the island's core, a huge lake came into view. The lake water displayed 3 colors, red, white, and black, clearly distinct, yet harmoniously blended, emanating a sacred aura that purified all things and nourished all beings. And this was none other than the 3-light divine water, one of the top-grade primordial divine waters of the primordial world. This water was formed by absorbing sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, possessing heaven-defying effects, and being incredibly miraculous. Each of the 3 varieties of the 3-light divine water, when separated, was extremely poisonous. The sunlight divine water could corrode flesh, blood, and bones, causing devastating damage to the physical body. The moonlight divine water corroded the primordial spirit and soul, attacking the spirit and divine sense. The starlight divine water swallowed and dissolved true spirit and consciousness, directly annihilating the source of life. Yet when the 3 colors of divine water were combined into one, it could neutralize all poisons in the world, revive the dead, restore flesh to bones, nourish spirit roots, and repair Dao wounds. Truly a supreme treasure of the primordial world. And such a top-grade primordial divine water filled an entire vast lake here, and at the very core of the lake there was even a spring eye that could continuously produce the 3-light divine water. The 3-light divine water in this vast lake had been gradually formed over countless eons. Zhenyuanzi gazed at the lake of 3-light divine water, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. The system had also rewarded him with an entire lake of 3-light divine water, far larger and more vast than the one before him, but it was a one-time reward. Yet this present lake of 3-light divine water had a spring eye at its core that could endlessly produce the divine water. This was what he valued most. Then his gaze fell upon the center of the lake. There on the water's surface, a pure white lotus bloomed silently. The lotus had 12 petals layered one upon another, exuding a holy and otherworldly aura, as if it could purify all defilement in the world. On the petals, flowing light and radiant colors shimmered with Dao runes faintly appearing. This was none other than the top-grade primordial spirit root, the pure world white lotus. It's actually the pure world white lotus. Zhenyuanzi's heart stirred. This pure world white lotus could be considered a supreme spiritual treasure for cultivating the mind defense and stabilizing fortune. Sitting upon it could calm the mind, isolate external demons, greatly benefit Dao comprehension, and also possess extremely powerful defensive capabilities. More importantly, it had the power to purify the world, cleansing all filth and negative energy, and could also suppress a great sect's fortune and stabilize the Dao foundation. Moreover, this pure world white lotus was completely intact. The lotus platform leaves seedpod, heart, stem root, and stamens. It was a complete top-grade primordial spirit root, each part containing a rich primordial origin. If forcibly dismantled, the lotus platform alone could transform into the top-grade primordial spirit treasure, the 12-petal pure world white lotus, and each other part could also become a primordial spirit treasure. But such an approach would undoubtedly be too wasteful. Only the complete pure world white lotus could realize its greatest value. Dismantling it would be a gross squandering of heaven's gifts. Around the Jingshi white lotus, 3 9-pin white lotuses, 9 6-pin white lotuses, 27 3-pin white lotuses, and 81 unopened flower buds were also growing. Clearly these were all nurtured from the seeds of the Jingshi white lotus over countless eons. Among them, those above the 3rd pin had already reached the level of innate spiritual roots. A considerable harvest. Zhenyuanzi smiled, faintly waving his hand to draw up some of the 3-light divine water, but he chose not to pluck these lotuses, leaving them to remain here instead. Subsequently, Zhenyuanzi located the core origin of Hongjun Immortal Island, and similarly refined it with his own Dharma power. After refining the 3 immortal islands, Zhenyuanzi gathered them all into his sleeve, then took a step forward, his figure arriving at the edge of the Honghuang world, and stepping into the chaos. Here beyond the Honghuang, surrounded by gray chaotic currents, chaotic storms occasionally swept through, filled with danger and the unknown. However, this place was still within the scope of heaven's divine will. Zhenyuanzi could still mobilize the authority and power of the Honghuang Heavenly Dao. Let it be here. With a thought, Zhenyuanzi simultaneously cast out the 3 immortal islands and began to refine them. Yingzhou Penglai and Fangzong slowly merged in the air, transforming into a vaster, more mysterious chaotic immortal island. Upon the immortal island, chaotic currents intertwined with innate spiritual energy. The gradual fusion of the three islands emanated an aura that suppressed chaos and stabilized the cosmos. He flicked his finger, fixing this chaotic immortal island within the chaos. Then with a thought he bound his second dojo to this chaotic immortal island. In an instant the Dao rhythm flowed upon the island, and the chaotic currents grew denser, transforming it into a true chaotic dojo. This would be the place where he would expound the great Dao to the countless beings of the Honghuang in the future. Next, Zhenyuanzi took out countless primordial materials: Chaos Divine Gold, Innate Gung Metal Shoshan, Copper Mother Chaos Divine Stone. All of these were top-grade innate treasures he had collected over the years, and he now cast them all into the air. He then produced the innate supreme treasure, the Zhenyuanzi tripod, and threw all these materials into it, urging the innate divine fire within the tripod to commence refining. The Zhenyuanzi tripod trembled violently, emitting a dazzling radiance. The innate materials within, under the burning of the chaotic flame, continuously fused and reshaped. After an unknown span of time, two magnificent palaces flew out from the tripod. The palace on the left was forged entirely from Chaos Divine Gold, its roof covered with Hongmeng purple chi, its pillars engraved with great Dao runes exuding a vast Dao rhythm. Above the door plaque, three great Dao divine characters read the Dao Palace. The palace on the right was built from pitch-black innate divine iron, its eaves carved with phantom images of gods and demons radiating a majesty that suppressed all beings. Likewise, three great Dao divine characters read the Divine Demon Hall. Both palaces had been reversed from acquired to innate by the Zhenyuanzi tripod, refined to the level of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. But precisely because of this, the Zhenyuanzi tripod had consumed a great deal of its origin, its luster becoming much dimmer. It would require vast amounts of treasures or a lengthy period to recover. Zhenyuanzi placed the Dao Palace and the Divine Demon Hall upon the chaotic dojo, then chose to bind the Hongmeng heavenly prison with the Divine Demon Hall. In an instant, an aura that imprisoned the primordial spirit and suppressed the physical body pervaded the Divine Demon Hall, perfectly merging with the might of the Hongmeng heavenly prison. Having done all this with a thought, Zhenyuanzi released the group of innate gods and demons he had suppressed in the sleeve space and sent them into the Divine Demon Hall. Inside the Divine Demon Hall, it was like a vast world with chaotic currents swirling and the laws of the great Dao stable. Though not as free as the outside, it was still an excellent place for cultivation. Hongjuan Mei Wuji Laozu Lei Ji Shima. Dozens of innate gods and demons at the Daluo Golden Immortal realm appeared in the hall. Looking at their surroundings, their expressions were somewhat complex. Zhenyuanzi's voice rang out within the hall, calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority for the time being. Please cultivate here in peace. After 1,000,000 years, I shall open an altar and expound the Dao. If you still wish to leave, then I will not stop you. But until then, please remain obedient and do not act rashly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. The gods and demons all fell silent upon hearing this. They knew very well that they were now prisoners with no room for resistance. They could only agree for the time being. Seeing this, Zhenyuanzi said no more. He turned and walked out of the Divine Demon Hall, sat cross-legged outside, and began to circulate the chaotic Dao origin scripture to absorb and transform chaotic chi, quietly awaiting the time for the Dao discourse 1,000,000 years later. Deep within the chaotic dojo, Zhenyuanzi sat upright on a cloud bed. With a slight movement of his divine sense, treasures flew out one by one, slowly rotating before him, each emitting its own unique light of laws. All kinds of innate spiritual objects, rare flowers and herbs, innate spiritual medicines, immortal gold, and divine ores. Their quantity was enough to astonish innate gods, demons, and saints. And among them, there were fully several thousand innate spiritual treasures alone. Moreover, among them were top-grade innate spiritual treasures, such as the 12-pin merit golden lotus, the Shana Sheiji II, and the red embroidered ball, and even the Zhuxian sword formation was included. All fine items. Zhenyuanzi smiled slightly, his divine sense sweeping over these treasures, finally settling on a few with the most formidable auras. The Taiji diagram slowly rotated with yin and yang qi flowing ceaselessly, emitting a primeval aura that stabilized the cosmos and divided chaos. The Pangu banner floated nearby, chaotic currents rolling on its surface, faintly revealing visions of the creation of heaven and earth. Its edge was sharp enough to tear chaos. And between these two innate supreme treasures, the broken Zhaohua jade disc floated quietly. Though incomplete, it emanated a Dao pressure surpassing all other treasures. The very chaos ultimate treasure that Hongjun Laozu regarded as his life. The Zhaohua jade disc, indeed, contains a portion of the heavenly authority. Zhenyuanzi extended his divine sense deep into the core of the jade disc, immediately sensing the connections linking it to the Honghuang heavenly Dao. It could allow one to grasp part of the heavenly authority, but to achieve this, the possessor needed to attain enlightenment first. For Zhenyuanzi, who now possessed the Chaos Ultimate Treasure Heavenly Seal, its effect seemed limited, somewhat superfluous. But regardless, one could not deny the preciousness of the Zhaohua Jade Disc as a treasure, nor its terrifying might and utility. Just then his divine sense touched the innermost core of the Jade Disc, and he suddenly felt an ancient aura of extreme profundity. Then he saw 9 purple chi like slumbering divine dragons quietly lying dormant within the origin of the Jade Disc, emitting an aura of the intermingling of Heavenly Dao origin and Law origin. He instantly understood what they were, the Hongmeng purple chi. There are actually 9 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. A flash of surprise crossed Zhenyuanzi's eyes. Zhenyuanzi was well aware of what the Hongmeng purple chi was. It was called the foundation of sainthood, allowing one to entrust their primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao and become a Heavenly Dao saint. But in the original fate trajectory of the Honghuang, after Hongjun's 3rd discourse at Zixiao Palace, he only bestowed 7 strands of Hongmeng Qi. It was said that under the Heavenly Dao 9 is the ultimate number, so the Heavenly Dao sent down 8 strands of Hongmeng purple Qi, enough to create 8 Heavenly Dao saints. He used one himself, leaving 7 slots for saints, but in the end only 6 Heavenly Dao saints were achieved. Now it seemed that this Hongmeng purple Qi was hidden in the core of the Zhaohua Jade Disc, only discoverable after attaining enlightenment. Therefore he was skeptical about the claim in the original fate trajectory that Hongjun used Hongmeng purple Qi to become a saint. But regardless, the historical fate had now changed. He had now obtained a total of 9 strands of Hongmeng purple Qi. Moreover, according to what he knew from wielding the authority of the Heavenly Dao, the current Honghuang world, perhaps because most of the western land veins had been preserved, preventing the world from suffering too much damage, could fully accommodate 9 Heavenly Dao sages without any issue. After obtaining these 9 strands of Hongmeng purple Qi, Zhenyuanzi gained a clearer understanding of them. Their function was not simply to entrust one's primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao, nor was it merely to be bound by the Heavenly Dao. On the contrary, the Hongmeng purple Qi was extremely profound. It was formed by the fusion of the Heavenly Dao essence, the Law essence, and a portion of the Heavenly Dao authority. If a cultivator could obtain it, they could entrust their primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao, and from then on, as long as the Heavenly Dao was not extinguished or their Dao fruit was not struck down, they would truly be immortal and indestructible. In addition, it could accelerate the comprehension of laws, and even allow one to wield a Heavenly Dao law and partial authority. With the aid of vast Heavenly Dao merit, one could quickly attain the Dao and become a Heavenly Dao sage. Thus, it was hailed as the foundation of sagehood. It could be said that the Hongmeng purple Qi had both advantages and disadvantages. Obtaining it could allow one to quickly attain the Dao and enjoy the Heavenly Dao authority, but it also required being bound by the Heavenly Dao, and could even reduce one to a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. But for Zhenyuanzi, this disadvantage was actually an advantage. He wielded the Heavenly Dao authority, so the Heavenly Dao sages being bound by the Heavenly Dao meant they were indirectly controlled by him. He pondered for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Keep them. They will have wonderful uses in the future. Zhenyuanzi smiled faintly, put away the 9 strands of Hongmeng purple Qi together with the creation Jade Disc, and then with a wave of his hand stored the remaining treasures, all into the system space. After handling the treasures, Zhenyuanzi went into seclusion in the Chaos Dao field. Time lost its meaning in the chaos. In the blink of an eye, several eons had passed, and the deadline of 1,000,000 years was not far off. One day Zhenyuanzi opened his eyes and cast his gaze toward the Divine Demon Hall. Inside the hall, the auras of the group of primordial divine demons had undergone subtle changes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Their initial restlessness and resistance had long been worn away. After countless failed attempts to break the confinement of the Divine Demon Hall, they could only choose to cultivate here. Little did they know the power of the Hongmeng heavenly prison had already silently seeped in like the finest spider webs, entwining deep within their primordial spirits, subtly influencing their wills. Those primordial divine demons with weaker cultivation were the first to lose their self-awareness, falling into a state of unconscious cultivation. They had been completely enslaved by the Hongmeng heavenly prison, leaving only absolute obedience to Zhenyuanzi in their hearts. As for existences like Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Wuji Laozu, who were at the peak of the Primordial Golden Immortal realm, their strength was far greater. To completely influence and enslave them required a longer time, but it was only a matter of time. Under the subtle influence of this 1,000,000 years, they too gradually fell. Their Dao hearts were eroded bit by bit. Their former ambitions and unwillingness were replaced by loyalty until the last trace of rebellious consciousness dissipated, and they completely became Zhenyuanzi's puppets. The time has come. Zhenyuanzi's figure flickered, and he appeared in the center of the Divine Demon Hall. Seeing this, the divine demons were startled from their cultivation and prostrated themselves before Zhenyuanzi, saying, "We pay our respects to the sage." Their voices were extremely respectful, and their eyes were filled with fanatical loyalty, utterly different from their former arrogance. Zhenyuanzi's gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke calmly. The 1,000,000-year deadline is approaching. If any of you still wish to leave, this poor Taoist can still allow you to go. Sage, you are mistaken. Hongjun spoke first, his tone extremely sincere. We were previously foolish, actually wanting to leave a precious land like the Honghuang world. We truly regret it. From now on we are willing to follow the sage through fire and water without shirking. Yang Mei, Wuji, Laozu, and others also chimed in. We are willing to follow the sage and swear to obey the sage's orders unto death. Zhenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Since that is the case, Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Wuji, you three will accompany me to the great Dao Palace to prepare for the Dao lecture. The rest of you continue to cultivate and listen to the Dao here. Without my orders, do not show yourselves lightly. We obey your sage command. The divine demons responded in unison. Zhenyuanzi said no more. He turned and left the divine demon hall with Hongjun and the other two heading toward the great Dao Palace. Meanwhile, in the Honghuang world, there were only less than tens of thousands of years left until the million-year deadline. In the Qingshu cave heaven of Kunlun Mountain, the Pangu Sanqing straightened their robes, exchanged glances, and transformed into 3 streaks of light that soared into the sky, flying toward the depths of the chaos. Elder brother the sage is giving a Dao lecture. We must gain something from it. Yuqing Daoren held a jade rui, his tone full of anticipation. Taiqing Daoren stroked his beard and smiled. The great Dao is formless. Listening to the Dao lies within oneself. Sincerity brings response. At Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi put away his 8 trigrams plate and transformed into a streak of light together with Nuwa cutting through the sky. The sage's Dao encompasses all things. Perhaps we can obtain methods for higher realms of cultivation, Fuxi said solemnly. Nuwa nodded. I hope to receive the sage's guidance and perfect the way of creation. In the Yaodai secret realm of West Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West held the White Tiger token, and with a flash of pure white light, she vanished into the sky. At Mount Sumeru, Jane and Zhuani stepped on auspicious clouds and headed toward the chaos, their eyes filled with longing for the great Dao. In the Blood Sea, Mingi Daoren flashed with bloodlight and rushed into the chaos with endless killing aura. In the North, Ming Si Kuanping flapped its wings and soared high, reaching extreme speed. The top primordial sacred beings from all over the Honghuang world set out at this moment. They passed through the Honghuang barrier, stepped into the chaos, and followed a mysterious sense of direction, flying toward the chaos Dao field suspended in the chaos. In the chaos, grayish mists churned endlessly with no sunlight visible. Only the occasional chaos lightning snakes streaked through the darkness, illuminating the ferocity and danger of this space. This place had no heavenly laws to constrain it, only the raging chaos, killing aura spreading like invisible blades, constantly eroding the physical body's magical power and primordial spirits of living beings. There were also sudden chaos turbulences like galloping wild horses tearing through space, wherever they passed, shredding all tangible things. The chaos hard wind was even more concealed, yet extremely sharp, capable of penetrating the defenses of magical treasures and directly striking the cultivator's Dao foundation. But the most terrifying was the chaos storm, where countless billions of miles of chaos air currents converged into a rotating giant vortex with infinite suction force. Even a great Daluo Golden Immortal trapped within could not easily escape. It could be said that the group of primordial sacred beings and innate great powers not only had to face the endless chaos-killing aura, which constantly eroded their physical body's magical power and primordial spirits. They also had to be constantly wary of the chaos turbulence, chaos hard wind, and chaos storm. With a single misstep, they could be swept away by the chaos turbulence. Even if they did not completely lose themselves in the chaos, it would greatly delay their journey. And if they encountered such a terrifying chaos storm, even a great Daluo Golden Immortal, without the aid of a powerful spiritual treasure, would be in a sorry state. Even if they did not perish, they would suffer considerable injuries and be extremely disheveled. As for cultivators below the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm, that is the Tai Golden Immortals, they faced even greater dangers in the chaos, utterly unable to withstand the infinite perils. If they retreated back to the Honghuang world in time, they could still save their lives, otherwise they could only be buried in the chaos, perishing and losing their Dao. It could be said that to go to the great Dao Palace to listen to the Dao, one not only needed to be fated, but also possessed sufficient strength to cross the chaos. Only then would they have the opportunity and the destiny to find the great Dao Palace and listen to the Dao. Thus, to cross this region of chaos and reach the chaotic Dao ground is no easy feat. Only those of formidable strength, or those bearing powerful spiritual treasures, have a faint chance. At this moment within the chaos, many primordial beings and sacred entities, in order to reduce the harassment of chaotic chi and to arrive at the chaotic Dao ground sooner, all summoned their protective spiritual treasures. Now streaks of flowing light were struggling to traverse the chaos. The 3 pure ones of Pangu walked side by side. Above the head of the Supreme Pure One, the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda rotated slowly, its body streaming with thick Xianhuang Qi, forming a tangible barrier that isolated the howling chaotic gales and surging chaotic currents outside. Beneath the pagoda, the three pure ones wore calm expressions, as if traversing their own domain utterly unaffected by the perils of chaos. Big Brother's Zhenyuanzi Pagoda of Heaven and Earth lives up to its reputation. With this treasure for protection, the dangers of chaos are but trivial. The J Pure One Yuanshi gazed at the chaotic miasma being annihilated by the Xianhuang Qi outside the pagoda, a note of admiration in his tone. The Supreme Pure One Tongtian nodded in agreement. But the Grand Pure One Laozi stated, "We must not be careless. There are many variables within chaos. We must reach the Dao ground quickly to avoid unnecessary delays, and also to seize the advantage." Not far away, Dejuan and Tai followed closely. Above Tai's head, the chaos bell hung suspended, its body bore chaotic runes that swirled, and with a gentle tremor, it emitted sonic waves that suppressed the entire universe, shattering the approaching chaotic currents. Dejuan in turn summoned the Hichu and Luoshu. These two supreme, innate spiritual treasures intertwined in the air, forming a mysterious formation diagram that not only defended against chaotic incursions, but also deduced the path through chaos, guiding the way. With the Chaos Bell and the Hichu Luoshu, even if we encounter a chaotic storm, we can handle it with ease. Dejuan looked ahead, sensing a clearer pull, a flicker of urgency in his eyes. Tai nodded in agreement, with his elder brother, his expression proud. Nuwa and Fushi, the brother and sister, were also not slow. Nuwa wore a celestial robe of exquisite elegance, its hem fluttering. The creation runes inscribed on the robe emitted a soft radiance, forming an invisible shield that isolated the chaotic miasma. Above Fushi's head, an ancient Xianhuang zither floated. Its strings trembled slightly, producing clear Dao sounds that both calmed the mind and repelled the approaching chaotic malevolence. Changxi and Shiha followed closely. Above Changxi's head, the moon essence wheel floated, emitting the cold radiance of the great Yin, forming a circular moon shield. Shiha in turn unfurled the great Yin cold moon diagram. The phantom moon within the diagram swirled, exuding icy chill that froze the chaotic currents, clearing a path for the two goddesses. The Lord of the Blood Sea Mingi Daoist was surrounded by swirling blood light. Beneath his feet, the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus slowly bloomed. On its petals, blood-red flames danced, emitting an aura that repelled all defilement. Any chaotic miasma that approached was incinerated by the karmic fire. His expression was composed, his speed swift. Clearly the chaotic environment did not affect him much. Even Jane and Zhenyuanzi, who had come from Mount Sumeru in the west, each had their own protective treasures. Before Jane, the 6 roots of pure bamboo floated. The bamboo stems were emerald, radiating an aura that purified all things. Chaotic miasma that drew near was dissolved by the clear light emitted from the bamboo. Zhenyuanzi in turn held the 7 treasures wonderful tree. With a gentle sway of its branches, rosy clouds scattered, enveloping the two in protection as they advanced steadily. However, not all primordial beings possessed such ample resources. The Kuanpeng Daoist of the Northern Sea transformed into a streak of light. Though swift, his movement appeared somewhat haggard. The Northern Sea Palace he summoned was merely a post-heaven spiritual treasure with limited defensive capability. Facing the violent chaotic gales, the shield trembled incessantly, emitting a strained hum. Kuanpeng's expression was grim. He had to expend a great amount of his spiritual power to reinforce the shield, significantly slowing his speed. Even worse off was the Red Cloud Daoist. He had never been fortunate in opportunities, and now he did not even possess a decent post-heaven spiritual treasure. He could only circulate his full spiritual power, forming a faint red shield on his body to withstand the erosion of chaotic miasma. With each step forward, his face grew paler, his spiritual power draining rapidly. Forget it. To listen to the saint's teachings, what is a little hardship? Red Cloud gritted his teeth, a glint of determination in his eyes. He mustered his spiritual power and continued flying forward. Fortunately, the spiritual power of a Daluo Golden Immortal was inexhaustible, otherwise he might not have been able to hold on. Within the chaos, all the sacred beings displayed their unique abilities, trudging through the difficulties. Their only goal was to reach the chaotic Dao ground where the saint resided, as they had sensed. At this time in the chaotic Dao ground within the great Dao Palace, Zhenyuanzi sat cross-legged upon a cloud bed. After millions of years of quiet cultivation, his aura had undergone earth-shattering changes. The foundation of the primordial chaos origin, divine, demon manifested an unimaginably extraordinary nature. Even though he was already a Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal, his cultivation speed had not slowed, instead it had increased manifold. In less than 1,000,000 years of cultivation, his realm had once again broken through. Now chaotic light swirled around him, and within his sea of consciousness the chaotic, great Dao compass spun rapidly, deducing the ultimate principles of the Dao. An aura even more vast and profound than before emanated from his body. The entire great Dao Palace trembled slightly under this aura, and the surrounding chaotic currents became docile, revolving slowly around the palace. With a faint rumble within his body, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered, Zhenyuanzi's aura surged abruptly, stepping steadily from the initial stage of the Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal into the middle stage. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils interweaving chaos and primordial origin, as if containing the birth and death of myriad universes. With just a glance, the chaotic currents around the great Dao Palace were frozen for an instant. The middle stage of the Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal. Zhenyuanzi felt the even more immense power within him and his deeper control over the authority of the Heavenly Dao. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The talent of the Primordial Chaos Origin Divine Demon is indeed extraordinary. He could clearly sense that he had broken through comprehensively to the middle stage of the Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal, his strength having increased countless times over. With the authority of the Heavenly Dao he could command, and the supreme treasures in his hand, even facing a Honghuang Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal, he was fearless and could even directly suppress them. The million-year mark is approaching. Those primordial sacred beings should be arriving soon. Zhenyuanzi looked into the depths of chaos, his divine sense crossing infinite distances, taking in the struggling figures. He smiled slightly and flicked his finger. The translation is empty. In an instant, a grand path woven from chaotic currents and innate Dao rhymes extended from the chaotic Dao ground like a brilliant river of stars spreading toward the direction of the primordial world, pacifying all the chaotic dangers along the way. Since you have come, do not miss the opportunity. Zhenyuanzi's voice, like the celestial sound of the Dao, echoed softly within the chaos, reaching the ears of every primordial sacred being heading to the Dao ground. Hearing this, all the sacred beings struggling through the chaos rejoiced. Following the guidance of the grand path, they quickened their pace. Within the chaos, the path carved by Zhenyuanzi using the authority of the Heavenly Dao grew increasingly clear. Along the way, the chaotic miasma dissipated, the violent winds and tumultuous currents subsided, leaving only the rich essence of primordial Dao flowing. A host of primordial deities raced along the chaotic path, their speed several times faster than before. Some secretly blessed by Zhenyuanzi moved like shooting stars far ahead of the rest. The first to arrive at the chaotic Dao field were the three pure ones of Pangu. From a distance, they saw a vast, boundless, chaotic, immortal island floating in the chaos. On the island, chaotic currents intertwined with primordial spiritual energy. Faintly visible were jade towers and pavilions with the outlines of the great Dao Palace and the divine demon hall appearing and disappearing in the mist, exuding an unparalleled Dao aura that suppressed the chaos. Finally, we have arrived. A glimmer of joy flashed in Taiching's eyes. The three quickened their pace, stepping onto the auspicious clouds at the edge of the island, and slowly descended onto the chaotic Dao field. As soon as they set foot on the island, an extremely pure aura of the great Dao washed over them, cleansing their primordial spirits, and instantly dispelling the fatigue of their years of travel. Following the sensation, they walked toward the center, where a magnificent palace came into view. It was the great Dao Palace. The palace was forged entirely from chaotic divine gold, its roof covered in a hazy purple mist. At the eaves hung primordial Dao bells which chimed clearly when stirred by the breeze, carrying the profound principles of the great Dao. At that moment, the tightly closed gates of the great Dao Palace slowly opened. Two attendants in Daoist robes stood on either side. They were Qingfeng and Mingwei. Although they were only at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, their demeanor was calm, and their brows carried a Dao charm that belied their age. The three pure ones did not dare to underestimate the two attendants, for besides their aura as great Luo Golden Immortals, their status as attendants to a sage commanded respect. Greetings to attendants. Taiching was the first to bow, his tone humble. Qingfeng and Mingwei returned the gesture, then invited them inside. The three pure ones did not dare to delay, and followed them into the great Dao Palace. Beyond the gates lay a vast world. With a single step they crossed countless billions of miles. Light and shadow swirled around them, and Dao runes danced, traveling through innumerable time and space, until they reached the center of the palace. The scene before them suddenly opened up. In the center stood a cloud platform upon which chaos churned, and the aura of the great Dao lingered, radiating an infinite, profound mystery. Below the platform, 8 Dao platforms were neatly arranged. Each was carved from primordial divine jade, engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants. They exuded a faintly terrifying pressure, yet also a mysterious attraction. On the 3 foremost platforms, 3 figures were already seated. The one on the left, clad in a Daoist robe with Dao aura flowing around him, was Hongjun Daozu. The one in the center, in a simple Daoist robe with space laws weaving around him, was Yangmei Daozu. The one on the right, surrounded by chaotic currents, was Wuji Daozu. Although they sat with eyes closed, they emanated a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the 3 pure ones, as if they were one with the entire chaotic Dao field. Just sitting there, they pressed down on the 3 pure ones like a mountain. Who are these 3? Yuqing was shocked. He had never seen these 3 Daoists, yet he could sense that their cultivation was unfathomable, far beyond the limits of his understanding. Greetings, fellow Daoists. Hongjun Daozu slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly to the 3 pure ones, his tone calm. The Dao platforms have their own spirits and respective opportunities. Choose one and sit down. Do not miss the time for the sermon. Yangmei and Wuji merely nodded slightly, still resting with closed eyes, their expressions placid. The three pure ones did not hesitate. They had already sensed the great opportunities within the Dao platforms and quickly chose their seats. Taiqing took the fourth, Yuqing the fifth, and Shanqing the sixth. Of the 8 platforms, 6 were now occupied, leaving only 2. Not long after, a streak of white light tore through the air. It was the Queen Mother of the West riding on auspicious clouds, arriving at the great Dao Palace after the 3 pure ones. She swept her gaze over the scene, and seeing only 2 platforms left, chose the 7th and sat down. Pure Yin energy swirled around her as she waited for the sermon to begin. After another moment, Fuxi and Nuwa, the siblings, arrived together. As they stepped into the central secret realm, their eyes simultaneously fell on the Dao platforms. Now only the last platform remained. Yet at that moment, both Fuxi and Nuwa sensed another aura rapidly approaching behind them. Sister, sit quickly. Fuxi decided without hesitation, urging Nuwa and even lending her his strength to hasten her movement. In an instant, Nuwa landed on the 8th platform. Fuxi sat cross-legged not far behind her with Bagua runes swirling around him, his gaze alertly scanning the rear. Just then a black shadow tore through the air at incredible speed. It was Kuanping Daozu. Seeing the last platform already occupied by Nuwa, a flash of regret and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Fuxi, but knew it was not the time to show anger. He could only find a spot in the hall and sit down, cold aura radiating around him. Subsequently, Zhenyuanzi, Jane, Zhuni Mingi, and other primordial deities arrived one after another. Seeing the 8 platforms fully occupied, they all showed regret, but could only find suitable spots around the platforms and sit cross-legged waiting patiently. Inside the great Dao Palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Countless gazes converged on the central cloud platform, anticipating the appearance of the sage. Deep within the palace, Zhenyuanzi's gaze pierced through the chaos, looking toward the primordial world. At that moment in the primordial world, the primordial deities and great powers at the great Daluo Golden Immortal level had mostly arrived at the Dao field. However, cultivators below that level, deterred by the dangers of chaos, most hesitated to come. Since I am preaching to all beings of the primordial world, it cannot be limited to only the top powers. Zhenyuanzi smiled slightly. With a thought, he mobilized the power of the primordial world's origin through the authority of the Heavenly Dao. In an instant, across the primordial world, on the peak of East Kunlun, the shores of the southern sea, the western continent, the depths of the North Sea, the central land, the shores of the eastern sea, countless beams of light shot up into the sky, forming gates of light. These gates were condensed from the laws of the Heavenly Dao, with the 4 great Dao characters, chaotic Dao field, inscribed on their frames, radiating a gentle and sacred aura. Any living being who encountered these gates could pass through them and directly reach the chaotic Dao field. Of course, whether these gates or the primordial deities and great powers who could step into the chaotic Dao field, it was because he had temporarily granted them the permissions of the field's formation, otherwise they would have been blocked by the formation. Then Zhenyuanzi's voice, like the sound of the great Dao, resounded throughout every corner of the primordial world, clearly reaching the ears of every living being. Considering the difficulty of the journey to the chaos, I have opened Heavenly Dao gates in various places of the primordial world. Those who wish to hear the sermon and are destined to find a gate may step through and arrive directly at the chaotic Dao field. Upon hearing this, the primordial world erupted in excitement. The beings who had been unable to travel to the chaotic Dao field due to insufficient cultivation now rejoiced and rushed toward the gates of light they sensed. Whether spirits of the mountains and forests or cultivators in their caves, all bowed toward the direction of the chaotic Dao field. Thank you for the sage's compassion. Soon the first being, a cyan lawn bird that had cultivated for millions of years, cautiously stepped into the gate of light, and its figure vanished instantly. Then more and more beings surged into the gates. Some were Tai Golden Immortals, some Golden Immortals, and even some who had just reached the Xian Immortal realm. Time passed slowly until the million-year deadline approached, and the Heavenly Dao gates gradually closed. By then, outside the chaotic Dao field, an immense multitude of beings had gathered. Tens of thousands of Tai Golden Immortals stood with steady auras, millions of Golden Immortals with restrained divine light, and a few Xian Immortals standing nervously at the edges. Though this number seemed vast, it was actually only a small portion compared to the total number of Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals in the primordial world. After all, these were only cultivators below the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, after arriving at the chaotic Dao field, these Tai Golden Immortals, and Xian Immortals could only listen to the sermon outside the great Dao palace within the Dao field itself, unable to enter the palace. After all, there was still a gap between them and the primordial great powers and deities. These primordial beings found no fault with this. Although they could not enter the great Dao palace, they could listen to the sermon within the Dao field. To them, this was already a heaven-defying opportunity. Each one was excited, holding their breath and focusing their gaze toward the direction of the great Dao palace. Deep within the Dao Palace, Zhenyuanzi slowly rose. His gaze swept across the myriad innate saints below the cloud platform, then turned to the millions of living beings outside the palace, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment within the Dao Palace, as a host of innate saints and great beings gathered. Although overawed by the sage's might, they dared not speak loudly. Yet the atmosphere within the hall gradually grew animated. After all, in times past, these innate saints and great beings were scattered across the primordial world or secluded in their own caves. How could they have ever encountered so many peers of equal stature? Now gathered in the Dao Palace, suddenly seeing so many innate saints and great beings whose cultivation was comparable to their own, each naturally felt a competitive spirit. However, this was the sanctum of a sage, so it was naturally impossible to engage in open combat or magical duels. Therefore, the innate saints and great beings subtly employed their methods. Some quietly summoned protective spirit treasures, allowing the radiance of their treasures to circulate above their heads, revealing the wonder of their artifacts. Others circulated their cultivation techniques, consolidating their Dao aura, and covertly releasing pressure from their cultivation, silently competing with one another. Above Dijun's head, the river diagram and Luo book rotated slowly, imperial aura interwoven, with stellar power, faintly resonating with the chaos bell beside Tai Yi, manifesting the brother's might. Beneath Ming He's feet, the karmic fire red lotus bloomed its blood-red light, emitting a killing aura distantly, opposing the icy aura around Kuan Peng in a subtle contest. Even the seemingly peaceful Fu, she had the 8 trigrams patterns around him, silently circulating, connected to Nu Wa's Dao aura, forming a formidable presence. It could be said that all the innate saints and great beings who could come here were favored by the primordial world's fate, possessing top-tier origins. The weakest were those who had lived for dozens of kalpas, or who had survived from ancient times. Now gathered together, though constrained by the sage's venue, they engaged in a silent contest. As time passed, many innate saints and great beings arrived one after another, and regardless of who they were, their gazes unanimously turned to the 8 Dao platforms at the center of the hall. Those 8 platforms, carved from innate divine jade, emitted an immensely profound aura, clearly harboring tremendous opportunities. Unfortunately, they could only covet them. The 8 platforms had long been occupied, and none of the occupants were simple. The 3 elders seated at the front, Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Wu Ji, had unfathomable auras like abysses and towering peaks, causing the innate saints and great beings to be deeply awed and even fearful at a single glance, knowing they were not to be provoked. The 3 pure ones of Pangu, though their auras were not as terrifying, that was only relative. Moreover, the 3 brothers were always united and protected by the ultimate merit treasure, the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, so they too were not to be offended. As for the 2 platforms behind them, the seated Shi Wang Mu and Nu Wa were both female cultivators, and they could not bring themselves to contend for them. Moreover, Shi Wang Mu and Nu Wa clearly knew each other, and behind them Fu, she was also protecting them, forming another trio that was equally troublesome. Therefore, these great beings could only envy, and then found spots in the hall to sit down. As time passed at the gate of the Dao Palace, the 2 child attendants Qing Feng and Ming Yue, seeing that the time was near and no more great beings seemed to arrive, stepped forward and announced loudly, "The million-year deadline has come, close the palace gates." Immediately Qing Feng and Ming Yue prepared to shut the Dao Palace gates. But just as they spoke, 2 streaks of light shot over from the distance, accompanied by urgent shouts, "Child attendants, hold the gates! Child attendants, hold the gates!" The streaks of light landed, revealing 2 figures. One had a square face, large ears, curly hair hanging to his shoulders, and a blessed countenance. The other bore a compassionate expression, a pained look, and a hint of sorrow between his brows. These 2 Taoists were none other than the duo from Mount Sumeru in the west, the brothers Jie and Zhuan. The 2 were somewhat disheveled, their Dao robes stained with chaotic dust, clearly having gone through trials. Truth be told, they were unlucky. Given their cultivation and the spirit treasures they possessed, they should not have arrived so late. But before the sage could smooth the chaotic dangers on the path from the primordial world to the Dao Palace, they encountered a terrifying chaotic storm, were swept into it, and lost their way. They were thoroughly battered, and only after escaping the chaotic storm did they hurriedly come, yet still nearly missed the sage's sermon. After stepping into the Dao Palace and arriving at the center, their gazes were also drawn to the 8 platforms at the front. Zhuan immediately saw that these 8 platforms likely held boundless mysteries and great fortune, but unfortunately all seemed to have owners, making them hard to obtain. Thinking this, he quickly devised a plan, activated his divine ability of eloquent eloquence, covered his face, wept, and cried out, "Alas! How tragic! We brothers have traveled from the west only to seek a thread of Dao opportunity for all beings of the west. We braved the perils of chaos, endured countless hardships, and finally arrived, yet we have not even a single seat. If we cannot hear the true meaning of the Dao, we will have failed the beings of the West. Today it would be better to dash our heads against this pillar." With that, he pretended to lunge toward the pillar. Jiang quickly pulled him back, saying sorrowfully, "Brother, why do this? We bear the hopes of the Western beings. How can we be so reckless?" The two brothers embraced and wept, their emotion sincere, as if truly in despair. The great beings in the hall reacted differently. However, which of the innate saints and great beings present had not lived for at least dozens or hundreds of kalpas, some even for immeasurable ages? How many of them were simpletons? Only a few innate saints were moved by the brothers' sincere quest for the Dao on behalf of beings, showing sympathy. But the majority of old monsters watched coldly, some even with a hint of sneer. Though the chaos was perilous for those of the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm, this stretch of chaos was not extremely dangerous, especially since the sage had previously removed all risks along the path, opening a road through chaos. Moreover, for these innate saints and great beings, how could such a journey be considered distant? It was hardly arduous. The beings on the 8 platforms were even more indifferent. Hongjun closed his eyes in meditation. Yang Mei's fingertips flickered with spatial laws, as if he hadn't heard, and Wu Ji didn't even raise his eyelids. The 3 pure ones remained calm. Shi Wangmu and Nu Hua were also unmoved. Zhuanti and Jiayin wept for a while, but seeing no response they felt somewhat embarrassed. Zhuanti's gaze swept over the 8 platforms. The 3 figures seated at the front, Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Wu Ji. Though Zhuanti did not recognize them, their terrifying auras made him understand that these were not ones he and his brother could provoke. Then he looked at the 3 pure ones of Pangu, also finding them troublesome. It seemed that only Shi Wangmu and Nu Hua were the easiest targets, but Nu Hua was protected by Fu Shi.